June 19th, 2025, the 19th day of the 6th lunar month. Amid mountain's golden summit, cliff of self-sacrifice. It was summer vacation, and tourists flowed continuously. Zheng Jiangnan, nearing 70 years old, stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance at the vast landscape. The sea of clouds drifted ethereally, boundless and misty, dreamlike and surreal. Behind him surged a tide of people. On Zheng Jiangnan's weathered, ancient face, an expression like that of Ji Gong, half crying, half laughing, slowly emerged. After a long silence, as if having made a final decision, he pulled a bottle of strong, fragrant liquor from his backpack. He drank it all in one go. With a strength no one would expect from an aging body, he lightly vaulted over the glass railing and leapt into the abyss without hesitation. Even if we met again, you wouldn't recognize me, face covered in dust, my temples as white as frost. Wife, I'm coming. Please forgive me. Someone jumped. I was filming, got the whole thing on video. This footage will go viral on WeChat moments for sure. Humanity, its sorrows and joys never truly connect. Second brother, wake up. Second brother, why are you sleeping here in broad daylight? In Hepingta village, nestled among green mountains and clear waters, beside a small stream, a sturdy little boy crouched beside a flat green stone, his eyes wide with fear, anxiety, and confusion, staring at the young man sleeping soundly on the rock. Hearing the boy's voice, the young man lazily rolled over and woke up. He opened his eyes, glanced at the boy, then slowly closed them again. A few seconds later, the young man suddenly shot his eyes open, stared at the boy, and jumped to his feet. He cried out in shock, "Little brother?" The young man was Zheng Jiangnan, and his heart was in utter turmoil. Because of his laziness and gambling, during an argument he had struck his 7 months pregnant wife, Lin Youwei. In despair, she ran out of the house. When his father found out, he didn't even have time to scold Zheng Jiangnan, immediately begged the entire village to help search for Lin Youwei. During the search, little brother Zheng Jiangnan accidentally fell off a cliff, resulting in lifelong disability. When they finally found Lin Youwei, her pregnant body was floating in a deep pool in the mountain ravine. Her eyes were wide open. She died with regrets unfulfilled. Everything was over. For the next 40-plus years, Zheng Jiangnan lived in constant pain, trying every possible way to atone. But it was all in vain. Neither little brother Zheng Jiangnan nor Zheng Jiangnan himself could ever forgive his terrible actions. For over 40 years, Zheng Jiangnan never spoke a single word to him. And due to his disability, little brother's life remained impoverished and difficult. Out of guilt, Zheng Jiangnan had repeatedly tried to give him money, only to be firmly rejected every time. With no other choice, he secretly slipped money into little brother's house, hoping he could live a little better. But each time, the money was thrown back. Little brother would rather suffer than accept any compensation from him. Zheng Jiangnan lived like a walking corpse until nearly 70. Finally feeling life had no meaning so he leapt from the golden summit of a May mountain. But how could he be here now? It made no sense. He should be dead. A dazed Zheng Jiangnan looked around. All he saw was lush green mountains and clear waters. In the distant fields, people were tilling the soil, nurturing hope. Among the green trees in the village, small houses stood scattered and picturesque. It was lunchtime. Most women were cooking at home, and wisps of cooking smoke curled into the sky. Second brother? Seeing Zheng Jiangnan awake but silent, Zheng Jiangnan cautiously called out again. In Zheng Jiangban's eyes, this older brother had a bad temper and was prone to violence. He was deeply afraid of him. Little brother? Zheng Jiangnan called again, trembling all over, unable to believe it. Then, Zheng Jiangnan raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. Ouch! It hurt, definitely not a dream. Zheng Jiangnan jumped in fright and took a step back, thinking his brother was about to hit him. Seeing the terror on little brother's face, Zheng Jiangnan closed his eyes. Little brother, wait. Let your second brother catch his breath. Zheng Jiangnan was even more confused but dared not speak again. Is catching his breath what second brother means by not fully awake yet? Zheng Jiangnan's mind was in chaos. Didn't he just jump off a cliff? Why was he now by the stream in his hometown? Why did little brother Zheng Jiangnan look like a child again? And why was he healthy? A barrage of questions left Zheng Jiangnan utterly bewildered. He lightly jumped down from the stone, unconsciously scooped up a handful of stream water, and splashed it on his face. Looking at his reflection in the clear water so young. Suddenly, two words flashed into Zheng Jiangnan's mind. Rebirth. Zheng Jiangnan's expression went blank. He turned to Zheng Jiangnan and asked, "Little brother, how old are you?" How old am I? What's the date today? Second brother, I'm 9, you're 23. Today is the 4th day of the 5th lunar month. Zheng Jiangnan answered truthfully, his small face full of worry. He suspected his brother might be possessed. Hearing the answers, Zheng Jiangnan began pacing back and forth, glancing at the sun around noon, maybe 12:30. He murmured to himself, yes, today is the 4th. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Everything can still be changed. Then, speaking rapidly, quick, little brother, go to the village entrance and find big brother. See if he's home. If he is, tell him I have an emergency, tell him to bring tools and meet me at Poping. I'll go home and grab some things. Without waiting for Zheng Jiangnan's reply, he rushed off toward home. Zheng Jiangnan was left completely baffled, wondering whether he should tell their mother had second brother encountered some evil spirit. Otherwise, why was he acting so frantic? But since second brother said it was urgent, he'd better hurry and do it. Otherwise, his backside would swell again. Second brother's beatings were brutal. As Zheng Jiangnan ran, he recalled the events of this very day from his past life. In his previous life, June 24th, 1982, the 4th day of the 5th lunar month, every household in Hepingta village was preparing for the Dragon Boat Festival the next day. But he wasn't preparing anything. His home was even running out of firewood. His wife Lin Youwei, helpless, had no choice but to go up the mountain alone, her belly large with child, to cut firewood. Perhaps the heavens felt Lin Youwei's suffering was too great, but on her way back from cutting wood, her luck turned miraculously. As she passed Poping, a geographical name in Hepingta village, she discovered a wild boar lying on the edge of a field, grunting weakly, clearly more exhaling than inhaling. The boar must have been thirsty and drank from the farmland's irrigation water. Coincidentally, that field had just been sprayed with pesticide, so the boar was inevitably poisoned and knocked out. Lin Youwei was overjoyed. Although the boar wasn't big, only about 100 gene 50 can, because it was poisoned, they'd have to discard the head and offal to avoid poisoning. Even so, they could still get over 60 gene 30 kilograms of clean, safe pork. For Lin Youwei, this was a divine gift. After marrying Zheng Jiangnan, they barely had enough to eat, let alone afford pork. Chapter 2. The Unbearable Past. This is not merely a precious gift from heaven for Lin Youwei. It symbolizes a treasure for all. In an era plagued by scarcity, when everyone struggles to secure basic necessities, the abundance of wild boar meat is a remarkable stroke of fortune for anyone. As Lin Youwei contemplated ways to transport the wild boar home, she encountered the infamous Chun brothers, Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan, from her village. Renowned for their mischief, the Chun brothers spent their days stealing chickens from Zheng's family and harassing Li's dogs, indulging in a life of idleness and vice. Few villagers held them in esteem. Yet their father, the former team leader and now the village secretary, wielded significant influence in Hepingta village. Thus, despite their disdain, villagers dared not provoke the Chun brothers. Upon spotting the wild boar, the brothers' eyes sparkled with greed, their stomachs seemingly growling in anticipation. In these trying times, even the village chief's household lacked sufficient provisions, often going a month without meat. Faced with such tantalizing prospects, the already domineering brothers insisted that the wild boar was their discovery and made to seize it. Lin Youwei, naturally, vehemently opposed, leading to a heated exchange. The Chun brothers, being the ruffians they were, had no fear of a woman, especially one married to the notorious gambler Zheng Jiangnan. In a cruel twist, Zheng Jiangnan slapped Lin Youwei, and in her moment of shock, the brothers made off with the wild boar, leaving her with a swollen cheek and tear-filled eyes, helplessly watching them depart. Reflecting on this, Zheng Jiangnan's eyes welled with tears. The greater betrayal lay within himself. He realized he had been a beast in his past life. He recalled that upon Lin Youwei's return, she had poured her heart out to him about the incident, without divulging that Zheng Jiangnan had struck her. However, he had seen the unmistakable mark of a slap on her face. At that time, Zheng Jiangnan was consumed by his gambling addiction. Instead of seeking retribution against the Chun brothers or offering solace to Lin Youwei, he had lashed out, accusing her of being useless for allowing the wild boar to slip away. Zheng Jiangnan remembered thinking that a wild boar could fetch a substantial sum. Had Lin Youwei been more competent, he could have sold the meat to redeem his losses. Meanwhile, Lin Youwei gazed at her partner, utterly disheartened by his shortcomings. Unable to contain her emotions, they erupted into a fierce argument. In a fit of rage, Zheng Jiangnan struck Lin Youwei, the impact of his hand coinciding perfectly with the mark left by Zheng Jiangnan. Lin Youwei was taken aback. Zheng Jiangnan's relentless gambling had created a rift in their family. Though she felt sorrow, she had never wept, still holding on to the hope that he would change once their child was born. Even during the theft of the wild boar, despite being struck by Zheng Jiangnan, her grief paled in comparison to the despair she felt at this moment. The man she loved had inflicted upon her a blow that became the final straw, shattering her heart. With her mouth covered, she fled into the night. And so, the memories of the past became unbearable to revisit. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Zheng Jiangnan succumbed to tears, striking himself in remorse. In a previous life, although he eventually awakened to the truth, the beloved had already departed on the yellow crane, leaving only sorrow in the Jiangnan region. Now, Zheng Jiangnan finds himself filled with joy, perhaps unwilling to bear the burden of Lin Youwei's life. Fate has granted him a second chance. In this lifetime, Zheng Jiangnan vows to treat Lin Youwei with a devotion 1,000-fold greater. The sins of his past must not be repeated, and until he exacts thorough vengeance, he intends to reclaim what is rightfully his, with interest. With these thoughts in mind, Zheng Jiangnan quickens his pace. Before long, he arrives at his home, strictly speaking, his parents' residence. The ancestral Zheng home. The Zheng family consists of 4 siblings. The eldest, Zheng Jiangnan, born in 1958, is married to Wu Xiangmei from the neighboring village, and they have a son, Zheng Xiaojun. The couple is industrious, leading a modest life. The second child is Zheng Jiangnan, born in 1960, who is currently 23 in the lunar calendar. Zheng Jiangnan embodies all the vices typical of rural youth: gluttony, gambling, laziness, and smoking, and by a twist of fate, he married the city girl Lin Youwei. The third sibling, Zheng Jiangxi, is a taciturn girl, 6 years younger than Zheng Jiangnan. Due to the family's financial struggles, she left school early to help with household chores. The youngest is Zheng Jiangbei, a child born to aging parents, who is merely 9 years old. Their parents have made great sacrifices throughout their lives, laboring tirelessly and living frugally. When the brothers established their own families, they each received a modest house from their parents. Though small and made of mud, it provides a shelter from the elements, a true home. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Zheng Jiangnan is greeted by a long-missed voice. It is his mother, Zhang Gulan, a stubborn and resolute rural woman. "Why have you returned? On such a fine day. You should be working in the fields, or at least gathering firewood. You're a capable young man, and with Youwei about to give birth, you can't afford to be idle." Gazing at his diminutive, chatty mother, who sits diligently wrapping rice dumplings in the hall, Zheng Jiangnan feels a lump in his throat as tears well up in his eyes. Zhang Gulan glances at him as he enters, but quickly returns to her task, oblivious to his emotional turmoil. With no time for nostalgic exchanges, he takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart and rushes into the firewood room beneath the stairs, searching for something. He has come for explosives. Previously, when the village sought to build a road and encountered rocky terrain, they reported to the commune and received some blasting caps. At that time, the oversight was not stringent, allowing Zheng Jiangnan to discreetly take a few back, hiding them in a corner of the ancestral firewood room, contemplating when he might use them to blast fish in the deep waters of the river. Zheng Jiangnan retrieves the blasting caps, wrapped in oilcloth, quickly unwrapping them and concealing them on his person before turning towards the kitchen. There, his younger sister, Zheng Jiangxi, is washing dishes and is startled at his sudden entrance. In the eyes of his younger siblings, this second brother is akin to a malevolent creature, as repulsive and frightening as maggots in a latrine or snakes in the mountains. Zheng Jiangnan was oblivious to his sister's thoughts. Without pausing to greet anyone, he hastily tucked a box of matches into his pocket and dashed outside. "Oh dear, what has you in such a rush? I'll prepare some zongzi for dinner. You can come and take some back." Youwei mentioned she enjoys them, lamented Zhang Gulan. She felt a sense of helplessness regarding her child, who spent all day neglecting responsibilities, with a stubbornness as thick as a pig's hide, refusing to heed her words. And even when he did listen, he would not amend his ways, causing her great distress. "Mother, put some water on to boil. I'll treat you all to wild boar meat tonight," Zheng Jiangnan called back as he sprinted away. It wasn't that he didn't wish to spend time with his mother. He was simply anxious about Lin Youwei and needed to hurry over. Chapter 3. The first encounter. Zheng Jiangnan ran breathlessly to the slope and glanced around. Aside from the recently planted rice seedlings, only a few wild lilies were blooming between the furrows. There was nothing else to be seen. He didn't spot any wild boars, nor did he see Lin Youwei or the Chun brothers, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, just as in his memories. The events were likely to unfold around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, nothing had yet transpired. Otherwise, he would have rushed over directly instead of returning home first to fetch explosives. Zheng Jiangnan had no intention of using dynamite to eliminate the Chen brothers. Having been granted a second chance at life, there were myriad methods to deal with them without risking his own existence. His life was meant to cherish Lin Youwei and, in the process, to improve the lives of his family. The explosives were merely a precaution. Since he had time to spare, Zheng Jiangnan decided to rest for a moment, sitting on the ridge and catching his breath after his frantic run. After a brief respite, noticing that neither his younger brother nor elder brother had arrived, he surmised that the elder was likely not home and the younger brother had failed to locate him. Regaining his composure, Zheng Jiangnan continued his ascent toward the mountain peak. The nearby firewood had long been collected, and Lin Youwei would have to venture further afield to gather more. Sure enough, after a 10-minute walk, he heard the distinct sound of an axe striking hardwood. Although the sound was crisp, it lacked the necessary force. It was evident that a woman was chopping wood, and it was highly probable that it was Lin Youwei. The thought of soon seeing his wife filled Zheng Jiangnan with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. For over 40 years, he had yearned for her, praying fervently that Lin Youwei would return to his side. Yet, upon waking from tears, he often felt despondent. Now that his dream was about to come true, he was plagued by worries. What if this was merely a dream, and upon seeing Lin Youwei, he would awaken? Or worse, what if it wasn't a dream, and he found himself unable to face her, fearing that she would be disappointed in him? Such conflicting emotions left him in turmoil, caught between hope and trepidation. Zheng Jiangnan felt a dryness in his throat, partly from anxiety and partly from thirst. Suppressing his excitement, he made his way toward Lin Youwei's location. He could see her on the opposite hill. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he called out across the distance, "Youwei, stop chopping. I'll do it." The valley echoed with the sounds of chop, 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 and the chopping from the other side abruptly ceased. "Oh, that voice bears a resemblance to Jiangnan." Lin Youwei paused, her pregnant belly straining as she perspired profusely. With a puzzled expression, she gazed toward the source of the sound. Could it be that fellow had a sudden change of heart and come to assist me with chopping wood? A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Youwei's heart, but it was quickly extinguished with a sigh and a shake of her head. What was I thinking? That slacker is far too lazy to lend a hand. Never mind. It's a perfect opportunity for a brief respite. Finding a relatively flat stone, Lin Youwei settled down. Realizing she hadn't eaten since she began chopping wood that morning and was now quite famished, she retrieved the boiled sweet potato she had brought along, gently peeling away its skin before savoring its flesh. This would serve as her lunch. As she munched and rested, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Her heavy belly weighed her down, and her heart felt burdened as well. Reflecting on Zheng Jiangnan's increasingly outrageous behavior, she let out a soft sigh. But what could she do? The path she had chosen must be traversed, even if it meant kneeling. As she gazed at the sweet potato in her hand, memories flooded back to the time when she had just graduated from university, a 2-year teacher training college in the 1980s. A few childhood friends had invited her to visit Hongqi Commune. With her impending job on the horizon, she thought it would be a delightful way to unwind, and thus she agreed without hesitation. Having heard much about the stunning scenery of Hongqi Commune, renowned for its quintessential southern hills, with emerald streams and picturesque ponds cascading into charming little waterfalls, the allure was irresistible. Upon arriving at Hongqi Commune, the beauty of the landscape indeed met their expectations. However, just as they reveled in the enchanting sights, Lin Youwei lost her footing on a narrow wooden bridge and plummeted into a small stream. Though the pond was not particularly large, the depth of the water created by the cascading falls posed a significant danger for someone who could not swim. Her friends on the bank were thrown into a panic, crying for help, yet none dared to jump in, as they were all non-swimmers. Meanwhile, Lin Youwei struggled in the water. Those who have experienced drowning know that the more one fights, the deeper they sink. Just when it seemed her life was about to slip away, a man, resembling a celestial being, suddenly appeared before her. In a matter of moments, he rescued her from the water with remarkable prowess. That man was none other than Zheng Jiangnan. Blessed with striking good looks, Zheng Jiangnan, now adorned with the mantle of a savior, appeared to Lin Youwei as if seen through a flattering lens. In a world where families sought daughters, seeing such a beautiful girl who seemed to have a fondness for him, Zheng Jiangnan seized the opportunity to pursue Lin Youwei. With a silver tongue capable of breathing life into the dead and an unyielding audacity, He quickly ensnared the heart of the pure and innocent Lin Youwei with his sweet words. Resolutely ignoring her family's objections, Lin Youwei, a city girl, stealthily took the household registration book and renounced her urban residency, determined to marry Zheng Jiangnan, a rural man. This narrative may appear enchanting at first glance, as the impoverished youth rescues the affluent heiress, and the heiress falls in love with the impoverished youth. However, what Lin Youwei was unaware of at that time was the multifaceted nature of humanity. A person is intricate. One cannot determine their character solely based on their good deeds or misdeeds. After their marriage, she discovered that Zheng Jiangnan was not only indolent and fond of gambling, but also neglectful of family responsibilities, coupled with a volatile temper, truly a plethora of shortcomings. Reflecting on this, tears streamed down Lin Youwei's face, as the past became unbearable to recall, steeped in a sense of desolation. In her fervor to marry Zheng Jiangnan, her father, in a fit of rage, severed ties with her, declaring that the couple was forbidden from stepping foot into the Lin family home. Zheng Jiangnan had truly bewitched her with his appearance and eloquence. Unable to return to her parental home, and despite being treated well by her in-laws, her husband proved to be a disappointment. Furthermore, the impoverished conditions of Hepingta village made life quite arduous. Now, she could only hope that after the birth of their child, Zheng Jiangnan would mature and assume the responsibilities that were rightfully his. Lin Youwei gazed vacantly at the ground, observing a line of ants traversing a leaf, devouring the last morsel of sweet potato. She mused, even the ants exhibit such diligence. When will my Jiangnan learn to be responsible? Behind her, Zheng Jiangnan, having been reborn, was overcome with tears. In the 4th chapter, he confesses to his wife. Youwei, my dear, Zheng Jiangnan choked out, stepping forward to gently embrace Lin Youwei. Startled, she turned to see him and let out a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, concern washed over her face as she asked, "What brings you here? Are you hungry? Wait a moment. I'll prepare a meal for you once I've finished chopping this firewood." Yet, the household only had a few radishes and cabbages given by her mother, so she added, "Please don't be angry." Despite her grievances, Lin Youwei still harbored love for Zheng Jiangnan. Otherwise, she would not have insisted on marrying him solely due to his life-saving actions. Zheng Jiangnan's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at this endearing woman, still beautiful even in her pregnant state. Moreover, she was an educated university graduate from the city. Marrying a mere peasant like him, not only did they struggle to have enough food, but she also ventured into the mountains to gather firewood while heavily pregnant. Exhausted and eating boiled sweet potatoes, her first words to him were not complaints or anger, but concern for his hunger. Such a temperament and such love. He had failed to cherish them in his previous life, blinded by foolishness. He reminisced about their first encounter when Lin Youwei had been utterly captivating, exuding an ethereal charm with her delicate skin, enchanting eyes, and a gentle demeanor that spoke volumes. Now, although still beautiful, there lingered a trace of weariness that belied her youth. Zheng Jiangnan, consumed by these thoughts, wished to strike himself down for his past ignorance. How many ancestral spirits have clouded the air with their smoke, and what intricate connections must they have forged to bless me with such a remarkable wife? On this very day in a past life, as her husband, I not only failed to defend her during her moments of distress, but also laid my hands upon her in violence. I vividly recall the moment in our previous existence when we discovered Lin Youwei in the depths of the water, where she had inscribed her last words upon the stone with charcoal. Zheng Jiangnan, you saved my life in the water, and I shall repay that debt in kind. In this life, we owe nothing to each other. Whoever asserts that a man sheds no tears does so only because he has yet to encounter profound sorrow. Zheng Jiangnan could no longer restrain the torrent of longing, guilt, regret, and love that had burdened his heart for over 40 years. His emotions erupted, and he fell to his knees before Lin Youwei, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing Zheng Jiangnan kneeling on the ground left Lin Youwei utterly bewildered. Her mouth agape and her beautiful eyes wide with fear, her terrified countenance betrayed her apprehension. Unable to comprehend the turmoil within Zheng Jiangnan, she thought to herself, what has happened to him? Has he lost at gambling again and intends to sell me? Yet, she was heavily pregnant. Young Wei, Zheng Jiangnan spoke solemnly. There is a saying that a man kneels before heaven, the earth, and his parents. Yet I, Zheng Jiangnan, owe you this bow. You deserve my reverence. Wait. Lin Youwei interrupted, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, are you saying this as if I were some wager you lost? What? Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback. quickly gesturing for her to listen. No, young Wei, let me explain. I will not listen. I will not listen. Lin Youwei's emotions seemed to have struck a nerve, leading her to a state of despair. You cannot treat me this way, Zheng Jiangnan. All this time, you have been reckless, neglecting our home. And I thought it was merely because you were still young, that boys mature later and do not understand responsibility. You gamble, leaving us destitute. Yet I have never truly resented you because I believed that once our child was born, you would change for the better. Do you know, Jiangnan? In 2 or 3 months, you will become a father, and I will become a mother. The nation's policies have relaxed, and with land allocated to families. If we strive together, we shall not starve. We will raise our child well. Woe is me, Zheng Jiangnan. You should not treat me as a wager to be lost to another. Lin Youwei spoke in a disjointed manner, her words tumbling forth in distress. This turmoil arose from Zheng Jiangnan's repeated gambling losses, each time returning with apologies and remorse, only for the cycle to repeat after a brief silence. Her heart, already weary, could not endure such torment any longer. Lin Youwei held this belief because she knew their home had been stripped of all possessions. If Zheng Jiangnan continued to gamble, he could only stake her as his bet. Youwei, please calm down and listen to me. Zheng Jiangnan implored as he rose and embraced Lin Youwei tightly. Perhaps Lin Youwei was exhausted from crying. Or perhaps her heart was simply too weary to engage in further conversation. She offered no resistance and allowed herself to be held. Youwei, I had a long, long dream, in which you and our baby left me, and you both ceased to acknowledge my existence. I was so worried and heartbroken yet unable to voice my anguish. In my dreams, I desperately sought you and our child, yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not find you. In the dream, I wandered everywhere, lighting incense and praying fervently to the multitude of deities for a chance to see you again, to utter a heartfelt apology. Upon awakening, I discovered that you and our child were still with me, having never left my side. My heart swelled with joy and excitement. I recognized my previous transgressions and implore you to trust me. From this moment forth, I, Zheng Jiangnan, swear to abandon gambling and laziness. I shall endeavor to create a life filled with happiness for you and our child. Zheng Jiangnan spoke with deep emotion, his voice occasionally catching as his chest rose and fell, a testament to the tempest within him. Lin Youwei remained silent. She had heard such words far too many times, though today they bore a deeper resonance. It is said that one's nature is difficult to change. Can a dog truly forsake its instinctual habits? Humans are indeed paradoxical beings. While Lin Youwei loved Zheng Jiangnan deeply, repeated disappointments had eroded her trust in him. Realizing her skepticism, Zheng Jiangnan anxiously implored, Really, Youwei? This time is different. Lin Youwei lifted her head, responding, Do you know what your greatest strength is? It is your ability to articulate sweet words. Reflect on how many times you have uttered the same phrases. Zheng Jiangnan found himself momentarily speechless. His former self had been a quintessential gambler, rendering his words lacking in credibility. He understood that further discourse would only serve to irritate Lin Youwei further. After all, time was on his side. Eventually, she would witness his efforts and her perceptions would shift. Come, take a rest. I will handle these matters from now on. You need only to stay home and recuperate. Zheng Jiangnan helped Lin Youwei to the stone where she had previously sat, allowing her to rest while he took up the axe and began chopping firewood with a rhythmic cadence. Lin Youwei observed him with an impassive expression. To her, Zheng Jiangnan's actions seemed merely a performance. She believed he would soon return to his gambling ways. Despite his usual laziness, Zheng Jiangnan was a man raised in the countryside, and thus he chopped firewood with an efficiency that far surpassed that of Lin Youwei, who was encumbered by her pregnancy. In no time, combined with the firewood Lin Youwei had gathered throughout the morning, they had accumulated a sufficient load. Zheng Jiangnan tied the wood into 2 bundles using 2 vines, then fashioned a sturdy piece of wood, the thickness of his arm, to serve as a yoke between the 2 bundles. 1 load of firewood was ready. He then sought another piece of wood, similar in size to the yoke, to create a staff. This staff would need to be carved to shoulder height, allowing him to support the load when resting on the journey home, or to shift the burden onto the other shoulder as fatigue set in. Chapter 5. The Wild Boar. Before long, he found a suitable piece of wood and swiftly carved it into shape. Zheng Jiangnan then cut a thinner piece of wood, measuring about 12 meters, and handed it to Lin Youwei. Youwei, when I carry the firewood, you can carefully follow behind with the staff. Take your time on the way back, and be cautious of slippery ground. The reason for allowing Lin Youwei to walk behind was the concern over the possibility of encountering snakes along the way. If he were to proceed in front and encounter a snake, it would likely frighten it away, making Lin Youwei's position behind him somewhat safer. With a complex expression, Lin Youwei accepted the stick. She had never witnessed such attentiveness from him before. Perhaps it was the vigor of his rejuvenated body, or perhaps the joy of seeing Lin Youwei again that heightened his adrenaline. For Zheng Jiangnan suddenly called out a shout and effortlessly lifted a heavy load of firewood weighing at least 180 pounds. After walking for a few minutes, Lin Youwei timidly spoke up. Zheng Jiangnan, could I possibly walk in front? I'm a bit scared. Her voice was soft, yet resonated profoundly in Zheng Jiangnan's heart. Indeed, this girl had confided in him that she was afraid of the dark and ghosts. Yet, in his previous obstinacy, he had foolishly allowed her, a heavily pregnant woman, to venture alone into the mountains to gather firewood, and not just once. Heaven knew how terrified this foolish girl must have felt each time she climbed the mountain, aside from the physical exhaustion. Zheng Jiangnan quickly leaned against the side, propping the load of firewood with his stick, and cautiously extended a hand to support Lin Youwei. To distract himself from his emotions, he inquired, if you're scared, why would you still dare to come to the mountains to gather firewood? Lin Youwei was at a loss for words, rolling her eyes. You've neglected the household. There hasn't been enough firewood to last 3 days. What was I supposed to do? Zheng Jiangnan was left speechless, stammering. Then why didn't you ask someone to accompany you? It might bolster your courage. Lin Youwei fell silent and continued walking ahead alone. Noticing her lack of response, Zheng Jiangnan hastily shouldered the firewood once more and hurried to catch up. After a while, Lin Youwei's voice, tinged with grievance, reached him. I asked my sister-in-law to come, but she would return and tell my parents, and then they'd de-scold you. Afterward, you'd take out your frustration on me. I also invited other sisters in the village, but they would mock me, she continued. Before she could finish, Zheng Jiangnan felt a flush of embarrassment. The two walked in silence, one in front of the other, heading towards the village. Soon, they arrived at the slope. This was the very place where Lin Youwei had encountered the wild boar in her previous life, as well as where Qin Jinshan had struck her. Zheng Jiangnan gazed at the field where the wild boar had appeared in his previous life, approximately 200 meters away, now seemingly empty. Could it be that the wild boar was taken by someone else? Or perhaps my rebirth has altered the course of events? Zheng Jiangnan pondered briefly, concluding that the time simply had not yet arrived. In Lin Youwei's previous life, burdened with pregnancy, she would have arrived here much later after gathering firewood. Youwei, are you hungry? Zheng Jiangnan paused to ask. Lin Youwei shook her head, having eaten sweet potatoes earlier, which, although heartburn-inducing, indeed staved off hunger. What about thirst? He inquired once more. Lin Youwei, puzzled, raised her army green water bottle and shook her head. Very well then, sit here and rest for a moment. We might just have meat to eat tonight, Zheng Jiangnan said with excitement. Lin Youwei, though confused, obediently sat down. Perhaps this fellow was tired, after all. Someone unaccustomed to labor would dare to lift such a heavy load. He deserved it. Zheng Jiangnan, unaware of Lin Youwei's thoughts, quietly climbed onto a small mound after she settled herself. Though his mind brimmed with countless schemes for profit, the presence of the wild boar was of paramount importance at that moment. Zheng Jiangnan remained motionless, fixated on the ridge where the wild boar might appear. Minutes trickled by, 10, 15, 20, yet not a single bristle of a pig was in sight. Could it truly be? By all accounts, the wild boar should have emerged by now. I even promised my mother that we would treat them to meat tonight. Surely it wouldn't just vanish, Zheng Jiangnan pondered. As another 5 minutes elapsed, just as he was on the verge of despair, a wild boar with a coat of brown emerged slowly from the thicket atop the neighboring slope, leisurely wagging its small tail. While not particularly large among its kind, its robust and fierce appearance was undeniable. It weighed an estimated 100 pounds, its bristles thick and coarse as if clad in armor, and its sharp tusks protruded menacingly from its mouth. It had indeed come to drink from the recently treated fields, just as Zheng Jiangnan had surmised from his previous life. History had not altered. Everything remained as it was destined to be. Watching the cautious creature lapping water from the field, Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of joy. Tonight, they would feast on meat. After quenching its thirst, the wild boar did not immediately depart. Instead, it sprawled lazily on the ridge, basking in the sun. Zheng Jiangnan remained still, eyes locked on the beast, waiting for the moment when it would be weakened to strike. However, The wild boar's vitality seemed robust. 5 minutes passed without any sign of distress. Lin Youwei stood up and glanced at Zheng Jiangnan, inquiring if he had rested enough. "If you're ready, let us head home," she suggested. Zheng Jiangnan, raising a finger in a shushing gesture, indicated the wild boar nearly 200 meters away, urging her to look. As Lin Youwei turned to observe, the wild boar suddenly rose, emitting a sharp, piercing squeal. "Ah, a wild boar!" Lin Youwei exclaimed softly, startled. Whether it was her voice that startled it, or mere coincidence. The intoxicated creature charged towards their hiding spot, a menacing sight. "Run, Jiangnan. I've heard tales that a wild boar can be terrifying when enraged. You go ahead. Don't worry about me," Lin Youwei urged, her tone laced with urgency. A pang of anguish struck Zheng Jiangnan. This foolish girl, even in danger, insisted he flee first. If he ran away, what sort of man would he be? "Lin Youwei, I will never run away in this lifetime. I shall always stand before you," he vowed, gripping his machete tightly, positioning himself protectively in front of her. As the boar charged, the poison coursed through its veins, and when it was still 50 meters away, it collapsed with a thud. The fearsome beast, its head raised in a roar directed at Zheng Jiangnan, gradually weakened. Moments later, as he noticed the wild boar nearing its end, he picked up his machete, ready to deliver the final blow. But Lin Youwei intercepted him. "What's wrong?" Zheng Jiangnan asked, perplexed. "Danger. Don't go." Lin Youwei's voice was gentle yet firm. At the moment when Zheng Jiangnan shielded her, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. "This fellow, it seems, still harbors affection for her. Rest assured, Youwei, that piece of land belongs to my third uncle. I saw him spraying pesticides this morning. And just now I witnessed that wild boar drinking the water from that field. It is surely poisoned," Zheng Jiangnan explained, eager to alleviate Lin Youwei's worries. "Then you should wait a while. Go only after the wild boar has perished," Lin Youwei expressed her lingering concern. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, asserting no. "If the wild boar dies, the meat will become stiff and the blood will not drain, rendering the entire pig inedible due to the risk of poisoning. Fear not. It has already collapsed, posing no threat." Although Lin Youwei hesitated, Zheng Jiangnan had already grasped the hatchet and cautiously approached the wild boar. Chapter 6. Enemies meet. Confirming that the wild boar was merely exhaling and posed no danger, Zheng Jiangnan swiftly struck. Quick, precise, ferocious, with several decisive blows. The wild boar emitted its final and most anguished scream. Gazing at the wild boar lying motionless on the ground, Zheng Jiangnan broke into a toothy grin. "We shall have meat. I must ensure that Lin Youwei regains her strength. Since her pregnancy began, aside from the occasional call from her parents for a meal, she has scarcely had even an egg to eat." Ignoring the pungent scent of blood, Zheng Jiangnan seized the hind legs of the boar and hoisted them over his back. Running gently, this method would allow the blood to flow swiftly from the neck incision, preventing it from contaminating the meat. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no sign of the Chun brothers, thinking to himself that this was for the best, averting unnecessary trouble. When the time felt right, Zheng Jiangnan approached Lin Youwei, who was beaming with joy. "Youwei, let us set the firewood down here. We should carry the wild boar back first." "All right, let us go," Lin Youwei replied, rising to her feet. Just then, a voice that made Zheng Jiangnan's heart race rang out. "Oh, if it isn't Jiangnan and sister-in-law, what is it that you're carrying?" "Jiangnan, let me have a look." The notorious rascals of Hepingta village, the Chun brothers, appeared precisely on cue, each with a blade of dogtail grass in their mouths. Emerging before Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei, Zheng Jiangnan fixed his gaze upon the two brothers, memories of past encounters stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Seeing Zheng Jiangnan silent, Lin Youwei chimed in, "Haha, Uncle Shan and Uncle Gang, you are here too. What good fortune, Jiangnan has caught a wild boar." Lin Youwei's simplicity did not imply naivety. She had long been aware of the Chun brothers' character during her time in the village, hence her light-hearted banter. With only about 100 households in Hepingta village, everyone was, in some way, related. According to the familial hierarchy, Zheng Jiangnan and his wife were required to refer to the Chun brothers, Chen Jinshan and Chen Jingang, as uncles. "Your gambling husband managed to catch a wild boar?" "I find that hard to believe," scoffed the second brother, Chen Jingang. "Uncle Gang, you jest. Though Jiangnan is a bit lean, he possesses considerable strength, and besides, he is not a gambler. He has promised me he would refrain from gambling." Lin Youwei interjected with a forced smile, yet her words carried a subtle warning. "Otherwise, They might seize the opportunity to snatch that wild boar. After all, wealth can tempt the heart, and in these times, who does not covet such meat? Ha ha. The Chun brothers seemed to have heard something utterly ridiculous and burst into laughter in unison. With a physique like your husband's, how could he possibly possess any strength? If given the chance, you should test our brother. Only then will you truly understand what it means to be strong. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, his words laced with provocation and taunt. Zheng Jiangnan immediately interjected, "Second brother, mind your words, or Jiangnan might just give you a thrashing. He has plenty of strength. One punch from him could send you flying." The two brothers engaged in a playful exchange of mockery. Frankly, with someone like Zheng Jiangnan, Zheng Jiangnan was confident that regardless of which of them faced him, they could leave him reeling. Zheng Jiangnan remained silent, halting Lin Youwei, who was about to retort. With a cold sneer, he tossed the wild boar to the ground and turned to walk away. He went to pick up stones. Zheng Jiangnan mistakenly thought Zheng Jiangnan was being considerate and hurried over to hoist the wild boar onto his shoulders. "Look, Jiangnan is sensible. One should never covet what does not belong to them. That wild boar was clearly taken down by my brother and me, so don't even think about it." Lin Youwei, exasperated, initially intended to argue, but upon realizing they were outnumbered, she reconsidered. Alas, it was merely some wild boar meat. If they did not eat it, so be it. Suddenly, a loud crack accompanied by a pained scream pierced through Lin Youwei's thoughts. She turned to see Zheng Jiangnan, his eyes aflame, holding a stone in his right hand, now stained crimson, dripping blood onto the ground. Startled, Lin Youwei gasped, but seeing Zheng Jiangnan rolling on the ground, cradling his head, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was evident that the blood was not from Zheng Jiangnan, but rather from Zheng Jiangnan, who had been struck on the head by Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangnan stood in shock. The village was small, and while scuffles occurred occasionally, conflicts with Zheng Jiangnan were not uncommon. Typically, they ended with Zheng Jiangnan at a disadvantage. But never had he resorted to using a stone to strike Zheng Jiangnan as he had today. Zheng Jiangnan, clutching his head, rose to his feet, blood streaming down, and shouted angrily at the dazed Zheng Jiangnan, "What are you standing there for? Fight back!" Upon witnessing his older brother covered in blood, Zheng Jiangnan finally snapped to attention and rushed towards Zheng Jiangnan. "You dare lay a hand on me, you scrawny bastard." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, unfazed by Zheng Jiangnan's advance, and swung the stone toward his head with reckless abandon. He was determined. After all, the enmity from his past life had yet to be avenged, and today, these two scoundrels dared to provoke Lin Youwei in his presence. A dragon has its scales, a wolf its forbidden territory. With patience exhausted, he would not hold back. In this new life, Lin Youwei was Zheng Jiangnan's forbidden ground. A dragon's scales are not to be trifled with, for to touch them is to invite death. Thus, Zheng Jiangnan acted with unparalleled ferocity, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction. Lin Youwei was quite astonished by Zheng Jiangnan's decisiveness. However, she was deeply concerned. Despite his height of 176 centimeters, Zheng Jiangnan's physique was rather slender, and against the often brawling Chun brothers, he was likely to suffer greatly. In a moment of urgency, she called out, "Stop fighting. Is there anyone who can help?" Zheng Jiangnan had just unleashed a lifetime of pent-up rage, catching his opponents off guard and gaining the upper hand. Yet, this was the real world, not a martial arts novel. One could not simply unleash a fit of anger and attain extraordinary prowess to spill blood across the landscape. Outnumbered, Zheng Jiangnan found himself at a disadvantage, appearing quite disheveled. The Chun brothers were fueled by their fury. Seizing a moment when Zheng Jiangnan stumbled, Zheng Jiangnan pinned him forcefully to the ground, while Zheng Jiangnan picked up a stone, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The situation was dire, and Lin Youwei, grasping the firewood knife Zheng Jiangnan had discarded after hunting a wild boar, prepared to confront the adversaries. "Stop!" A sharp voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. "Damn it, it's Zheng Jiangnan." The newcomer was none other than Zheng Jiangnan's elder brother, Zheng Jiangnan. Upon seeing him, the Chun brothers' faces paled, their voices tinged with fear. While the Chun brothers were momentarily stunned, Zheng Jiangnan swiftly broke free from Zheng Jiangnan's hold and rolled to his feet. Chapter 7. Scaring off the Chun brothers, Zheng Jiangnan approached rapidly, casting a glance at his brother and sister-in-law. Noticing that aside from Zheng Jiangnan's disheveled state, the others seemed relatively unscathed, he felt a sense of relief. Although Zheng Jiangnan was not particularly tall or robust, standing at about 170 centimeters, the Chun brothers regarded him with trepidation. They recalled a summer long ago when they had bullied Zheng Jiangnan, only to be relentlessly pursued by Zheng Jiangnan wielding a machete. The chase had begun in Hepingta village and continued to Kunichang, then to Xianyang. Though the brothers had engaged in countless brawls, they had never witnessed such a scene. Imagine, dear readers, a person frantically chasing you down the street with a machete. What could you do but flee? Disarming him was out of the question. Exhausted from running, the Chun brothers were no match for Zheng Jiangdong's extraordinary stamina as he relentlessly pursued them. Only when their elders arrived to intervene was the chaos brought to an end. Henceforth, whenever the Chun brothers encountered Zheng Jiangdong in the village, they would avoid him at all costs. In both past and present, the Chun brothers dared to bully Lin Youwei and Zheng Jiangnan, attempting to seize their wild boar, largely due to the events that unfolded years ago when Zheng Jiangnan began gambling. At that time, Zheng Jiangdong had declared in the village that he would sever ties with his younger brother Zheng Jiangnan and would no longer intervene on his behalf. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, the Chun brothers would not have dared to brazenly bully Zheng Jiangnan without resorting to underhanded tactics. In truth, the Chun brothers were not particularly astute individuals. One must consider the bond of brotherhood. How could they truly remain indifferent in times of turmoil? Even if the wild boar were to be seized by the brothers today, would not Zheng Jiangdong come knocking at their door upon learning of the incident? Have the two of you consumed too much nonsense, bullying my brother as if the Zheng family were inconsequential? Zheng Jiangdong, with a finger pointed accusatorily at the Chun brothers, unleashed a torrent of invective. Though his words were coarse, they warmed the hearts of Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei. You ought to call my mother not. Do you dare to insult her? Chen Jing'an's nonsensical retort left Zheng Jiangdong momentarily speechless. Who has bullied your brother? It's them. Chen Jingshan attempted to defend himself, but Zheng Jiangdong showed no mercy, commanding him to leave. Zheng Jiangdong, do not overstep your bounds. Look at what your brother has done to my elder brother. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangdong removed a burlap sack from his back, extracting a large machete that had previously been used to chase the Chen brothers. You better watch yourselves. Upon seeing the machete, Chen Jingshan felt a shiver run through him and hastily pulled Chen Jing'an away, muttering curses under his breath. Zheng Jiangdong was a force to be reckoned with, reckless and unyielding. As the saying goes, the fierce fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are reckless. Their family, while formidable, was no match for Zheng Jiangdong. Others may have afforded some leniency, due to their father being the village head, but Zheng Jiangdong was an exception. He had made it clear that his family would not be bullied, and if anyone dared to do so, he would retaliate without hesitation, even if it meant facing imprisonment or worse. As the Chun brothers ran while bickering, Chen Jing'an expressed his frustration at Chen Jingshan for their retreat. Why should we flee? Can only Zheng Jiangdong fight? Must we be perpetually subdued? Chen Jingshan sighed, aware of his brother's recklessness. Did he not understand that the sons of the village head should not engage in reckless confrontations with someone like Zheng Jiangdong? We live a good life. Do you wish to jeopardize it? Having intimidated the Chun brothers, Zheng Jiangdong wrapped the machete in cloth and slung it over his shoulder. He then turned to Zheng Jiangnan, who was covered in mud and appeared quite disheveled, his eyes filled with inquiry. Earlier that morning, after finishing his chores, he had gone to the mountains to set traps, hoping for a stroke of luck in catching hares or mountain rats to improve their diet for the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival. Upon his return, he spotted his younger brother, Zheng Jiangbei, anxiously pacing at their doorstep, a troubled expression etched on his face. When he inquired, he learned that their second brother was in trouble and needed him to bring some tools to the hillside. With urgency, Zheng Jiangdong disregarded his hunger, instructed his younger brother to remain at home, and seized the machete before rushing over. Upon arrival, he found the Chun brothers assaulting his second brother. Zheng Jiangdong's eyes widened in fury, and he was momentarily tempted to draw his knife upon the Chun brothers. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Chen Jingshan was the one at a disadvantage. Since Zheng Jiangnan was unharmed, Zheng Jiangdong regained his composure and opted to intimidate the Chun brothers instead. Noticing his elder brother's inquisitive gaze, Zheng Jiangnan grinned and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are impressive. You scared them off the moment you arrived." Seeing Zheng Jiangnan's playful demeanor, Zheng Jiangdong snorted in disdain, contemplating whether to acknowledge his disappointing younger brother at all. He then turned his attention to his sister-in-law, Lin Youwei, and inquired, "Youwei, are you all right? What transpired? How did you end up in a confrontation with the Chun brothers?" Lin Youwei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, replied, "Brother, I am fine. The situation unfolded like this. This morning, I noticed we were out of firewood, so She recounted, in meticulous detail, her journey from the moment she ascended the mountain to gather firewood, through Zheng Jiangnan's timely arrival, and finally to their return, where they encountered the wild boar and the Chun brothers attempting to seize it. Upon hearing that Lin Youwei, heavily pregnant, had ventured to gather firewood, Zheng Jiangnan glared reproachfully at Zheng Jiangnan. His younger brother was utterly irresponsible. Over the past 2 years, he had endured numerous disparaging remarks from the villagers. And now it seemed his brother had sunk to a new low, neglecting the household to the extent that he had compelled his sister-in-law to venture into the mountains alone. With a bitter expression, he rolled a cigarette and took a deep drag. However, his mood lightened slightly when he learned that Zheng Jiangnan had stood up to protect Lin Youwei when the Chun brothers had insulted her. If his brother could not even defend his own wife from bullying, then he truly was beyond redemption. Zheng Jiangnan, sheepishly glancing at the two, hastily interjected, assuring them that he would amend his ways, vowing to exchange his idle lifestyle for hard work. Zheng Jiangnan took a deep puff from his cigarette, sighed softly, and approached the pile of firewood, lifting it without a word. He hoped his younger brother would indeed begin to show some sense. In Chapter 8, The Art of Provocation, Zheng Jiangnan recognized that over the years, their parents and elder siblings had supported him both openly and discreetly, yet he had been like mud that could not be molded. This had left his family feeling profoundly disappointed and despairing. As Zheng Jiangnan hefted the load of firewood and walked several paces, he noticed Zheng Jiangnan still standing there in a stupor and snapped, "Are you just going to stand there? Are you expecting Youwei to carry that massive boar home by herself? Oh, after such a long time, my elder brother finally spoke to me." Zheng Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, not immediately registering the situation. He quickly lifted the wild boar and gently said to Lin Youwei, "Darling, you walk between us. Take your time." Lin Youwei's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly moved ahead, inwardly muttering, "This guy is so shameless." Zheng Jiangnan was not frivolous. He merely forgot that in rural life during that era, it was uncommon for couples to address each other so affectionately in broad daylight. Except within the confines of their home. It is truly shameless. In a line of 3, Zheng Jiangnan carried firewood with great effort, while Zheng Jiangnan followed closely behind, shouldering a wild boar and cradling a large pig's head in his arms. Lin Youwei gazed at the sky, tinted with the hues of dusk, and sighed inwardly, pondering how splendid it would be if Jiangnan could truly transform for the better. Meanwhile, the Chun brothers sprinted in a state of panic. Zheng Jiangnan's legs did not possess the same resilience as his brash words. As they ran, they frequently glanced back, anxious to ascertain whether Zheng Jiangnan was in pursuit. They were genuinely terrified of that madman. Soon, they reached the village, and at a corner, Chun Jingshan collided forcefully with a figure. Ouch! Chun Jingshan, still recovering from an old injury, found himself adding a new one after the fall. "Are you blind? Running like that? Do you have a ghost chasing you?" Came a voice in unison, belonging to Xie Rongxiu, the true ruffian of the village. Though the Chun brothers often boasted of their own toughness, it was mere pretense. They merely relied on their father's position as the village head to act domineeringly. In contrast, Xie Rongxiu had a reputation for having spent time in a detention center and was rumored to have engaged in violence. Accompanying Xie were 2 lackeys, Xie Rongwei and Qin Yuanlai. Xie Rongwei clutched a large rooster, his shifty eyes betraying that it was likely stolen. Hastily, Xie Rongwei and Qin Yuanlai helped Xie Rongxiu to his feet. Upon seeing Xie Rongxiu, Qin Jinggang hesitated to assist Qin Jingshan and instead called out, "Brother Su." Upon realizing it was Qin Jingshan who had knocked him over, Xie Rongxiu felt somewhat at a loss. Normally, he would not hesitate to reprimand anyone else for such a mishap, but with Qin Jingshan, it felt inappropriate. Especially since the Chun brothers often played alongside him and addressed him as Brother Su. "Why are you two in such a rush? Were you being chased by a ghost or entangled by a monster?" Xie Rongxiu inquired, rubbing the dirt off his rear with dissatisfaction. Quickly recovering, Qin Jingshan concocted a tale, embellishing the events to Xie Rongxiu. Upon hearing that Zheng Jiangnan had captured a large wild boar, Xie Rongxiu's interest was piqued. Such a creature was worth a considerable sum. He contemplated whether he could seize the boar under the guise of aiding the Qin brothers. However, upon learning that Zheng Jiangnan was also present, he hesitated. Renowned for his ruthlessness in the surrounding areas, It was said that Zheng Jiangnan was not to be trifled with. Despite having a powerful brother to back him, Xie Rongshu felt a twinge of fear towards someone so reckless. Noticing Xie Rongshu's hesitation, Zheng Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, the glimmer of his gaze shifting cunningly. Brother Su, perhaps we should reconsider. While Zheng Jiangnan may be manageable, Zheng Jiangdong is not someone we can provoke. His words, delivered earnestly, seemed to convey genuine concern for Xie Rongshu's well-being. Zheng Jiangnan, after uttering those words, cast a knowing glance towards Xie Rongwei, who was standing behind Xie Rongshu. Xie Rongwei was Xie Rongshu's cousin. Although he mingled with Xie Rongshu, he was closer to the Chun brothers, being a genuine maternal nephew. Upon catching his cousin's eye, Xie Rongwei quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Su, I believe my cousin's words hold merit. It seems we cannot contend with Zheng Jiangdong. Perhaps it is best to forego this wild boar. But, what is it? Xie Rongshu's expression soured a bit. The existence of Zheng Jiangdong had somewhat tarnished his reputation as the most formidable figure in the surrounding villages, which weighed heavily on his mind. Never mind. I fear I may anger you, Brother Su, so I hesitate to speak. Xie Rongwei employed a tactic of feigned restraint. Xie Rongshu, feeling a surge of frustration, snapped. Damn it, stop holding back. Speak your mind. Xie Rongwei pretended to be apprehensive and cautiously replied, Well, if I must, please don't take offense. It's just that the gossip from other villages suggests that the infamous Su from Hepingta village, once a notable figure, has become a mere shadow upon encountering Zheng Jiangdong. They now mockingly refer to him as virtual brother. Damn it, that is just Zheng Jiangdong. Come with me. Today you shall feast on pork. Xie Rongshu's words carried a weight of provocation. Had Zheng Jiangnan been present, he would have surely laughed at the sheer simplicity of the ruffians of this era. Could they not discern such blatant baiting? Indeed, the current crop of young delinquents often lacked intellect, relying primarily on brute strength, with few possessing cunning. Xie Rongshu, known for his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such taunts. With Zheng Jiangnan and Xie Rongwei orchestrating the scene, he stormed off with a few companions, brimming with rage, towards Zheng Jiangnan and his brother. Within minutes, the two Zheng brothers and Lin Youwei encountered them, the distance shrinking to less than 100 meters. In an age devoid of electronic distractions, the general populace enjoyed keen eyesight. Zheng Jiangdong, leading the charge, noticed the approaching group, which included the Chun brothers. And his expression shifted. He immediately recognized that trouble was brewing. Youwei, run up the mountain. After all, we are from the same village. And they likely won't dare to trouble a heavily pregnant woman. Little brother, you run towards the village and gather help quickly. In a remarkably brief span, Zheng Jiangdong outlined a clear escape plan. Zheng Jiangnan, appearing unfazed, smiled and asked, Brother, what about you? Zheng Jiangdong fell silent, discarding the burden of firewood from his shoulders. For the second time that day, he drew the formidable machete that had earned him his reputation. Though Zheng Jiangdong said nothing, his demeanor conveyed everything, stirring deep emotions in Zheng Jiangnan. This was indeed his elder brother. Though he was not verbose, in times of peril, he always shielded his family. He recalled in his previous life, after Lin Youwei and their younger brother Zheng Jiangbei encountered misfortune, this elder brother had endured great suffering in defense of them, even setting fire to the Chun residence in retaliation, nearly facing severe consequences, a true embodiment of what it means for an elder brother to be like a father. Chapter 9. Igniting the detonator. Brother, I'm not running. You and Youwei stay back. Let me protect you today, Zheng Jiangnan declared loudly. Zheng Jiangdong was about to reprimand him for his bravado when he turned to see Zheng Jiangnan pulling a detonator from his pocket. Zheng Jiangdong's expression shifted dramatically, shock seizing him. Where did you get that explosive? Are you out of your mind? This could kill someone. You could end up in prison or worse. Zheng Jiangdong shouted angrily. Although he was accustomed to wielding a machete, it was always a reluctant choice. In this rural setting, one had to be ruthless to stand firm. Yet, his intention was merely to intimidate. He had no real desire to kill. The reckless behavior of his younger brother, pulling out explosives, was far more dangerous than a mere blade. It was entirely uncontrollable. Should it be used, it could lead to either death or serious injury. Zheng Jiangnan was acutely aware of the peril involved. Listening to his brother's admonishment, which was laced with concern, Zheng Jiangnan grinned. Leaning closer, he whispered, The explosives are from a construction team. I intended to use them for fishing. Don't worry, brother, I'm not foolish. I only plan to scare them. Nothing will go wrong. Zheng Jiangdong fell silent, recognizing the semblance of logic in Zheng Jiangnan's reasoning. With so many adversaries, merely brandishing a machete would not suffice. Compared to the future, this era was rather chaotic. One could easily be killed. Particularly in the vast rural areas, large-scale brawls were not uncommon. Using explosives to intimidate might just suffice. As long as no one was harmed, it was akin to setting off firecrackers, which seemed trivial. The two sides stood in a tense standoff. On one side were 5 men led by Xie Rongxiu, and on the other stood the two brothers, Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan. Lin Youwei obediently retreated to a distance. Neither party spoke, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if on the brink of a fierce battle. Xie Rongxiu, unfazed, pulled a crumpled pack of Hongmei cigarettes from his pocket, pinched it, and extracted the sole cigarette within, casually tossing the empty box aside. He elegantly placed the cigarette between his lips and glanced toward his subordinates. After all, as the leader, one must maintain an air of superiority. Xie Rongwei lifted the chicken he held, signaling his inability to assist, and nodded toward Chen Yuanlai. Chen Yuanlai, perceptive and quick-witted, produced a box of matches seemingly out of thin air, striking one with a snap to light the cigarette in Xie Rongxiu's mouth. Xie Rongxiu exhaled a satisfied puff, forming a ring of smoke. What does it mean to have style? This is what style looks like. However, the next moment shattered his composed facade. Chen Yuanlai casually discarded the burnt matchstick and, without hesitation, seized the cigarette from Xie Rongxiu's lips. Now it's my turn, he said, unabashedly placing it between his own lips and inhaling deeply, his eyes squinting in blissful satisfaction. Such was the life of following a leader, often starved for days. And the luxury of a cigarette was a rare indulgence. On ordinary days, the elder brother would light a cigarette, and the three of them would take turns to indulge in a couple of puffs. Yet today, what was amiss with this elder brother? He had already taken 2 puffs, and still had not passed it on. Xie Rongxiu's expression darkened in an instant, a hint of red barely concealed beneath his agitation. What kind of occasion was this? Had he never smoked before? If word of this got out, how would we ever show our faces in this entire region? The Chun brothers silently shifted a step to the side, a flicker of disdain crossing their faces, though they masked it well, vanishing almost as quickly as it came. Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Laugh all you want, Xie Rongxiu snapped. How can you brothers be so domineering? Not only did you snatch Qin Jinshan and his gang's prey, but you also left them in this state. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Zheng Jiangdong's face darkened as he raised his machete, pointing it at Xie Rongxiu. Did your mouth just eat dung? Try cursing again, I dare you. Xie Rongxiu refused to back down. Curse. What of it? What do you want? We are 5, and you are 2. What right do you have to act so arrogantly? Do you think you, Zheng Jiangdong, are the only one capable of fighting? I've been a frequent visitor to prison. Others may fear you, but I do not. Xie Rongxiu's confidence was palpable, earning him a discreet thumbs up from Chun Jingang beside him. Truly, Brother Su was exceptional, having studied at a prestigious university. He was unyielding even in the face of Zheng Jiangdong. Looking at their own elder brother, they understood that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It seemed that the university had indeed honed talents. Perhaps they should seek an opportunity to further their own education as well. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a resounding slap. Zheng Jiangnan had struck Xie Rongxiu. Instantly, Xie Rongxiu's face visibly reddened, 5 clear fingerprints marking his skin, a testament to the force Zheng Jiangnan had employed. Xie Rongxiu stood there, stunned, his hand pressed to his face. Xie Rongwei and Chen Yuan were equally taken aback, as were the Chun brothers, frozen in disbelief. They contemplated the implications of Zheng Jiangnan's boldness. This was Xie Rongxiu, notorious throughout Hepingta village and beyond, a figure known for his unruly nature. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on him, especially not the typically meek Zheng Jiangnan. Had he lost his mind? Xie Rongxiu quickly regained his composure, fuming. You think you can't be touched, you little brat? Behind him, Xie Rongwei and the others rushed forward, while Qin Jinshan quietly pulled Qin Jingang back a step. Sensing something was amiss, Zheng Jiangnan, who usually berated his wife for gambling, had suddenly transformed into a fierce fighter. It was one thing to injure oneself, but now he was daring to confront Xie Rongxiu. Although Zheng Jiangdong was equally shocked by his brother's sudden transformation, he saw Xie Rongxiu's group preparing to retaliate and had no time to ponder further. He brandished his machete, ready to engage. But Zheng Jiangnan pulled him back, saying, "Wait." This unexpected pause startled Xie Rongxiu and his companions for a moment. You think we can take a break from fighting? Go to hell, Xie Rongxiu exclaimed, launching another punch. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something in Zheng Jiangnan's hand, long and thick. His fist came to an abrupt halt. A detonator? Xie Rongxiu was taken aback. It appears you are acquainted, which is fortunate. I was concerned you might not be. Zheng Jiangnan spoke in a chilling tone. Xie Rongxiu's eyes flickered, feigning composure as he retorted. So what if you have dynamite? I doubt you would dare to ignite it. Zheng Jiangnan remained noncommittal. Is that so? Everyone knows my elder brother is a madman, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that I can be quite unhinged myself at times. With that, he produced a match and, without waiting for Xie Rongxiu to respond, ignited it and tossed it before the group. Chapter 10. A mob of misfits. Xie Rongxiu and his companions were determined to confront the situation, yet the sizzling fuse made it abundantly clear that this was no jest. Human instinct compels one to seek fortune and evade peril. Deep within their souls, Xie Rongxiu and the others sensed a threat to their existence, and, relinquishing their bravado, scattered like birds fleeing from a predator. Zheng Jiangnan also seized Zheng Jiangnan's arm and fled. Approximately 10 seconds later, a deafening explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. A deep crater, nearly a meter wide, materialized where Xie Rongxiu had previously stood. He swallowed hard, astonished that Zheng Jiangnan had indeed dared to ignite the dynamite and throw it. Looking up, he saw Zheng Jiangnan's cold gaze fixed upon them. Another stick of dynamite in his hand. Damn it! Xie Rongxiu turned and fled. To hell with the boss's face, to hell with the dignity of a scoundrel. When one's life is at stake, such concerns are mere illusions. Everyone halt. If you run, I cannot guarantee where this will land. Zheng Jiangnan's words were as binding as a decree, rendering Xie Rongxiu and the others immobile in an instant. Brother Su, you have a bit of a reputation in this village. Our brothers bear you no ill will, past or present. I believe there is no need for animosity, is there? Before Xie Rongxiu could respond, Zheng Jiangnan continued, Of course, if you insist on opposing us, I wouldn't mind losing my sanity once more. After all, I have but one life to lose, and I am unafraid. Xie Rongxiu forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. Jiangnan, what are you saying? My aunt is married to your family's sixth uncle, so we are relatives. How could we be enemies? Zheng Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Brother Su. From now on, do not associate with the Chen brothers. They are my adversaries. Zheng Jiangnan enunciated deliberately. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinshan and his brother's expressions shifted. All right, Jiangnan. Henceforth, let it be known that you need not say anything about associating with them. Your enemies are mine as well, and I shall assist you in dealing with them. Xie Rongxiu, driven by a strong desire to survive, nodded vigorously. Zheng Jiangdong, unafraid of a knife, was nonetheless wary of someone wielding dynamite. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. No need for that. Some matters are far more satisfying to handle myself. By the way, Brother Su, I was in the wrong earlier. If you are free tonight, come to my house. I shall offer you 2 pounds of fine pork as an apology. Seeing that Xie Rongxiu grasped the situation, Zheng Jiangnan adopted a more conciliatory stance. In a shared village, there is little need to create too many enemies, especially when there is no deep-seated grudge against Xie Rongxiu, aside from the occasional minor friction. No, Jiangnan, your family is numerous, and your younger siblings are expecting. You keep it. Well, we'll take our leave for now. Xie Rongxiu wished to return home sooner. The firecracker had exploded closest to him, and he had not yet realized the overwhelming fear lingering in the air. Now, he discovered that his trousers were uncomfortably sticky. A furtive touch revealed that he had nearly soiled himself in fright. Zheng Jiangnan offered a slight bow to Xie Rongxiu and exchanged a knowing smile with the Chen brothers. The Chen siblings felt a chill run down their spines, inwardly scoffing. Is it really necessary? It's just a wild boar they want to seize. Little did they understand the profound enmity Zheng Jiangnan harbored against them. In his previous life, while his own misdeeds were indeed egregious, it was the Chen brothers' actions that had led to Lin Youwei's tragic fate in the depths of the swamp. Once the crowd dispersed, Zheng Jiangnan exhaled deeply and sank to the ground. His back was drenched in sweat. He had merely been holding on. Had even one of the adversaries failed to evade the explosive, it would have led to certain death. In that case, he would have likely met a similarly grim fate. Zheng Jiangnan recognized his impulsiveness. Having been granted a second chance at life, opportunities to deal with the Chen brothers would inevitably arise. Why risk his own life? The deep-seated hatred from his past life had clouded his judgment, In that fleeting moment, he truly wished to obliterate the Qin's siblings. Zheng Jiangnan remained quiet, casting a skeptical glance at his younger brother. He reached out to collect all the explosives from Zheng Jiangnan and began to clear the deep pit with a machete. Some matters required utmost caution. Lin Youwei rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears, though she occasionally found him infuriating and even harbored thoughts of harming him. Witnessing Zheng Jiangnan wielding explosives against 5 adversaries had shattered her heart. Having received an education, she understood the law. Had anything gone awry, a dire fate awaited Zheng Jiangnan. Seeing the tears glistening on her cheeks, Zheng Jiangnan felt a flicker of joy. Her concern for him suggested that Lin Youwei still harbored affection for him. There was still time to mend their relationship. He smiled gently. "Do not worry, my dear. Brother and I were merely attempting to intimidate them. Nothing will happen." Lin Youwei wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her lips twitching as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Ultimately, her unspoken words condensed into a single sentiment. "The child is about to be born. You must exercise caution in your actions." "Indeed, you have my word," Zheng Jiangnan replied. "All right, you two should head back now. Jiangnan, you must amend your troublesome behavior and treat Youwei well. You need to build a stable future together." Zheng Jiangnan interjected while filling the pit with dirt. Zheng Jiangnan nodded and said to Lin Youwei, "Let us depart, my love. Brother will handle things here. We shall return home first. This evening, I will prepare a hearty meal for you." Lin Youwei hesitated. "But what about brother? Let us finish this quickly, otherwise the wild boar will spoil, and we shall miss the chance to enjoy it," Zheng Jiangnan urged, pointing to the boar already slung over his shoulder. "Time waits for no one. Why be so polite, brother?" Lin Youwei thought of the tender, crispy pork and couldn't help but swallow hard. Casting an embarrassed glance at her older brother, Zheng Jiangnan waved his hand, agreeing with Jiangnan. "Youwei, you two should head back." With such words from Zheng Jiangnan, Lin Youwei had no choice but to comply with Jiangnan's suggestion, and the two walked home in single file. After they had walked a while, Zheng Jiangnan suddenly recalled, "Brother, don't forget to bring back the firewood that my wife chopped." Zheng Jiangnan shot him a disdainful glare. "How dare you say that?" Chapter 11. A House of Bare Walls. Jiangnan, can you really cook meat? But I've never seen you step into the kitchen. Lin Youwei seemed to remember something and slowed her pace to walk alongside Zheng Jiangnan, quietly inquiring, "This guy better not ruin the meat." Zheng Jiangnan smiled confidently. "Didn't I tell you I had a long dream? In that dream, I acquired many skills. A mere wild boar is no challenge at all." He wasn't exaggerating. After Lin Youwei left in his past life, he had drifted like a ghost, struggling through the sea of humanity for decades, trying his hand at various jobs. He had spent the longest time as a chef, and counting his little restaurant, he had been in the food industry for a full 17 years. From washing dishes to prepping ingredients, and then mastering the steamer and wok, he could confidently say his culinary skills were quite commendable. Lin Youwei nodded in half-belief. Soon, they arrived in the village. Most of the able-bodied men were either working in the fields or up in the mountains chopping firewood, aside from a few elderly folks. There were only some snot-nosed children around. Times were tough. Even half-grown children had to scour the mountains for wild vegetables. Otherwise, they would truly starve. And it was no joke. Upon seeing the wild boar Zheng Jiangnan had slung over his shoulder, several elderly men who were chatting together were taken aback. "Wow, young man from the construction team, you and your brother are impressive. How did you manage that?" One of the 3 elderly bachelors in the village, Old Gad, spoke up. By generational ties, Zheng Jiangnan had to address him as grandfather. Zheng Jiangnan genuinely admired and pitied Old Gad. He had heard that before the liberation, Old Gad had been conscripted by passing bandits, who wanted him to join them in their nefarious deeds. Faced with the ruthless bandits who burned, killed, and pillaged, Old Gad resolutely refused. The bandits attempted to break his spirit through torture, but they did not kill him outright, choosing instead to beat him daily. Little did they know that Old Gad was as stubborn as a rock in a cesspit. Foul and unyielding, he would not relent and become one of them. Just as the bandits were losing patience and preparing to execute him, the county where Hepingta village was located was liberated. The communists indeed did well, liberating while also eradicating bandits. Old Gad was fortunate to be rescued. Although he had survived, he was left with a hunchback, disabled, and never married. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Zheng Jiangnan smiled kindly. "Old Gad, it seems you were lucky to encounter this. Perhaps it was the medication that did it. Are you afraid? If you are, I'll bring you some tonight." Old Gad stooped over, raised his head in disbelief. In these times, when one struggles to find sufficient sustenance, is there truly someone willing to offer meat? Although he could not recall the last time he indulged in such fare, he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, I dare not, I dare not. Meat is precious. It would be a waste for an old man like me. Zheng Jiangnan remained silent, yet inwardly resolved that once the meat was stewed, he must certainly deliver a bowl to old Gotti. This old man has endured so much. Oh, it seems your family will have a festive time tomorrow, someone remarked. But what does that matter? No matter how good the wild boar is, it won't suffice for this young lad's gambling habits. Several elderly villagers chimed in, some praising Zheng Jiangnan's prowess, others lauding his respect for elders. Naturally, there were also those who spoke with a hint of sarcasm, for in these times, many had become indifferent to decorum. Zheng Jiangnan understood that such remarks from the elders of his village were not necessarily malicious. Rather, they served as a form of education. Embarrassment washed over him, and with his head bowed, he hurried home. Seeing Zheng Jiangnan's sheepish demeanor, Lin Youwei followed closely, chuckling heartily. Despite his usual mischievousness, Zheng Jiangnan exhibited a commendable respect for the elderly. The villagers often scolded him, yet he never retorted. Before long, they arrived home, followed by a gaggle of chattering children. Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei's abode was situated just a stone's throw away from his parents' old residence, a mere 30 meters apart, where a shout could easily be heard. When Zheng Jiangnan had constructed a house for his second son, he had harbored a bit of selfishness, knowing that his lazy son would benefit from being near enough for occasional support. Zheng Jiangdong and Wu Xiangmei were aware of this, but had never voiced a complaint. As he pushed open the door and gazed upon the familiar little house, Zheng Jiangnan felt a lump in his throat, his emotions in turmoil. After Lin Youwei's tragic incident in his previous life, he had fled from Hepingta village and had never returned, consciously avoiding any reminders of the past. You rest for a moment. I will tend to the fire and prepare the boar, Zheng Jiangnan said, setting down the wild pig and swiftly returning to assist Lin Youwei. She shot him an exasperated glance. Don't be so considerate. I can chop wood myself. Am I really that fragile? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zheng Jiangnan hurried to the woodshed, intending to gather some firewood for boiling water. However, upon reaching the shed, he was taken aback. He could scarcely see the woodpile. With only a few sticks remaining, certainly not enough to both boil water and stew meat. Returning to the kitchen, he discovered just a scoop of firewood. Zheng Jiangnan was at a loss for words, pondering how he could be so lazy that a family living in the countryside lacked sufficient firewood for cooking. A glance at the rice jar revealed a disheartening sight. Barely 3 pounds of rice remained. Undeterred, he opened the spice jar and the oil container. To his dismay, there was not a drop of oil to be found, and the spices were limited to roughly half a pound, exuding a coarse, grayish-brown salt. Zheng Jiangnan could scarcely fathom how he had spent his days merely waiting for meals while Lin Youwei managed to survive under such conditions. Silently, he stepped into the outer room, his expression filled with guilt as he gazed at Lin Youwei. What is it? She inquired gently, lifting her weary face, which bore a hint of confusion. Lin Youwei possessed a natural beauty, reminiscent of the queen from the kingdom of women in Journey to the West, Zhu Lin. Even in the face of life's adversities, her beauty remains undeniable. Zheng Jiangnan inhaled deeply and said, Youwei, our home has nothing to offer. Shall we go to your parents' house for dinner tonight? Again? That doesn't seem appropriate, Lin Youwei replied hesitantly. Her parents had already been quite generous in supporting their family, and she felt a bit embarrassed about imposing on them once more. Zheng Jiangnan noticed Lin Youwei's reluctance and quickly reassured her, It's all right. We have wild boar meat today, don't we? Let us invite my brother's family too and treat our parents to a feast. Lin Youwei's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, in her moment of distraction, she had completely forgotten about the wild boar. It was no wonder, with the incessant troubles caused by the Chun brothers and Xie Rongxiu. She had been overly concerned for Zheng Jiangnan, her nerves stretched thin. Moreover, having grown accustomed to poverty, the sudden prospect of a large wild boar seemed almost surreal. Remembering how often her parents and brother had lent her support, she felt it was the perfect opportunity to give back by treating them to a delicious meal. With this thought in mind, Lin Youwei nodded enthusiastically. Seeing his wife's agreement, Zheng Jiangnan joyfully hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder and set off. Lin Youwei hurriedly locked the door behind them and followed suit, while a gaggle of sniffling children trailed after Zheng Jiangnan, captivated by the sight of the wild boar, refusing to disperse. Chapter 12. At parents' home, mother. Have you boiled the water I asked for? Look what I've caught. Zheng Jiangnan's voice announced his arrival before he even entered. What could you possibly catch? All you do is play cards or sleep all day? At most. You might catch a couple of loaches in the field. What else could you bring home? Zhang Gulan scolded, her hands still busy wrapping Zhongzi. Mother, look at this. Tada. Zheng Jiangnan presented his prize with a flourish. Zhang Gulan turned her head just in time to see a large pig's head thrust toward her. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. Startled, and before she could chastise Zheng Jiangnan, Lin Youwei walked in. Mother. Oh, Youwei, you're here? Come and see the zongzi I made. I know you love red bean paste, so I made plenty for you. When they're done cooking, take some home. Don't be stingy with yourself. Zhang Gulan's affection for Lin Youwei was evident, perhaps tinged with a sense of guilt. She held her daughter-in-law in high regard, appreciating her education and urban background. Lin Youwei's respectful demeanor towards both her and her husband only added to her esteem. Most importantly, despite her own son's shortcomings, Lin Youwei had remained steadfast. Mother. Lin Youwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She understood that times were tough for everyone. Her parents often subsisted on sweet potato rice, and using pure glutinous rice to wrap zongzi was a luxury. She had heard from her sister that the Zheng family had not made zongzi for over a decade during the Dragon Boat Festival. This year, Zhang Gulan's decision to prepare them was undoubtedly inspired by Lin Youwei's earlier casual mention of her fondness for the treat. Oh, my dear daughter, it has been hard for you since marrying into our family. Please don't cry. It pains me to see you so. Zhang Gulan's sensitivity shone through as she shot a stern glance at Zheng Jiangnan. Mother, would you like to see? This is wild boar. Please help me boil some hot water quickly. I need to prepare it while it's still warm. Zheng Jiangnan swiftly shifted the topic, gesturing towards the wild boar on the ground. Ah, wild boar. Did you catch it? Zhang Gulan asked, slightly taken aback and incredulous. My eldest brother and I caught it together. This boar might have consumed pesticide-laden water, Zheng Jiangnan replied, omitting the discord he had experienced with the Chun brothers and Xie Rongshu, choosing instead to speak lightly. Lin Youwei, understanding his intent, refrained from exposing his fib. Is that a possibility? Zheng Jiangnan boasted. Do you not realize who your son is? Catching a wild boar is merely a matter of skill for me. You cannot survive without boasting, can you? Zhang Gulan retorted with a glare at her son, just as she finished wrapping the zongzi and joyfully headed to the kitchen to boil water. Zheng Jiangnan found a large wooden basin, intending to place the wild boar there for scalding to remove its hair. Lin Youwei was firmly seated on a long bench, taking a moment to rest. From the kitchen, Zhang Gulan's voice rang out. Jiangnan, can you slaughter the pig? Should I call your uncle? He knows how. No need for uncle. The pig's head has already been severed, and the blood has been drained. It's less about slaughtering and more about chopping meat. There's no special skill involved, Zheng Jiangnan replied. That may be so, but you seem to lack the ability to chop, don't you? Zhang Gulan inquired again, perplexed. Zheng Jiangnan knew exactly what she was implying. I venture into the mountains and waters daily, catching fish and shrimp. How could I possibly not know how to chop meat? By the way, mother, where are my sister and little brother? Zheng Jiangnan quickly redirected the conversation. Your third sister finished washing the dishes and has gone to gather pig fodder. As for Jiangbei, that lad, day after day, one wonders where he has wandered off to, Zhang Gulan remarked while tending to the fire. Oh dear, Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He had completely forgotten about his little brother. Earlier, he had instructed him to fetch his eldest brother for assistance, only for his elder brother to tell the little lad to stay at his house. That little one could be quite obedient at times, likely hiding away at his elder brother's house, afraid to move. Zheng Jiangnan's assumption was correct. At that moment, Zheng Jiangbei was sprawled across a bench at Zheng Jiangdong's house, drooling and fast asleep. Children, after all, do not harbor complex thoughts. He merely knew that his second brother had asked him to call the eldest brother, and having found him, he had completed his task. After the eldest brother went to find the second brother, he was instructed to stay put, and so he did, finding comfort in being obedient and not questioning further. With wide eyes, he gazed at the patterns on the wooden wall, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. Jiangnan, since Mother Wan-Ti let me tend the fire, I shall go find my little brother and see if the sisters-in-law have returned, so I can invite them to dinner, Lin Youwei suggested. Zheng Jiangnan pondered for a moment, certain that the Chun brothers and Xie Rongshu were currently terrified and would not dare to confront him. Moreover, in the village, it would be ill-advised to trouble a heavily pregnant woman, as it would surely invite scorn. Nodding in agreement, He advised Lin Youwei to be cautious on her way, then retrieved his axe and cleaver, focusing on preparing the wild boar. The raucous children had long since been sent away. The process of slaughtering and butchering was gory, and he feared the sight might haunt the children in their dreams. Before long, Lin Youwei returned, leading Zheng Jiangnan, while her sister-in-law Wu Xiangmei carried Zheng Xiaojun, making their way to the old residence. "Oh, well done, Jiangnan. You managed to catch a wild boar." As Wu Xiangmei stepped through the door, she joyfully exclaimed. Zheng Jiangnan grinned widely, remarking on his good fortune, sister-in-law. "I happened to encounter the wild boar just after it had consumed the poisoned water. Otherwise, unarmed, it would have likely overpowered me." Wu Xiangmei laughed heartily, offering a few compliments before heading into the kitchen to assist Zhang Gulan in heating water. With many hands at work, the tasks of kindling fire and boiling water proceeded swiftly. Before long, Zheng Jiangnan skillfully eviscerated the wild boar, his movements precise and efficient, astonishing the onlookers. Zheng Jiangnan, with wide eyes, squatted on the ground, fixated on his elder brother as he chopped the meat. Lin Youwei gently caressed her belly, leaning softly against the doorframe, whispering, "Baby, your father appears to be quite capable." Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangnan discarded the boar's intestines, lungs, and stomach. He scrutinized the heart for a moment, contemplating, yet ultimately decided to discard it as well, which elicited expressions of dismay from Zhang Gulan and Wu Xiangmei. Lin Youwei quietly explained, "After all, the wild boar had succumbed to poison, and the heart is vital to life. Although the toxin would not linger long in the heart, it is prudent to err on the side of caution." Both women nodded in agreement. The family held Lin Youwei's educated opinions in high regard. Thus, despite their reluctance, Zhang Gulan took the wild boar's entrails outside the village to bury them, preventing scavenging by local dogs and chickens, which would only lead to further complications. As the sky darkened, the youngest sister, Zheng Jiangxi, and their father, Zheng Jiangwo, returned home. Without waiting for inquiries, Zhang Gulan eagerly recounted the encounter with the wild boar to them, prompting the father and daughter to exclaim in astonishment at their good fortune. After Zheng Jiangdong finished dealing with the pit, he carried firewood to Zheng Jiangnan's home, only to find the door firmly shut. After a brief contemplation, he deduced they must be at their parents' place and proceeded directly there. Although the brothers had not spoken for some time, Zheng Jiangdong understood that despite Zheng Jiangnan's usual mischief, he would likely invite the family to share in the feast he had prepared today. Such was the unspoken bond between brothers, requiring no further words. After 2 years, the family was finally gathered together. Zheng Jiangdong had previously avoided the places where Zheng Jiangnan frequented, fearing he might lose control and physically confront him, displeasing their parents. However, today, he found it possible to engage with Zheng Jiangnan, not out of a craving for meat, but rather due to a newfound belief that his brother might indeed be on the path to change. Who wouldn't he wish for their family to thrive? The wild boar's hide was exceptionally tough, so aside from Lin Youwei, who was not permitted to assist, everyone pitched in to help. Even little Zheng Jiangbai busily fetched hot water. At that moment, Zheng Jiangxi seemed less averse to her elder brother, realizing he could provide meat for the family. "Father, since this wild boar was poisoned, can we still keep the head?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired after cleaving through the last rib and wiping the sweat from his brow. Zheng Jingwo took a puff from his pipe, pondering briefly before responding, "Let us keep the ears, the rest can be discarded." Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Before him lay a substantial pile of vibrant wild boar meat, and Zheng Jiangnan estimated that after removing the head and the assorted entrails, there remained approximately 60 pounds of pure wild boar flesh. In the 1980s, this constituted a considerable fortune. Based on the current price of pork at 80 cents per pound, it equated to the wages of an ordinary worker for nearly 2 months, which was even more significant for a rural family like that of Yipingtu village. Zheng Jiangnan selected a piece of ribs weighing around 10 pounds, skillfully chopped it with a cleaver, and handed it to Zhang Gulan. "Mother, please take this to prepare a damp expelling soup. Tonight, we shall all dine at the ancestral home." Zhang Gulan, with a hint of concern, replied, "Is there really a need for so much? Just a couple of pounds would suffice to add flavor. You can take the rest to the commune tomorrow to see if you can exchange it for some money to support Youwei during her confinement." Both Zheng Jiangwo and Zheng Jiangdong nodded in agreement, for Zhang Gulan's sentiments echoed their own thoughts. Lin Youwei was about to give birth, and financial resources were essential in every aspect. The condition of the Jiangnan household had become dire, and selling the wild boar meat would aid in providing for Lin Youwei's postnatal care. Zheng Jiangnan and Zhang Gulan both reflected on how this was a blessing bestowed upon the Zheng family. Wu Xiangmei internally concurred with her mother-in-law's words. Yet the rumbling of her stomach and throat revealed her deep yearning for meat. However, considering the circumstances of the Jiangnan family, she sighed softly and chose to remain silent. Zheng Jiangnan seemed oblivious, casually slicing off nearly a pound of lean meat. "Mom, let's stir-fry this with some green peppers. It will complement the rice beautifully." Zhang Gulan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you not hear what I said?" Just as she was about to express her frustration, Zheng Jiangnan's voice broke through. "Father, mother, eldest brother, sister-in-law, I know I have been quite the scoundrel in the past, and I apologize to Youwei as well as to all of you for causing concern. But starting today, I assure you I will change. I will not only abandon my laziness, but will also earn a great deal of money to ensure a better life for you all. I had a dream where..." Zheng Jiangnan spoke fervently, his heartfelt words moving Zhang Gulan and Lin Youwei to tears. Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangdong exchanged glances, puffing on their cigarettes in silence. Finally, Zheng Jiangbei couldn't restrain himself and said, "Mother, you should trust my second brother. If he remains diligent, he won't starve, right? Please hurry and stew the meat. I am absolutely famished." At some point, Zheng Xiaojun, who had unknowingly awakened, chimed in with a childlike voice, "Stew the meat, Mama." This innocent utterance shattered the emotional atmosphere in the ancestral home. Zhang Gulan gently wiped her eyes and planted a kiss on Zheng Xiaojun's cheek. "You must call me grandmother. Just wait, I will prepare some delicious meat for you." She then turned and busied herself in the kitchen, with Wu Xiangmei following to assist. Zheng Jiangbei immediately took Zheng Xiaojun's small hand, and the two children eagerly trailed behind, as if they believed their presence was essential for the meat to be stewed. Zheng Jiangxi stealthily approached Lin Youwei, gently clasping her hand. "Sister-in-law, is it possible that my brother has encountered some sort of misfortune? He has suddenly become so earnest. It feels quite unusual. Should I fetch Aunt Lu from the neighboring village to take a look?" In the neighboring village resides Aunt Lu, renowned in the vicinity as a formidable shaman. It is said she possesses the ability to communicate with both celestial beings and the underworld, her skills shrouded in mystique. However, during the tumultuous decade of upheaval, her powers seemed diminished. Lin Youwei, wiping her tears away, playfully chastised her little sister-in-law, asserting that her second brother was indeed thriving. Zheng Jiangxi feigned retching, pulling a comical face. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangnan adeptly sliced the wild boar meat into several heaps of varying sizes. The onlookers were left bewildered, uncertain of his intentions with the portions. Zheng Jiangnan pointed to the separated meat and declared, "Father, this piece weighs approximately 5 pounds. It is for you to enjoy during tomorrow's festivities." He then turned to Zheng Jiangdong, stating, "Elder brother, this portion also weighs about 5 pounds. Please take it home after our meal." Without allowing their refusals to linger, Zheng Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "There is no need for such formalities. It's merely a bit of meat, and our brighter days lie ahead." Lin Youwei quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Father, elder brother, you have often supported our family. As Jiangnan said, it's just a small amount of meat, so let us not be so formal." Zheng Jiangnan cast a satisfied glance at Lin Youwei, recognizing the grandeur of her character. In contrast to the present day, where many are meticulous and calculating, where even a few eggs can spark disputes among sisters-in-law, Zheng Jiangnan appreciated the generosity displayed. Zheng Jiangdong, rolling a cigarette, continued the conversation, "Sister-in-law, you will need funds for many upcoming expenses. Let us each keep 2 pounds. And I'll accompany Jiangnan to the commune tomorrow to see if we can exchange the remainder for some money or tickets." Zheng Jiangnan smiled, but remained silent, reflecting on the life he had regained and vowing not to let Lin Youwei suffer or lack resources during her confinement. Without further ado, Zheng Jiangnan hoisted one of the wild boar's forelegs, which weighed about 10 pounds, deftly binding it with straw before heading out. "Where are you going?" inquired Zheng Jiangwo. "To my uncle's house, to deliver some to my grandparents." The group flushed with embarrassment, momentarily lost in the joy of their unexpected bounty and neglecting to consider sharing with the elders. Thankfully, Zheng Jiangnan remembered. Chapter 14. Grandfather and grandmother Zheng Jiangnan cherished the memories of his grandparents, who had always treated him with great kindness, perhaps due to his sweet disposition. They held him in high regard, as if he were something precious they feared to drop. Their affection was genuine, yet in some respects, his previous indulgence and laziness were linked to their indulgent nature. The series of upheavals in his past life had greatly impacted them, leading to their untimely departure from this world. By the time of Zheng Jiangnan's rebirth, he had been separated from them for over 30 years, and their features had begun to blur in his memory. He had endured too many regrets in his former life and had never dared to dream of reuniting with his grandparents in this one. They had been alternately supported by his family and his uncle's household, spending half a year with each. Indeed, my father, Zheng Jiangnan, has 6 siblings. The reason why only my father and my uncle provide for our elders is that my eldest uncle, Zheng Jiangnan, and my aunt could not endure the tribulations of that tumultuous movement and chose to end their lives. My late uncle left behind 2 descendants, Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiangnan. Under my grandfather's arrangement, they relocated to a neighboring village, thus unable to support our grandparents. Moreover, since the other children of my grandparents were still alive, it was illogical for the grandchildren to take on this responsibility. In Hepingtu village, the custom dictates that sons cannot be supported by grandchildren. Each generation is responsible for its own. The 2 aunts, positioned in the middle, have long since married into other villages, rendering it impossible for them to provide support. Among the sons, the second eldest is my father, Zheng Jiangnan. The youngest uncle, Zheng Jiangnan, has 2 sons named Zheng Jiangchun and Zheng Jiangqiu, aged 10 and 8, respectively, similar in age to Zheng Jiangbei. As for the third uncle, Zheng Jinxing, I wish not to mention Zheng Jiangnan, as their family is exceedingly selfish and unfilial, never providing for our grandparents. Furthermore, it is whispered by Zhang Guilin that the deaths of my uncle and aunt are vaguely tied to them. Truly, the offspring of dragons are all distinct. The people of Fujian, particularly Hujian, generally possess a strong sense of kinship and familial ties. Thus, aside from the children of the third uncle, my other cousins maintain amiable relations. My uncle's home is in close proximity to Zheng Jiangdong's family, both near the village entrance and adjacent to the school. The distance between Zheng Jiangnan's home and Zheng Jiangwo's is approximately 100 meters, such that a shout could easily be heard. Since my uncle is the youngest son, by the time he was to marry, the family had already fallen into poverty. Consequently, he did not build a new house, but resides in the old dwelling passed down from Zheng Jiangnan's great-grandfather. Technically speaking, this is the true ancestral home of the Zheng family, boasting a history of over a century. Despite its age, the structure is remarkably sturdy. Perhaps a testament to the wealth of Zheng's ancestors, my uncle's residence is considerably larger than that of Zheng Jiangnan. Before long, Zheng Jiangdong arrived at my uncle's doorstep. The building is a quintessential representation of rural Fujian architecture, a square earthen structure characterized by its meticulous construction and exquisite carvings, emblematic of Hui-style architecture. It survived the devastation of that era, largely owing to a deceased revolutionary pioneer. It is said that this elder revolutionary, while evading the encirclement of the Kuomintang, took refuge in Hepingtu village, residing within this very ancestral home. Thus, during the movement of '64, under the insistence of the old revolutionary's former comrades, the Red Guards dared not vandalize this edifice. This esteemed revolutionary would later be acknowledged as a significant figure, and the events are indeed factual. Returning to the matter at hand, at the center of the old house stands a grand entrance made of 2 wooden doors, each a meter wide. Upon entering, one is greeted by a courtyard paved with blue stone slabs, approximately 4 to 5 square meters in size, designed for illumination and to drain rainwater from the eaves. Along the sides of the courtyard, there are stone steps, about 6 or 7 in number, leading up to the spacious hall. The ground, compacted with yellow clay, has darkened over the years due to countless footsteps, resembling the sheen of black lacquer. On either side of the hall stand luminous wooden walls, elegantly divided into 2 tiers, each hosting 3 rooms, culminating in a total of 12 chambers, a rarity in Hepingtu village. In the very center of the hall, 2 enormous beams stretch across the ceiling, adorned with 2 swallow nests, from which blue-black swallows flit in and out, their chirps occasionally punctuating the air. What a delightful tableau of earthly existence! On the wall directly opposite the entrance, 2 portraits hang prominently. To the left is the revered image of the great leader, Chairman Mao. Flanking this portrait is a couplet that extols: "The red sun rises, mountains and rivers flourish. The east wind blows mightily, ushering in a new era." To the right, one finds the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. The portrait of Chairman Mao is a symbol of faith for the hearts of the people in this era, a mandatory image in every household. In contrast, The image of Guanyin has only recently been displayed, as such representations were forbidden during the earlier years of the Cultural Revolution. In the lower right corner of the pillar near the Bodhisattva's image hangs a hand-torn calendar, clearly inscribed with the date, June 24, 1982, the 4th day of the 5th lunar month. Zheng Jiangnan once again affirmed that this was no dream, for no dream could persist with such vividness and authenticity. He had truly been reborn. Upon entering, he beheld his grandfather, clad in a white vest, reclining in a rocking chair beneath Chairman Mao's portrait, idly fanning himself with a palm frond. Beside him lay a large porcelain cup, steeped with rich tea. At 80 years of age, his grandfather had grown somewhat hard of hearing and was oblivious to Zheng Jiangnan's footsteps. The once blurred visage of his grandfather now appeared strikingly clear before him, prompting tears to well in his eyes. Wiping the corners of his eyes, Zheng Jiangnan lamented his propensity for tears today, feeling sentimental and emotional. Yet who could truly understand such feelings? Anyone granted the chance of rebirth to behold a beloved family member long departed would likely weep as well. Cautiously, he approached his grandfather and gently squatted beside him, leaning in to whisper, "A gong," the term of endearment for grandfather in Taiwan. "I have returned." His grandfather, awakening from his reverie, opened eyes as gnarled as ancient tree bark, and upon recognizing Zheng Jiangnan, joyfully rose to his feet. "Ah, son, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Come, sit down." Due to his hearing loss, his grandfather spoke with a loud voice. In the kitchen, his grandmother, hearing her husband's call, promptly emerged. Even before she arrived, her voice echoed, "Ah, son, you've come. Emma will pour you some tea." Observing the relatively spry forms of his grandparents filled Zheng Jiangnan with immense joy. Once he steadied his emotions, Zheng Jiangnan raised the pig's trotter he was holding and addressed his grandmother, "A gong, Emma, I have brought you some wild boar meat. Where are my little uncle and aunt?" "Wild boar?" Both grandparents paused in astonishment. "That's no easy game to hunt. You have neither gun nor trap," his grandfather inquired. "Not at all, a gong," Zheng Jiangnan replied, recounting once more the words he had exchanged with Zhang Gulan earlier that day. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the Chun brothers and Xie Rongxiu, wishing to spare the elders any worry. "Blessed by the Bodhisattva, my grandson is indeed remarkable. He has even managed to catch a wild boar," his grandmother proudly declared. "My grandson is truly extraordinary." Chapter 15. Uncle and Aunt. Zheng Jiangnan smiled as childhood memories gradually resurfaced. From a young age, his grandparents had showered him with affection, both materially and emotionally. In a certain sense, his bond with them surpassed that with his parents. "Grandma, where are my uncle and aunt?" Zheng Jiangnan wondered, feeling a bit perplexed. It was quite late, and they should have returned home by now. While pouring tea, Grandma replied, "Your uncle and aunt are still working in the fields and haven't come back yet. The two youngsters have also run off somewhere to play. I thought I'd start a fire, so your aunt can prepare dinner more quickly upon her return." Zheng Jiangnan sighed, recognizing that his uncle's family faced greater hardships. "Come, my dear grandson, drink some tea, but be careful, it's hot. This tea is picked from the large tea tree on the back mountain. Unfortunately, we have no sugar, otherwise it would be even more fragrant." Zheng Jiangnan took the tea with a grin, blowing gently on the tea leaves floating on the surface. "It truly does smell wonderful. Grandma, if you say it would be even better with sugar, then I shall bring you some raw candy in a few days. You can have as much as you desire." Grandma playfully scolded, "You little rascal, don't boast. Sugar is a precious commodity, aside from girls in confinement, which family can afford to indulge in it?" Yet, she felt a surge of happiness, thinking how Jiangnan was the sweetest-tongued among all her grandchildren, the best at charming others. "Ha ha ha, Grandma, from now on, let us not just talk about sugar. I want you and Grandpa to enjoy delicacies every day, feasting on endless gourmet delights." Zheng Jiangnan lowered his head to sip the tea his grandmother had brewed. "It's truly delightful. Ha ha, my grandson, you're such a flatterer. Always trying to make this old lady happy. May Amitabha bless us. In these years, we can finally eat sweet potato rice, unlike before. You have no idea how it was back then. Hunger was a constant threat. With the current state of life, Grandma felt immensely satisfied. Sweet potato rice was a given, though she would not partake in the luxurious delicacies her grandson would enjoy daily. The old lady spoke from the heart, having endured hunger in the old society. She cherished the present life greatly. Though they still could not afford pure white rice, sweet potato rice was certainly sufficient. "Remember how many times I've told you? It's not just your Amitabha blessing. It's the policy of land distribution by the party and the state that has improved our lot. Otherwise, how could your Amitabha have blessed you in previous years? Grandpa interjected. Why isn't at the blessing of Amitabha? Think about it. Without the Bodhisattva's grace, you wouldn't be here now, enjoying what you claim is a policy. Grandma countered sharply. Her faith in the divine was unwavering. And even her husband was not exempt from her fervor. You are just being unreasonable. Zheng Jiangnan remained silent, sipping his tea while watching his grandparents engage in their playful banter. Before long, he had drained his cup, and noticing this, Grandma ceased her argument with Grandpa and hurriedly fetched the kettle to refill his cup. My grandson, drink more hot water. It's good for your health. The three of them enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. As they chatted, Uncle and Aunt finally returned, visibly weary from their labor. A romantic poet might say, "This is the morning's toil, returning home with the moonlight and a hoe." Yet for rural folk, it was simply the harsh reality of life. Uncle and Aunt each bore a hoe, their bodies caked in mud, particularly from the waist down. Father, Mother, oh, Jiangnan has arrived. What delightful conversation do you indulge in? Uncle called out to his parents, his spirits lifting upon noticing Jiangnan's presence. Though this nephew often neglected familial duties, he remained his own flesh and blood. And Uncle had never held that against him in the past 2 years. Aunt Wu Geiling also displayed a smile. Awang, look what your nephew has brought us. The elderly matriarch joyfully pointed at the wild boar meat. Uncle and Aunt followed her gesture, their eyes instantly transfixed. The vibrant red flesh and the succulent pig's trotters seemed to beckon them. Gulping, Uncle and Aunt felt their throats involuntarily constrict. For rural dwellers who had long been deprived of rich meats, even the rawness of this offering held an irresistible allure. Aunt inquired, who managed to hunt this wild boar? Remarkable. Jiangnan recounted the tale once more. Uncle Zheng Jiangnan gave a thumbs up. Well done, lad. It's commendable that you remember your uncle and aunt amidst such good fortune. Jiangnan smiled, but remained silent. Even if his grandparents were at Uncle's home, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity for a pig's trotter. Aunt, still in high spirits, chimed in. I must say, Jiangnan is indeed a conscientious one, but let us not forget my sister-in-law's generosity. If it were some others, we wouldn't even get a hair from that pig. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, his uncle and aunt were genuinely good people, dutiful to his grandparents and kind to their own siblings. In a past life marked by upheaval, Uncle and Aunt had selflessly supported the Zheng Jiangnan family despite their own modest means. If there was a singular flaw, it was their lack of discretion. They spoke freely, as evidenced by Aunt's comment, which almost explicitly referenced Uncle and Aunt's relatives. Aunt, mind your words. Your mother has boiled water for you. Go wash up first. Later, prepare this meat to simmer a broth for your 2 wild little ones. The grandfather's expression turned stern, carrying an air of authority. In those times, people were still quite simple. Aside from the exceedingly unfilial, the words of elders held considerable weight. Aunt, turning her back to the elder, made a face and stuck out her tongue playfully, then obediently complied. Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan exchanged amused glances at Wu Geiling's antics. Zheng Jiangnan remarked, your grandfather speaks wisely. Sit here and play while your uncle takes a shower to join you for a chat. Dinner will be at Uncle's tonight. Jiangnan waved his hand. I cannot stay, Uncle. My elder brother, sister-in-law, and Youwei are at my father's home. Mother has prepared the meal. You all carry on, and I shall return tomorrow to visit. Very well, Jiangnan. Be sensible now. You must refrain from playing cards. Look how wonderful Youwei is, Zheng Jiangnan. Without hesitation, lectured Jiangnan. As Jiangnan bade farewell to his grandparents and exited Uncle's home, he felt light on his feet. On the way back, he encountered 2 playful calico cats, the youngest of his paternal cousins, Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangxiu. Uncle and aunt were covered in mud from their labor, while those 2 rascals were oblivious to whether they had been digging for eels or burrowing into a mouse hole, their bodies caked in more mud than uncle and aunt. Jiangnan, along with his cousin, both busy as cats, greeted Zheng Jiangnan. In truth, they had intended to avoid him, for this cousin was truly fearsome. The last time they neglected to call him, he had punished them with several sharp raps on the head. The ache had left them vengeful towards Jiangnan. Yet they felt utterly helpless, for they could neither fight him nor outrun him. Once, after Zheng Jiangnan had called him a lazy bum, they had run for 2 miles, only to be caught by him without respite. Chapter 16. The family feast. Thud, thud. Jiangnan could not resist handing each of them a chestnut. Jiangnan, we called you. Why are you still hitting us? They protested. Indeed, brother Jiangnan, you are unreasonable, they lamented, clutching their heads. Look at you too, spending your days idly, either climbing mountains or wading through waters. Hurry back and wash up, or else uncle will serve you something far worse than chestnuts. Zheng Jiangnan declared with a triumphant hum as he walked away. Zheng Jiangxiu turned to Zheng Jiangchun with a pout. Brother, does Jiangnan love climbing and swimming even more than we do? Why does he still hit us? Zheng Jiangchun sighed. An air of wisdom belied his youthful countenance. What can we do? The circumstances are beyond our control. When we are strong enough to take on Jiangnan, we shall give him a good thrashing. Indeed, brother. When the time comes, we must team up to teach Jiangnan a lesson. Zheng Jiangxiu asserted with unwavering conviction. Agreed. But you mustn't stand idly by like last time while I take the hits. Whether they could truly overpower Zheng Jiangnan remains uncertain, yet upon their return home, they certainly faced consequences, as the entire village soon learned of their plight. Their cries echoed mournfully, rivaling even the wild boar they had encountered that day. Zhang Guolin's culinary skills were commendable, although opportunities to cook meat were scarce in these times. Zheng Jiangnan could already smell the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the doorway. Upon entering, he found Zheng Jiangbei and Zheng Xiaojun seated at the dining table, resembling two plump white geese, stretching their necks towards the kitchen. Even the eldest brother and third sister were no exceptions. Though ostensibly engaged in conversation with Lin Youwei and their father, their eyes frequently darted towards the kitchen, betraying their true desires. The tantalizing scent of meat occasionally made them swallow hard. Sister-in-law Wu Xiangmei was busy stoking the fire, hoping to hasten the cooking process. Those who have never experienced this era or endured hunger cannot fathom the human yearning for meat. Many in later generations claim to disdain meat for the sake of dieting, a perspective only possible due to abundant resources. I dare say, if one were to subsist solely on vegetables for a month without meat, they would surely chase after a passing cow for a taste. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled silently. If one were to inform modern individuals that even the most ordinary people in the future would have ample rice to fill their bellies and freely indulge in fish and meat, they would likely be deemed insane, with few believing such a claim. Jiangnan is back, he announced, just as the meal was nearly ready. Everyone wash your hands and prepare to eat, Zhang Guolin said, presenting a large bowl of stew made from wild boar ribs to dispel dampness. In these times, people may be impoverished, yet they maintain a commendable sense of hygiene, unlike the neighboring nation of A3, where their dining habits resemble those of beasts. Each person diligently washed their hands before taking their seats at the dining table. Wu Xiangmei emerged, carrying a wooden bucket filled with steaming rice. Zheng Jiangnan lifted the lid and, as anticipated, discovered sweet potato rice within. Zheng Jiangxi also brought forth 2 plates of dishes, completing the evening's feast. A large basin of tea, rich in Fujian's distinctive flavor and brewed slowly with wild boar ribs, was delightfully sweet. A plate of stir-fried wild boar meat with small green peppers was vibrant and aromatic, a perfect accompaniment to the rice. The final dish was a stir-fry of green vegetables, undeniably organic and untainted, appearing glistening with a generous amount of oil, likely left over from Zhang Guolin's preparation of the wild boar meat. Zheng Jiangnan gestured for everyone to begin their meal, filling his bowl to the brim. He also sliced off a pound of relatively fatty wild boar meat and, after informing his parents, took it to Gadi Gong's home. It wasn't he that Zheng Jiangnan was extravagantly generous. Rather, given his experiences and insights, he hardly placed significant value on a mere pound of wild boar meat. Zhang Guolin felt a pang of sympathy, her lips moving as if to speak. But ultimately she remained silent. Gadi Gong was immensely grateful, which stirred a sense of bittersweetness in Zheng Jiangnan. Were it not for the dire poverty plaguing his household, necessitating the exchange of such meat for essential goods, he would have gladly stewed the entire wild boar and invited the entire village to partake in the feast. One must remember that in his past life, their family had endured significant turmoil, with the majority of the village, save for the Qin Jinshan family, having lent assistance in some form. A drop of kindness should be repaid with an overflowing spring. Zheng Jiangnan harbored intentions of transforming his impoverished hometown, should circumstances allow. He recalled that in later times, Fujian province was perceived as relatively developed and affluent. However, unbeknownst to many, due to its unique geographical position, life was indeed challenging for the Fujianese during this agrarian era. With 8 mountains, 1 river, and 1 field, specifically in He Ping 2 village, it could even be described as 9 mountains and a field devoid of water. Even though land distribution had gradually been implemented over the past 2 years, those who toiled in the fields often found it insufficient to meet their basic needs. Hence, in dire straits, many Fujianese sought livelihoods elsewhere, leading to a proliferation of business opportunities as workers returned home, thereby creating a false impression of prosperity. In reality, even by the year 2025, aside from a few affluent coastal cities, much of the mountainous regions remained markedly underdeveloped. Upon returning home, Zheng Jiangnan noticed that aside from Zheng Jiangbai and his little nephew, no one had commenced their meal. "Didn't I ask you to start without waiting for me?" he remarked, stepping into the kitchen to place his bowl on the counter. "Let us all enjoy the meal together," Zhang Guilin cheerfully suggested, serving him a bowl of sweet potato rice. As everyone settled back at the table, including Lin Youwei, their eyes widened at the tantalizing array of dishes before them. The centerpiece was a substantial pot of wild boar meat soup, simmered to perfection, containing nearly 10 pounds of meat. Zhang Guilin fetched the largest bowl from the kitchen to serve the rice, yet it was barely half filled. The herbal soup for dispelling dampness holds a significant place in the hearts of the people from Fujian. Whenever families possess a modicum of fine meat, the first choice is invariably a robust meat stew. Given the region's humid climate and elevated moisture levels in the air, it is customary for the locals to venture into the mountains and gather various suitable roots and herbs for drying. The utilization of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs is notably high. Today, Zhang Guilin has prepared a soup using five-fingered peach and fresh earth, simmered with honeysuckle, resulting in a fragrant and sweet flavor. Once the assortment of herbs is adequately brewed, she adds blanched pork ribs, allowing them to stew over an open fire until they are tender and melt in your mouth. Zhang Guilin thoughtfully serves Lin Youwei a separate bowl, highlighting the special treatment for the expectant mother. Initially, Zheng Jiangnan and Zhang Guilin merely sampled the dish, claiming they were not hungry and did not desire meat. However, Zheng Jiangnan, unable to bear the sight, filled each of their bowls generously, compelling them to indulge. Ultimately, the family relished the meal, feasting heartily with grease coating their lips. The sensation of pork rolling in their throats was immensely pleasurable. Having not savored meat for an extended period, the family enjoyed the meal with great gusto, their bellies swelling with satisfaction. Zheng Jiangnan was no exception. His primary joy stemmed from the opportunity to once again savor his mother's cooking after many years. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Chen's household was laden with tension. The village is small, and the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, nearly impossible to ignore. Chen Daiman, the village head, darkly puffed on his dry tobacco, casting a discontented glance at brothers Chen Jinshan and Chen Jingang, inquiring about the wild boar they failed to capture, which had evidently led to their injuries. He was incensed. How could the village head's family be without pork while Zheng Jiangnan's family feasted? Chen Jinshan remained silent, having sustained considerable injury at the hands of Zheng Jiangnan. Although the bleeding had ceased, he still felt faint, resting on a bench. Chen Jingang, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed that had it not been for Zheng Jiangnan's display of dynamite that day, they would have easily bested him. He scoffed at Zheng Jiangdong, asserting that he could defeat him with a single hand. Chen Daiman, furrowing his brow, seemingly disregarded the mention of dynamite, dismissively gazing at Chen Jingang as if he were merely boasting, reminding him who had actually been pursued. Chen Daiman pondered deeply, for the dynamite was procured under his request. Should there be any reports to the authorities, he would be the first to face repercussions as village head. Chen Jingang fell silent. "Enough, you two. Cease your bickering and come to the table," Chen Daiman said as his wife brought forth the final dish. Unbeknownst to them, their eldest son had been injured by Zheng Jiangnan. Chen Jinshan and Chen Jingang, for reasons undisclosed, did not share this information with their parents. Perhaps out of a sense of shame, they had merely tended to the wound at Xie Ronwei's home before returning. Chen Daiman surveyed the modest meal of 2 dishes and a soup, one of which was deep-fried gluten. Compared to the fare of other families in the village during this era, it was considered quite a feast. While Chen Daiman had previously been satisfied with his family's meals, the realization that others had more only served to deepen his dissatisfaction. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, intermittently stimulating Chen Daiman's nostrils. Suddenly, he found the dishes on the table lacking in allure. Cursed be the Zheng brothers. That wild boar should have belonged to the Chen family. He lamented the inadequacy of his 2 sons, who could not even secure it for their family. As the village chief, Chen Daiman felt compelled to reclaim their dignity. "Let us not eat for now," he declared resolutely. It has always been the Chen family that bullies others. We shall not tolerate being victimized. Second son, summon the few brothers who usually stand by me. We shall seek justice from the Zheng family. Zheng Jiangnan's eyes brightened at the prospect. Are we going to seize their wild boar? He exclaimed, realizing the potential of rallying support. We'll see if Zheng Jiangnan truly dares to use explosives against us. Chen Diamond shot his son a disdainful glare. You look like a fool. How can you suggest we steal a wild boar? The Zheng brothers have wronged us, and we are merely demanding an explanation. Chen Jinchang and Chen Jinggan nodded vigorously, acknowledging their father's eloquence. In no time, Chen Jinggan gathered a considerable crowd. Chen Diamond felt a swell of pride. His status as village chief still commanded respect among the villagers. He cheerfully produced a pack of premium cigarettes to share among them. Ah, filtered ones. Only Brother Diamond thinks of such details, remarked Chen Deli, the first of his loyal followers, as he accepted the cigarettes with a thumbs up. Chen Rongchang, not to be outdone, chimed in, Brother Diamond, those scoundrels from Zheng Jiangnan dare to bully my nephew? Damn it, I will confront them. Uncle Man, our family cannot be bullied, especially by those named Zheng. The crowd echoed their support. In truth, their allegiance was less about loyalty to the Chen family and more about Chen Diamond's advantageous position as village chief. In rural settings, offending the village chief was unwise. For instance, if one needed to travel, a recommendation from the chief was essential. Similarly, when children grew up and required land for housing, approval from the chief was necessary. Such instances were numerous, allowing many village leaders to wield their modest power like a scepter, becoming local tyrants. Content with the assembly. Chen Diamond graciously expressed his gratitude and waved his hand, leading the throng towards the Zheng household. Chen Jinchang, feeling somewhat weak, contemplated and decided not to join them. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangnan and his companions were finishing their meal and enjoying tea when they heard a commotion outside. Open the door, Zheng Jiangnan, come out. Chen Rongchang's temper flared, his voice booming. The Zheng household's door was ajar, and it was unclear whether Chen Rongchang had poor eyesight or was simply foolish. Turning to the commotion outside, they saw a massive crowd, brimming with aggression. Zheng Jiangnan and Zhang Gulan's expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing that the leader was none other than Chen Diamond. Unsure of the cause behind their arrival, they exchanged glances with Zheng Jiangnan, the only one in the family known for stirring trouble. Unfazed, Zheng Jiangnan succinctly recounted the discovery of the wild boar and the Chen brothers' intentions to seize it, deliberately omitting any mention of the ensuing tumult involving Xie Rongxiu and the explosives. Zheng Jiangwan's expression darkened. Since it was not his son who had caused the trouble, he would not allow anyone to bully him, even if the adversary was the village chief. He stepped forward and coldly inquired about the purpose of Chen village chief and his entourage visiting his residence in such a furious manner. Chen Diamond, eyeing the large bones on the Zheng family's dining table, felt even more displeased and, with a grim face, declared that he had come to settle a score with Zheng Jiangnan. Although Zhang Gulan was merely a woman, upon witnessing the aggressive demeanor of the opposing party and driven by maternal instinct, she immediately shielded her children behind her. Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan hastily urged her to take Zheng Jiangbei and Zheng Xiaojun into the house along with Wu Xiangmei and Lin Youwei. Despite her lack of formal education, Zhang Gulan was perceptive enough to recognize the situation, thinking it wise to usher the two younger ones indoors. She resolved that should anyone dare to harm her son, she would confront them with a knife. As the group retreated into the inner room, Zheng Jiangdong, without uttering a word, seized a hatchet and fixed a menacing gaze upon Chen Diamond and his group. Even Zheng Jiangxi, the half-grown girl, tightly gripped the carrying pole. Chen Damon's expression shifted as he questioned their intentions, wary of the potential for a brawl, knowing full well that as village chief, he could not afford to engage in violence with the villagers. Zheng Jiangnan remained unfazed, as if the impending conflict were inconsequential, even lifting a teacup to sip his tea. Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangxi exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that their brother seemed oblivious to the hostile presence outside. Zheng Jiangnan signaled to his brother and sister to remain calm. He stood up composedly and approached Chen Diamond, inquiring if he had eaten and inviting him to join for a meal, all while disregarding the most vociferous of them. Chen Rongchang, feeling utterly slighted by Zheng Jiangnan's indifference, Chen Rongchang erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting for them to open the door. Zheng Jiangnan abruptly turned, fixing a fierce glare upon Chen Rongchang. How dare you? Qin Rongchang, who granted you the audacity? Have you not been punished enough? Zheng Jiangnan chastised from behind. The Zheng family was well aware of the animosity between them and Qin Rongchang. Previously, due to certain grievances, Zheng Jiangnan and his cousin Zheng Jiangli had given Qin Rongchang a thorough beating, leaving him with a grudge. Now, with the Zheng family at stake, he was determined to make a scene. Before Qin Rongchang could respond, Qin Daiman intervened, his expression darkening as he addressed Zheng Jiangnan. Your brothers have taken the wild boar my sons were hunting. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Before Zheng Jiangnan could reply, Zheng Jiangnan furiously retorted, Qin Daiman, out of respect for your seniority, I address you as grandfather, but how dare you twist the truth? It was your sons who attempted to seize the wild boar my brother had caught. How does it become a different tale in your mouth? Little brat, your father Zheng Jiangwo should also address me as uncle. Do you dare to challenge me? Qin Daiman's eyes widened in disbelief. What has happened to the normally honest Zheng family? Why are you all so reckless today? I'll tell you this. I am not afraid of you. So what? Do you wish to fight? Come on. Let me see how many of these people you summon dare to confront me. Zheng Jiangnan brandished the machete in his hand. Although he was not well educated, it did not imply that he was foolish. He understood the villagers all too well. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. At this moment, if he did not adopt a firm stance, the others might indeed act upon their numbers, and his side would inevitably suffer. However, he surmised that they were merely present out of respect for the village head, Qin Daiman. When it came to an actual fight with knives and guns, they would surely flee faster than anyone else. An apt description for a rabble. Humph, such uncouth individuals, he thought. Zheng Jiangwo, let us discuss this matter. Are you aware that your son's act of seizing a wild boar is legally classified as robbery? Zheng Jiangwo's expression darkened. Although he knew Qin Daiman was distorting the truth, he was the village chief, and if authorities were to investigate, they would undoubtedly side with him. In this day and age, most people were ignorant of the law and easily swayed by Qin Daiman's manipulations. You're talking nonsense. What? Does the village chief have the right to fabricate lies? I refuse to believe you can cover up the truth and twist reality, Zheng Jiangnan shouted. His face flushed with anger. That little brat, if you keep yapping, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Watch me smash that foul mouth of yours, Qin Daiman fumed. Noticing Zheng Jiangwo's intention to reprimand Zheng Jiangnan, Zheng Jiangnan quickly interjected, Oh, brother, that is quite mistaken. Brother Qin Jingshan robbed us, and I ended up injuring him in the process. Surely, we must discuss compensation, right? The gentle breeze contrasted sharply with the earlier tension directed at Qin Rongchang. Qin Daiman looked puzzled. What do you mean by my son being injured by you? Qin Jiangnan, upon realizing that Zheng Jiangnan had divulged the matter, hastily approached Qin Daiman and whispered about Qin Jingshan's injuries. Qin Daiman's anger surged. Damn it. My eldest son was seriously hurt. This is intolerable. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard Zheng Jiangnan mention compensation and regained his composure. He coldly regarded Zheng Jiangnan and said, Damn it, you've injured my son, but at least you are sensible. Speak, how will you compensate? What an audacious scoundrel. Daring to harm his own son. This time I'll make sure the Zheng family pays dearly for this. As the village chief, I shall ensure it, Qin Daiman declared. Zheng Jiangnan, may I have a word with you privately? Zheng Jiangnan asked. Qin Daiman, aware that Zheng's second son was often cunning and wary of potential tricks, replied, We shall speak here, in front of the elders and fellow villagers. Oh, esteemed village chief. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If everyone knows how much I'm compensating you, how could I possibly borrow money from you later? If you refuse, they'll call you cold-hearted, and if you agree, it's your son's hard-earned money, Zheng Jiangnan said with a sly grin, emphasizing the phrase hard-earned money. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangnan realized the validity of Zheng Jiangnan's argument. With so many people present today on account of their father, if word got out that the Zheng family was compensating, what if someone sought to borrow money? He quickly interjected, Father, with so many of us here, he wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. You can go with confidence. Qin Daiman took a puff from his cigarette and shot a fierce glare at his foolish son, muttering to himself, Can't you speak properly? What do you mean by me going with confidence? However, upon reflection, it was not unreasonable. After all, with so many allies, why should one fear the Zheng family's little rascal? Thus, he approached Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangwo remained silent, while Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangxi tightened their grips on their respective implements. Zheng Jiangnan offered a reassuring glance to his father, quickly walking up to Chun Daiman and whispering, "Village chief, I believe we should handle it this way." No one heard what Zheng Jiangnan had said. Chun Daiman's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between crimson and ashen, ultimately widening his eyes in alarm as he pulled Zheng Jiangnan to a more secluded spot away from the crowd. After several minutes of hushed murmurs, Chun Daiman, with a sullen countenance, addressed the crowd, saying, "Thank you all for your efforts. It was merely a misunderstanding among the youth. Let us return home." "Father," Chun Jiangnan urged anxiously, "this matter cannot simply end here. Go." Chun Daiman replied curtly, turning away without a backward glance. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning when their village chief had become so accommodating and reasonable. Just as someone was about to voice their thoughts, Chun Deli nudged him, signaling with his eyes, as if to say, "Are you foolish? The village chief is the one at a disadvantage here." Clearly, he had been caught off guard by Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangwo and Zheng Jiangdong were taken aback. Was that all? They had anticipated a fierce confrontation tonight, yet Jiangnan had merely spoken to Chun Daiman, who then departed. Seeing that Chun Daiman had spoken, those he had summoned began to prepare to leave as well. "Chun Rongchang, do stay a moment. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. I am aware of the minor misunderstandings between you and my brother in the past. Coincidentally, my mother has prepared some damp-dispelling soup today. There is still some meat in the pot. Would you care to join me for a bite? Let us clear the air." Chun Rongchang initially considered retorting with a curse, but upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan extend the invitation for meat, he paused. The thought of the tender, well-stewed wild boar soup made him swallow hard. Ultimately, his hunger triumphed over his pride. He decided that he would relish the wild boar meat first, and would find an opportunity to settle the score with the Zheng family later. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of others, he nodded in agreement to stay. Chapter 19. A lesson for Chun Rongchang. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Zheng Jiangnan cheerfully bid farewell to each departing individual. Once the last person had left, he turned back into the house, and with the turn, his expression immediately darkened. Most of these individuals were affiliated with the Chun family. How audacious they were to come to Chun Daiman's aid today. He took note of it. With a swift motion, he shut the door and secured it firmly, a cold smile curling upon his lips as he approached the awaiting Chun Rongchang. Chun Rongchang sensed impending trouble. "Didn't you say you treat me to wild boar meat? Why are you locking the door?" As Zheng Jiangnan locked the door, Zheng Jiangdong immediately understood, a sly grin forming on his face. Moments ago, he had been puzzled. Jiangnan was not typically of this temperament. Though he was a rogue, he could not abide anyone speaking ill of his parents. Chun Rongchang had just insulted them, yet the second brother was still allowing him to dine? Zheng Jiangwo cast a discreet glance at Chun Rongchang before turning to enter the kitchen. He knew what was about to unfold, yet he did not intervene. After all, brawling in the countryside was quite commonplace, was it not? As long as no lives are lost, it cannot be considered a grave matter. Furthermore, this Chun Rongchang certainly deserves a lesson. His words are truly foul. The reason for refraining from taking action himself is that Zheng Jiangwo is aware that his two sons would have no trouble overpowering Chun Rongchang. Age-wise, Chun Rongchang is roughly the same as Jiangdong and Jiangnan, so any conflict can be dismissed as mere youthful squabbles. However, if he were to intervene, it would not bode well, considering they are all from the same village. How outrageous! Zheng Jiangnan, you deceived me. Chun Rongchang's cries were intensely fervent. The Chun family, who were at a distance from the Zheng household, could faintly hear his desperate pleas for help. Yet, upon recalling that this individual had betrayed them for a mere morsel of meat, they merely spat in disdain and shook their heads, hastening after Chun Daiman. This also revealed that Chun Rongchang's character was far from admirable. Still cursing, are we? Brother, go to the bottom of the stairs and fetch a ladle of urine for my brother Chang to quench his thirst. Zheng Jiangdong hesitated momentarily. Luring him for a beating was one thing, but providing him with a jar of urine, wasn't he that a bit excessive? As Zheng Jiangdong pondered, it was Zheng Jiangxi, who had been observing the spectacle, that took action. Initially, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Chun Rongchang, but upon hearing the foulness of his words, which were laden with expletives, her compassion evaporated. Enraged, she turned to the urine bucket, filled a ladle to the brim, and forcefully poured it down the throat of Chun Rongchang, who was being held down by Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan were utterly astonished. Their sister was indeed a fiery spirit. Disgusting. Chun Rongchang could only exclaim in horror. What? Still cursing? Pour more. For Chen Rongchang, that night was akin to a living hell. It is worth noting that this urine was not merely any common waste. During that time, human excrement served as a crucial fertilizer for the fields, not to be wasted. Thus, each household would keep a wooden bucket at the bottom of the stairs for nighttime use. Once it filled up, it would be taken to the vegetable garden for fertilization. Typically, it took 6 or 7 days to fill a bucket, and the stench accumulated over those days was unimaginable, richer than 50-year-old Matai. After Chen Rongchang left, Zheng Jiangnan, Zhang Gulan, and others emerged. Zhang Gulan expressed her concern. Zheng Jiangnan, you have thoroughly offended Chen Rongchang. Isn't this going too far for fellow villagers? Mother, it's not excessive. Just look at how foul-mouthed he is. His every word is laced with obscenities, Zheng Jiangxi retorted in anger. Zheng Jiangdong nodded in agreement. Let him be. After all, Chen Rongchang is a coward. The harsher you are, the more he fears you. It's just like that island nation next door. The stronger you are, the more submissive they become. Show them a hint of kindness, and they dare to bite back. Zhang Gulan shot her a disapproving glance. Is there another girl like you in Heping-tu village? Look at the disgraceful act you just committed. Zheng Jiangxi quieted down, but Zheng Jiangnan, observing his sister's demeanor, sensed that she was still somewhat unsatisfied. Zheng Jiangnan chose not to dwell on the incident with Chen Rongchang. It did not trouble him in the least. Some individuals are indeed better suited to reconciliation than enmity, such as Xie Rongxiu, with whom there exists no grudge or resentment. Conversely, there are those like Chen Rongchang, whose very existence seems to invite conflict. For Zheng Jiangnan, the Chen family represents the most profound animosity he harbors, a sentiment carried over from his past life. And he could never easily forgive them. The bloodshed runs deep. The reason he refrains from confronting the Chen family at present is that the circumstances are not in his favor. He bides his time, awaiting the moment when his strength has sufficiently amassed. Surely, there will come an opportunity to settle scores with the Chen brothers. When it comes to disdain, Chen Rongchang unequivocally holds the top position. While one might argue that he has committed no heinous acts, this man, like an incessant gossip, incessantly stirs up discord, embellishing tales and sowing rumors. Daily, he prattles on, claiming to have witnessed Zhang's wife and Li's second son in a clandestine rendezvous, or that Lu's younger sister clandestinely cavorted with the village accountant for a mere 10 pounds of rice. Zheng Jiangnan's most vivid memory from his previous life involves Sister Chuiying, a widow in the village, who, subjected to Chen Rongchang's reckless words, ultimately took her own life to prove her innocence, leaving behind a 9-year-old son in desolation. At the time of Sister Chuiying's tragic end, Zheng Jiangnan was preoccupied with his own family's turmoil, as both his parents had recently passed away. In this life, having been reborn, he is determined to prevent such tragedies, recognizing that, although it is not directly his affair, it is a matter of human life. Thus, he must instill fear in Chen Rongchang to amend this loathsome behavior. He believes that through the events of this evening, the man will come to understand the gravity of his actions. Unintentionally, Zheng Jiangnan and his siblings have performed a service for Chen Rongchang. As the family conversed, curiosity piqued regarding Zheng Jiangnan's earlier words that compelled Chen Daiman to leave willingly. Zheng Jiangnan merely shook his head, choosing not to divulge that he possessed compromising information about Chen Daiman. In his previous life, while investigating the Chen family, he discovered that Chen Daiman had disgracefully pursued his own niece-in-law, while the nephew valiantly fought for the country in the southern frontier. Should this scandal be exposed, Chen Daiman would face dire consequences. From a moral standpoint, he is nothing short of a beast. After all, she is his nephew's wife. Zheng Jiangnan refrains from reporting Chen Daiman's misconduct, firstly out of concern for the niece-in-law's reputation, as her standing in contemporary society would render her vulnerable. Secondly, his primary target remains the Chen brothers, and he cannot afford to alert them prematurely. It is preferable for these matters to remain undisclosed, and thus, Zheng Jiangnan chooses silence. As they prepared to part ways, voices approached from outside. Is it possible that Chen Rongman has returned with reinforcements? Zheng Jiangwo asked in a hushed voice. Zheng Jiangdong shook his head, asserting that Chen Rongman lacked the courage for such an undertaking. Could it be that Chen Daiman has returned? As they pondered, figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, they realized the newcomers were neither Chen Daiman nor Chen Rongchang, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Visitors included Song Meigu, the eldest aunt from the village, Uncle Ji Sheng, and Qing Zi among others. Zhang Gulan promptly poured tea for everyone. The eldest, Song Meigu, somewhat awkwardly began, "Uncle, We heard that Jiangnan hunted a wild boar today, and we wish to inquire if it is for sale, as we would like to take some meat home to celebrate the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival." Just then, they noticed the village head, Zheng Jiangnan, smile knowingly, aware of Song Meigu's slight embarrassment and empathetic to their feelings. It seemed everyone was aware that Chun Daiman had come to stir trouble but dared not enter, primarily because he was the village head and no one wished to offend him. "How much do you need, Song Meigu?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired. "How do you sell it?" "If the price is reasonable, I would like 2 jin," she replied, relieved to see Zheng Jiangnan not taking offense. Meanwhile, Qing Zi and the others remained silent, sipping their tea and awaiting Zheng Jiangnan's price. Just as he was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside. "Damn it, Chen Daiman, how dare you bully my brother?" Everyone turned to see Zheng Jiangnan's younger uncle, Zheng Jianwang, storming in with a firewood knife in hand, visibly furious. Zheng Jianwang had been unaware of the earlier disturbance due to the sheltered location of Zheng Jiang's home. He only learned of it when a villager came to inform him while seeking to buy meat. Not wanting to delay Zheng Jiangnan's sale of wild boar, Zheng Jianwang was swiftly pulled into the kitchen by Zheng Jiang, where they began to converse. Seeing the brothers retreat into the kitchen, Uncle Ji Sheng urged, "Jiangnan, just tell us how much per jin. I want to buy some too. I have children at home crying for meat, and I cannot calm them." Others chimed in, "Indeed. Jiangnan, how much do you have left? We also wish to purchase." Although none of them possessed much money, the impending Dragon Boat Festival made them eager to buy some meat to satisfy their cravings. The discomfort of an empty stomach was quite unbearable. Zheng Jiangnan raised his hand to calm them. "Greetings to all uncles and aunts. I will certainly sell the wild boar meat, but it is not large. Besides what my family will keep, there is not much left." The crowd's expressions shifted, realizing that Zheng Jiang's family might sell it at a high price. Before they could voice their thoughts, Zheng Jiangnan continued, "I calculated that aside from what our family will retain, there is approximately 20 jin of wild boar meat left. However, let me clarify that this boar has little fat. I must reserve some for oil, so what I can sell will primarily be lean meat and ribs. I want to sell it for cash. If you don't mind, I'll exchange 1 jin of meat for 5 jin of rice or 3 jin of eggs." Song Meigu quickly calculated in her mind. Based on the supply and marketing cooperative's prices, rice was currently priced at 1.8 yuan per jin, making 5 jin approximately 0.9 yuan. Although the cooperative's pork was only 0.8 yuan per jin, it required a meat coupon. The exchange seemed equitable, and the flavor of wild boar was undeniably superior to that of farm-raised pigs. This trade was advantageous. Without hesitation, Song Meigu declared, "Then I will trade you 10 jin of rice and 3 jin of eggs for 3 jin of meat." She resolved to indulge herself, opting for 3 jin. With 2 chickens at home, she had been reluctant to consume their eggs but estimated she had about 3 jin. Parting with 10 jin of rice was a cost she could bear. Zheng Jiangnan nodded, prompting his mother to produce a scale, which she used to weigh 3 pounds of wild boar meat before handing it to Aunt Songmei. Elated, Aunt Songmei accepted the meat, declaring her intent to return home and fetch rice and eggs. Zheng Jiangnan nodded again, reassured by their shared village ties, confident that Aunt Songmei would honor her word. The crowd silently acknowledged the fairness of this exchange rate, which even seemed slightly unfavorable to Zheng Jiangnan. Witnessing Aunt Songmei's successful trade, the others eagerly expressed their own needs. Despite the scarcity of rice in their households, they reasoned that with a little extra sweet potato added to their meals, they could manage until the Dragon Boat Festival, when they would surely indulge in meat. With the departure of the last individual, Zheng Jiangnan acquired 90 pounds of white rice and 12 pounds of eggs. He promptly gifted 2 pounds of eggs each to his sister-in-law and mother, instructing them to boil one daily for Zheng Jiangbei and Zheng Xiaojun, who were in their growth phase and required nourishment. Zhang Gulin and Wu Xiangmei initially declined the offer, but after Lin Youwei's gentle persuasion, they reluctantly accepted. Zheng Jiangwo, puffing on his pipe, curiously inquired why Zheng Jiangnan did not exchange for cash. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, "Father, you know the conditions of our village. With our uncles and brothers, where would the surplus money come from? Thus, trading for rice and eggs is the most sensible choice. To be honest, my rice jar is cleaner than my face. In the past, I acted thoughtlessly, putting Youwei through hardship." Lin Youwei bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The family felt a sudden heaviness in the atmosphere upon hearing these words. "From now on, be more responsible. After the Dragon Boat Festival, you must join me in the fields. We need to make a living, Zheng Jiangnan asserted. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. Father, working the fields is not an option. I will never farm. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Indeed, Zheng Jiangnan remained true to his character. Before anyone could respond, he continued, consider our village's circumstances. Even if we cultivate flowers, it won't alleviate poverty. Therefore, I intend to pursue alternative avenues to earn money. After all, Youwei will soon give birth, and we cannot afford to be without funds. Furrows deepened on their brows, with Zhang Gulan expressing concern. Second son, how can you earn money without farming? You're neither a worker nor skilled. Zheng Jiangnan reassured her with a smile. Mother, you need not worry. I've been a scoundrel for so long. A few more days won't make a difference, will it? Just wait and see how I change. Wu Xiangmei, perhaps sensing her father-in-law's anxiety, spoke up. Father, don't overthink it. I believe Jiangnan has a point. Let's trust him. Besides, he's not cut out for farming. Zheng Jiangwo sighed, recognizing the validity of her words. After all, Zheng Jiangnan had been unruly for quite some time. It was best to let him be. If necessary, they could sell one of the half-grown pigs from the pen, ensuring that their daughter-in-law would have the means to rest post-delivery. Yet, it felt rather unjust to their eldest daughter-in-law. Lin Youwei cast a grateful glance at her sister-in-law, aware that she, being a university graduate in this era, understood the implications of her father-in-law and sister-in-law's concern. Since marrying into the Zheng family, I have found my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and elder brother and sister-in-law to be truly commendable. It is only my husband who fails to meet expectations. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, with silence enveloping the room until Zheng Jiangwo finally spoke, instructing Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangxi to assist in delivering items to Zheng Jiangnan's home. As night fell, and with no flashlight available, Zhang Gulan lit several pine torches and handed them to everyone, repeatedly reminding Lin Youwei to be cautious on the way. Chapter 21. Conversations between husband and wife. Once Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangxi departed, Zheng Jiangnan quickly set to work. He lit a half-burned candle, and by its flickering light, he poured rice into the rice jar, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the sight of the full container. He then carefully placed the eggs into the cupboard. Zheng Jiangnan's home consisted of 3 rooms. The central area served as a kitchen and modest living room, flanked by a storage room on the left and a small bedroom for the couple on the right. In the yard, a shed had been constructed to serve as a wood storage area. At that moment, the shed was completely empty, so, upon returning home, he had shamelessly borrowed a load of firewood from his parents. The meager remnants of firewood at home were utterly insufficient for rendering lard, and the recently cut wood was too damp to burn. Igniting a pine torch, renowned for its excellent kindling properties, he thrust it into the stove, instantly igniting the wood. Zheng Jiangnan swiftly filled the pot with water, then took the well-worn kitchen knife, which bore 2 notches, and began to cut the fat from the wild boar into manageable pieces, placing them in the front pot to render into oil. Not much, perhaps 4 to 5 pounds. Lin Youwei, having just finished her meal, could not sleep and quietly sat on a small stool near the bedroom, observing Zheng Jiangnan as he busied himself. Truth be told, her heart felt quite numb. Since their marriage, she had never witnessed Zheng Jiangnan work with such diligence. Watching him work methodically, she wondered if her husband had been possessed by some spirit. Despite being a highly educated individual, she feared the dark and the supernatural, yet harbored no belief in deities or spirits. Now, witnessing Zheng Jiangnan's remarkable transformation, she pondered the possibility of visiting a temple with her grandmother one day. The thought of potentially believing in such things seemed absurd to her, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. At that moment, Zheng Jiangnan, engrossed in rendering lard, glanced up and was momentarily captivated. The candlelight illuminated Lin Youwei's fair, oval face, her large, dark eyes strikingly beautiful. Her smile, in that fleeting moment, resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting, fresh and ethereal. In that instant, she was as beautiful as a goddess. Under the faint glow of the candle, Lin Youwei appeared exceptionally lovely, although her somewhat worn clothing slightly marred her beauty. Zheng Jiangnan chose not to disrupt this serene moment, gazing at Lin Youwei in a daze. She smiled, and he smiled in return. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the tranquility. A piece of crackling lard had splattered, landing on Zheng Jiangnan's arm, causing him to involuntarily exclaim in surprise. What happened? Did you burn yourself? Lin Youwei looked up, nervously inquiring. Zheng Jiangnan glanced at his arm, where a small red mark had emerged without any blisters, indicating no serious harm. He then gently reassured Lin Youwei, It's nothing, darling. I was momentarily captivated by a beautiful woman and accidentally burned myself. The sudden endearment and flirtatious words sent a tremor deep within Lin Youwei's heart. Her face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple, rivaling a burning red candle. However, she felt immense joy. What woman does not relish praise from her husband? With a soft scoff, Lin Youwei asked, "By the way, Jiangnan, are you not planning to work in the fields? Are you considering venturing into business?" Zheng Jiangnan gave Lin Youwei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Our darling is astute. You guessed it. I'm indeed venturing into business." Lin Youwei's cheeks turned even redder as she retorted, "Could you speak more seriously?" "I am speaking earnestly. Are you not my darling? Are you not clever?" Lin Youwei found herself at a loss in the face of such banter from Jiangnan. Hastily, she shifted the topic. "Engaging in business is commendable, yet you know that it entails speculation and risks, potentially leading to imprisonment. If you choose not to work in the fields, that is your decision. But I would prefer to remain impoverished than to see you face any peril." A wave of warmth surged through Zheng Jiangnan. This girl, regardless of the time, was always concerned for him. "Rest assured, Youwei, the central government's policies have indeed relaxed. The higher-ups encourage a market economy," he continued while pouring the rendered lard into a container. "Furthermore, the stance on speculation has become somewhat ambiguous. As long as I avoid dealing in classified goods, it wouldn't be regarded as speculation." Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's explanation, Lin Youwei nodded. The village loudspeaker frequently broadcast news, and she was well informed. Moreover, with her higher education, she comprehended the deeper implications better than the average villager. This aspect of Lin Youwei was commendable. Once she grasped something, she would not dwell excessively. However, starting a business requires capital, and our family possesses not a single penny. Besides, our village is perhaps the most remote in the county. Establishing a business surely isn't easy, is it? How do you plan to proceed? Lin Youwei inquired. Zheng Jiangnan smiled mysteriously. "Fear not, I have my clever plans. What I intend to do is a no-capital venture. Allow me to keep you in suspense, and I assure you, within a week, I shall present you with 50 yuan. What a boast. Lin Youwei chuckled, amused by his audacity. 50 yuan. When she had just graduated from university, the school had arranged for her to work as a teacher at the county experimental primary school, official employment. Yet, even with that, her monthly salary was merely 23 yuan. This fellow claimed he could earn her 50 yuan in a week, equivalent to 2 months' wages. He must be exaggerating. Reflecting on this, Lin Youwei let out a gentle sigh. It was indeed his words that had swayed her. Countless nights, she had pondered whether it was truly worth abandoning her stable job to marry Zheng Jiangnan, even leading to a rift with her family. Zheng Jiangnan sensed the emotional shift in Lin Youwei and stepped forward to embrace her gently. He whispered, "Youwei, trust me. The former Zheng Jiangnan is no more. From now on, the new Zheng Jiangnan will ensure you never regret your past choices. Once our circumstances improve, we shall journey to the county town to seek forgiveness from my father-in-law." Lin Youwei remained silent for a moment, but eventually succumbed to her emotions and began to weep profusely. Zheng Jiangnan held her tighter, as if wishing to merge into her very being. In the warmth of her man's embrace, Lin Youwei's sobs grew louder, as if she yearned to release the pent-up emotions that had long burdened her. Without uttering a word, Zheng Jiangnan gently patted her back. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Let her cry, let her cry. Expressing her grief is not a misfortune. Chapter 22. Preparation. After a long while, Lin Youwei finally regained her composure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she intended to rise and wash her face. Before she could get up, the gentle voice of the man beside her interrupted. "Stay still. Let me do it. From now on, I shall take care of your face and foot washing." Watching Zheng Jiangnan hurriedly fetch water, Lin Youwei's tears transformed into a smile. The earlier sorrow evaporating as sweetness filled her heart, akin to tasting honey. "Foolish woman," she thought, "once you fall for a man, it is all too easy to find joy in his mere words." Lin Youwei had always been a romantic at heart, easily appeased. Otherwise, she would not have insisted on marrying Zheng Jiangnan at all costs. Zheng Jiangnan procured a basin and drew warm water from the pot, testing the temperature before handing Lin Youwei a wrung towel. Noticing the fire in the stove was nearly extinguished, he quickly retrieved 2 eggs, knowing they required a gentle boil. A fierce flame would crack them instantly. As Lin Youwei washed her face, she inquired, "You just finished eating, and you're hungry again?" Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. "I am not hungry. These are for you." "Ah?" Lin Youwei replied, surprised. But I'm not hungry. Even if you are not, you must eat. From now on, you need to consume at least 2 eggs daily. Otherwise, you and the baby in your womb will lack sufficient nourishment. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Once we finish these eggs, we won't have any left during the confinement period. Hearing Lin Youwei's concerns, Zheng Jiangnan felt a pang in his heart. Perhaps she had been worrying about the confinement all along. Gently, he reached out to stroke her head. Silly girl, not only will there be eggs during your confinement, but whenever you desire anything, your husband will always ensure you have it. On June 25, 1982, the Dragon Boat Festival. Zhang Guilin had been occupied with stewing meat the previous day, only managing to prepare the zongzi late into the night. Objectively speaking, if Lin Youwei had not expressed a desire for zongzi, her mother would not have made any this year. There was no choice. The rice paddies in Hepingta village were far too scarce. The white rice we consumed daily was barely sufficient, let alone the cultivation of glutinous rice, which yielded even less. Therefore, do not underestimate a single zongzi. For the present Hepingta village, it is a true luxury. Zheng Jiangnan estimated that there were likely no more than 5 households in the entire village making zongzi. Zhang Guilin had prepared a total of 100 zongzi, each weighing about 2 ounces, strung together in tins. These 3 bundles are for your sister-in-law's family, and the other 3 are for Youwei. Later, let Jiangbei deliver 2 bundles to your grandparents. Jiangbei has a craving, so we will keep 2 bundles here as well. Zhang Guilin meticulously divided the bundles. She initially intended to give more to Youwei, but upon reflection, she decided to maintain fairness. Although the eldest daughter-in-law is amiable, she tends to favor the second son excessively. It is indeed a challenge to navigate the responsibilities of adulthood. Today's Dragon Boat Festival feast was held at the old residence, where Zheng Jiangnan summoned both his sons to partake in the meal. One reason was the leftover meat from the previous night, and the other was simply to create a lively atmosphere. The family places great importance on the 3 festivals celebrated each year. Throughout Heping village, every household adorned their doors with calamus and mugwort. Zhang Guilin crafted small sachets for everyone, containing calamus roots, claiming that carrying one would prevent mosquito bites throughout the year. Zheng Jiangnan inhaled deeply from the sachet, as he particularly enjoyed the refreshing scent of calamus, which invigorated the mind. After lunch, everyone commenced their respective chores. Zheng Jiangdong and Wu Xiangmei returned to tend to their own fields, while Zheng Jiangnan and his wife's 14 acres of rice paddies were managed by their father. Zheng Jiangwo. Zhang Guilin busied herself at home with laundry and cooking, managing the household affairs. Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin also raised a pig, which constituted the family's sole income for the year. The responsibility of feeding the pig naturally fell upon Zheng Jiangxi. Each day, he would venture to the mountains to gather pigweed or harvest duckweed from the fields. On ordinary days, Lin Youwei was also occupied, tending to her vegetable garden. Without her diligence, there would be neither food nor vegetables to eat. Upon returning from the old residence, Zheng Jiangnan arranged for Lin Youwei to take a nap while he picked up 2 fish baskets to embark on his entrepreneurial venture. Do not misunderstand. He was not going fishing for eels or loaches. In his previous life, he had perused some web novels where protagonists would catch eels and turtles to sell, often amassing hundreds or even thousands of pounds daily, only to feed them to chickens and ducks. Zheng Jiangnan was incredulous, thinking it was utterly absurd. Those familiar with rural life understand that, during that era, fields were indeed home to many loaches and eels, yet even on a day of idleness, catching 2 or 3 pounds was quite an accomplishment. Furthermore, during times of scarcity, such wild delicacies were rare treats, when people struggled to fill their own bellies. How could they afford to feed them to chickens and ducks? It was only in the 1990s, with the advent of hybrid rice and economic growth, that people generally began to enjoy rice regularly and could occasionally afford meat, thus using any caught loaches and eels as feed for their poultry. As the new century dawned, wild eels became scarce, often fetching prices of over 100 yuan per pound. Sometimes, many things seemed to come full circle. As for fish, they indeed held monetary value. Yet, the same principle applies. Anything that swims in the water or scurries on land, as long as it is not too elusive, is unlikely to escape capture. Additionally, Heping village boasted only a small creek. Downstream, there were numerous pools, but they contained only small fish and shrimp, with fish weighing half a pound being almost non-existent. As everyone busily cultivates the fields, gathers pig fodder, and chops firewood, who has the time to catch small fish and shrimp? The effort hardly seems worthwhile. as the energy expended far exceeds the fish caught. Thus, Zheng Jiangnan never entertained the thought of fishing or selling eels. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing the resources of the mountains and waters. In the impoverished and remote area of Hepingtu, while the rice paddies are scarce, the mountains abound with various natural resources. Today, Zheng Jiangnan's objective is to venture to the 36 Ridges, approximately 10 miles from the village, to catch snakes. The 36 Ridges is a geographical term referring to a pristine forest at the border of Pingnan and Denning regions. It is seldom visited by people, and the ownership of the land belongs to the state, not to any village. During times of hardship, nearby villages would organize hunts in this area. However, when life permits, most people are reluctant to venture into the 36 Ridges. There is little choice. The primeval forest is not an ordinary hill or thicket. It is fraught with danger. Delving into the depths of the forest, one cannot even begin to describe the ferocious beasts that lurk there, but the venomous snakes are the most lethal. The 36 Ridges is filled with towering trees, their dense foliage forming natural canopies. Among the grass, various snakes lie in wait, silently hiding in the depths of the thicket, ready to strike at any moment should a human trespass into their territory. The snakes of the 36 Ridges are known for their ferocity, particularly the king cobra, whose bite can lead to a swift farewell to this beautiful world if not treated promptly. Therefore, before Zheng Jiangnan embarks on his journey to the 36 Ridges, he must make certain preparations. Otherwise, he risks perishing before he can catch any snakes to sell. Chapter 23. Catching snakes. Zheng Jiangnan inspected his gear and found it to be quite sufficient. He had 2 ropes made of hemp, a few boiled sweet potatoes, a military green water bottle filled to the brim with tea, matches and torches for lighting or igniting a fire, and a machete secured at his waist. All was in order. Zheng Jiangnan lifted 2 pounds of wild boar meat, salted the night before, and set off from his humble abode. His purpose for carrying the wild boar meat was not to feast atop the mountain. Instead, he intended to trade it at Zheng Xuanjing's home in the village for something more reliable. "Uncle Shunjing, are you home?" Zheng Jiangnan called out, raising his voice at the entrance of Zheng Xuanjing's house. Zheng Shunjing and Zheng Jiangwo are indeed distant cousins, having parted ways 5 generations ago. "Who is it? Calling out at this hour?" A dark-skinned, middle-aged man emerged from within. Zheng Jiangnan hurried forward. "Uncle Shunjing, it's me. Wishing you health during the Dragon Boat Festival. I brought you some meat." "Ah, isn't this Jiangnan from Jiangwo's family? You're bringing me meat? The sun must be rising in the west today. I heard you caught a big wild boar yesterday. It seems to be true." Zheng Shunjing's voice boomed. He had heard the news that Zheng Jiangnan had hunted a large wild boar, with the exchange rate being 5 pounds of rice for 1 pound of meat. Unfortunately, with so many children at home, he hesitated to part with any rice for the trade. After all, the needs of a family with many mouths to feed are profound. Even half a pound or a pound of meat would hardly suffice to ensure that everyone can have a taste. How many pounds of rice would be sufficient for the exchange? Are we still living life? Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. "Oh, Uncle Shunjing, don't pay attention to their nonsense. It's merely a few dozen pounds of goods, hardly substantial." He continued, "I've been busy, but now that I have a moment, I was thinking of bringing you some to sample." Zheng Shunjing burst into hearty laughter. "You little rascal, spare me your nonsense. You, who would grab a handful of dirt to keep in your pocket if you fell, are going to bring me meat. Speak up, what do you need?" "Well, I must say, Uncle Shunjing, you are quite astute. I was wondering if you still have that snake medicine. I would like to take some for backup." Zheng Xuanjing's expression shifted, and he earnestly advised, "You wish to catch snakes? Jiangnan, while they may be delicious, they are perilous. I advise against it." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled lightly. "Uncle, you speak wisely, but the temptation is overwhelming. I wish to try my luck, and with your medicine, it wouldn't be a significant issue." He refrained from mentioning his intent to catch snakes for profit. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. In these times, poverty was widespread, with the miseries stemming not from scarcity, but from inequality. When everyone shared the same plight, all was well. However, if one found a way to earn money, it could lead to discontent. The snake medicine in Zheng Xuanjing's possession was said to be given to him by a decrepit old Taoist. It was rumored that regardless of the snake's bite, if a bit of this remedy was applied, one would not succumb to poisoning or death, which was rather miraculous. Thus, Zheng Jiangnan found it imperative to acquire the snake medicine from Zheng Shunjing. "Just ensure your own safety. I do have a bit of the medicine left. I'll fetch it for you, but be cautious." Seeing that Zheng Jiangnan had made up his mind, Zheng Jiangnan felt helpless to dissuade him and merely instructed him to be careful as he turned to retrieve the medicine. Uncle Jiangnan, wait. Take this meat with you. Zheng Jiangnan hurriedly followed him inside. Zheng Jiangnan waved his hand. In our village, you still call me uncle? It's just a bit of medicine. How could I accept your meat? Uncle Jiangnan, this isn't my meat. It's wild boar meat, Zheng Jiangnan replied. His face contorted in a mix of embarrassment and urgency. Zheng Jiangnan was somewhat speechless. Was that truly his intention? Noticing Zheng Jiangnan's slight awkwardness, Zheng Jiangnan added, besides, this meat isn't for you. It's for my younger brothers. Please, don't be so courteous. I'll leave the meat here. Thinking of the children at home. Zheng Jiangnan's eyes flickered, and he ceased to refuse. As he watched Zheng Jiangnan venture into the mountains under the blazing sun, he felt something was amiss, yet could not quite pinpoint it. Oh, I've just realized. When did this rascal become so polite? The mountain path was arduous, and after nearly 2 hours of trekking, Zheng Jiangnan finally arrived at the outskirts of the primitive forest of 36 peaks. After taking a sip from his flask, he assessed his direction. The vigor of youth served him well. Had it been in his previous life, traversing this distance would have left him exhausted. Taking a deep breath, he was greeted by the refreshing scent of mingled earth and vegetation. Since few ventured to the 36 peaks, the area was remarkably tranquil. Occasionally, the distant call of cuckoo birds echoed, adding a touch of grace to the serene forest. Yet, Zheng Jiangnan was not beguiled by the enchanting beauty of the 36 peaks. He was acutely aware of the perils lurking beneath such a lure. Armed with a machete, he meticulously carved a stick and chose to follow a small stream upstream, taking each step with utmost caution. In contrast to the impenetrable thicket, the stream offered a modicum of safety, devoid of towering shrubs obstructing his path. The primary objective of this expedition was to capture mountain snakes, which favored damp and chilly locales near water sources. The dry leaves crunched underfoot as Zheng Jiangnan traversed the banks, beset by mosquitoes and humidity. However, after nearly half an hour of walking, he had encountered nothing but a few birds and insects, without so much as a glimpse of a serpent. Leaning against a massive boulder, he paused for a brief respite, pulling out a sweet potato to satisfy his hunger, as this arduous journey demanded considerable stamina. Just as he was contemplating the blooming rhododendrons in the distance while munching on his snack, a faint hissing sound caught his attention. Swiftly swallowing half the sweet potato, he grasped his stick and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, to his left, 3 meters away, he spotted a green snake coiled amidst the grass by the water's edge, its body nearly blending with the surrounding foliage. What a pity, it's just a bamboo viper, Zheng Jiangnan lamented, a hint of disappointment creeping in. This snake bore no flesh and held little value. He had aimed to capture either a king cobra or a 5-step snake, creatures that would fetch a price in the memory of a certain place. With a swift motion, he used his stick to drive the bamboo viper away and prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly, a grayish-brown snake came into view, igniting a flicker of joy within him. It was indeed his target, the king cobra. Regrettably, it appeared rather small, weighing perhaps a little over 2 pounds. Yet it remained a worthy quarry. Zheng Jiangnan approached with caution, retrieving his slender stick to gently prod the king cobra. Startled, the snake swiftly coiled and slithered away. But Zheng Jiangnan was quicker. He dashed forward, utilizing the forked tip of his stick to secure the snake's head, then deftly seized its midsection, pulling it from the underbrush. The king cobra writhed vigorously, its body twisting in a futile attempt to escape. Chapter 24. Capturing the giant king cobra. Those familiar with serpentine behavior understand that the first instinct of any snake is to coil. When grasped by its midsection, a snake will instinctively wrap its body and tail around the arm of its captor, often leading to bites during this critical moment. Many snake catchers fall victim to this very predicament, as the fear induced by the constriction prompts a subconscious release, allowing the snake to escape and retaliate with a strike. However, Zheng Jiangnan, having had ample experience in capturing snakes in both this life and the last, was well prepared for such an eventuality. He allowed the king cobra to coil around his arm while maintaining a firm grip on its midsection. With practiced ease, he retrieved the woven fish basket strapped to his back and swiftly deposited the snake inside, promptly sealing the lid to prevent any escape. The bamboo basket was well ventilated, alleviating concerns of suffocation for the snake, though an ideal solution would have been a mesh bag, which Zheng Jiangnan regrettably did not possess, as it would have been far more convenient. The snake writhed back and forth within the fish basket, and Zheng Jiangnan displayed a triumphant smile. If the transaction at the location he planned to visit tomorrow were successful, he estimated that this serpent could fetch at least 10 yuan. However, a single snake would merely satisfy Su Xian and would certainly not suffice for Zheng Jiangnan. After taking a sip of water, he continued on his way. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, on the edge of a patch of azaleas, Zheng Jiangnan spotted a small puddle. The puddle was littered with dead branches and fallen leaves, and occasionally it would gurgle, releasing 1 or 2 bubbles. It was likely that there were loaches in the muddy bottom, and the bubbles indicated they were gasping for air. The small puddle, shaded from the sun and surrounded by numerous rocks, assured Zheng Jiangnan that snakes must be nearby, as they thrived in such damp, cool environments. Zheng Jiangnan found a rock over a meter high and stood upon it, carefully rotating his body like a radar, scanning the area with great precision. His diligence bore fruit when he spotted a stout, black snake tail. It appeared to be a non-venomous rat snake, although this snake would not command a high price. Its meat was delicious and quite nutritious, perfect for stewing for Young Wei. The upper half of the snake was obscured by dead leaves, making it difficult to ascertain its exact size. However, based on the tail alone, Zheng Jiangnan estimated it to weigh at least 3 jin. The rat snake was non-venomous, so he felt confident enough to attempt to catch it directly. If he could grasp its tail and swing it a couple of times, it would be rendered dizzy. But just as Zheng Jiangnan's hand was about to touch the rat snake's tail, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Renowned for its agility, how could the rat snake remain so still in his proximity? Something was amiss. Zheng Jiangnan picked up a stick and cautiously prodded the decayed leaves concealing the upper half of the rat snake. With a hiss, he was taken aback by the scene before him, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience. Beneath the leaves lay a massive king cobra, quietly coiled. While the reason the rat snake remained motionless was that 2/3 of its body was already ensnared within the cobra's jaws. Snake-devouring snake. Zheng Jiangnan could assure himself that he had never witnessed such an enormous king cobra in either of his lifetimes. Although they were separated by 2 or 3 meters, he could clearly see the azure and blue patterns adorning its body. While this coloration was strikingly beautiful, one must not be deceived, for it was the king of venomous snakes, its toxicity far exceeding imagination. A chilling aura emanated from its form, sending shivers down one's spine. The snake's head turned slightly, as if aware that Zheng Jiangnan's presence had interrupted its meal, yet it neither attacked nor fled. At that moment, the rat snake had been consumed to the point that its belly was distended and motionless, clearly in the throes of swallowing. Zheng Jiangnan was profoundly astonished by this sight. Although he had heard tales of snakes consuming one another, this was the first time he had witnessed such an event firsthand, particularly one involving a rat snake of this size. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan realized that this was a rare opportunity. He swiftly retrieved a length of hemp rope to ensnare the head of the king cobra before him. Unlike the previous specimen, this king cobra was immensely colossal. He understood that relying solely on his hands might not suffice to subdue it. If it were to escape, he would have no place to lament his misfortune. Soon enough, this king cobra, as thick as an arm, along with the snake it had captured, was effortlessly secured within his fish basket, excluding the captured snake. This king cobra weighed at least 6 pounds. It was undoubtedly the sovereign of the mountain peaks. Beastly creatures are indeed hard to part with, Zheng Jiangnan muttered to himself. Were the king cobra able to comprehend his words, it would surely retort, "You scoundrel, it is not that I am unwilling to let go. I simply cannot." Satisfied with the 2 fish baskets filled with serpents, Zheng Jiangnan did not pause, but continued his search in the vicinity, hoping to encounter more of those wretched serpents. This area marked the interior of the 36 peaks, a rich tapestry of biodiversity within the deep forest. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of shadows that seemed to welcome Zheng Jiangnan as a guest. As time progressed, the sky gradually donned hues of orange and red, perhaps signaling the end of his good fortune for the day. After a couple of hours without further discoveries, he decided it was time to retreat. Though he had not found the ideal snakes, his outing was not entirely fruitless. He had stumbled upon a grove of wild mulberries, laden with fruit during this bountiful season. The berries were particularly large and irresistibly enticing. After sampling a few, Zheng Jiangnan discovered their sweetness, complemented by a hint of wild tartness that rendered them even more refreshing. Without hesitation, he indulged himself to his heart's content, for these berries far surpassed sweet potatoes in flavor. Zheng Jiang, and then picked several large catalpa leaves, folding and weaving them with small twigs to fashion simple bowls. He filled these makeshift vessels with the largest of the wild mulberries, amounting to 2 or 3 pounds, destined to be taken home for his wife to enjoy. As dusk approached, birds began returning to their nests, and the gentle hum of insects filled the air. The forest of the 36 peaks remained steeped in tranquility and mystery, with the occasional mountain breeze rustling the leaves, whispering ancient tales. Zheng Jiangnan watched as the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, painting the sky in vibrant reds. The trees of the dense forest appeared gilded in golden light, their shadows dancing in the wind. The sunset was breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the creek in the valley flowed tirelessly, its surface shimmering with golden ripples, as if adorned with countless gems. Occasionally, flocks of returning birds would soar overhead, leaving behind a chorus of melodious calls. Chapter 25. Lin Youwei yearns for rice porridge. As Zheng Jiangnan made his way back, he savored the tranquility and mystery of nature. The occasional rustle from the fish baskets at his waist filled him with anticipation for the life that awaited him. By the time he returned to the village, night had nearly enveloped the landscape. Fortunately, the night sky is devoid of light pollution, allowing Zheng Jiangnan to faintly trace his way home by the silvery glow of the moon. In the distance, he spots his humble abode, where a flickering light dances within. Undoubtedly, it is a candle lit by Lin Youwei, for at this moment, Pingtu village remains without electricity. It is not that Zheng Jiangnan's family is impoverished. Rather, the entire village is bereft of electric lamps. He vaguely recalls that it was not until 1995 that Pingtu village was electrified. Many perceive this era as favorable, yet they overlook numerous aspects. Overall, while the people of this time possess an abundance of warmth and spirit, their living conditions and material circumstances are in dire need of transformation. "Darling, I'm home. Look what delicious treats I've brought you," Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed as he stepped inside, placing the basket containing snakes in a safe spot. Upon seeing him, Lin Youwei's face instantly lit up with delight. "Where did you go this afternoon?" In truth, Zheng Jiangnan often returned home late due to his card games, sometimes even spending the night away, a routine to which Lin Youwei had grown accustomed. Yet, for reasons unknown, since yesterday, she had been particularly anxious about him, longing to see Zheng Jiangnan at every moment. It was not that Lin Youwei was being sentimental. From a medical standpoint, the hormonal fluctuations during late pregnancy can lead to heightened emotional dependence on one's husband. Additionally, there may be an unconscious concern for the health of the unborn child, as having her husband nearby provides comfort and a sense of security. "I went up the mountain to catch snakes. Tomorrow, I will sell them to improve our living conditions," Zheng Jiangnan replied, omitting the detail of where he had gone. Lin Youwei gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand. "You dared to catch snakes? Those creatures are terrified of humans. You must never do that again. It's far too dangerous." Zheng Jiangnan accepted the basin Lin Youwei handed him, washing his face as he reassured her. "It's nothing. Your husband is quite capable. By the way, have you eaten?" "No, I wasn't sure when you would return, so I thought I would wait to cook until you got home." "You must be hungry. I'll start cooking right now," Lin Youwei said shyly. As a wife, it felt wrong that her husband returned to an empty home. As she tried to head to the kitchen, Zheng Jiangnan gently stopped her. No, didn't I say that you should enjoy yourself? I just gathered these wild mountain berries from the mountains. Let me wash them for you, and I will cook shortly." Zheng Jiangnan produced the mountain berries, and Lin Youwei's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing the plump fruits, each the size of a grape. "Oh, so many and so large. Where did you find these? Are they sour? Ever since I became pregnant, I've been craving something tangy." Hearing this, Zheng Jiangnan felt a pang of guilt, realizing how little attention he had paid to Lin Youwei. It is common knowledge that pregnant women often crave sour and spicy foods, yet he had never considered this. Nor had he ever brought her any snacks, not even a wild fruit. This neglect was inexcusable, and he reflected that in his past life, Lin Youwei may have already been deeply hurt, with the wild boar incident being the final straw. After calming his emotions, Zheng Jiangnan remarked that while he was out catching snakes, he stumbled upon a vast patch by a small stream. "Thinking that you might enjoy them, I collected some." Lin Youwei stuffed a handful into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up as she exclaimed how much she adored them. Just a few days ago, Zhangbei had brought her some while gathering pigweed, and she had relished every bite. She had even contemplated going to gather some herself, but unfortunately, she found none. Seeing his beloved so joyful, Zheng Jiangnan's fatigue from traveling dissipated entirely. It is true that wild fruits like snakeberries and mountain thorns are fairly abundant in the countryside. However, the rural areas are bustling with people, and groups of children are often seen. By the time the wild sweet potatoes and mountain thorns in the vicinity are fully ripe, they have likely been devoured by those children. How could Lin Youwei find any? Watching Lin Youwei devour the treats, Zheng Jiangnan cautioned her, "Dear, do not eat too much at once, or you might tire of it. I will go prepare dinner." Lin Youwei looked up in confusion, questioning how one could ever grow weary of such delicacies. Following him into the kitchen, she hesitantly began, Jiangnan appearing as if she had something more to say. "What is it, my love?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired, puzzled. "We have quite a bit of rice now. Could you perhaps cook a pot of plain rice porridge without sweet potatoes?" Her tone was rather humble. Zheng Jiangnan felt a pang in his heart. A bowl of plain rice porridge was such a simple request. He had been a fool in the past, often leaving them without enough to eat. Lin Youwei, since marrying into the Zheng family, had likely never tasted true white rice. Noticing Zheng Jiangnan's silence, Lin Youwei anxiously added, "It might be a bit too extravagant. I have eaten sweet potatoes for so long that I crave the aroma of rice." "I'm sorry, Jiangnan." Lin Youwei felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she was being unreasonable. Though she had eaten sweet potato rice at her in-laws' home last night, and at noon today, they had also enjoyed meat then. Was she truly so greedy, wanting more after having meat, especially with so many mountain thorns available? "Lin Youwei, you are too greedy. How dare you request such luxury as plain rice porridge?" Though unaware of Lin Youwei's inner turmoil, Zheng Jiangnan was deeply moved by her humble tone. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he gently replied, "Silly girl, from now on, we shall have plain rice porridge and white rice every day. And we will no longer eat sweet potato rice. By the way, didn't Tea Mother bring us zongzi? You can have one to satisfy your cravings while I prepare the porridge. I can't bear to eat the zongzi you mother made. I want to save it for you." Lin Youwei softly replied, then added, "Look, I'm still enjoying the mountain thorns, so I don't need the zongzi." Zheng Jiangnan felt his previously calmed heart wrenched anew. "Lin Youwei, you truly strike at the heart. This is more painful than death itself." He scooped some rice from the jar, rinsed it clean, and poured it into the pot. The stove was already ablaze, likely lit by Lin Youwei, who had anticipated his return to prepare the meal promptly. "Dear, do you prefer your porridge thicker or thinner?" Zheng Jiangnan asked. Lin Youwei sat before the stove, tending to the fire. Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's inquiry, she tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "I desire porridge that is neither too thick nor too thin." The flames danced vigorously, and the enticing aroma wafted from the large pot, causing Lin Youwei to swallow in anticipation. Before long, the white rice porridge was ready. Zheng Jiangnan produced 2 eggs, cracking them into the steaming porridge, which rendered it devoid of any fishy taste while enhancing its nutritional value. Regrettably, there was no sugar in the house. Otherwise, a sprinkle would have elevated its flavor even further. In Chapter 26, titled Target, Guxia County, Lin Youwei relished this meal immensely. Whether it was the long-standing craving for white rice porridge or the affectionate touch Zheng Jiangnan had infused into it, she felt it was the most exquisite porridge she had ever tasted. With an insatiable appetite, Lin Youwei not only consumed a substantial amount of mountain nuts, but also downed 2 bowls of porridge. As she contemplated a 3rd bowl, Zheng Jiangnan intervened, not out of reluctance to share, but out of concern for her digestion. Although porridge is easily digestible, caution was still warranted. Lin Youwei set down her bowl, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. Strangely enough, despite being full, her mouth still yearned for more. She even fancied the porridge to be more delectable than the meat from the previous day. Thus, she playfully declared, "I want to have white rice porridge again tomorrow." To which Zheng Jiangnan readily acquiesced. After dinner, Zheng Jiangnan tidied up the table and stove before swiftly washing himself. He then prepared a basin of warm water for Lin Youwei to soak her feet. Initially, she felt a bit shy and repeatedly declined, but Zheng Jiangnan, with a teasing tone, declared, "If you don't allow me to help you, I shall go play cards." This statement had a powerful effect, causing Lin Youwei's face to pale, her anxiety visibly rising. Observing her sudden silence, Zheng Jiangnan regretted uttering those words. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. I promised to stop playing cards," he said softly while assisting her with her foot bath. "Yes," Lin Youwei nodded, "I'm just a little scared." "Jiangnan, you truly must not gamble again. Neither our home nor I can withstand another of your escapades. Right? Youwei, tomorrow you should visit your parents for a meal. And in the evening, let Shibei come to keep you company while I go sell the snake. I may not return until late." Zheng Jiangnan quickly changed the subject. This tactic proved effective, as Lin Youwei's mood immediately lifted with the new topic. Where will you sell it? Will it sell? Zheng Jiangnan nodded, affirming, yes. I plan to head to Guxiao early tomorrow. I've heard that the people there have a penchant for snake meat. Guxiao? Lin Youwei asked, puzzled. Isn't that a county in the Dining region? Why go so far when you could sell it at Hongqi Commune? Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, explaining to Lin Youwei that although the Dining region borders the Pingnan region, their economic conditions were vastly different. Being closer to the provincial capital, Guxiao's economic level was significantly superior to that of Pingnan City. In contrast, Hongqi Commune, which belonged to Pingnan City and Zheng County, was merely a larger version of Hepingta village, lacking in any industrial or commercial development, being a quintessential agricultural commune. To put it plainly, it is a matter of lacking purchasing power. It is commendable enough that the villagers can afford to feed themselves. Who would spend money on snakes? Moreover, even if someone craved such a delicacy, they could hardly afford a reasonable price. In reality, the only individuals capable of purchasing the king cobra would likely be the personnel of the commune. However, Zheng Jiangnan suspects they are not in short supply, as although catching snakes is no easy feat, the Red Flag commune spans numerous mountains, and even without specifically seeking them, someone is bound to catch one occasionally. During this period of underdeveloped transportation, villagers fortunate enough to capture a snake, who might otherwise be reluctant to consume it themselves, would naturally find a market for it. Besides economic factors, there exists a more significant reason for venturing to Guxiao to sell snakes. Zheng Jiangnan recalls a major news event from 2010 in his previous life, when the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection apprehended a prominent figure, a 60-year-old tiger, whose high status and bizarre case shocked the entire nation. This high-ranking official, Su Tianliang, fell from grace while occupying a lofty position. Unlike other corrupt individuals who pursued wealth through embezzlement or sought power at the expense of their duties, Su Tianliang neither chased after power nor wealth. Instead, he possessed considerable capability and genuinely accomplished many tangible benefits for the populace. His downfall, however, stemmed from his insatiable appetite. Could one truly be apprehended for gluttony? It is essential to consider the nature of his diet after his fall from grace. Investigators discovered a trove of illegal delicacies in his refrigerator, including pangolins, leopard meat, owls, and even tiger bone wine. He indulged in a veritable feast of all creatures that soar, run, or swim, regardless of their protected status. It is crucial to understand that, irrespective of one's rank, the law applies equally to all. Transgressions will invariably lead to punishment. Furthermore, how did he acquire such illicit delicacies? Were they not gifts from those seeking his favor? This, too, is a form of corruption. Zheng Jiangnan recalls that the online discourse surrounding this scandal was quite vigorous, divided into two camps. One faction argued that such a capable individual, who was neither greedy nor lascivious, should be allowed to indulge in food and drink without reproach. The opposing faction insisted that the law knows no mercy, especially concerning the origins of his wild delicacies, which could be seen as bribes from unscrupulous individuals. Essentially, this constitutes a transfer of illicit benefits. Set aside the online debates for a moment. The crux of the matter is that this controversial official, Su Tianliang, was at that time serving as the county party secretary in Guxiao County, Fujian Province. His culinary predilections had begun long before this. Where there is a taste at the top, there shall be an abundance below. The revelations surrounding the Su Tianliang case indicated that during the 1980s, an era when many still struggled to find enough to eat, a culture of indulgence and excess had taken root within the Guxiao political sphere. However, they were cautious not to be overt about it. Thus, a certain unregistered restaurant emerged in a small village not far from Guxiao County, likely one of the earliest private clubs to arise post-reform and opening up. Therefore, Zheng Jiangnan's objective is precisely this establishment. Lin Youwei expressed her concerns, remarking that it would involve crossing regional boundaries, and questioned whether the distance would be considerable. In those days, travel was slow, and for rural folk to make a journey to the county seat was no trivial matter. Returning home would provide fodder for boasting for several months. Moreover, Zheng Jiangnan was heading to Guxiao, which entailed traversing not only the county town, but even crossing regional boundaries. As Zheng Jiangnan poured out the foot-washing water, he assisted Lin Youwei into the room and remarked with a smile that, in fact, our location is not far from Guxiao County town. It is merely under different administrative jurisdictions, leading people to subconsciously perceive it as distant. When calculated accurately, the distance is not much greater than that to Zheng County town. Is that true? Lin Youwei inquired, her large eyes blinking in curiosity. Zheng Jiangnan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It is approximately around 50 kilometers. Lin Youwei hesitated. 50 kilometers? How do you plan to get there? Although people could walk in those times, 50 kilometers was no trivial matter. It would take an eternity on foot. After a brief silence, Zheng Jiangnan replied, there is a bus from Hongqi Commune to Guxia County Town every afternoon at 1:30 p.m. I intend to borrow 5 yuan from my mother tomorrow, then walk to Hongqi Commune to catch the bus. In Chapter 27, Lin Youwei's 10 yuan. Zheng Jiangnan vaguely recalled that the bus fare from Hongqi Commune to Guxia was 3 yuan. The reason for borrowing 5 was to avoid any potential miscalculation, which would lead to an awkward situation if he fell short. He was untroubled about the return fare, confident that he could sell the snake. Zheng Jiangnan also realized that the reason a family could not even spare 5 yuan was due to his previous reckless behavior. Lin Youwei sighed, contemplating for a moment as if she was making a monumental decision. She climbed off the bed and approached the large wooden box at the foot of the bed, unfastening the leather strap and rummaging through it under Zheng Jiangnan's puzzled gaze. In no time, Lin Youwei produced a handkerchief, delicately unwrapping it to reveal a piece of floral cloth. She further unfolded the cloth, finally exposing its contents, a substantial black and white 10 yuan note. With utmost care, Lin Youwei handed the note to Zheng Jiangnan, saying, this was given to me secretly by my mother when I severed ties with my family. Do not ask your mother for money anymore. Over these years, you have been thoughtless, and our parents have supported us significantly. They probably have little left. Use this for your bus fare, and in case the snake does not sell, you can at least return home. Zheng Jiangnan felt a profound ache in his heart, and after much contemplation, he decided to accept the money for now, promising to repay Lin Youwei once the snake was sold. Just as he was about to grasp the note, Lin Youwei suddenly pulled back, stammering, You really must use it for the bus, not for gambling. Lin Youwei was frightened. She feared that Zheng Jiangnan's nature would not change, that his recent good behavior was merely a facade. This 10 yuan was her final safety net. Originally intended to purchase rice to make congee in case she could not breastfeed when the child was born. Zheng Jiangnan tightly embraced Lin Youwei, trembling as he spoke. Youwei, I will not gamble again. I have been truly unworthy, causing you so much pain and shedding countless tears. I am not worthy of you. With that, he struck himself in frustration. Alarmed, Lin Youwei clung to him. Jiangnan, I believe you. As long as you amend those bad habits, our lives will surely improve. Youwei, yes, I love you. Zheng Jiangnan gazed into the tear-filled eyes of the enchanting girl before him and kissed her. His hands instinctively began to move. In the enchanting Jiangnan, I reassured my dear friend, it's nothing, my dear, I shall be gentle. As the candle extinguished, the small room was instantly filled with the vibrant colors of spring. The following day, aboard the bus to Guxia from Hongqi Commune, Zheng Jiangnan found himself immersed in lingering memories of the uncontrollable passion experienced the previous night, a source of slight regret for him. After all, Lin Youwei was already 7 months along, and some matters were rather inappropriate. The bus swayed violently as the road, truly a challenge to describe, was far from ideal. Despite being a provincial road, it lacked even a cement surface, having been compacted with yellow earth over time, resulting in a rugged path. On rainy days, it became a quagmire, while on sunny days, the vehicle kicked up clouds of dust, rendering travel quite inconvenient. Although the number of travelers was sparse, it did not mean there were none. As the only bus service between the two counties, the vehicle was overcrowded, bursting at the seams. Among the passengers were farmers carrying chickens and ducks for family visits, alongside workers donning checkered shirts, clearly employed in public service. Given the scarcity of government vehicles at that time and the inevitable business exchanges between the counties, those with stable jobs had no choice but to rely on the bus for their commutes. Zheng Jiangnan boarded the bus at Hongqi Commune, long past the point of finding a seat, and now squeezed beside the driver atop the water tank. His backpack, which contained a king cobra, had been placed by the ticket seller on the roof, as there was no space left inside. With the bumpy ride, he worried that the backpack would tumble off, leaving him utterly distraught. Amidst the mingling scents of chickens and ducks, as well as the various body odors of the cramped passengers, Zheng Jiangnan, who usually managed to travel well, was now feeling queasy. Fortunately, aside from a headache, he was spared the misfortune of vomiting. However, as fate would have it. An unexpected incident occurred halfway through the journey. A fellow passenger seated next to him, clearly on the verge of being sick yet reluctant to ask the driver to halt, was visibly struggling to maintain control. During a sharp turn, he finally succumbed, and the vomit spilled through the gaps in his fingers, creating quite the spectacle. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zheng Jiangnan hastily signaled the driver to stop, and he rushed out to relieve himself. He was not alone. Upon seeing the driver halt, several passengers in the front rows quickly followed suit, resulting in a cacophony of retching. Even those seated in the back seized the opportunity to disembark. Adding to the lively scene, the driver accepted a cigarette from the ticket seller, lit it, and took a deep drag, observing the chaos with an impassive expression. For them, who traversed this road daily, such occurrences were hardly surprising. The bus continued its shaky journey, and after approximately 50 kilometers, they finally arrived around 4 o'clock, taking a full 2.5 hours for the trip. In later times, this would be unimaginable. 50 kilometers taking 2.5 hours? Wasn't that merely a matter of pressing the accelerator? In the future, with highways connecting the two counties, that distance could indeed be covered in just half an hour with a simple push of the pedal. Fortunately, the ticket seller's bundling skills proved reliable, preventing Zheng Jiangnan's backpack from tumbling off and leading to his fortune. With 7 yuan in change in hand, Zheng Jiangnan resolved to find something to eat. For after expelling everything from his stomach, he was left incredibly hungry. Guxiao was not unfamiliar to him. After all, the two counties were close, and he had visited frequently in his past life. At this moment, the ancient Xia was somewhat dissimilar to the towering edifices of his memories. The landscape was dotted with modest dwellings, many of which were wooden houses, while the more respectable structures were predominantly state-owned establishments. As far as the eye could see, the tallest building stood merely 5 stories high, its prominence accentuated by the surrounding low-lying houses, with the bold characters spelling out Guxia County Supply and Marketing Cooperative gleaming resplendently at its summit. Adjacent to the cooperative was a state-run restaurant. As it was still before mealtime, only a handful of patrons could be seen, though a cluster of children lingered outside, peering eagerly through the entrance. Upon entering, Zheng Jiangnan discovered that the state-run restaurant was rather modest in size. The main hall, approximately 100 square meters, housed around 10 octagonal tables, while 2 large round tables occupied the center, likely designated for esteemed guests, as private dining rooms were nearly non-existent in such establishments at that time. On the left wall, a proclamation emblazoned in large characters declared, "Serve the people." The slogan on the right, however, was somewhat comical: "No unjustified beating or scolding of customers allowed." Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but smile at such an absurd proclamation, a relic of this particular era, in a decade's time. No restaurant would dare to treat customers with such indifference. The restaurant lacked paper menus. Instead, the dishes were inscribed on bamboo slips of similar size, affixed to the wall. A glance at the menu revealed a stark contrast to modern restaurants, offering only a handful of simplistic home-style dishes, lacking in variety. Yet, Zheng Jiangnan was not there to indulge in a lavish feast. He merely sought to satiate his hunger. "Hello, I would like a large bowl of beef noodles. Please, hold the chili and add extra cilantro." "Certainly, comrade. That will be 30 cents with a ticket, or 40 cents without," replied the waiter in a white coat, surprisingly cordial in demeanor. One could surmise that the previous attitude had not been as amicable. Otherwise, such a ludicrous sign would not be necessary. After all, every peculiar regulation is often born from an equally peculiar incident. "I don't have a ticket. Let's settle this in cash," Zheng Jiangnan remarked, handing the waiter a yuan. As patrons were required to pay before partaking in their meals, the waiter promptly processed the payment and returned, "Here is your change of 60 cents, comrade. Your noodles will be ready shortly. You may serve yourself." "Thank you." In no time, the noodles Zheng Jiangnan ordered were ready. To be fair, the portion size was quite generous, and the chef's skill was commendable. Coupled with his ravenous appetite, Zheng Jiangnan found the meal exceedingly satisfying. Having finished his meal, it was now 4:30 p.m. Zheng Jiangnan exited the state-run restaurant and made his way towards the private club he recalled from the news. After nearly an hour of walking, he finally arrived at his destination. Just as he was assessing the unassuming exterior of the building, a middle-aged man approached him. "Hey, what brings you here?" The man, named Lin Youwei, was a notable figure in the area. Last year, under the guidance of his cousin working in the county government, he opened this private club, which had been thriving. His demeanor exuded a certain charisma, characteristic of a businessman. Zheng Jiangnan quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. "Hello, comrade. I brought some game for you." Lin Youwei's expression changed dramatically. Due to policy constraints and the need for discretion among certain officials, this place was not open to the public. Aside from government officials, the average citizen remained unaware of its existence. The young man before him, although somewhat presentable, wore the unmistakable attire of a peasant, clearly not a government employee. Yet, his words suggested an uncanny knowledge of the operations here. Lin Youwei, seeking to probe further, feigned impatience and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? This isn't a supply and marketing cooperative. Who would want your game here?" Zheng Jiangnan, having lived two lives, instantly grasped Lin Youwei's concerns. Channeling his inner actor, he feigned confusion and exclaimed, "Why would my uncle deceive me? He specifically instructed me to bring good things here. He assured me someone would surely accept them." Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's words, Lin Youwei quickly inquired, "Who is your uncle?" He found himself at a loss. He could not ascertain the identity of Zheng Jiangnan's uncle. If it happened to be a leader whom he was not aware of, how would he explain himself when that leader arrived? It was imperative not to offend these officials, as his business relied on them. Given that this young man was aware of this place, it indicated that he indeed had such an uncle. Zheng Jiangnan scratched his head and replied, "My uncle works at the county committee and his surname is Wang. Everyone calls him Director Wang. He told me that if I wanted to make money, I should catch some game and bring it here. I thought he was quite impressive, but it seems he deceived me." In truth, Zheng Jiangnan felt a twinge of anxiety. This so-called uncle was a figment of his imagination. He chose the surname Wang because it was common, likely found in any organization. The title of director spanned across various levels, from local to central, making it relatively safe from exposure. As Zheng Jiangnan wrestled with his unease, Lin Youwei promptly donned a smile. "Ah, so you are Director Wang's nephew. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier." There were several directors Wang in the county committee, and Lin Youwei was unaware of which one Zheng Jiangnan referred to. He felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After all, what if the leader learned that he had failed to accurately remember him and deemed it disrespectful? Regardless, since it was introduced by Director Wang, as long as the goods were not subpar, he would accept them. After all, was there a significant difference in whom one purchased from? "Ah, splendid. It seems my uncle truly did not deceive me. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" Zheng Jiangnan feigned delight. He understood that the other party was indeed in need of such game. After all, the usual chicken, duck, fish, and meat were readily available to leaders elsewhere. So why would they seek them here? The challenge lay in having a Director Wang to vouch for him. Without that introduction, regardless of the quality of the goods, the other party would be hesitant to accept. Lin Youwei smacked his forehead. "How forgetful of me. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li, and I am the manager here. Come, let us go inside for some tea while I take a look at the goods you have brought." At that moment, individual proprietors preferred to be called manager rather than boss, as the latter carried a capitalistic connotation. They found comfort in being addressed as managers, a title that resonated with the ethos of socialism, helping them alleviate any feelings of insecurity. With an air of condescension now replaced by deference, Zheng Jiangnan reflected on the irony of the situation. Who claimed that the people of this era were simple-hearted? Throughout history, it has always been advantageous to have connections within the court. "Hello, Manager Li. I shall forego the tea. Please proceed to inspect the goods. My uncle has asked me to join him for dinner once I finish selling," he stated, deliberately hoping that Manager Li would refrain from haggling. In this day and age, individuals capable of engaging in such dealings were far from naive. Lin Youwei certainly grasped the underlying implications of Zheng Jiangnan's words. "Ha ha ha, how can one refuse tea? That would be quite uncivilized. Come, Chuiying, pour a cup of fine tea," Lin Youwei called out. At that moment, a kindly middle-aged woman emerged, bearing a cup of tea, which Zheng Jiangnan, unable to decline, graciously accepted with thanks. Cautiously, he reminded himself to be wary of the metaphorical snakes lurking within and lowered his gaze to sip the tea. Upon tasting it, he noted the sweetness, indicating the addition of sugar. Zheng Jiangnan cast a meaningful glance at the woman. It was no wonder that Lin Youwei could manage such a business. His prowess was evidently complemented by a wise partner. "Ah, what a marvel!" Lin Youwei exclaimed as he opened two baskets, revealing a colossal king cobra. The smaller of the two was relatively commonplace in his line of work. Yet the larger one was astonishing. Its size was indeed the largest he had ever encountered. "Manager Li, when you caught this king cobra, It was in the process of consuming another snake, so it likely hasn't fully digested it. Please deduct 3 pounds when weighing it, Zheng Jiangnan suggested proactively. Though the lesser snake had already been swallowed, it was impossible for the king cobra to have digested it entirely, resulting in a notably swollen belly. Keen on fostering future business with Lin Youwei, Zheng Jiangnan wished to avoid any perception of dishonesty and thus provided this clarification. Lin Youwei regarded Zheng Jiangnan with appreciation. Having handled no fewer than 80 snakes, he could easily discern that the king cobra had something within. However, Zheng Jiangnan's willingness to admit it made a significant difference. Very well, it seems you are indeed the nephew of Director Wang. Your integrity is commendable. I assure you that the price will reflect that. Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of joy within. Chapter 29. The ancient summer guesthouse manager Li brought forth the scale. The smaller king cobra weighed in at 27 pounds, while the larger one, after the agreed deduction of 3 pounds, still tipped the scales at an impressive 68 pounds. Even with his extensive experience, Lin Youwei couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Once the scales were set, Lin Youwei turned to Zheng Jiangnan and remarked, "Today has truly opened my eyes. Encountering such a large king cobra is a first for me." Zheng Jiangnan smiled but remained silent, having been equally taken aback. While large king cobras were not entirely unheard of, they were indeed a rarity. Lin Youwei continued with his offer for the smaller snake. "I shall price this one at the market rate of 10 yuan per pound. Does that seem agreeable to you?" Zheng Jiangnan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that this was significantly higher than his own estimate. If compared to pork prices, the notion of selling a king cobra for 10 yuan per pound seemed quite reasonable. However, one must consider the income of the people at this time. In the city, a formal worker earns merely 40 a month, and a single snake is worth nearly half a month's salary, which is hardly affordable. What Zheng Jiangnan was unaware of was that the exorbitant price could be attributed to the governance of Su Tianliang. It is crucial to flatter the top leader and cater to their preferences. Initially, several key officials from the county indulged in fine dining and drinking, and as time passed, they came to appreciate this lavish lifestyle. Consequently, this trend spread among officials of various ranks in Guxia County, leading to a significant increase in the prices of these game meats. The same snake would fetch no more than 6 yuan per kilogram in Hejing County. Observing Zheng Jiangnan's lack of objection, Manager Li continued, "As for this large specimen, it cannot simply be valued according to market price. It is priceless in its own right. I will calculate it at 18 yuan per kilogram, if that is agreeable to you." To be frank, this price set by Manager Li was quite reasonable, and Zheng Jiangnan had no qualms about it. Nodding, Zheng Jiangnan replied that the pricing was acceptable, though he inquired whether Manager Li would have future demand. Lin Youwei's eyes lit up. He had initially thought Zheng Jiangnan was merely fortunate to stumble upon these 2 snakes, but given his tone, it seemed he had confidence in acquiring more. He quickly responded, "Whether it be the 5-step snake, the cobra, or the king cobra, whatever quantity you have, I shall take. I am in this business after all, and even if you deliver 30 snakes a month, I am confident I can sell them all. Moreover, there are always avenues for transactions. Even if I cannot sell them directly, I can surely offload them to colleagues in the provincial city for a profit." Zheng Jiangnan felt a secret joy. As long as the other party was interested, he could rely on this effortless venture to amass his first fortune. "To be honest with you, Manager Li, I am quite confident in the supply of snakes from my area. By the way, would you be interested in the black-banded snake?" Lin Youwei nodded in agreement while calculating the money, though he noted that the price was far inferior. The black-banded snake fetched only 3 yuan per kilogram, while the 5-step snake and cobra, unless exceptionally large, were priced at 6 yuan per kilogram. Zheng Jiangnan acknowledged that, indeed, the black-banded snake paled in comparison to the 5-step snake and cobra and was utterly overshadowed by the king cobra, which has always been rare and thus commands a high price. Soon, Lin Youwei finalized the calculations. One snake was valued at 27 yuan and the other at 224 yuan, totaling 150 yuan, which he handed to Zheng Jiangnan. After having enjoyed beef noodles in Guxia County, Zheng Jiangnan had exactly 60 cents in change and intended to retrieve it, but Manager Li refused. "You are a trustworthy brother. We won't quibble over a few dimes. Just bring your goods here when you have them," Lin Youwei said with a wave of his hand, displaying a generous spirit. Zheng Jiangnan thought to himself that this man was quite commendable, so he refrained from being overly polite. After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Jiangnan expressed his intent to take his leave. saying, "Thank you. I shall not disturb your business. I will come back in a few days." "Very well. See you next time," Lin Youwei nodded, calculating that the customers would soon be arriving. Returning to the ancient town of Guxia, it was nearly 8 in the evening. There was but one bus running between the two towns each day, so Zheng Jiangnan needed to find accommodation for the night to catch the early bus the following morning. After inquiring for directions, he arrived at the nearest guest house, the Guxia County First Guest House. Observing the simplicity of the establishment before him, Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. Was this really the best guest house in the county? Nevertheless, he did not wish to be choosy. At this hour, any lodging was preferable. "Hello, comrade. Do you have any rooms available?" he asked. The attendant at the guest house was a round-faced young woman. At this time, guest house staff enjoyed job security with formal employment. Initially, her demeanor was somewhat pleasant upon seeing a handsome young man, but as she scrutinized his attire, which clearly marked him as a farmer, her smile faded instantly. With a rather indifferent tone, she replied that there was a room available for 3 yuan a night, but inquired if he had a recommendation letter. Sensing the change in her attitude, Zheng Jiangnan remained unfazed. At that moment, those with jobs held themselves in high esteem, looking down upon farmers. They believed that the peasant class did not match their noble revolutionary status, forgetting that the food they consumed was cultivated and raised by those very farmers. "Ha, comrade. I am indeed from the countryside of Guxia. A recommendation letter is unnecessary, right?" Zheng Jiangnan responded in the local dialect. The dialects of Hujian and Hejing differed vastly, despite their geographical proximity. Fortunately, as Hepingta village lay between the two counties, the villagers were generally fluent in both dialects. Although the round-faced young woman looked down on farmers, she did not make things overly difficult for Zheng Jiangnan. Upon hearing his authentic Guxia accent, she granted him a room, situated at the far end of the second floor. After paying, he entered his room and surveyed the surroundings. There was truly little to commend. Such a guest house demanded 3 yuan a night? This disparity highlighted why fewer people traveled during this era. The meager income of ordinary individuals could scarcely cover travel, meals, and lodging expenses. Without further contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan washed his face and promptly fell asleep. He had initially intended to purchase some items, as Guxia, being a county seat, surely offered a greater variety of goods than the Hongqi commune. Regrettably, he had learned earlier that the supply and marketing cooperative closed at 6 o'clock. Well then, I shall return to the Hongqi commune's cooperative tomorrow to shop. One must bring back every penny earned, he mused. The night passed without incident. And by 6 in the morning, Zheng Jiangnan was awake, for the bus back to Hejing was scheduled to depart at 7. Without much delay, he arrived at the Guxiao bus station. Noticing a vendor outside selling large meat buns from a handcart, he approached immediately. "Hello, how much are these buns?" he inquired. The vendor was a graceful young woman, surrounded by several customers, appearing rather busy. Without raising her head, she replied, "Steamed buns are 5 cents each. Meat buns are 8 cents each, no tickets required. How many would you like?" It must be said that while the income at this time is modest, the goods are indeed quite affordable. In later times, regardless of the location, a meat bun would cost at least 2 yuan as a baseline. "I'll have 2 meat buns. If you have soy milk, please give me a cup as well." Zheng Jiangnan handed over 50 cents. At that moment, the other customers had completed their purchases and departed, leaving Zheng Jiangnan as the sole patron at the meat bun cart. The graceful young woman accepted the money, handed him 2 meat buns, and while counting change, remarked that they did not sell soy milk at the moment, but it would be available starting tomorrow. Upon taking a bite of the bun, Zheng Jiangnan was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor, unable to resist scrutinizing the vendor. The woman possessed an exquisite countenance and a figure that was undeniably alluring. Her ample bosom seemed to compete with the steaming meat buns atop the steamer, creating a tantalizing spectacle. "What am I thinking?" Zheng Jiangnan chastised himself for his slightly inappropriate thoughts, yet he could not deny that this woman truly embodied grace and beauty. Moreover, she was no ordinary individual. Despite being a mere woman, her initiative to assure him of soy milk availability for the next day indicated her decisiveness and efficiency. It took considerable courage to venture out and sell buns, after all, as it represented a form of enterprise. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled and inquired, "How many buns do you have left?" He wondered if they would still be delectable by afternoon. He found the buns so delightful that he wished to purchase more to share with his family. The woman with the ethereal grace counted and replied, "There are 27 meat buns and 50 steamed buns." The flavors may diminish slightly by afternoon, but you can re-steam them. The difference in texture won't be significant. Zheng Jiangnan produced 2 yuan and offered, "I'll take 25 buns, but no steamed buns, please." "Is that 2 yuan?" The woman looked up in disbelief. Her astonishment was warranted, for at this hour, those willing to indulge in meat buns typically had better means, often purchasing only 1 or 2 at a time. Yet here was an ordinary-looking man requesting 25 at once. Undoubtedly a significant customer. "What are you waiting for? Accept the money." Zheng Jiangnan thought it amusing that he had just considered her to be quite astute. Oh, she stammered, taking the money and promptly wrapping the buns in lotus leaves. "Shall I put them in your backpack?" she asked, noticing the basket on his back. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, indicating it was unsuitable for food, as it was meant for snake catching. "But with so many buns, what will you do? Could you watch my stall while I fetch some cloth for you to carry them?" The young woman turned to leave, and Zheng Jiangnan was left speechless, wondering if she was not concerned he might abscond with her stall. At 10 a.m., at the stop for the Hongqi commune bus, Zheng Jiangnan sat on a bench, his complexion pale. The ride was truly excruciating. Each journey left him feeling nauseous. He thought to himself that once he had the means, he must certainly purchase a vehicle, for otherwise, it would be a torment to endure. However, Zheng Jiangnan is likely to be disappointed. Not only are cars exceedingly expensive at this time, but even if one possesses wealth, it is of no consequence. For private vehicles will not be available for purchase until 1985. After a considerable respite, Zheng Jiangnan arrived at the state-run restaurant of Hongqi Commune. Due to the modest size of the commune, the state-run restaurant and the guest house were combined, referred to as the Hongqi Service Building. After savoring a bowl of wontons, Zheng Jiangnan felt significantly better. Gazing at the substantial sum of nearly 150 yuan in his hands, he resolved to embark on a grand shopping spree, for his home was lacking in too many essentials. In the early days of reform and opening up, the only place to procure goods in Hongqi Commune was the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The cooperative was not far from the Hongqi Service Building, merely about 100 meters away. As he beheld this building, long absent from his memories, Zheng Jiangnan was filled with nostalgia. He had visited occasionally in his previous life, but after the incident involving Lin Youwei, he had not returned until the cooperative faded into history. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 glass counters arranged in A shape. Although the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative served as the procurement hub for the commune's residents, it was surprisingly desolate at this hour, likely due to the proximity of mealtime. In the expansive cooperative, not a single customer could be seen, only 3 clerks stationed behind their respective counters. The clerk in the middle, a middle-aged woman, wore a cordial expression and was presently knitting a sweater. She smiled and nodded as Zheng Jiangnan entered, but did not rise. To the left, a young girl was idly cracking sunflower seeds, her gaze occasionally drifting to the opposite side. There, at the right counter, stood a young man of similar age to Zheng Jiangnan, exuding elegance through his gold-rimmed glasses, engrossed in a book. He was clearly a person of considerable intellect. Noticing Zheng Jiangnan, the girl promptly crumpled a piece of paper into a ball and tossed it at the bespectacled youth. "Hey, your buddy has arrived." Zheng Jiangnan greeted both the middle-aged woman and the girl with a smile. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the bespectacled young man gently lifted his head and, upon recognizing Zheng Jiangnan, immediately set aside his book and stood up. "Oh, Jiangnan, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Come, I'm about to finish my shift. Let me take you to the state-run restaurant." Seeing the youthful visage of the man before him stirred a sense of excitement within Zheng Jiangnan. This was his childhood friend, Chen Wenwu. Moreover, he was likely the only individual from Hepingta village who dined on public provisions. In his previous life, despite the numerous adversities faced by the Zheng family, Chen Wenwu had never turned his back on Zheng Jiangnan, consistently offering his unwavering support. Regrettably, in his former existence, Zheng Jiangnan had not fared well. Thus, Chen Wenwu had never received any form of recompense for his kindness. Everyone understood that during this era, being a salesperson at the supply cooperative was a coveted position, conferring a significant social standing. Yet, all who knew Chen Wenwu felt a sense of pity for him. This was due to the fact that Chen Wenwu was the sole individual since the establishment of Hongqi Commune to gain admission to a prestigious university, a truly remarkable achievement. In this era, the value of university students is exceptionally high, rivaling that of future doctoral candidates, particularly those hailing from prestigious institutions. Typically, such high-caliber intellectuals are swiftly assigned to government positions, often ascending to leadership roles within a year or two. However, Chen Wenwu, known for his unwavering integrity and idealistic approach to governance, found himself relegated to the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a subordinate of the county's commercial bureau. After merely a year of service at the county government, a true case of great talent being underutilized. Witnessing the youthful visage of Chen Wenwu, Zheng Jiangnan felt an indescribable surge of emotion, despite refraining from sentimentality. The adage that the friendship of gentlemen is as serene as water resonated with him. Having missed the opportunity to repay Chen Wenwu in a past life, he was confident that this lifetime would present a chance. Chen Wenwu nodded and suggested that Zheng Jiangnan occupy himself while he attended to a point of confusion in his reading, returning his focus to the book in hand without a hint of formality. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled to himself, wondering if Chen Wenwu had become overly engrossed in his studies. He stepped forward and snatched the book from Chen Wenwu's hands. "Hey, what are you doing, Jiangnan?" Chen Wenwu protested, displeased. To him, knowledge and literature were of paramount importance. Only someone like Zheng Jiangnan could provoke such a reaction without consequence. A girl munching on sunflower seeds couldn't help but giggle at the naive Chen Wenwu, dubbing him a bookworm. Zheng Jiangnan rolled his eyes at Chen Wenwu, remarking on his constant reading. "What is the purpose of all this? Do you aspire to be a historian?" Chen Wenwu adjusted his glasses and replied slowly, "You wouldn't understand. As the ancients said, within books lie houses of gold, Jiangnan. You should also find time to read, instead of always jesting around." Zheng Jiangnan immediately surrendered, realizing that this fellow remained unchanged across lifetimes, often urging others to delve into literature and emphasizing its guiding power. All right, I came here for a purpose. I wish to purchase some items. But what can I do without any tickets?" In these times, not only was money hard to earn, but various tickets were also in short supply. To buy meat, one needed a meat ticket. For cloth, a cloth ticket. For sugar, a sugar ticket. Essentially, every type of product required its corresponding ticket. Chen Wenwu reached into the left pocket of his clothing, pondering what he could purchase. "I have a little ticket left, take a look." Although puzzled by Zheng Jiangnan's sudden need to buy something, Chen Wenwu assumed he merely intended to acquire a few daily necessities for a small amount. However, he was aware of Zheng Jiangnan's habit of gambling, often spending any money he won, so he thought little of it. Zheng Jiangnan glanced at the ticket Chen Wenwu produced and shook his head. "This is insufficient. Bring me a pen and paper, and I shall write you a note." The staff at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had their channels to acquire tickets, but required payment in return. This was a principal reason why clerks at the cooperative were in such demand, especially among rural inhabitants, for whom both money and tickets were scarce. Chen Wenwu, not overthinking the situation, assumed that Zheng Jiangnan had won some money from gambling and thought that spending it on necessary goods was more prudent than losing it further. He then handed over the pen and paper, saying, "All right, write down what you need." Zheng Jiangnan took the pen and paper, swiftly writing down his thoughts, while Chen Wenwu, who observed from the side, grew increasingly astonished. 5 packs of fine salt, 1 flashlight, 5 cans of malted milk, 10 pounds of rock sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 5 bottles of Panda brand condensed milk, 2 meters of floral fabric, 1 pound of dried plums, 1 pound of candy, 10 mesh bags, along with an assortment of other miscellaneous items. Before Zheng Jiangnan could finish writing, Chen Wenwu immediately pulled him outside the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he solemnly inquired, "What is going on with you? Adding all these fragmented items together. It must cost at least 80 yuan. Have you engaged in something illegal?" The so-called illegal activities referred to by Chen Wenwu essentially boiled down to theft. For apart from stealing, he genuinely could not fathom how Zheng Jiangnan could have amassed such a sum of money. After all, even if one were to win at cards, it was implausible to win so much. Although he internally believed that Zheng Jiangnan was incapable of theft, he was genuinely concerned about how his friend could have obtained such funds. Observing Chen Wenwu's anxiety, Zheng Jiangnan felt a warmth in his heart and succinctly recounted his recent venture of catching snakes for sale. Upon hearing that Zheng Jiangnan had turned over a new leaf and was now selling snakes for profit, Chen Wenwu skeptically asked, "Is that really true?" Noticing Chen Wenwu's lingering doubt, Zheng Jiangnan quickly rummaged through his pocket and thankfully found that he had not lost the round-trip ticket to Guxia, which he promptly handed to Chen Wenwu. Upon seeing the ticket, Chen Wenwu was immediately convinced. The ticket and the receipt from the guest house amounted to 9 yuan. And considering expenses for meals and such, if Zheng Jiangnan had not genuinely earned money from selling snakes, he would not possess such spending capacity. Chen Wenwu felt immensely pleased for Zheng Jiangnan. In truth, ever since Zheng Jiangnan began to gamble, Chen Wenwu had been deeply troubled. He even believed that during the years he spent at university, without anyone overseeing Zheng Jiangnan, he had been easily deceived. After all, how could his clever and endearing younger brother resort to gambling? How could he have brought such chaos to his family? Seeing that Chen Wenwu had come to believe him, Zheng Jiangnan elaborated on his transformation and aspirations for the future, finally dispelling Chen Wenwu's doubts. Upon learning that this business could be sustainable, Chen Wenwu's eyes lit up. For the potential profits were indeed tempting. 2 snakes equated to his entire income for 3 months. Chen Wenwu advised Zheng Jiangnan to pursue this venture with confidence, assuring him that as long as safety was prioritized during the snake-catching process, he could proceed without worry. During his previous tenure at the county government, he had come across relevant documents. Farmers capturing wild game or foraging for wild vegetables as a supplementary income was considered acceptable, as it did not involve speculation. Moreover, at this time, no wildlife protection laws were in place. Any creature found in the mountains, even a tiger, could be consumed if one had the capability to catch it. Upon receiving this encouraging news, or rather confirming the good tidings, Zheng Jiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. While it was certain that reforms would eventually be enacted, he could not guarantee that he remembered the policies of this time with absolute clarity. However, the attitude of Zheng County in 1982 towards the reform and opening up remains a subject for debate. One might be apprehensive about the possibility of miscalculating and subsequently facing legal repercussions for engaging in speculative activities, which would indeed be a significant loss. It is quite rare to hear of a reborn individual needing to attend a school for further education due to a lack of understanding regarding economic policies. As they re-entered the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Wenwu remarked, "All right, wait a moment while I calculate the total number of tickets required." Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement. The flashlight was out of stock, and items such as milk powder, condensed milk, and dried plums did not require tickets. Presently, candy also did not necessitate tickets. The only items requiring tickets were 10 pounds of rock sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 meters of cloth tickets, amounting to approximately $3.50. The total cost of the goods was 793 yuan, plus various tickets costing 35 yuan, summing up to 828 yuan. However, are you certain you wish to purchase this much? Chen Wenwu quickly calculated and inquired of Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangnan produced 8 large unity tickets and $2.80 in change, saying, "Go ahead and get the goods. My wife is waiting for my return." All right. A good brother is indeed flourishing and able to support his family, Chen Wenwu replied, no longer indulging in idle chatter as he turned to fetch the goods. The young girl at the left counter, who was munching on sunflower seeds, promptly came over to assist, while a middle-aged woman knitting nearby smiled warmly at the young men. Zheng Jiangnan could immediately sense that the atmosphere within this supply and marketing cooperative was rather pleasant. Before long, with the help of the sunflower seed girl, Chen Wenwu efficiently gathered the goods. "Come, Comrade Jiangnan, please check it over," said the sunflower seed girl. "No need to check," Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed as he pulled a handful of candy from the goods and offered it to the girl, saying, "Thank you, sister. Please enjoy some candy." With a single phrase, both Chen Wenwu and the sunflower seed girl blushed instantly. As the girl turned crimson, she discreetly glanced at Chen Wenwu, her shy demeanor concealing a hint of joy. In truth, Zheng Jiangnan was not merely speaking whimsically. This sunflower seed girl, named Su Yaowan, was indeed Chen Wenwu's wife in a previous life. Zheng Jiangnan would later discover that they had begun to grow closer during this period, although at that time, Lin Youwei was also present. Therefore, under those circumstances, Chen Wenwu refrained from mentioning it to him, as he would have undoubtedly shared this news at the first opportunity otherwise. "Go away, stop talking nonsense," Chen Wenwu finally said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he waved his hand to shoo Zheng Jiangnan away. Zheng Jiangnan picked up a can of milk powder and placed it on the counter, feigning disappointment as he said, "Ah, once you have a wife, you forget your brothers. I shall take my leave now. Get lost, but don't forget that milk powder. It's for my aunt to supplement her health," he added. But before he could finish, Zheng Jiangnan was already outside the door. Chen Wenwu gave a wry smile, feeling quite apologetic as he addressed Su Yaowan, saying, I apologize. Comrade Yaowan, my brother is a good person. He just has a penchant for talking nonsense. Su Yaojuan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she lowered her head in silence, while the middle-aged woman conveniently stepped out to use the restroom. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit ambiguous, Zheng Jiangnan re-entered, holding something wrapped in newspaper. Chen Wenwu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What do you want again?" Zheng Jiangnan, with a cheerful smile, set down what he was holding and playfully remarked, "I apologize for interrupting you all. This meat bun I brought back from Guxia is quite delicious. Please share it with the elder sister and sister-in-law. I shall take my leave now. Do continue." With that, he turned swiftly, disappearing from sight before Chen Wenwu could react. At the banyan tree by the pond, cicadas chirped incessantly, heralding the arrival of summer. As Zheng Jiangnan walked along the path leading back to the village from the Hongqi commune, he hummed a lively tune, startling a flock of birds into flight. Indeed, the sound was quite overwhelming. Oblivious to the birds' distress, Zheng Jiangnan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully at the sky. No one could fathom the depth of his elation. Breathing in the exceptionally fresh air, he was blessed with a wife as beautiful as the queen of the kingdom of daughters. A child soon to be born, and both parents and grandparents alive and well. There was so much to be grateful for. Including the memories of the next 40 to 50 years, it was simply invincible. Since his rebirth, Zheng Jiangnan had never contemplated establishing a commercial empire like others, nor had he desired to enter politics and lead the nation to conquer and vanquish. He humbly acknowledged his lack of such abilities. To be granted a second chance was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. His sole wish was to spend this life joyfully and healthily with his family. That, in itself, would be perfection. As for wealth, sufficiency was all he desired, although in his previous life he had been rather mediocre. The memories of the future allowed him to engage in prudent transactions at crucial junctures, ensuring that he would not have to worry about money in this lifetime. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, transforming his impoverished hometown would also be a worthy aspiration, another dream to pursue. With a heart buoyed by joy, Zheng Jiangnan felt he had scarcely walked for a while before arriving at the village entrance. In the distance, he spotted a group of children frolicking, seemingly engaged in catching dragonflies or butterflies. Among them were his younger brother, Zheng Jiangbei, and two cousins, Zheng Jiangchun and Zheng Jianqiu. Zheng Jiangnan also held the hand of little Zheng Xiaojun, who was learning to walk. "Ah, Xiaojun, why aren't you following your mother, but instead trailing behind your uncle? You've made it so I can't catch up with them," Zheng Jiangbei lamented, looking at Zheng Xiaojun with exasperation. Today, several of the children were competing to see who could catch the most dragonflies, with the winner crowned as the eldest brother. Just as he was brimming with confidence and ready to step outside, he noticed his sister-in-law carrying Zheng Xiaojun, who was pleading to be with his uncle. To Zheng Jiangbei, Zheng Xiaojun was far from adorable. He found him quite bothersome. Yet, the fierce gaze of Zhang Gulan compelled him to reluctantly take the little nephew along. As Zheng Jiangnan approached the village, the children's attention was quickly drawn to him. Spotting him laden with packages, one child exclaimed, "Jiangbei, look over there. That seems to be your second brother. With all those things, is he not a thief?" "Surely not. Thieves are bad people, as my mother says," another child asked. Wide-eyed with fear, Zheng Jiangbei's face flushed with indignation, yet being rather honest, he continued to hold Zheng Xiaojun's hand and replied angrily, "Your brother is the one stealing. My brother would never do such a thing. He must have bought it all." The child who spoke first immediately retorted, "Impossible. My father says that in the entire village. Your second brother is the laziest. He warned me not to emulate him. You claim your second brother neither chops wood nor farms. How could he possibly afford so many things? He must have stolen them." This child was none other than Qin Xiaobing, the son of Chen Rongchang. Chen Rongchang often used this very phrase to educate his own son. What he truly intended to convey was that in the village, Xie Rongxiu and Zheng Jiangnan were the laziest, but fearing his child might speak out of turn, he refrained from mentioning Xie Rongxiu and only referred to Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangbei, at a loss for words, could only grit his teeth and utter, You. Damn you." As he spoke, Zheng Jiangchun delivered a sharp slap to the back of Qin Xiaobing's head. Zheng Jianqiu, unwilling to be outdone, rushed in, and the two little rascals began to pummel Qin Xiaobing. In their hearts, Zheng Jiangnan was not merely Zheng Jiangbei's brother, but also their own. They thought to themselves, "Last night, Brother Jiangnan even treated us to pork. How could we allow others to insult him?" Zheng Jiangbei, holding Zheng Xiaojun's hand, stood to the side, excitedly cheering them on. From a distance, Zheng Jiangnan, who was still singing, noticed that his two younger cousins were embroiled in a scuffle with Chen Xiaobing. He hurried over, setting down his belongings to separate them. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Being an adult, Zheng Jiangnan's mere sternness was enough to quiet the children, who stood obediently to the side. "Second brother, Chen Xiaobing called you a thief. I told him you weren't, but he insisted." Then Chunzi and Xiuzai got angry and hit him, recounted Zheng Jiangbei, his tongue quick and agile like a laser. Hearing this, Zheng Jiangnan cast a satisfied glance at his two younger cousins, thinking, it was worth the pain. They know how to defend their brother. He felt a surge of emotion. He then turned his attention to Chen Xiaobing, who, frightened, lowered his head, seemingly too afraid to run away. Zheng Jiangnan, however, had no intention of descending to the level of striking an 8 or 9-year-old child. Approaching Chen Xiaobing, he spoke gently. "Xiaobing, Brother Jiangnan is neither a thief nor a bad person. Our entire village is like one family. There are no bad people here." As he spoke, he produced some candies, adding, "Look, I even bought some sweets. Let us share them together." The other children, upon seeing the candies, widened their eyes in awe, swallowing their saliva. Yet none dared to step forward. Observing this, Zheng Jiangnan distributed the candies to each child, encouraging them to unite in friendship and avoid fighting. It was not that Zheng Jiangnan was timid. Had an adult insulted him as a thief, he would have certainly confronted them. But what did these little children know? Chapter 33, Sharing. It was merely the case that some parents often used themselves as negative examples in educating their children. However, there was little to say about it. After all, given his own past behavior, being a negative example was not entirely unjustified. It was not a matter of deep-seated enmity. Zheng Jiangnan hoped instead to change those around him through his words and actions, especially these innocent children who had yet to grasp the true nature of good and evil. Thus, he indulged in a benevolent falsehood, proclaiming that no villain resided within the village. As they matured, some truths would inevitably dawn upon them. For the present, Zheng Jiangnan wished to preserve the innocence of these children, striving for a better world. Unbeknownst to Zheng Jiangnan, his unintentional act today imparted a significant lesson to these children, profoundly influencing their lives. Witnessing Chen Xiaojun apologize to him, the young ones reconciled with handshakes, leaving Zheng Jiangnan quite satisfied. He began gathering his belongings and made his way home, followed by a cheerful procession of little ones. Their hearts were simple. How could Brother Jiangnan, so gentle and generous with sweets, possibly be a thief? Henceforth, anyone who dared to speak ill of him would be deemed the first villain in the village. Upon returning home, Zheng Jiangnan discovered the little ones still trailing behind, chattering excitedly. He distributed another piece of candy, spending several minutes persuading them to return home and visit again another day. The children joyfully accepted the treats and departed with glee. Zheng Jiangshun and Zheng Jiangbei, who were accompanied by Zheng Xiaojun, also prepared to leave but were urged to stay by Zheng Jiangnan. "You may leave shortly," he instructed, before turning to the lovely lady smiling at him and gently saying, "My dear wife, I am back." Lin Youwei nodded contentedly, her heart brimming with joy. From the moment Zheng Jiangnan left yesterday until now, she had been plagued by anxiety, fearing that he had deceived her and worrying about his safety while away. So many concerns. Only upon witnessing his return, tenderly interacting with the children, did her worries dissipate completely. One might ponder, could the former Zheng Jiangnan have possessed such remarkable patience? Zheng Jiangnan laid out his items one by one, and Lin Youwei, along with the younger brothers, watched in awe. Gazing at the array of delightful goods, they couldn't help but wonder if Zheng Jiangnan had committed a heist. Zheng Jiangnan smiled at Lin Youwei, assuring her that he would elaborate later, and began distributing gifts. Lin Youwei numbly nodded in agreement. "Chunzi, Xiuzhi, take this can of malted milk and these 5 pounds of rock sugar back to your grandparents. These 2 bottles of condensed milk are for you. Mix them with hot water to promote growth, 1 bottle each, and no fighting." Zheng Jiangshun and Zheng Jiangqiu were taken aback. To speak of malted milk and condensed milk is to mention absolute luxury. Such treats were reserved for when they were ill, and even then, not every illness warranted a sweetened broth. The two brothers hesitated, casting timid glances at Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei. Their earlier bravado now vanished. Lin Youwei, speaking before Zheng Jiangnan, urged, "What are you waiting for? Listen to your brother Jiangnan. Take the gifts home and be careful on your way, don't lose them." Zheng Jiangnan nodded with a smile, pleased with their behavior. They exhibited true brotherhood, willing to fight for one another. What does it mean to be a brother? This is brotherhood. Though they were still young, their loyalty was evident and would surely endure through the years. However, the items bestowed upon them were meticulously prepared, not granted due to their quarrelsome nature. Upon hearing their sister-in-law speak, the two cautiously accepted the offerings, each taking their share and hastening towards home. They were eager to return and share this monumental surprise with the adults. Observing the eager little brother, Zheng Jiangnan found it somewhat amusing. "Come, Jiangbei. Take this can of malt milk and 2 pounds of rock sugar back to Xiaojuan's house, then return for your share." Zheng Jiangbei nodded vigorously, grasping the items Zheng Jiangnan had handed over. Noticing that Zheng Xiaojun was reluctant to depart, he promptly lifted him and dashed towards their elder brother's residence. Brimming with anticipation, fearing that even a moment's delay would cause them to miss out on these treasures. "Slow down, you rascal, don't drop Xiaojun." Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. Once everyone had left, Zheng Jiangnan pulled 5 large bills from his pocket and handed them to Lin Youwei. "Here, my dear wife. I have not deceived you, have I? In less than a week, I have secured the 50 yuan I promised you, haven't I?" The earlier items had left Lin Youwei in disbelief, but now, confronted with the gleaming 5 bills, she hesitated to accept them. Isn't Jiangnan selling snakes? But can snakes fetch such a sum? He hasn't resorted to robbing the credit union, has he? Seeing Lin Youwei's bewilderment, Zheng Jiangnan recounted the tale of his journey to Guxia. Upon hearing of the substantial earnings, and that there was even more to come, Lin Youwei finally accepted the money. Her right index finger playfully touching her lips as she began to count, delight radiating from her. This innocent gesture ignited a fire within Zheng Jiangnan, proving irresistibly tempting, though it was exclusively enticing when emanating from Lin Youwei. Had it been an elderly man performing the same, he would have reacted differently. "Wait a moment," Lin Youwei exclaimed, counting the bills twice. "Ah, my dear, the remaining 50 is due to the other money spent on these items. The future funds will all be yours." Zheng Jiangnan hurriedly clarified. Lin Youwei's eyes sparkled with mirth. "No, I was referring to the 10 yuan you borrowed from me. Why haven't you returned it?" Upon hearing Lin Youwei mention the 10 yuan, Zheng Jiangnan sighed in relief, thinking she might disapprove of his purchases. "Ha ha ha, that 10 yuan is forgiven. Let your husband owe you for eternity, and I shall repay you slowly. By the way, Youwei, I apologize for buying things for everyone without consulting you." Lin Youwei shot him a playful glare. "I would have been upset had you not bought for everyone. Don't you realize how much our parents, elder brother and sister-in-law, grandparents, and even our uncles and aunts have cared for us when you were inconsiderate? Your ability to purchase gifts for them signifies your benevolence. I couldn't be happier." Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of emotion. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. He stepped forward, embracing Lin Youwei and resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling her enchanting fragrance. "Ah, I did not see. Zheng Jiangbei's voice broke the moment, hands shielding his eyes inappropriately. Lin Youwei immediately pushed Zheng Jiangnan away, blushing as she retreated into the room. Zheng Jiangnan playfully flicked Zheng Jiangbei's forehead. In Chapter 34, the protagonist expresses a desire to invite his elder brother to accompany him in catching snakes. He hands over a can of malted milk, a bottle of condensed milk, and 2 pounds of rock sugar, urging his mother not to hold back and to let everyone indulge, assuring that after they finish, his second brother will buy more. Zheng Jiangbei, with keen eyes, spots a small bag of preserved plums and inquires about it, revealing his unfamiliarity with such a refined snack. Zheng Jiangnan glances at the bag, acknowledges it as preserved plums, and explains that they are meant to satisfy his sister-in-law's cravings, advising Zheng Jiangbei not to dwell on it. Feeling aggrieved, Zheng Jiangbei insists on having just one, to which Zheng Jiangnan begrudgingly opens the bag and counts out 2 for him. It is not out of stinginess, but rather a reflection of the family's scarcity, which has necessitated restraint in spending. The next opportunity to catch snakes for profit remains uncertain, and preserved plums are particularly desired by Lin Youwei, who is pregnant. Zheng Jiangbei, oblivious to the implications, promptly pops one into his mouth, exclaiming how delicious it is. Even better than candy. Zheng Jiangnan rolls his eyes at him, urging him to return home. As Zheng Jiangbei clutches the items given to him, he turns back at the door, prompting Zheng Jiangnan's confusion. Hesitantly, Zheng Jiangbei asks if he can pose a question. Upon being told to speak, he awkwardly mentions having seen Zheng Jiangnan and his sister-in-law embracing and worries about developing a sty. Zheng Jiangnan, irritated, tells him to leave. The old house's sound insulation is poor, and Lin Youwei, having just settled down, feels her cheeks flush at the thought. Zheng Jiangnan organizes the items, but realizes he forgot to ask them to bring meat buns. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the couple, freshly washed and ready for bed, lie together whispering sweet nothings. Initially intending to deliver meat buns to his parents, they were instead detained by Zhang Gulan for dinner, which led to a lengthy family conversation. They finally depart from the ancestral home after 8, a late hour in rural life. Lin Youwei holds Zheng Jiangnan tightly, basking in happiness as she rests against him. Jiangnan, what you said at my parents' house, was it all true? Are you really going to catch snakes again tomorrow? Zheng Jiangnan nods affirmatively, noting the dire poverty of their household. He seizes this opportunity to catch as many snakes as possible, not only for the money needed during her confinement, but also to save for a larger house. Lin Youwei shakes her head, expressing indifference towards the notion of a bigger house. As long as you continue to be considerate and caring, as you have been lately, I am content. Zheng Jiangnan gently pats his wife's back, laughing heartily. Oh, this is just the beginning, Youwei. Trust me, within a year, I will bring about a transformative change to our lives, allowing you to live a life beyond your wildest dreams. Lin Youwei smiles sweetly, teasing him about boasting, but then questions the feasibility of inviting their elder brother to join him, acknowledging that he has to work in the fields unlike them. Zheng Jiangnan's face flushes at her words, revealing his embarrassment. Certainly, consider this. The elder brother, after a year of farming, might only earn an equivalent of the value of 2 snakes. Moreover, at this moment, the busy farming season has just concluded, and there are no pressing tasks left in the fields that might impede production. Lin Youwei nodded in agreement. She is a progressive thinker and fully comprehends that. Regardless of the era, farmers endure the harshest burdens. From dawn till dusk, they toil merely to achieve subsistence, and the desire for meat remains a distant luxury. Indeed, they often lack even the means for basic sustenance. The adage holds true. Without the night grass, horses do not thrive, and without unexpected fortune, people cannot prosper. To improve one's lot, one must seek alternative avenues. Well then, when you venture to catch the snakes, please prioritize safety. However, if the villagers were to learn of our endeavor, would it not have repercussions for us? Noticing Lin Youwei's lack of opposition, Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of joy. Regardless of his actions, Lin Youwei had unwavering trust in him. It is no wonder the ancients claimed that a good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. Shaking his head, he reassured her that there would be no significant impact. Setting aside the vast expanse of 36 ridges, one must consider how many snakes truly inhabit them. Furthermore, without the necessary snake-capturing potion, the villagers may hesitate to partake. Even if they dared to go, success was not guaranteed. The 2 snakes he caught the other day, after all, were as much a matter of fortune as skill. Who, then, would be audacious enough to abandon their livelihoods for such an uncertain endeavor? Moreover, even if someone did manage to catch snakes, would they know where to sell them? Aside from Chen Wenwu and Lin Youwei, Zheng Jiangnan had not disclosed the location for selling snakes to anyone else. Chen Wenwu's parents had long since moved away from Hepingta village to accompany him in his work. Chen Wenwu had no other relatives in Hepingta village. Although sharing the surname Chen with Chun Daiman and Chen Rongchong, they were not of the same lineage. Chen Wenwu's parents were among the earliest educated youths sent to the countryside in the 1950s, and for reasons unknown, they chose to remain in Hepingta village. As for Lin Youwei, there was no need for concern about her divulging information to others. In fact, even if the entire village were to embark on snake catching, what would it matter? Once caught, whom would they sell to, lacking any sales destination? Would they spend a considerable sum on transportation and lodging to venture into the county town for a gamble? Absolutely not. The barriers of misinformation and geographical limitations are not easily overcome. If not for policy restrictions, Zheng Jiangnan would have actually encouraged everyone to participate, envisioning himself as a middleman, reaping the rewards. Yet, recalling the information he gleaned from Chen Wenwu during the day, he ultimately decided against it. According to policy, while it was permissible for him and his brothers to catch a few snakes for supplementary income, hiring others or engaging in price manipulation would unequivocally label him as a capitalist, leading him straight to the re-education camp. Thus, Zheng Jiangnan lamented that many believed the 1980s and 1990s were a time when gold lay beneath every stone, where mere audacity sufficed for wealth accumulation. This perception is fundamentally flawed. Though opportunities were indeed more plentiful in that era compared to future ones, courage and foresight were nonetheless imperative. regardless of the time period. Many harbor ideas without taking action. The saying goes, at night, one dreams of 1,000 paths, but by day, they rise to grind tofu. This encapsulates the reality. Most individuals, fearing financial loss and the repercussions of failure, tend to pursue stability above all. Moreover, one critical factor remains: the channels of information. Not only does this era present numerous opportunities, but does anyone believe that 2025 will lack avenues for wealth? Certainly not. The crux lies in the fact that ordinary individuals are ensnared within an information fortress, rendering them incapable of seizing these opportunities. The most significant disparity between the wealthy and the common folk is the bias in information. Regardless of the time period, if you possess knowledge unknown to others, prosperity is inevitably within your grasp. As the stars twinkle faintly in the night sky and the croaking of frogs fills the air, the occasional chirp of cicadas heralds the true arrival of summer. The couple engaged in conversation, unaware of who succumbed to slumber first, eventually drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 35. The mysterious visitor. Simultaneously, in the county committee compound of Zheng, situated 55 kilometers from Hepingta village, the office of the county secretary was vibrant with light, despite it being after working hours. Inside, Wang Farong, the county's paramount leader, along with County Mayor Yang Feng, Armed Forces Minister Lin Youwei, and Police Chief Lin Youwei, sat together, enveloped in clouds of smoke, their expressions grave. Each of these four men held significant sway in Zheng County. A mere stomp of their feet could send ripples through the region. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, primarily due to the somber countenance of Secretary Wang. He inhaled deeply and turned to Liao, the Minister of the Armed Forces. As a military man, do you have any idea why that individual has come to visit us? Sitting upright, Liao shook his head. Secretary Wang, I truly do not know. I received a red phone call instructing our armed forces to cooperate with the local government to ensure public safety. I may not possess as much information as Director Li. The collective gaze shifted to Police Chief Lin Youwei, who, with a wry smile, shook his head. Secretary Wang, esteemed leaders, I too am in the dark. This afternoon, the provincial office contacted us, stating that the esteemed visitor would be staying in Zheng for a few days. We were ordered to coordinate with the provincial department and municipal bureau to ensure security, but they provided no further details. A brief silence enveloped the room until County Mayor Yang Feng finally spoke. Secretary, I firmly believe that under your leadership, our Zheng leadership team can withstand any scrutiny. No matter how high-ranking the official may be, I trust we need not be overly concerned. Wang Farong nodded, then shook his head with a rueful smile. Mayor Yang, it's not the visit itself that worries me. While the arrival of such a leader would indeed be a tremendous honor for our team, I have heard that it is not solely the leader who is coming. I have been informed that his descendants are accompanying him. Liao Junwei and Li Hui exchanged bewildered glances. So what if his descendants are coming? Are they to be feared more than he? However, Mayor Yang's countenance shifted dramatically. Wang Farong, noticing this change, understood that Yang was well aware of the implications. He then offered a wry smile. As someone who has come from the province, you must have heard that this young heir is not to be trifled with. While the leader's visit is manageable, the arrival of his descendants to our remote locale must surely signify ulterior motives. At that point, our tasks may become quite formidable. Upon hearing the bold remarks of the secretary, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and ultimately, it was County Chief Yang Feng who sighed and advised the secretary to exercise caution in his words. Early the next morning, in Hepingtu village, Zheng Jiangnan's home, Wu Xiangmei cheerfully served a cup of tea sweetened with rock sugar to Zheng Jiangnan. You purchased such an expensive item for your second uncle. How could you extend it to us as well? Wu Xiangmei had been quite taken aback the previous day by the abundance of goods. Where did her little brother-in-law acquire such wealth? It was only after Zheng Jiangnan explained the situation to everyone that they felt reassured. With a smile, Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "What is this, dear sister-in-law? If one can spend, one can certainly earn. Moreover, little June is in a growth phase and requires nourishment." Wu Xiangmei expressed her gratitude once more, saying, "There's no need for such formalities, dear sister-in-law. We are family, and what is the point of being so polite? Besides, as long as my elder brother follows my lead into the mountains, will we ever lack for such provisions in the future?" Zheng Jiangnan was not boasting. Catching snakes was merely the first step. With the advantage of his rebirth, how could the Zheng family ever fret about future earnings? Zheng Jiangnan sat silently on a low stool, smoking a cigarette. Observing his elder brother's demeanor, Zheng Jiangnan felt exasperated. "Oh, dear brother, why are you so fearful? I have informed you that I acquired snake medicine from Uncle Shunja. As long as we refrain from provoking wild boars, we shall encounter no danger." Zheng Jiangnan shot Zheng Jiangnan a sidelong glance. Last night, while sharing buns at their father's house, Zheng Jiangnan had suggested that the two brothers venture into the mountains together to catch snakes for mutual support, proposing that they would split any earnings equally. Everyone found the idea feasible, yet Zheng Jiangnan hesitated to agree immediately. It was not that he feared being bitten by a snake, who didn't know the value of money. His concern lay with his younger brother, who had just learned the ropes and was now dabbling in risky ventures. What would happen if he were caught? After all, his sister-in-law was about to give birth. Sensing the tension between the brothers, Wu Xiangmei refrained from interjecting. She had been present the previous day and internally supported Zheng Jiangnan's decision, but in their household, the men held the authority, and she dared not make decisions for Zheng Jiangnan. After a prolonged silence, as Zheng Jiangnan was nearing impatience, Zheng Jiangnan finally spoke. "I am not afraid of the treacherous old forest, and staying overnight is not an issue. However, did Wenwu truly say that this constitutes speculation?" Zheng Jiangnan felt utterly exasperated. Having reiterated countless times that this was not speculation, why was his elder brother so obstinate? With a sigh of resignation, he declared, "I shall say this for the final time. It is not illegal, not illegal. If you do not believe me, let us visit the Hongqi commune and inquire with Wenwu. The reason I invited you along is twofold. Strength lies in numbers, and I wish for us both to prosper. I ask you once more, will you accompany me or not? If you choose not to, so be it. A kind word cannot persuade a stubborn fool. Heaven does not favor those without fate." Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's emotionally charged words, Wu Xiangmei smiled faintly and withdrew. According to their usual customs, it was now time for the brothers to begin their quarrel. She felt that her presence would only cause them embarrassment, and it was better to step away and allow them to argue freely. This was the way of brotherly relations that the Zheng family had upheld since ancient times. When disagreements arose, they would raise their voices in spirited debate. Regardless of the familial bond, as long as the sisters-in-law do not interfere, any quarrel will eventually mend itself, and no matter how heated the exchanges may become, the underlying affection remains unscathed. To Wu Xiangmei's surprise, Zheng Jiangnan was already emotionally invested, yet Zheng Jiangnan refrained from engaging in any disputes. Had her husband truly transformed? He inquired in a composed tone, but since there is potential for profit, could we perhaps involve the younger uncle as well? Zheng Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. How could he have overlooked the younger uncle? He hastily replied that it would be splendid if the younger uncle was willing to join, as his extensive experience in mountainous terrains would be invaluable. However, one could not be certain of his acceptance. Indeed, if Zheng Jianwang were willing to accompany them, his wealth of experience would allow them to extend their time in the mountains, thereby saving on travel duration. After all, Manager Li had stated that he desired more than just a little. Nonetheless, Zheng Jiangnan's concerns were not unfounded. After all, if the elder brother was so rigid, would the younger uncle, who had toiled in the fields for half his life, be amenable to such ventures? The movements of recent years had rendered many wary of terms like capitalists and speculators. Observing Zheng Jiangnan's willingness to include the younger uncle in their pursuit of fortune brought great joy to Zheng Jiangnan. Chapter 36. A near quarrel over profit sharing. Do not worry about the younger uncle. I shall speak with him, and I assure you he will agree to join. You should return and prepare what needs to be done. At this juncture, it is worth noting that many may wonder why financial endeavors must involve relatives. This is an intrinsic characteristic of the Hujians, from ancient times to the present. Individual prosperity is not deemed true success unless the family thrives collectively. Thus, if a Hujians discovers a lucrative business opportunity, they will inevitably invite all relatives and friends to participate, for the market is vast. Zheng Jiangdong's recollections extend further back, allowing him to appreciate the struggles and greatness of the younger uncle. Notably, during the times when even his own father married his mother, a significant portion of the funds came from the younger uncle's silent contributions. As time progressed and families branched out, with grandparents aging, when it was the younger uncle's turn to marry, the family resources had dwindled. The three elder brothers, already married, could barely manage their own households, let alone assist the younger uncle in finding a bride. Consequently, when the younger uncle married his wife, he was burdened with debts, including over 300 yuan owed to the credit union. Among the four brothers, only the younger uncle remained in the old family home, as he lacked the means to build a new one. To this day, the younger uncle's household stands as one of the poorest in Hepingtu village. It is not that the younger uncle lacks diligence. Rather, he has given so much while the famine has taken a toll. Previously, when everyone struggled, there was no way to extend a helping hand to the younger uncle. But now that Jiangnan has this opportunity, Zheng Jiangnan felt compelled to advocate for him. All right, you go speak with the younger uncle. I will return home to prepare. Catching snakes is also a matter of luck. We should aim to stay a few extra days. Zheng Jiangnan, however, did not contemplate the situation as deeply as Zheng Jiangnan. He simply understood that the younger uncle was family. After all, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. United in their resolve, the brothers swiftly divided their tasks. At 10 in the morning, Zheng Jianwang, Zheng Jiangdan, and Zheng Jiangnan gathered at the younger uncle's home, ready for their expedition. Zheng Jiangdan arranged for Wu Xiangmei to accompany Zheng Xiaojun to reside with Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei for the next few days. This alleviated Zheng Jiangnan's concerns, as he had initially intended for Zheng Jiangxi to keep Lin Youwei company at night. The presence of his sister-in-law was indeed fortuitous, being a woman of experience. She could impart valuable wisdom to Lin Youwei. Upon learning that his sister-in-law would be staying with his second sister-in-law, Zheng Jiangxi felt compelled to join the two sisters, for there were boundless whispers to share amongst them. However, that was a matter for another time. Observing Zheng Jianwang's peculiar equipment, Zheng Jiangnan curiously inquired, "Uncle, while I can comprehend your need for a knife and an axe for snake catching, what purpose does the saw serve?" The 36 ravines lay deep within the mountains. He could fathom a spade's necessity, yet they were not constructing a dwelling. "Are you planning to use the saw as a hammer?" Zheng Jianwang chuckled. "Ah, you do not understand. When I was your age, I often hunted alongside Tiaoshuan Gong, and bringing a saw allows me to craft snake traps using bamboo from the mountains. Isn't that more efficient than your blind search?" Tiaoshuan Gong, bearing the surname Zheng, was of high lineage, deserving of respect even from Zheng Jiangnan's grandfather. He was the sole hunter of Hepingtu village for nearly a century, possessing remarkable hunting skills, reputedly a veteran of the Old Red Army. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, he never married, and upon his passing a few years ago, he left no descendants, with the entire village uniting to carry him to his final resting place. According to the village elders, Tiaoshuan Gong became reclusive after returning from the grasslands, seldom engaging with the villagers. Only Zheng Jianwang, Zheng Jiangnan's uncle, seemed to pique his interest, often accompanying him on hunting excursions. Regrettably, Zheng Jianwang lacked the talent for hunting, and by the time Tiaoshuan Gong departed, he had not even mastered a fraction of his mentor's skill. Interestingly, with Tiaoshuan Gong's demise, despite the village's hundreds of inhabitants, not a single individual remained adept in hunting. Of course, catching a rabbit or a pheasant did not count. Fortunately, wood roasted by the fire would eventually produce smoke. Although Zheng Jianwang had not learned the art of true hunting, he was adept at crafting simple traps for snakes and rabbits. As mentioned earlier, Zheng Jiangdong had set traps for rabbits in the mountains, all under Zheng Jianwang's guidance. Thus, upon hearing Zheng Jianwang's explanation, Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of happiness. "Well then, uncle, it appears I have been rather short-sighted." Zheng Jiangdong chuckled at the exchange. "This time, let us linger a bit longer. Ensure everything is in order and check for any omissions," Zheng Jianwang advised. Zheng Jiangdong turned to Zheng Jiangnan, who nodded in agreement, affirming that all preparations were satisfactory. The trio of uncle and nephews set forth, akin to sailors embarking on a fishing voyage. Many villagers, observing the Zheng family's preparations, inquired about their destination. As both Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong were not skilled in deception, they pushed Zheng Jiangnan to address the curious onlookers. "Ah, Uncle Qingda, Aunt Songmei, I am simply relishing the taste of the wild boar we caught last time. So I have persuaded my uncle and my brother to accompany me into the mountains for a stroke of luck. Uncle Dehuai, greetings." In essence, Zheng Jiangnan employed this narrative to appease anyone who posed questions along their journey. Some advised caution, while others merely smiled in silence, and a few scoffed, claiming the Zheng family was indulging in fanciful dreams, waiting for a windfall that would never come. If wild boars were so easily hunted, would everyone be living in such tight circumstances? The thoughts of the three men, uncle and nephews, were unknown to one another, and even if they were aware, they would not concern themselves with others' opinions, since they had brought a considerable amount of gear. It took the trio over 2 hours to reach the 36th ridge, half an hour longer than Zheng Jiangnan had taken on his previous solo journey. Throughout the trek, the three shared laughter and conversation. Zheng Jiangnan intended that regardless of the eventual profit, each would receive 30%, with the extra 10% reserved for their grandparents' support. However, his uncle vehemently disagreed, asserting that while capturing snakes was easy, selling them was another matter entirely. If it weren't for Zheng Jiangnan's connections, the snakes would fetch no profit. Moreover, with his brother still alive, the issue of supporting their grandparents should not trouble Zheng Jiangnan. The argument nearly escalated into a heated exchange until Zheng Jianwang threatened to withdraw from the snake-catching endeavor, prompting Zheng Jiangnan to relent. Ultimately, they settled on a distribution where Zheng Jiangnan received 50%, while Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jianwang divided the remaining 50%. Zheng Jiangnan could only chuckle wryly, realizing that while others fought fiercely for profit, his uncle and brother reversed the norm. Nevertheless, he decided not to contest the matter further. He could not best his uncle, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. Besides, he had money at hand, and he would certainly assist his uncle and brother should they require anything. Chapter 37. Constructing a shelter. The trio continued along the small stream that Zheng Jiangnan had traversed on his previous excursion into the mountains. Though he had some understanding of snakes' habits, his recent conversations made it evident that, in comparison to his uncle, he had much to learn. Furthermore, Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong excelled in climbing and identifying plants, far surpassing Zheng Jiangnan in those skills. Since Jiangnan believed this venture could be sustained over the long term and they intended to stay several days, their primary objective was to find a suitable location to establish a shelter for rest and sleep. Zheng Jianwang proposed this notion. Both Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement. This was a protracted endeavor, and there was no need to rush. Zheng Jiangnan mused, "Uncle, I now understand why you brought a saw. I had never considered that we could build a shelter. I initially thought we could merely dig a hole to sleep in." Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong were left speechless at this idea. The notion of digging a hole for sleep involved finding a vertical rock face and digging straight in, forming a right angle with the mountainside. The hole need not be overly large. One could position their head outside and their feet inside, covering the entrance with stones. Theoretically, this was feasible, but one could only imagine the implications of replacing those stones with a gravestone. Following the stream that Zheng Jiangnan had previously navigated, the three soon arrived at the site where he had discovered a massive king cobra, pointing to a relatively flat patch of forest nestled between azaleas and mountain shrubs. Zheng Jiangnan inquired, "Uncle, do you think this is a suitable place to construct our shelter?" Zheng Jianwang took a turn, shaking his head as he remarked that the location was decent, with a water source available. It would be an excellent place for building a house. However, for a shelter, which is not intended for long-term habitation, the scale of the project was rather substantial and not entirely appropriate. Although Zheng Jiangnan understood his words, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. Zheng Jianwang smiled and urged him not to rush. He had previously visited this area with Tiaoshuan and followed the brook upstream. Approximately 2 miles ahead, there lay a cluster of colossal stones that would serve as a more suitable location. Zheng Jiangdong's eyes lit up. "A cave?" Zheng Jianwang shook his head. "Not a cave. Patience, you will see shortly." The three of them took a sip from the water they had brought along and continued their journey. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the spot mentioned by their uncle. With just a glance, Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan immediately understood why their uncle deemed this place more fitting. Due to the terrain, the brook within the mountains formed a modest pool here, with the surrounding area relatively flat. The water's edge was adorned with bizarrely shaped stones, with various rock formations scattered about, among which several gigantic boulders were interconnected. The spaces between these stones created a cavity approximately 25 meters high and about 5 to 6 square meters in area, with a flat boulder forming the base. This naturally formed space was exceptionally suitable for constructing a shelter. Indeed, it could be regarded as a natural refuge. There was no need to contemplate supporting structures or worry about waterproofing the roof. By simply clearing the weeds inside and moving some stones to block the front and back, they could create an enclosed space. Of course, they had to leave an entrance. Without further ado, the three of them promptly set to work. They spent over half an hour clearing the weeds from the space, then used an iron pot that Zheng Jiangnan had pried from his mother's kitchen to fetch clean water from the pool for washing. Once it was clean, they transported suitable stones from the surrounding area. Soon, They had sealed one side using large stones, small stones, and yellow clay, while the other side, under Zheng Jiangnan's guidance, retained only an opening for entry and exit. By the time they completed these tasks, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, the altitude here was relatively high, and although it was already the 5th month of the lunar calendar, it was not excessively hot. However, after a long day's labor, the three were quite exhausted. Drenched in sweat, despite the nearby pool, none dared to take a dip. Those who have spent time in deep forests understand how chilling mountain spring water can be, and it was still too early for bathing. At least another month must pass. Otherwise, the drastic temperature change could lead to a cold. Wiping sweat from his brow with a towel, Zheng Jiangnan, panting, turned to Zheng Jiangnan and inquired, "Uncle, in such a splendid location, why didn't Tiaoshuan build a shelter here in the first place?" Zheng Jiangnan chimed in. "Yes, had he constructed it back then, we wouldn't have had to expend so much effort." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled as he responded to his nephews. "Tiaoshuan is different from us. He primarily hunted beasts, whereas our aim is to catch snakes. With a proper understanding of their habits, we can set traps near their habitats." The beasts roamed freely across the mountains, causing Uncle Tiaoshuan to seldom remain in one place for long, naturally leading him to forego the construction of a shelter. In truth, Uncle Tiaoshuan also possesses similar resting points for recuperation, though Zheng Jiangnan remains oblivious to this fact. "Oh, Uncle, would you share some stories from the mountains with us? Are there really ghosts?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired. Zheng Jiangnan erupted into laughter beside him, exclaiming, "Are there ghosts in this world? That's mere trickery." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled as well. "Have you all rested enough? Once you have, let us act swiftly while daylight remains. Jiangnan, stay here to gather some firewood for boiling water and cooking. Jiangdong, accompany me to seek out bamboo in the vicinity. We shall cut some to fashion a bamboo door and traps for snakes later." Upon arriving at the 36 peaks, Uncle Tiaoshuan seemed to have found a stage to showcase his talents, orchestrating their tasks with remarkable precision. Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan naturally complied. After all, Uncle's wealth of experience and his status as an elder warranted their obedience. Zheng Jiangdong promptly replied, "I'm ready," while he urged Jiangnan, "If you're feeling fatigued, take a moment to rest." He was aware that Jiangnan, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, might struggle with such sudden physical exertion. Zheng Jiangnan smiled, but said nothing, producing half of the snake remedy from his pocket and handing it to Zheng Jiangnan. "Don't stray too far. If bitten by a snake, use this." Zheng Jiangnan accepted the remedy, inhaling its scent. "Is this the concoction of that old rascal?" Zheng Jiangnan nodded. "Indeed, Jiangnan, you managed to procure this from that old scoundrel? I've asked him for it several times, and he always claimed to be out. It appears he is quite the trickster." Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle, secretly mocking his uncle. "Every time you approach him empty-handed, how could he possibly give you anything?" Zheng Jiangnan was well aware of this truth and merely jested. Seeing that all were satisfactory, the three split into 2 groups and busied themselves. Watching his uncle and elder brother venture into the forest, Zheng Jiangnan began his own tasks. Chapter 38. Fried rice with pork cracklings from the virgin forest. Zheng Jiangnan resolved to showcase his culinary skills today. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied, and aside from boiling a pot of white rice for Lin Youwei, he had yet to demonstrate his culinary prowess. This evening, he intended to impress his uncle and brother. Delicacies such as lobster and bear paws were unnecessary in this wild terrain. Instead, he would prepare fried rice with pork cracklings for his uncle and brother. Cooking required firewood, and fortunately, the 36 peaks, nestled deep within the mountains, was abundant with dry firewood suitable for burning. In just half an hour, Zheng Jiangnan gathered enough dry wood to last several days. He found 2 stones of similar size to create a rudimentary stove, placed an iron pot atop it, and filled it with a modest amount of clean water. With haste, he ignited the fire beneath the pot and left it to tend to itself. He then retrieved a large aluminum container and scooped a portion of rice from his bag, preparing to wash it in the water hole. Halfway there, he returned to scoop out some more rice. "I nearly forgot. In this day and age, those with less fat in their bellies tend to eat more. A deficiency is simply unacceptable." Within the aluminum container lies approximately 3 pounds of uncooked rice, which, when boiled, transforms into 6 or 7 pounds of fluffy rice. Undoubtedly sufficient for 3 individuals. This reflects the current era where a lack of fat allows for greater consumption. In the future, 6 or 7 pounds of rice would suffice for those petite fairies aiming to shed a few pounds, perhaps lasting them an entire month. Unlike the stagnant water pit where Zheng Jiangnan captured snakes, the brook adjacent to the shelter flows with fresh water. The babbling stream glistens, appearing exceptionally pristine. Theoretically, this water could be consumed directly. Zheng Jiangnan mused that if a certain farmer were to see this water, he would undoubtedly fill plastic bottles to sell. He remarked, ultimately, that he does not produce spring water, merely serving as its transporter. By the brook flowing from the water pool, Zheng Jiangnan discovered a cluster of upright wild scallions. He plucked them and washed them, anticipating their use later. He poured the rice into a pot and covered it, adjusting the heat accordingly. After 10 minutes, the aromatic scent of the rice wafted through the towering stone forest. However, Zheng Jiangnan refrained from lifting the lid immediately. He reduced the fire slightly, allowing the rice to steam a bit longer. After all, if rice is not fully cooked in one go, it cannot be salvaged upon reheating. It would remain undercooked. Zheng Jiangnan washed a nearby stone briefly and placed a clean mesh bag atop it. Sensing the rice was nearly ready, he took a chopstick to taste it, perfectly cooked. He promptly retrieved a few leaves to use as a cloth and poured the entire pot of rice onto the leaves. To prepare the oil residue fried rice, the cooked rice must cool completely. Only then can it be deemed acceptable for frying. While waiting for the rice to cool, Zheng Jiangnan initially intended to explore the surroundings for wild vegetables. If found, he could gather some to stir-fry or make a soup. However, he ultimately reconsidered, pondering the risk of encountering a snake while foraging. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains, the spring water tinkled at the entrance, and the distant peaks rose majestically, evoking a profound sense of tranquility. The rice was not cooling as quickly as anticipated, so Zheng Jiangnan seized the opportunity to sit and contemplate the future, eventually drifting into a reverie. Like an old monk in meditation, he lost track of time until the voices of his uncle and elder brother approached, rousing him from his daydream. He checked the rice in the mesh bag. Due to the brisk mountain wind, it had cooled adequately. It was time to fry the rice. With the pan heated and oil sizzling, Zheng Jiangnan added the cooled rice, stirring until it turned a golden, crispy hue. Next, he incorporated the oil residue, continuously tossing it to ensure every grain was coated with a delicate layer of lard. Finally, he added the chopped scallions and a sprinkle of fine salt, stirring a few more times until a simple yet delectable dish of oil residue fried rice was complete. The aroma was inviting. Regrettably, the long journey made it impractical to bring eggs. Otherwise, an egg-fried rice would have been the epitome of perfection, for in the realm of fried rice, egg-fried rice reigns supreme. Wow, Jiangnan, what are you cooking that smells so delightful? Zheng Jiangnan set down the bamboo on his shoulder, twitching his nose as he approached. Zheng Jiangnan gestured towards the iron pot of fried rice with oil residue, suggesting, "Elder brother, take a moment to rest, and keep an eye on the rice in the pot. I shall go gather some wild soup herbs over there." At that moment, Zheng Jiangnan also arrived, shedding his bamboo as well, and, with a flourish, produced a bundle of fresh, vibrant wild herbs from his waist, tossing them to Zheng Jiangnan. "No need to go. I just spotted a patch of wild herbs in the bamboo grove, flourishing splendidly, and collected some on my way back. What a stroke of luck." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. It must be said that the bounty of these 36 ridges is truly abundant, not only in fauna, but also in flora. Take these wild greens, for instance. The hills surrounding Hepingta village have long been stripped bare by the villagers, leaving no sprouts daring to surface. Here, however, they flourish abundantly. Zheng Jiangnan swiftly cleaned the wild herbs, pouring spring water into an aluminum container. Once the water reached a boil, he added the herbs, along with a pinch of fine salt and a drizzle of rendered pork fat. A bowl of refreshing and detoxifying wild herb soup was thus prepared. However, this freshly boiled wild herb soup may not appeal to many due to its slightly bitter taste. Generally, households prepare wild herbs by blanching them first, soaking them overnight before consumption, or drying them for later use in soups. Yet, such methods lack the vibrant freshness. The truly delectable flavor emerges only from this fresh boil. After a day of toiling, including hauling stones and chopping bamboo, Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan were famished. With Zheng Jiangnan's proclamation of it's time to eat, the trio of uncles and nephews indulged heartily. They feasted with such gusto that Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "Goodness, my uncle and elder brother truly appreciate the value of culinary delight. Is it really that delicious?" Zheng Jiangnan pondered, still perplexed. While this dish was merely fried rice with oil residue, Many in future generations might not hold it in high regard. Yet for the people of this era, it was an unparalleled delicacy. Consider what they typically consumed: sweet potato rice. Pork fat, used sparingly, just a dab on the chopsticks to enhance a dish, never to be plentiful. This pot of pure white rice, fried in a generous spoonful of pork fat, occasionally adorned with bits of oil residue, was beyond imagination for Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan. It was akin to a scenario where one, without a girlfriend, engages in slow-motion antics with their hands, only to suddenly have a friend present them with two stunningly beautiful women, a fantasy too grand to even contemplate. The meal left everyone's mouths glistening with grease. Although Zheng Jiangnan did not indulge to such an extent, the fried rice was undeniably fragrant. Coupled with the oil residue, it was simply unbeatable. Chapter 39. The Pinnacle of Enjoyment. The oil residue originated from the wild boar Zheng Jiangnan had captured days prior, rendered from the few fatty portions he had brought along, mindful of the limited supplies for their mountain excursion. After the meal, everyone enjoyed a bit more of the wild herb soup, its refreshing nature perfectly alleviating the heaviness of the feast. Ah, such days are indeed a blessing, yet they remain unchanged. Zheng Jiangnan, patting his belly, let out a belch. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled silently, pondering how his elder brother would react if he knew that, in the future, people would scarcely indulge in even the scraps of meat, let alone the rice. Zheng Jiangnan was not in a much better state. He had long forgotten the days when he could freely feast on plain rice without a care in the world, a luxury that seemed to belong to a distant past. Casting a glance at the sun, Zheng Jiangnan instructed, "You all take a break. I will saw the bamboo, and, while there is still a glimmer of light, begin crafting the door." Zheng Jiangnan agreed that he had rested enough and volunteered to assist. Nodding in acceptance, Zheng Jiangnan and his nephew busied themselves with their tasks. Zheng Jiangnan, not one to idle, gathered pots and pans and made his way to the waterhole to wash them. After preparing a pot of rice, which amounted to no less than 6 pounds, the three of them managed to devour every last grain. Even Zheng Jiangnan poured the bitter vegetable soup into the iron wok of fried rice, scraping it clean of oil. Zheng Jiangnan mused that washing the pot was akin to a ritual. It was already quite clean without the need for such effort. Once finished, Zheng Jiangnan stored all the supplies in the shelter and boiled a full box of water in an aluminum container. He called out to his busy uncle and elder brother, "Will you two be able to sleep tonight after drinking tea?" Receiving an affirmative response, he added some tea leaves he had taken from his grandmother, instantly filling the air with their fragrant aroma. He had his uncle saw out 3 teacups from bamboo, rinsed them lightly, added white sugar, and steeped the tea within the bamboo tubes. The delightful scent of tea mingled with the fresh fragrance of bamboo, and the three indulged in their delightful brew. Noticing a piece of rock candy, about the size of half a fist, at the bottom of the bamboo cup, Zheng Jiangnan furrowed his brow and admonished, "Jiangnan, this rock candy is a precious commodity. You should save it for Youwei. How can you waste it so?" Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, uncle, what is a bit of rock candy in the grand scheme of things? I assure you, in our future days, there will be not just rock candy, but all kinds of sugar. So please, indulge without worry." Unlike the people of the present, Zheng Jiangnan, as a reborn individual, truly did not perceive rock candy as a valuable treasure. "You, my dear child, are quite extravagant. I tell you, one must learn to earn as well as to save," Zheng Jiangnan chided. Listening to his uncle's incessant ramblings, Zheng Jiangnan did not display impatience. Rather, he smiled warmly, reclining upon a stone, the tea from the bamboo tube wafting with enticing fragrance. Zheng Jiangnan reveled in the scenery, for he had no skill in crafting a bamboo door and felt no desire to learn, content to simply watch as nightfall descended. Truly, it was the pinnacle of life's indulgence. Just as Zheng Jiangnan was on the verge of dozing off, his uncle's voice broke through. "At last, it is finished. Jiangnan, add some firewood. Tonight we must set a blaze around the entrance to ward off wild beasts." "Let me see," Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed, springing up to inspect the previously vacant side of the shelter. One must say, his uncle's craftsmanship was exceptional. The carefully woven bamboo door was single-leafed, sturdy yet light, exuding a subtle bamboo fragrance. The surface bore the natural patterns of the bamboo, and the edges were intricately bound with vines, providing a profound sense of security. Zheng Jiangnan was also pleased, lamenting only that this was green bamboo. If it were dried old bamboo, it would be even more beautiful. "Very well, uncle. We are merely a shelter. Safety is sufficient," Not a villa, Zheng Jiangnan remarked with a smile. What is a villa? Both Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangdong inquired simultaneously. You do not know what a villa is? It is a type of residential building, an improved dwelling, distinct from an ordinary house, Zheng Jiangnan explained. In truth, the concept of a villa has long existed. Even during this period in China, there were quite a few. It was merely that uncle and brother were both natives of Hepingta village, thus lacking exposure to such knowledge. This highlights the stark contrast between the rural populace and their urban counterparts, not only in terms of material wealth, but also in their breadth of understanding. In contrast, modern society benefits from an advanced network, providing ample channels for information, thereby diminishing the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. You may retire to rest if you are weary. The fire is sufficiently bright for visibility. I shall utilize the remaining bamboo to craft some traps for snakes. Jiangnan, you should sleep first. I wish to learn from uncle, he added. At Chun Damon's residence in Hepingta village, after several days of recuperation, Zheng Jiangnan found himself in good health, seated with his father and brother. In a low voice, Zheng Jiangnan said, Father. Today many villagers observed Zheng Jiangnan and his two nephews heading towards the 36 ridges, claiming they were going to hunt wild boars. Zheng Jiangnan immediately scoffed. Do they really think they can manage that? I mean, it is a fanciful notion. Last time, sheer luck allowed Zheng Jiangnan to stumble upon a wild boar. They are daydreaming if they think it will happen again. Do they believe hunting wild boars is that simple? I suspect they may end up on the receiving end of a wild boar's wrath. Zheng Jiangnan sighed, pondering whether his brother was somewhat foolish. Are you not aware of what lies at the 36 ridges? Zheng Jiangnan paused, pipe in hand. Is that true? Zheng Jiangnan nodded. The village is abuzz with talk. I have inquired with several people, and indeed, many saw them head in that direction. Only then did Zheng Jiangnan realize the gravity of the situation. His face paling as he anxiously said, Father, what shall we do? If they discover those items, we will be doomed. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Zheng Jiangnan felt a sudden rush. The 36 ridges are vast. Surely they will not find anything. Zheng Jiangnan's confidence wavered. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan responded, I suppose so. Such an expansive forest cannot be so conveniently navigated. Moreover, even if they were to find something, there would be no evidence implicating us. The worst we would face is the loss of this season's yield. Zheng Jiangnan, visibly dissatisfied, exclaimed, Father, I have a splendid idea. Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan exchanged glances. Surprised that Zheng Jiangnan had a brainwave, Zheng Jiangnan felt a flicker of pride. His second son, often reckless, was now exhibiting thoughtfulness. It seemed their family's ancestral wisdom was beginning to flourish. With hopeful anticipation, Zheng Jiangnan gazed at Zheng Jiangnan. Oh, do share your thoughts. Sensing his father's attention, Zheng Jiangnan felt a swell of pride. Who said I am merely rash? I am simply a late bloomer. Father, we possess a hunting rifle, do we not? Hand it to me, and I shall confront those nephews at the 36 ridges. Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's words, Zheng Jiangnan choked on his smoke. Zheng Jiangnan gazed at his brother with a look of pity, as if he were observing a simpleton. Zheng Jiangnan, feeling exasperated, remarked, Do you think this is not enough trouble? Or are you hiding something here? I advise you not to meddle foolishly. Zheng Jiangnan was quite displeased. Did he not believe that his strategy was sound? He aimed to eradicate the issue at its source, ensuring a permanent resolution. He felt as if he were a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. He simply could not comprehend the meaning behind the gazes of his father and elder brother. With a heavy sigh, Zheng Jiangnan lamented, You speak of our ancestral tomb emitting green smoke. Indeed, smoke is rising, but it is the ominous black smoke of thunder. He decided it was best to send this fellow to stay with his grandmother for a while, to prevent him from causing any further trouble. In the early morning of the 40th chapter, around 5 o'clock, the sky was beginning to lighten. Zheng Jiangnan unconsciously tightened his blanket. It was already the 5th month of the lunar calendar, yet the nights in the mountains remained so cold. Jiangnan, sleep a bit more. I and your uncle will go set traps, came the voice of Zheng Jiangdong from outside the bamboo door of their shelter. Zheng Jiangnan was speechless. Why call him to awaken only to suggest he sleep a little longer? Such illogical reasoning. After yawning, Zheng Jiangnan prepared to rise. He had slept for at least 9 hours since last night, experiencing deep slumber. How refreshing. Exiting the shelter, he greeted his uncle and elder brother. Aren't you two going to sleep? You stayed up later than I did last night, and are up earlier today. Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangdong chuckled heartily. They were accustomed to rising with the sun and retiring at dusk due to their farming routines. Thinking of the potential earnings, the two had been eager to set traps for snakes after preparing their tools the previous night, but the darkness had deterred them due to safety concerns. Now, with dawn breaking, they could hardly contain their excitement and hastily got up. As Zheng Jiangnan brushed his teeth and washed his face, he observed his uncle and brother. Noting that they each carried 5 or 6 bamboo tubes, each over a meter long, along with some bamboo strips and small snares made of vines. How do you intend to catch snakes with those? Zheng Jiangnan inquired. Zheng Jianwang proudly produced a bamboo tube and handed it to Zheng Jiangnan. Take a look, he said. Zheng Jiangnan peered inside and understood immediately. The middle section of the over meter-long bamboo tube had been hollowed out by his uncle, leaving only the bottom intact. And a slipknot made of vines was fashioned at the entrance. Once a snake slithered in, it would have no hope of escaping. The principle was exceedingly simple, hinging on the skill of the slipknot. Well done, uncle. This design is quite ingenious. However, we should place something inside to attract the snakes, shouldn't we? Zheng Jiangnan asked. Indeed, there is no shortage of frogs in these mountains. I'll catch some with Jiangdong to toss inside, Zheng Jianwang replied. Very well, but do exercise caution. How about we have some porridge for breakfast? Let me cook it first, so we have the energy, Zheng Jiangnan suggested. Zheng Jianwang smiled and said, with just these few bamboo tubes, Jiangdong and I can set them in half an hour. You prepare the porridge. By the time it's ready, we should be back. All right. Do stay safe. Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement. The three shared an unspoken understanding. Since Zheng Jiangnan was skilled at cooking, he took responsibility for the team's meals. Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong possessed superior physical strength compared to Zheng Jiangnan. Thus they undertook the more laborious tasks. Indeed, it was not long before Zheng Jiangnan had just finished preparing the rice porridge when Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong returned. With excitement, Zheng Jiangdong exclaimed, Uncle, it seems I have yet to master your unique skills. The positions you just chose are beyond my imagination. Zheng Jianwang, brimming with pride, replied, Isn't it because I'm your uncle? You should take a leaf out of my book. I guarantee you will reap rewards today. Ah, you all seem so cheerful. Come, come. Drink while it's hot. Do you prefer sweet or savory? Zheng Jiangnan inquired. For sweet porridge, add a bit of sugar. For savory, sprinkle some salt. And if you mix in the radish greens we brought, it's a true delicacy. Savory, Zheng Jianwang declared. Those who toil prefer a saltier flavor. It gives us strength. I too prefer it savory. Jiangnan, I must say, bringing uncle along this time has truly been a boon. His skills in setting traps are beyond my reach. Zheng Jiangdong joyfully remarked. Initially, he had thought of inviting uncle as a way to assist him, but now it appeared that uncle was the one providing sustenance. Ha ha. Spare me the accolades. Quickly eat. Once you're done, Jiangnan, you'll be responsible for catching frogs, while Jiangdong and I will go chop some bamboo to make more traps. Zheng Jianwang was equally excited. What man does not relish the thrill of fishing and shrimping? Yet, as one matures, the burden of survival weighs heavily, leaving little room for indulgence as in childhood. Regarding Zheng Jiangnan's use of rice for porridge, without any sweet potato, Zheng Jianwang chose to remain silent, thinking, let it be a luxury. Once we are full, we shall catch as many snakes as possible. Zheng Jiangnan nodded. All right, third uncle. While I catch frogs, I will also gather some wild vegetables to enrich our diet. Unfortunately, we can only consume vegetables here. Procuring meat is out of the question. Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong exchanged knowing smiles. Unable to acquire meat? That may not be the case. The small traps we fashioned from bamboo might yield some surprises. After breakfast, they stored all their equipment in the shelter, propping the bamboo door with stones. The uncles and nephews reminded each other to stay safe before parting ways. Zheng Jiangnan's task was light. He merely needed to follow the creek, where frogs were plentiful. As for wild vegetables, it was even simpler. He could pick any edibles he encountered along the way. Indeed, the rugged terrain of the 1980s was fraught with shrubs and weeds towering above him, making progress arduous. Fortunately, the creek offered some relief. Zheng Jiangnan grabbed a stick to probe the path and used a machete to clear the occasional obstructing foliage. Within 2 hours, he had effortlessly caught a net full of frogs, sufficient for their needs. In another net, he had collected a bounty of mustard greens and purslane, along with 2 fragrant wild lilies, which would make an exquisite soup. He encountered numerous bitter herbs along the way but opted not to collect them, having already eaten plenty the previous day. Although he had gathered nearly everything he needed, Zheng Jiangnan pressed on. hoping to encounter a snake. After all, one could not rely solely on traps. One must also seize opportunities, for walking on two legs ensured one did not stumble. It is uncertain whether Zheng Jiangnan is simply fortunate or if the mountainous region truly abounds in resources. But he has indeed managed to capture a 2-pound snake under a wild mulberry tree. This catch is not something worth selling to Manager Li. Rather, he contemplates preparing it for a communal meal at noon. Zheng Jiangnan muses that, without a pressure cooker, the snake may not simmer for long, prompting him to return to camp to cook. After all, amidst the vastness of the world, hunger reigns supreme. As he turns to head back, a brown stone catches his eye. How could a stone move? Upon closer inspection, he discovers, to his astonishment, that it is a snapping turtle, initially overlooked. The turtle's shell remarkably resembles the stones in the creek, making it nearly invisible even when standing right in front of it. However, as it had just moved its neck, Zheng Jiangnan's turn revealed its presence. It seems destined to become a regrettable meal. With no wildlife protection laws currently in place, the snapping turtle can be captured and consumed. As the saying goes, what is not bestowed by nature can lead to misfortune. Zheng Jiangnan is not one to indulge in moral superiority, nor does he possess an abundance of benevolence. He recognizes the natural order that dictates survival. Chapter 41. Exquisite snake soup. Due to the high ecological demands of the snapping turtle, it predominantly inhabits clear, rocky streams and pools nestled within the mountains. Its diet consists of river delicacies such as stone snails and eels, complemented by the sweetest mountain spring water. Undoubtedly, the snapping turtle is a true culinary delicacy among wild fare. Furthermore, each part of it possesses remarkable medicinal value, with its shell being a prized ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Though snapping turtles are known to be fierce and combative among their kind, they become mere lambs to the slaughter when confronted by humans. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangnan swiftly approaches and easily captures the turtle with both hands. The turtle, sensing its peril, flails its limbs wildly and hisses in an attempt to intimidate him, but such efforts are in vain. As he holds the thrashing turtle, Zheng Jiangnan bursts into hearty laughter. Envisioning the expression on Lin Youwei's face upon seeing this catch, which weighs no less than 11 or 12 pounds. Upon returning to the vicinity of the camp, he retrieves a large backpack filled with supplies and places the turtle inside. He then procures 4 sturdy wooden sticks, shaping them to the appropriate length to secure the backpack's opening in a lattice formation, ensuring the turtle cannot escape. The decision to avoid a net bag stems from 2 reasons. First, the turtle's weight poses a risk of suffocation, diminishing its value. Second, the sharpness of its teeth renders a net bag unwise. Zheng Jiangnan would wager the lives of Zhang Bunji and his entire family's dogs that within half an hour, the snapping turtle would undoubtedly return to the wild. As for who Zhang Bunji is, most are already aware. Zheng Jiangnan exuded confidence with the acquisition of this eagle-beaked turtle. Even if the journey through the primeval forest yielded no further rewards, the expedition of Zheng Jiangnan and his 2 companions would not be deemed futile. After settling the eagle-beaked turtle, he glanced at the sun overhead, attempting to gauge the time. It appeared that when he had funds again, acquiring a watch would be a priority. Otherwise, the passing of each day would remain a mystery, though his uncle and elder brother had yet to return. The hour approached noon, prompting Zheng Jiangnan to commence the preparation of the snake stew. After all, cooking game meat is a time-consuming endeavor. In a delightful mood, Zheng Jiangnan set up an iron pot and began to heat water. Unlike the 36 ravines near He-Ping-Tu village, this area was abundant with wood, providing an ample supply of dry branches. He collected seasoned hardwood, which ignited with vigor. Soon, the water in the pot was bubbling energetically. He retrieved the mesh bag containing the black-banded snake, extending his hand inside and swiftly seizing its midsection before it could react. With his other hand wielding a knife, he executed a decisive stroke, severing the snake's head in an instant. The snake's body writhed and thrashed, but Zheng Jiangnan paid it no heed. Instead, he pressed a nearby stone upon the severed head. It is a remarkable trait of snakes that even after decapitation, they may remain alive for a time, with the severed head capable of launching itself in a last attempt to bite. Although the black-banded snake is non-venomous, a bite would still be painful. Grasping the still wriggling body of the snake, he cast it into the pot of hot water and promptly secured the lid. After approximately a minute, he retrieved the now motionless black-banded snake and deftly began to peel away its skin from the severed head. In truth, The skin of the black-banded snake is quite delectable. However, without a steel wool scrubber at hand, he had no means to cleanly remove the scales and, regrettably, discarded the skin. He then chopped the skinned snake into segments of about 6 to 7 centimeters each, blanching the meat in fresh water to eliminate any residual blood. Simplicity is key. High-quality ingredients often require the most unadorned methods of preparation. To concoct snake soup, one need not employ a medley of complicated seasonings. Merely adding clean water, cooking wine, and allowing it to simmer over low heat, finishing with a pinch of salt, would best showcase the freshness of the snake meat. Unfortunately, deep within the mountains, Zheng Jiangnan lacked ginger and cooking wine. To ensure the snake soup would not be fishy, he opted to saute the meat briefly, an effective means of reducing odor. Heating the pot, he sauteed the snake segments in lard, added an appropriate amount of clean water, and tossed in whole wild scallions before covering the pot to let it stew. Wild scallions are also excellent for eliminating odors and enhancing flavor. Everything was in order. Now, all that remained was to maintain a steady heat and allow it to simmer for 2 to 3 hours. As Zheng Jiangnan awaited the delectable snake soup, various departments within the bustling city of Huzheng were engaged in their own flurry of activity. This morning, all personnel within the system received an important notification from the County Committee and Government, which contained the following, according to the latest directives from higher authorities. A significant leadership inspection is imminent in Huzheng County. This inspection aims to evaluate the accomplishments of Huzheng County over the past few years and assess its potential for future development. To ensure that the County Committee and Government are adequately prepared for this inspection, all departments are required to immediately execute the following tasks. 1. Organize a comprehensive self-assessment to ensure that all units' operations comply with relevant regulations, policies, and internal standards and processes. 2. Update all documents and records within each unit to guarantee that all information is current and accurate. 3. Conduct a thorough inspection of all public facilities and equipment in Huzheng County to ensure their proper functioning and compliance with safety standards. 4. Provide comprehensive training for all party members and officials within Huzheng County to ensure they are fully aware of their responsibilities and requirements. It is hoped that all departments will take this inspection seriously and make every effort to prepare diligently. Should there be any questions or need for further guidance, please do not hesitate to contact the County Committee office. Simultaneously, the County Committee and Government have conducted a study and, to ensure the safety and smooth itinerary of the leadership, have decided to commence a major cleaning operation on 2 main roads, Liberation Street and Victory Street, starting at 8 a.m. today, lasting for 3 days. Residents of Chengguan Town have been instructed to maintain silence and refrain from unnecessary movement to avoid disrupting the leader's inspection. Schools have been suspended, and students have been organized for a rehearsal, holding small colorful flags while standing along the roads, ready to welcome the leader's arrival. Various units in Chengguan Town have also hung banners at their entrances to express their support and welcome for the leaders. The entire county is enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, eagerly awaiting the leader's arrival. Chapter 42. Gu Changchun. With the issuance of a directive from the County Committee and Government, the entire Huzheng County sprang into action. It is no wonder that the leaders of Huzheng are so mobilized. After all, in the 1980s, inspections by high-ranking officials were crucial for local economic development. Consequently, the travels of these leaders are often met with utmost seriousness. A word from the leaders could benefit the entire county or region, and vice versa. Hence the necessity for caution. Of course, aside from a few principal leaders in the county, other staff members were unaware of the specific identity of the visiting dignitary. Only knowing that a high-ranking official was coming, allegedly accompanied by the city's secretary. The crowd busied themselves throughout the morning, and at 2:30 p.m., a convoy led by the sole police vehicle from the Huzheng County Public Security Bureau, a Beijing Jeep 212, slowly entered into the courtyard of the county committee. The convoy was not extensive, comprising only 5 vehicles in total, including the police vehicle from Huzheng, with 2 additional cars dispatched from the Pingnan City Public Security Bureau for security reinforcement. At the center of the convoy was a black Volga car, imported from the Soviet Union, equipped with a red siren on its roof. As the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Farren, accompanied by Yang Feng, hurriedly approached. As the car door swung open, a tall, silver-haired elder appeared before the crowd. The old man remained silent, his expression inscrutable, yet his piercing gaze, akin to that of a tiger, scanned the surroundings before finally resting upon Wang Feren's face. Wang Feren promptly greeted him. "Hello, Secretary Gu. I am Wang Feren, the county party secretary of Huzheng. We warmly welcome your arrival. It must have been a tiring journey." The elder was none other than Gu Changchun, the newly appointed secretary of the Hujian Provincial Committee, who had just transitioned from military service to a civilian role. Given that the opposite side had yet to be liberated, Fujian province remained at the forefront of the confrontation with Taiwan. Thus, Gu Changchun also held the position of commander of the 1st military district in Fujian, embodying a powerful figure who amalgamated party, political, and military authority. Gu Changchun was renowned for his valor in battle and his integrity, earning him the trust and favor of the central government. He did not exit the vehicle, but observed the cordoned-off streets lined with students and teachers waving small flags. Frowning in displeasure, "Comrade Wang Feren, your grand display seems to place me directly opposite the masses," he remarked. Instantly, Wang Feren broke into a cold sweat, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Yang Feng stepped forward and said, "Uncle Gu, do not blame Secretary Wang. It was the people's spontaneous request upon learning of your visit. We understand your preference for modesty, yet we cannot oppose the will of the populace." "Oh, is that not the young scion of the Yang family? What brings you here?" Gu Changchun's face softened into a smile upon seeing Yang Feng. It was not a pretense. At this time, county appointments were still determined by the city, and as a newly appointed provincial secretary, Gu Changchun was only acquainted with the mayors and party secretaries of 9 prefecture-level cities, with dozens of counties in Fujian province. It was impossible for him to recall or recognize every county party secretary or mayor's personnel changes. Upon hearing Yang Feng's address to Gu Changchun and witnessing the latter's smile, Wang Feren felt a jolt of realization. He knew that their county mayor had been dispatched from the provincial government, but had underestimated the situation. Clearly, someone who could call the provincial secretary uncle was no ordinary individual. Yang Feng nudged the still-dazed Wang Feren, prompting him to make the introductions. Grateful for Yang Feng's assistance, Wang Feren quickly spoke. "Secretary Gu, Mayor Yang was directly assigned to our Huzheng County from the provincial government last month. Since his arrival, our work in Huzheng has entered a fast track." Gu Changchun chuckled, raising his hand to interrupt Wang Feren. "Let us dispense with the mutual flattery. What is this? You intend to block my exit?" Wang Feren and Yang Feng hastily stepped aside, having inadvertently obstructed the leader's vehicle in their excitement, a significant faux pas in the political arena. Fortunately, Gu Changchun was not one to harbor grudges. He alighted from the car and warmly waved to the gathered crowd, which erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Good heavens! Is this not the newly appointed provincial secretary? How do you recognize the provincial secretary's visage?" One onlooker questioned. "When it comes to reading, you seldom pay attention, and you cannot even comprehend a newspaper. This is our newly appointed secretary of the Hujian Provincial Committee, Gu Changchun." "Ah, is it truly him? Is he not a renowned general within the military? How could he possibly serve as our provincial party secretary? You may not understand this, but let me explain." Gu Changchun smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. Although he was not fond of ostentation, he dared not show displeasure in front of the exceedingly enthusiastic masses. Upon entering the county committee compound, Gu Changchun put down his hands and remarked, "Comrade Wang Feren, this shall not happen again. Such extravagance is indeed a waste of resources." Having risen from the ranks of an ordinary soldier, he was well aware that Yang Feng's statements were mere fabrications. However, recognizing the warmth of the people's sentiments, he felt it inappropriate to dwell on the matter and chose to descend the steps gracefully. This, in fact, subtly illustrates that while many things may be overlooked, flattery remains universally accepted. No one can escape such conventions. Listening to the leader's admonishment, Su Fengyi, the secretary of the Pingnan Municipal Committee, chuckled like a cunning old fox, reassured that the situation was under control. "Indeed, Secretary Gu, you are absolutely right. We shall not dare to repeat this." Wang Feren, lacking Su Fengyi's political acumen, nodded nervously. In contrast, Yang Feng appeared relaxed, deliberately lagging a few steps behind to engage with the young couple accompanying Gu Changchun. "Gu Yuanji and Gu Yuyao, have you forgotten about your uncle? You arrived without so much as a word. I only learned of your presence from our secretary last night." The young duo were a pair of fraternal twins, the brother named Gu Yuanjin and the sister Gu Yuyao, both cherished grandchildren of Gu Changchun. Gu Yuanjin chuckled, shaking his head. "Not at all, Uncle Yang. We were unexpectedly conscripted by grandfather. It seems you are quite well informed, Secretary." Yang Feng smiled in agreement, cautioning them not to be deceived by Wang Farren's facade. A person capable of holding the position of county party secretary could hardly be considered ordinary. Uncle Yang, you say we did not inform you in advance, but the truth is we were unaware of your appointment as county head. How do you find the role of county chief? Gu Yuyao chimed in, her playful demeanor radiating charm. Yang Feng paused, realizing that the twins had indeed been oblivious to his new position. Yuanjin, do share with me your purpose for this visit. The news of your arrival has certainly startled our secretary, he teased. Chapter 43. The mischievous prince, Gu Yuyao scoffed. Perhaps it is your secretary who has been up to no good. Otherwise, why would he fear us? Gu Yuanjin quickly interrupted his sister, whispering, do not speak carelessly. Little sister, from what I gather, Secretary Wang Farren is a diligent and capable official. Yang Feng offered a wry smile, choosing silence. While pondering why Secretary Wang would be afraid, surely it was not without reason. This little ant was passionate and aspired to be a keen investigator, intent on exposing corrupt officials, from grassroots village leaders to district committee secretaries. Any official she discovered to be in violation of the law would promptly face her reporting to the relevant disciplinary authorities. Due to her status, the receiving disciplinary committees were compelled to take such reports seriously, often leading to thorough investigations. While some officials were indeed found to have acted unlawfully, the majority were well-intentioned, casting doubt on Gu Yuyao's tendency to jump to conclusions. Although its original intention was commendable, it inadvertently caused significant disturbances to others' work and lives, ultimately leading to a complaint lodged with Gu Changchun, who erupted in fury. He reprimanded Gu Yuanyao, reminding her that as a citizen, she possessed the right to report corrupt officials. However, she could not misuse her status to take unsubstantiated rumors seriously, for that would surely dishearten her revolutionary comrades. Consequently, he issued a stern directive, forbidding her from making baseless accusations without concrete evidence in the future. Gu Yuanyao, undeterred, responded affirmatively, stating that she would report only when evidence was available. In the absence of such proof, she would utilize her brother's name for reporting, which seemed a reasonable compromise. Thus, Gu Yuanjin bore the brunt of many unfounded accusations on her behalf. Over time, it became widely known among certain grassroots officials that the Gu family had a young master who was a notorious troublemaker, targeting officials he deemed unsatisfactory for denunciation. Gu Yuanjin, with a wry smile, turned to Yang Feng and inquired, Uncle Feng, I presume the rumors about me being a troublemaker have circulated again? Yang Feng glanced at Gu Yuanyao and nodded impassively. Gu Yuanyao stuck out her tongue and clarified, it's my brother you're referring to, Uncle Feng. Why are you looking at me? Yang Feng, amused by Gu Yuanyao's antics, chuckled. Yang Feng's father, Yang Shanghua, also a military leader, had long served as Gu Changchun's deputy. The two families had lived in the same compound for an extended period, so Yang Feng was well acquainted with the origins of this so-called troublemaker. Just as Yang Feng was about to speak, Gu Changchun, walking ahead, suddenly turned around and asked, what are you whispering about? The three quickly ceased their conversation and hurriedly followed him. At the Shishir forest camp, the three of them, having eaten and drunk their fill, reclined on the stones, boasting. Jiangnan, this snake soup and daily rice have spoiled your uncle's appetite, Zheng Jiangnan remarked, patting his round belly. Zheng Jiangnan laughed in response. Uncle, this is just the beginning. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you for a grand feast, and then you will regard this as mere coarse fare. Zheng Jiangnan accepted the cigarette offered by Zheng Jiangdong, struck a match to light it, and took a deep puff. If I could enjoy meals like this for the rest of my life, I would count myself fortunate. What more could I wish for than a grand banquet? Zheng Jiangnan grinned, thinking that with him as a reborn individual, everyone who had treated him well in his previous life would surely enjoy a prosperous existence in this one. After finishing the cigarette, Zheng Jiangnan suddenly stood up and declared, enough chatter. Jiangnan, hand us the frogs. We must head out to set traps. Zheng Jiangnan grabbed the net bag containing the frogs and insisted, I want to join too. My brother spoke of it with such wonder. I wish to see how you set the traps. Zheng Jiangnan, while tying his machete, replied, very well, let us go. Jiangdong and I prepared the bamboo tubes this morning. We can set the traps this afternoon and return early, ensuring it doesn't interfere with dinner preparations. Zheng Jiangdong moved the basket containing the soft-shelled turtle into the shelter, cautioning, we must be careful with this. If left outside, it could be disturbed by wild beasts and escape. Zheng Jiangnan gave his elder brother a thumbs up, acknowledging his meticulousness. The trio then proceeded cautiously, aware that even a small wild boar could easily dislodge their backpack with a single thrust, prompting the eagle-nosed turtle to flee. Zheng Jiangnan propped the bamboo door with stones, ensuring that no creatures apart from humans could inflict damage. The three of them ventured towards the bamboo forest, where in the morning, Zheng Jianwang and Zheng Jiangdong had crafted snake traps from the harvested bamboo. Now, all that remained was to place frogs inside the bamboo tubes and find suitable spots for them. The damp stones by the stream, the grassy patches with wild fruits, and the forest canopy obscuring the sky all created an environment favored by serpents. The trio navigated the marked forest with utmost caution. A misstep could be perilous, as the dangers of the primordial forest extended far beyond venomous snakes, and getting lost posed its own threats. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Jianwang remarked that they were nearly done and could soon return after setting up here. "Uncle, have we traversed even 1/10 of the 36 ridges in these past 2 days?" Zheng Jiangdong inquired. Zheng Jianwang responded, astonished. "How could that be? To be precise, we have not truly entered the 36 ridges at all. Do you have any notion of their vastness? We've likely covered less than 1%. He proceeded to enlighten them about the 36 ridges, knowledge he had gleaned from Tiao Shengong. Zheng Jiangdong and Zheng Jiangnan exchanged glances, realizing that, according to their uncle, they had merely skirted the periphery of the 36 ridges all along. In truth, Zheng Jianwang was not mistaken. Zheng Jiangnan and the others had indeed underestimated the magnitude of this primeval forest. This wilderness was far from a mere mountain. It brimmed with treacherous perils. Concealed within the dense underbrush, lurking in the mud, hiding in tree hollows, or climbing the trunks were potential dangers. These creatures often exhibited a fierce aggressiveness, capable of executing terrifying predatory maneuvers. Furthermore, there existed a plethora of large insects and deadly wasps, all posing lethal threats. The diversity of these insects was staggering, and their venom was potent. A sting or bite could prove fatal before one even reached a hospital. The thick grasses and thorny brambles also presented significant hazards. The untrodden undergrowth thrived wildly, often obstructing the path ahead. These thickets could intertwine in a manner that rendered directional sense nearly impossible, and straying from the right path could lead to insurmountable difficulties in returning. One could assert that Zheng Jiangnan's solitary venture into this wild expanse days prior was an act of audacity, if not sheer fortune. Intrigued, Zheng Jiangnan asked, "Goodness, uncle, has anyone truly ventured into the heart of the 36 ridges over the years?" Zheng Jianwang shook his head, recounting that during times of famine, villagers from nearby settlements often came to the outskirts in search of sustenance. However, after enduring natural disasters, even the periphery became less appealing. Thus, it is likely that no one has dared to enter the depths of the 36 ridges. After all, those who once faced starvation were too desperate to venture in. And the present circumstances only reinforce that sentiment. Chapter 44. The temptation of returning to the village. Our village, Hepingtu, is already quite remote, and the 36 cliffs represent the most secluded area within it. Apart from a few neighboring villages, it is improbable that anyone else would venture here. The ancient forest has remained desolate for centuries. It is said that even the bandits before liberation dared not seek refuge within its depths. Zheng Jiangdong inquired about the legendary Tiao Gong of old, who possessed a firearm yet never entered this wilderness. Zheng Jianwang continued to shake his head, asserting that the primal forest's terrors were vastly different from the hills surrounding the village. Zheng Jiangnan wholeheartedly concurred, noting that even in this modern age of advanced technology, there exist places that remain inaccessible, such as Shenangjia and Ileo Mountain. These primeval forests are steeped in various legends, luring countless adventurers who, despite their aspirations, often return in defeat, or worse, meet their demise within. Although the 36 cliffs may not rival Ileo Mountain or Shenangjia, they are undeniably authentic primeval forests. Zheng Jiangnan recalled that in his past life, the government sought to protect this pristine wilderness by omitting it from maps, leaving a blank space. It could be said that even up to 2025, apart from the locals, the name of 36 cliffs remained obscure, unknown to outsiders. As the three conversed while walking, they returned to the campsite at the giant stone forest, the day drawing to a close. Zheng Jiangnan prepared a pot of porridge in the dark, and the three of them feasted on it along with some radish greens, their hunger palpable. Afterward, Zheng Jiangnan boiled a pot of hot water, and they quickly refreshed themselves before retreating to their shelter for a restful slumber. Despite the seemingly trivial description of their tasks, those familiar with the mountainous terrain would understand that such a day could be utterly exhausting. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The uncles and nephew collaborated, capturing a variety of snakes over the consecutive days, even managing to catch 2 wild rabbits and a vividly colored mountain chicken. Zheng Jiangnan addressed Zheng Jiannan and Zheng Jiangnan, saying, "Uncle, elder brother, let us return today. Firstly, I worry for the snakes. Secondly, our provisions are running low." Zheng Jiannan stretched languidly and replied, "After so many days, it is indeed time to head back. However, you need not fret about the snakes perishing. The high altitude and low temperatures here make it difficult for them to die. Then I shall feel at ease. Let us go. I will first head to Guxia to exchange them for money. Securing our earnings is paramount." Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed eagerly. In truth, he harbored a secret longing. Having not seen his beloved Youwei for 5 days now, he missed her dearly. Zheng Jiannan and Zheng Jiangnan exchanged knowing smiles, being seasoned individuals. They understood Zheng Jiangnan's sentiments perfectly. The ease of catching snakes these past 2 days was likely the only reason Zheng Jiangnan had not returned sooner. "All right, you two tidy up here. I will place a few more frogs in the bamboo tubes. Perhaps next time we come, we won't need to stay as long and can simply collect our bounty," Zheng Jiannan suggested. Zheng Jiangnan began to clean the pots and utensils, saying to Zheng Jiangnan, "Elder brother, you should accompany uncle for safety. There is much here that need not be taken back, which we can leave for our next visit. I can manage the packing on my own." Zheng Jiangnan contemplated for a moment and deemed it reasonable. Thus he set off alongside Zheng Jiannan. After all, the workload on his uncle's side was considerably more substantial. Upon their return to Hepingta village, the first order of business for the trio was to take a bath. Although they had managed to wash up during their days in the mountains, they still felt a certain lack, with their bodies reeking and their faces adorned with stubble. Once home, after heating ample water for bathing, the 3 finally felt a significant sense of comfort. Post-bath, Zheng Jiangnan, accompanied by Lin Youwei, prepared to head to his uncle's residence for dinner. With their grandparents present, the 3 of them collectively decided en route to bestow 2 wild rabbits and a large mountain chicken upon Aunt Wu Geiling, intending for everyone to feast together that evening at the uncle's home. However, as Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei approached the entrance, they were met with the sounds of a heated argument between Aunt Wu and their grandmother. Zheng Jiangnan's expression shifted, glancing at Lin Youwei, who urged him to enter swiftly. "Old lady, you are being utterly unreasonable. How can this be justified?" Wu Geiling's voice rang out, laden with anger. Zheng Jiangnan's mother, Zhang Gulan, stood beside Wu Geiling, her countenance equally displeased. The elderly lady was not one to be trifled with. She immediately retorted, "The items my grandson bought for me are mine to do with as I please. It is none of your concern. Hey, if you insist on saying that, then I shall have to confront you." Wu Geiling rolled up her sleeves, ready for a debate. As Zheng Jiangnan approached, he observed the spirited argument between his grandmother and aunt, while his grandfather sat in a rocking chair, his expression dark. What puzzled him further was the presence of his father, Zheng Jiangwo, and uncle, Zheng Jianwang, who stood by silently, seemingly siding with Aunt Wu. "What is happening? Aunt, why are you arguing with my grandmother?" Zheng Jiangnan hurriedly interjected, placing himself between the 2 feuding women. "Ah, grandson, your timing is impeccable. Jiangnan, you have arrived just in time," both women exclaimed in unison, quickly resuming their bickering. After a considerable duration, Zheng Jiangnan finally unraveled the cause of the discord. The issue stemmed from the 5 pounds of rock candy he had purchased for his grandmother. Observing that he had brought gifts for each household except for the 3rd son, Zheng Jinxing, the grandmother, feeling sympathetic towards her son, had surreptitiously taken 2 pounds of candy to gift to him. This act was discovered by Aunt Wu, who was infuriated. "So, you, old lady, are favoring the 3rd son who contributes nothing, while you sneakily provide him with good things. This blatant favoritism is intolerable." In response, Zheng Jiangnan's grandmother defended her actions, asserting, "You do not understand. The 3rd son is not a bad child." This only served to further inflame Aunt Wu's ire, prompting her to retort, "Oh, if the 3rd son is not a bad child, then what are we?" Thus, the quarrel escalated. Zheng Jiangwo, Zhang Gulan, and the uncle harbored significant discontent regarding the grandmother's actions, yet dared not voice their support for Wu Geiling in the argument, opting instead to remain silent observers. Zheng Jiangnan found himself bewildered by the entire situation, pondering what sort of chaos had unfolded. Initially, I held some reservations about my aunt, questioning how she could argue with my grandmother. However, upon understanding the circumstances, I found myself empathizing with her. Deep down, I did not approve of the elderly lady's actions, particularly considering the character of my uncle's family, which I was well aware of. I exchanged glances with my father and uncle, signaling them to appease the grandmother. Meanwhile, I pulled my aunt aside and said, "I know you are upset, but listen to me. It's merely 2 pounds of rock candy. If grandmother wishes to give it, let her do so. There is no need for anger." Chapter 45. Resolving conflicts. Wu Gailing sat down and remarked, "Jiangnan, you know my aunt is not a petty person. It is truly your uncle's family that is excessive. For years, they have neglected the old couple. As for your grandmother, she hoards candies she cannot bear to eat and hides them for them. How can I swallow this indignation?" Having lived 2 lives, Zheng Jiangnan, despite his personal disapproval of his uncle and aunt, felt that it was unwarranted for them to quarrel over 2 pounds of rock candy. Thus, he earnestly advised, "While your grievances are valid, consider this, my aunt. No matter how unsatisfactory my uncle may be, he is still my grandmother's son, a cherished part of her heart. For instance, if Chunzi and Shoji were to grow up resembling my uncle, would you not feel the same pain for them? They dare." Wu Gailing's eyebrows shot up in anger. "If they dare to emulate him, I shall disown them as my children." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled lightly. "Ah, my dear aunt. The hearts of parents are filled with compassion. I understand your anger, but let us broaden our perspective. Allow me to let you in on a secret. During our upcoming snake-catching venture, each person stands to gain a considerable sum. Why remain upset?" As he extended 3 fingers, Wu Gailing's eyes widened. Three pieces? Incorrect, guess again. 30? She asked incredulously. "Ah, that is still too low. Be bolder in your estimations." 300? Wu Gailing rose to her feet, her body trembling slightly. Zheng Jiangnan retracted his hand and confirmed, "Indeed, 300. Tell me, dear aunt, how much rock candy can 300 buy? Is it worth our ire over 2 pounds? With a thud, Wu Gailing collapsed onto the ground. Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Guilin rushed over, aware of their son's close bond with the grandmother, fearing he might provoke Wu Gailing. Such a spectacle would surely become the village's jest. "My aunt, are you all right?" Zhang Guilin inquired, shooting a glare at Zheng Jiangnan as she assisted Wu Gailing. "I'm fine." Wu Gailing shook her head, then turned to Zheng Jiangnan, incredulity etched on her face. "Jiangnan, what you just told me, is it truly the case?" Just as Zheng Jiangnan was about to elaborate, Zheng Jiangdong and Wu Xiangmei arrived, cradling Zheng Xiaojun. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation, Zheng Jiangdong confidently affirmed, "Absolutely true. According to Jiangnan, we indeed stand to gain that much. In a couple of days, you will see for yourself whether we have deceived you." Zheng Jiangdong's reliability quelled Wu Gailing's doubts. It was not a matter of mistrusting Zheng Jiangnan. Rather, the figure of 300 was simply unfathomable for her and her family. "Wonderful. This means we can finally be free of debt." Wu Gailing paced back and forth, whispering to herself. Watching from outside, Zheng Jianwang's eyes reddened. The pressure this woman had endured since marrying him was immense. Approaching the elderly matriarch, everyone braced for a confrontation, only to be taken aback when Wu Gailing softly addressed her. "Mother, please do not be upset. Rest easy. I shall prepare a dish of wild rabbit and mountain chicken for you." This unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet they all breathed a sigh of relief. At least there would be no quarrel. Zheng Jiangnan, however, could deeply empathize with his aunt's emotional fluctuations. The world is often in a state of turmoil, primarily over a few pieces of silver, yet it is precisely these coins that have the power to alleviate countless sorrows. It is often said that poverty breeds discontent in marriages. Indeed, approximately 90% of familial discord stems from financial woes. Had they been affluent, many disputes would have been averted. Since the union of his uncle and aunt, they had accrued considerable debt at the credit union, both striving tirelessly to forge a family. During the days of communal meals and labor points, regardless of how arduous the work was, neither dared to falter. The aunt labored as if a man, while the uncle toiled like a beast of burden, all for a meager daily return of merely 10 work points, roughly equivalent to 56 cents. As policies shifted to permit individual farming, the couple worked even harder. When their allocated rice paddies proved insufficient, they scoured the hills for suitable land to cultivate. They even ventured several miles from Hepingta village to reclaim a newly cultivated rice field. Ultimately, when no suitable land remained for farming, the couple resorted to gathering firewood from the mountains to sell to the villagers. After hauling the wood back to the village and drying it, they would transport it to the Hongqi commune, where 100 pounds fetched a mere 20 cents. Day in and day out, they toiled like beasts of burden. It was not due to a lack of effort that they remained impoverished, with dependents above and below. After a year of relentless labor, the meager savings they managed were barely sufficient to cover the interest on their debts to the credit union. Now, when Zheng Jiangnan informed Wu Guiling that Zheng Jiannan could clear their debts by merely spending a few days in the mountains, how could she not feel exhilarated? The elderly matriarch was equally taken aback, embracing her diligent daughter-in-law. "Oh, my dear, you have endured so much. It is not favoritism. I have my own burdens to bear. Enough of this. Look at you two, alternating between laughter and tears. What a sight you make. Quickly, tend to your duties." The patriarch finally interjected. Though aged, his words still commanded respect, and the family listened attentively. Zhang Guilin and Wu Guiling hurried to the kitchen to prepare the wild rabbit and mountain chicken, truly blessed by Zheng Jiangnan's fortune, as they had feasted heartily over the past few days. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangwo and Zheng Jianwan took Zheng Jiangdong to sharpen their tools, a necessity for those who dwell in the mountains. There was always time to hone their knives and hoes, a means to conserve strength while working. Zheng Jiangnan cast a contemplative glance at his grandparents. He could sense that his grandmother had something to express, yet his grandfather had silenced her. However, Zheng Jiangnan did not dwell on it much. Hand in hand with Lin Youwei, they approached the weeping grandmother and comforted her. "Grandma, please don't cry. Tomorrow, I will have Jiangnan buy you some rock candy." The following morning, Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangdong each carried a burden as they made their way to the Hongqi commune. Their loads consisted of 4 baskets filled with various snakes and net bags, along with a large eagle-nosed turtle. "Jiangnan, if both of us go, one tea that cost a few extra dollars for the round trip?" Zheng Jiangdong inquired. "Brother, how can one earn without spending money? Besides, whether I go alone or with you, the accommodation is still $3. What difference does it make? But we must also consider the round-trip fare. Having an extra person indeed incurs additional expenses. Goodness, if you don't go, I cannot carry 2 burdens by myself. You could help me with the load to the Hongqi commune. But what will I do upon reaching Guxia? Am I expected to carry 1 burden on each side? Do I have that capability?" Zheng Jiangnan replied, speechless. Upon hearing this reasoning, Zheng Jiangdong realized he had merely been focused on saving money. "All right then, if spending is necessary, so be it. I haven't taken a bus in a long time. I shall consider it a treat." Zheng Jiangnan shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I refuse to take the bus. Let me tell you, riding that bus nearly took my life." Zheng Jiangdong, puzzled, asked, "If we're not taking the bus, are you suggesting we walk?" Zheng Jiangnan jested, "Indeed. Why else would I invite you along? What's the matter, brother? Are you incapable? Go on, go on. You're the one who can't manage. If you can, I certainly can too. But if we walk to Guxiao, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to arrive, won't it?" Zheng Jiangdong questioned. Seeing his elder brother's serious demeanor, Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I was just teasing you. How could we possibly walk there? My intention is to go to the Hongqi commune to borrow a bicycle from Chen Wenwu. You can take the bus while I ride." Zheng Jiangdong nodded. "That's acceptable. But why aren't you taking the bus? Riding a bicycle is exhausting. I worry about you, brother. I fear you won't be able to handle it." The 2 brothers bantered cheerfully, and after approximately an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After instructing his brother to watch over the burdens, Zheng Jiangnan ventured inside. Upon entering the cooperative's doors, he noticed many people purchasing goods, with Chen Wenwu, Su Yaoan, and a lady bustling about busily. Seeing Zheng Jiangnan's arrival, Chen Wenwu gestured for him to wait a moment. Zheng Jiangnan remained silent and began to survey his surroundings. The wooden counters were adorned with an array of products steeped in nostalgia: Friendship snowflake cream, tulip soap, Beijing rice crisps, Dongfeng sewing needles, the miraculous syrup cans. Large red basins adorned with dragons and phoenixes, clam oil, matches, seagull shampoo, oriental red tooth powder, and elastic bands, among many others. It was indeed a dazzling display. Though the cooperative, brimming with goods, might hold little allure for future generations, for the people of this era, especially the children, it was nothing short of a sacred haven. In those days, everything one consumed, or war was somehow connected to the supply and marketing cooperative. After a considerable interval, the foot traffic in the supply and marketing cooperative diminished significantly. The middle-aged woman spoke up. Wenwu, it's not so busy now. You should go attend to your friend. Yaowan and I can manage here. Su Yaowan nodded in agreement. Chen Wenwu, filled with gratitude, cast a glance at the two and approached Jiangnan. What's up, Jiangnan? Don't tell me you're planning to buy something again? Jiangnan smiled, not shopping this time. My brother and I are considering a trip to Guxiao, but I've grown quite wary of the bus service. I was hoping to borrow a bicycle from you. Riding to Guxiao could work. It doesn't take much longer than the bus, Chen Wenwu replied. Wait, Jiangdong is coming too. Let us invite him in for a soda. There are 2 loads outside. He can't come in, Jiangnan explained. 2 loads? Could it be? Chen Wenwu asked in astonishment. Aware of Jiangnan's purpose for visiting Guxiao, but refraining from inquiring further due to the crowd. Jiangnan, understanding Wenwu's curiosity, nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Now, will you lend me that bicycle? Having grown up together, they were as close as brothers, and Jiangnan spoke without hesitation. Chen Wenwu retorted, lend. You act as if I'm the one borrowing. Jiangnan chuckled. Who's who between us? What's yours is mine, and what's mine remains mine. Chen Wenwu ignored him, rolling his eyes before walking over to Su Yaowan and exchanging a few words. Without hesitation, Su Yaowan retrieved a key from her pocket and handed it to Chen Wenwu. Jiangnan, slightly surprised, teased, Wow, has this girl taken charge? Cut it out. Don't be ridiculous. You mentioned Jiangdong is coming too. He can ride a bike as well, so I thought I'd borrow Yaowan's bicycle for both of you. Chen Wenwu clarified. Jiangnan smirked and gave a thumbs up. That's my brother. When you two get married, I'll definitely give a generous red envelope. Take the key and hurry up. By the way, bring this soda outside for Jiangdong. What about mine? Jiangnan inquired. You can drink a load of nonsense. Would you like me to brew you a cup? Chen Wenwu replied, though he still handed another bottle to Jiangnan. With no hesitation, Jiangnan popped the cap open and headed outside. Make sure to return the bottle after you're done. 3 hours later, 500 meters away from Lin Youwei's private club, Jiangnan and Jiangdong were both drenched in sweat. Jiangdong remarked, Jiangnan, cycling doesn't make me carsick, but the uphill and downhill rides are exhausting. I feel like my legs are going numb. Jiangnan chuckled, I feel the same, but I still prefer cycling. You have no idea how unbearable that bus ride to Guxiao is. The two brothers took nearly 3 hours to cycle from Hongqi Commune to Guxiao County, which was not much different in duration from the intermittent bus journey. Furthermore, the time taken was primarily due to the numerous hills between Hongqi Commune and Guxiao County. Otherwise, they might have completed the journey even faster. Though a bit weary, if faced with the choice between cycling and taking the shuttle bus, Zheng Jiangnan would undoubtedly opt for cycling without a moment's hesitation. The discomfort of the bus experience is something only those who have endured it can truly comprehend. The inhabitants of Hujian in the mountain valleys express their genuine envy for the transportation conditions found in the plains. From a distance, Zheng Jiangnan spots Lin Youwei loitering at the entrance, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of some young bride, glancing around with a curious demeanor. Thus, he hastens his cycling, dismounts, and firmly grasps Lin Youwei's hand, greeting him with, Hello, Manager Li. Ah, it's Xiaozheng. Greetings. Lin Youwei responds with warmth. This enthusiasm stems not only from the inherent hospitality of the Guxiao people, but also from the delight he experienced upon receiving the gigantic mountain peaks Zheng Jiangnan had previously delivered. When the leader is pleased, Lin Youwei becomes even more elated. Other officials in the county, upon hearing of this, eagerly inquire whether he has more such exquisite goods, expressing that money is no object. This puts Lin Youwei in a predicament. It's not that he is unwilling to earn, but rather that he simply does not possess more of those sizable mountain peaks. While he occasionally receives snakes from others, they are mostly around 2 pounds, which hardly suffices. Chapter 47. The dizziness of Zheng Jiangdong. Eagerly anticipating Zheng Jiangnan's delivery, Zheng Jiangdong had long wished for it to arrive sooner. Were it not for his uncertainty regarding which Director Wang was Zheng Jiangnan's uncle, he would have considered asking Director Wang for the address of Zheng Jiangnan's home. Manager Li. This time I have quite a large shipment, mostly consisting of substantial goods weighing around 4 pounds. I wonder if you can accommodate all of it? Zheng Jiangnan inquires. I can accommodate it all. Whatever you bring, I can handle. Lin Youwei beams with joy. Is this not akin to a welcome pillow delivered just as one feels drowsy? Several orders are already placed. How much more could you possibly have? After all, this is wild game, not eel. Hearing Li Qirui's assurance that he can take it all, Zheng Jiangnan feels elated and calls to his elder brother standing nearby. Come over and help with the bike. I will unload the snakes. With baskets aplenty. Li Qiruei stands dumbfounded before the 4 large wicker baskets. He points incredulously at the baskets, exclaiming, "These are all?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Manager Li? Zheng Jiangnan asks, puzzled. "And no problem." Li Qiruei nervously wipes the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. He was just worried that Zheng Jiangnan might not deliver the snakes, and now he finds himself concerned that there may be too many. It is akin to a young woman in the early stages of romance, fearing both the absence and the unpredictability of her suitor. Alas, how complicated. Once Zheng Jiangnan has unloaded the goods, he retrieves a rare hawkbill turtle from the bottom of the pile and presents it to Li Qiruei, saying, "I have something special here. See if it's of use to you." Li Qiruei leans in to examine it closely and, after a long moment, hesitantly asks, "Is this a hawkbill turtle?" Zheng Jiangnan gives a thumbs up. "Manager Li, your knowledge is impressive. Most people would mistake it for a common turtle." Today, Li Qiruei is utterly astonished. Zheng Jiangnan continually surprises him. Though he has encountered hawkbill turtles before, they are typically much smaller, around 2 or 3 pounds. When has he ever seen one of this size? After a moment of silence, Li Qiruei declares, "Let me weigh the snakes first. We can discuss this hawkbill turtle afterward." "All right, let us proceed with the weighing," Zheng Jiangnan replies. Li Qiruei nodded and called in 2 assistants, categorizing the items meticulously. 15 black mamba snakes weighed a total of 45 jin and 3 liang. 7 5-step snakes amounted to 30 jin and 7 liang. 16 cobras totaled 52 jin. And 20 king cobras reached a weight of 80 jin and 5 liang. Handing a list along with a large bundle of cash to Zheng Jiangnan, he remarked, "Verify this. According to our agreed price, the total is 14,371. Not a single cent more." Zheng Jiangdong, standing nearby, felt a wave of dizziness. "You say 14,337? Zheng Jiangnan glanced at the list briefly. Every weight and price was accurate. And one could not deny that Li Qiruei was indeed capable. The accounts were clear, with no intent to undervalue his goods. As for the cash, Zheng Jiangnan did not even count it before slipping it into his pocket. "Manager Li, what about the soft-shelled turtles? Do you require them?" Li Qiruei pondered for a moment before responding. "Xiao Zheng, let me first ask you a question. Are there more snakes coming in?" Zheng Jiangnan nodded, indicating that as long as Li Qiruei needed them, he could maintain a steady supply before the snakes went into hibernation. Li Qiruei acknowledged, admitting, "To be honest, I cannot handle such a large quantity at the moment." Zheng Jiangdong's expression shifted. Did this imply they could no longer capture snakes for sale? Zheng Jiangnan gazed at Li Qiruei with a smile, fully aware that there was more to the conversation. Observing Zheng Jiangnan's calm demeanor, Li Qiruei couldn't help but silently commend him. Continuing, Li Qiruei said, "However, I have many friends in the provincial capital, and I plan to visit soon to assess the market's needs. Therefore, for the next few days, refrain from capturing snakes. Once I return, we can decide. But I assure you that if there is demand, the price will not be lower than now. As for the soft-shelled turtles, if you trust me, I can take them to the provincial capital and sell them there. We can settle the accounts during our next meeting." Zheng Jiangnan nodded, recognizing the practicality of Li Qiruei's words. In this locality, a monthly consumption of 30 to 40 snakes was the maximum. After all, Guxiao was merely a county town with limited purchasing power. Without Su Tianliang's influence, even a monthly consumption of 340 snakes would be a lofty aspiration. If he and his brother could freely capture snakes, given the current resource availability, catching 500 to 600 snakes a month would not be out of the question, which was 45 times the demand at Li Qirui's end. Zheng Jiangnan certainly wished to sustain this business, as the prevailing conditions and regulatory environment left no better avenue for profit. Therefore, if Li Qiruei could assist him in finding a sales channel in the provincial capital, it would be most advantageous. How much he could sell for and what profits he could earn was their business, and they deserved their share. A mutually beneficial arrangement was in place. One could not solely focus on personal gain. "All right, Manager Li, then I shall trouble you. I will return after a while," Zheng Jiangnan stated. Li Qiruei contemplated briefly. "Do not take too long. I believe there will be demand in the provincial capital. Prolonging the wait may not be wise. Let us proceed as follows. Do you have a telephone number that you could provide me? Once I arrive in the provincial city, I shall promptly notify you." Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, pondering the remoteness of Heping-tu village, a place devoid of telecommunication. Even within the entirety of Hongqi Commune, aside from public establishments, it is unlikely that any private residences possess telephones. Ultimately, it was Lin Youwei who shared the phone number of his shop with Zheng Jiangnan, agreeing that Zheng Jiangnan would call him a week later upon his arrival at Hongqi Commune. After bidding farewell to Lin Youwei, the two brothers cycled to Guxia County, where Zheng Jiangnan adeptly located the guest house where they had previously stayed, securing a room to rest. After pedaling for over 3 hours, he felt utterly exhausted. If he were to return immediately without a night's rest, his legs would surely suffer. Once the door was closed, Zheng Jiangnan surveyed his surroundings and quietly remarked, "Jiangnan, today's developments have quite upended my understanding. Is it truly feasible?" 1437, a strikingly glaring figure. I would wager that aside from Chun Daiman, the village head, no one in Heping-tu village could possibly amass such wealth. And this is merely the income of our family over a few days. Chapter 48. Wealth without tickets. Zheng Jiangnan found himself questioning his existence. If this continued, with figures like 1 multiplied by 7 yielding 7, 2 multiplied by 7 yielding 16, and 3 multiplied by 4 yielding 58, would they not become millionaires within a month? Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, recognizing his elder brother's internal struggle. A person accustomed to poverty, when faced with a sudden influx of wealth that exceeds all prior experience, is likely to feel far more trepidation than joy. For Zheng Jiangnan, or indeed for anyone in Heping-tu village, the most substantial amount of money they had ever seen was likely during the new year when pigs were sold, which amounted to a mere 100 or so yuan, a pittance compared to the staggering sum of over 1,000. "Brother," Zheng Jiangnan assured him, "I can guarantee the success of the snake selling endeavor. However, we must refrain from discussing it upon our return to the village. After all, one should not flaunt their wealth. Yet, the prospect of becoming millionaires is not so simple. If Manager Li can establish a market in the provincial city, then perhaps it is feasible. Otherwise, relying solely on this area, one could expect to earn merely 1,000 yuan at most in a month," Zheng Jiangnan analyzed. Zheng Jiangnan, in stunned disbelief, remarked, "Even that amount is remarkable. However, how is it that Manager Li seems so affluent? He appeared to produce over 1,000 yuan effortlessly." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, remaining silent. "This is merely the beginning. Although the majority are struggling financially at present, it is said that in places like Shenzhen, Guangdong, and Wenzhou, there are individuals with fortunes exceeding 1 million. The pioneers of this era are truly formidable figures. Compared to them, Lin Youwei is but a minor player." Noticing his brother's continued murmuring, Zheng Jiangnan encouraged him, "Do not dwell on the prowess of others. Have faith that we too shall achieve greatness. By the way, brother, I plan to purchase some items from the supply and marketing cooperative in Guxia tomorrow. Is there anything you wish to buy?" Zheng Jiangdong's eyes brightened momentarily, only to fade again. "What is it?" I have no money." Zheng Jiangnan laughed, producing a significant amount of cash. "But here is your share. How could you possibly be without funds?" Zheng Jiangdong beheld the substantial stack of money with a smile, almost incredulous at its existence. "By the way, Jiangnan, I believe the previous method of distribution is rather unsuitable." Zheng Jiangnan remained silent. The initial agreement was for the elder brother and the younger uncle to split half, while he would take the other half. Now that the elder brother proposed a different approach, Zheng Jiangnan hesitated to ponder further. Yet he acknowledged that the elder brother would always hold a certain authority. With a smile, he inquired, "How do you intend to divide it?" Feeling a bit bashful, Zheng Jiangdong fidgeted for a moment before stating, "Jiangnan, look at all this money we have now. Perhaps we should repay the debts that our younger uncle owes to the credit cooperative first, and then divide the remaining amount as we originally agreed? It just seems that you would be at a disadvantage otherwise." Zheng Jiangnan let out a sigh of relief. He was initially startled, fearing that his elder brother might have ulterior motives upon seeing such a substantial sum. As for assisting their younger uncle with the debt, Zheng Jiangnan found it reasonable. After all, in rural traditions, the youngest brother's wedding expenses were typically borne by his elder siblings. Unfortunately, their paternal uncle had passed away early, and the third uncle was far too selfish to assist, while their father bore a heavy burden, leaving the younger uncle without help from his 3 elder brothers. It was only fitting that he and his brother stepped in to support their younger uncle now, especially since money is merely a tool that can be earned back. Noticing Zheng Jiangnan's prolonged silence, Zheng Jiangdong felt a sense of impatience. "Just say something already," he urged. "If it truly was not feasible, then so be it. Zheng Jiangnan snapped back to reality. Elder brother, please don't rush me. I was just contemplating this matter. I believe the distribution should be as follows. I will cover the debt our younger uncle owes to the credit cooperative. That cannot be. You would be at too great a loss. Zheng Jiangnan immediately protested. Zheng Jiangnan explained, in truth, I never agreed with the notion that I alone should receive half of the total. Moreover, this business venture is not a one-time affair. What is 300 plus yuan? Let us not argue over this. It is settled. That cannot be entirely your burden. How about this? Reduce my share by 100. And if you choose to cover the rest, then so be it. Zheng Jiangnan suggested. Elder brother, no need for further discussion. You take this money with ease. Brighter days lie ahead. Tomorrow, buy something nice. It has been years since my sister-in-law had new clothes. Purchase some fabric to gift her. Little June is still young. Buy him some snacks as well. Zheng Jiangnan regarded Zheng Jiangnan with a curious expression, which made Zheng Jiangnan feel somewhat uneasy. Subconsciously, he touched his face and questioned. What is it, elder brother? Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. It is nothing. Jiangnan, you have truly changed. It would have been wonderful if you had done so earlier. Zheng Jiangnan offered an awkward smile, pulled out a substantial stack of money from his pocket, counted out 360 yuan, and handed it to Zheng Jiangnan, saying, We shall settle the rest next time. With trembling hands, Zheng Jiangnan excitedly accepted the money and tucked it into the inner pocket of his clothing. As his stomach rumbled with hunger, Zheng Jiangnan led Zheng Jiangnan to a state-run restaurant for dinner. However, Zheng Jiangnan insisted that Zheng Jiangnan should not pay, declaring that he would treat him instead, to which Zheng Jiangnan did not bother to argue. His elder brother was quite peculiar. The following morning, after checking out of their lodgings, the two brothers rode together to the Guxia Supply and Marketing Cooperative to procure their desired goods. Wealth has always been a source of courage for men, and Zheng Jiangnan, who has never been so affluent, has indulged in a significant shopping spree. He purchased several yards of fabric, claiming it was for Wu Xiangmei to craft garments. He bought 2 bottles of condensed milk for his son Jing Xiaojun, as Zheng Jiangnan mentioned that it was derived from milk and would surely be nutritious. Furthermore, he procured a can of malt extract for his grandparents and a pair of liberation shoes for each of his parents. It must be acknowledged that the sons of the Zheng family are all dutiful and filial, always considering their elders when they acquire wealth. Zheng Jiangnan jested, questioning why everyone received gifts while the younger siblings did not. Zheng Jiangnan laughed heartily in response, stating that the household lacked many things, and he was uncertain what would be most suitable for them. He planned to give 5 yuan to the Jiangxi siblings and 2 yuan to those in Jiangbei, suggesting they visit the Hongqi commune for a stroll. Zheng Jiangnan smiled, relishing the delightful sensation of spending money on family. He contemplated that once he amassed sufficient wealth, his utmost desire would be to construct a grand house where the family could reside together, as it would be far more enjoyable. Zheng Jiangnan, in his whimsical manner, purchased an array of items, some unavailable at the Hongqi commune and others that were, but he decided to procure everything at Guxia. He even went so far as to buy fishing hooks, intending to fish in the village creek during his leisure time, hoping to catch some crucian carp to supplement Lin Youwei's diet. However, an awkward situation arose at the checkout. They had no ration coupons. Many of their purchases required such documentation. Neither Zheng Jiangnan nor Zheng Jiangnan frequented the supply and marketing cooperative. Even when they did, it was merely for minor necessities. On the rare occasion they lacked coupons, it was always Chen Wenwu who assisted them. Unfortunately, this was the Guxia Supply and Marketing Cooperative, not the Hongqi one, and Chen Wenwu was not present to resolve their predicament. Zheng Jiangnan addressed the clerk. Hello, comrade. We are in a hurry and forgot our coupons. Might it be possible to convert the total to cash? We shall pay extra. The clerk, with an unremarkable demeanor, replied, I'm afraid that's not feasible, comrade. These goods require coupons. Perhaps you could return another time. Zheng Jiangnan sighed and intended to ask the clerk to retrieve the items that required coupons, but Zheng Jiangnan interrupted. Comrade, please do not proceed with that. What's wrong, Jiangnan? Without coupons, we cannot purchase them. Please do not trouble the clerk, Zheng Jiangnan urged. Assuming his brother's temper was flaring again, Zheng Jiangnan turned and whispered, Elder brother, wait here for a moment. I have a plan. With that, he ceased conversing with the clerk and exited the store. Zheng Jiangnan anxiously called out, Where are you going, Jiangnan? Observing Zheng Jiangnan leaving abruptly, the clerk, rather than being irritated, expressed enthusiasm towards Zheng Jiangnan, saying, Your friend is gone to find a solution, Please stand aside and wait. This left Zheng Jiangnan perplexed. Was it truly the case that the clerks at Guxia's supply and marketing cooperative were so amiable? He could not fathom what Zheng Jiangnan was up to, as he had been so absorbed in the array of goods that he had not noticed the clerk's eyes continuously signaling towards the entrance of the cooperative. As Zheng Jiangnan glanced at the salesperson's gaze, a memory surfaced of what Qin Wenwu had once shared with him. Every employee at the supply and marketing cooperative undoubtedly possesses a means to procure surplus ration tickets. However, being strangers, they are often reluctant to sell to you. After all, earning a mere 15 cents from you poses a significant risk should you report them. Their livelihoods could be jeopardized. Clearly, the risk far outweighs the reward. Yet, is there truly no alternative? No, there is indeed a way. The adage where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below holds true, as ticket scalpers have emerged at the entrances of some large supply and marketing cooperatives. They could be considered the earliest form of black marketeers. As long as your funds are sufficient, they typically possess whatever tickets you seek. As for the source of these tickets, one only needs to read the salesperson's subtle hints. Is further inquiry necessary? Where there are people, there exists a marketplace. The very existence of such a phenomenon validates its reality. Sure enough, shortly after Zheng Jiangnan stepped out of the cooperative, a shifty character approached him, discreetly inquiring, "Brother, in need of tickets?" Zheng Jiangnan regarded the ticket scalper, who appeared to be of a similar age, and nodded, responding, "Yes, brother, I require a cigarette ticket, an industrial voucher for a watch, several fabric tickets, and..." The scalper retrieved a bundle of tickets from a cloth bag at his waist, presenting all that Zheng Jiangnan needed. "I didn't expect it, brother. You're quite the big client," he exclaimed. "The total comes to 15 yuan and 70 cents, primarily due to the high price of the watch voucher." Listening to the explanation, Zheng Jiangnan remained noncommittal, pulling out 2 large denominations from his pocket and handing them over, quietly asking, "Can you procure other industrial tickets?" The scalper handed back the change, astonished, and replied, "What else do you need? Sewing machines, radios, bicycles, we can manage those. But televisions might be a bit challenging." Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. These were not his immediate necessities. In fact, the village of Hepingtu had yet to be electrified. What use would a radio or television serve? As for bicycles, while they were prized possessions symbolizing status and wealth for others in this era, they held little value for the villagers of Hepingtu. Why? Because of the steep terrain, the entire village was riddled with hills, making walking faster than pedaling a bicycle, especially uphill. "Can motorcycles be procured?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired softly. The scalper was taken aback, scrutinizing Zheng Jiangnan for a prolonged moment, as if attempting to discern whether he was boasting. Being stared at in such a manner was quite uncomfortable, prompting Zheng Jiangnan to furrow his brow and turn to leave. Only then did the scalper leisurely remark, "It's not easy to obtain, but if you're willing to spend a bit more, I could venture to the provincial capital and secure one for you. Just know that the price is exceedingly high. Are you certain you want it?" Zheng Jiangnan nodded. His first choice would have been a car, yet he understood that, at this juncture, considering it was utterly impractical, both in terms of price and feasibility. However, he was confident that within the next few months, he could amass enough funds to purchase the motorcycle. "Very well. I shall first check with other colleagues in the county to see if they have one. If not, I'll make a trip to the provincial capital. But you'll need to provide me with a deposit of 100 yuan in advance. There is little choice. If there are tickets available through acquaintances, that would be a different matter, allowing me to earn a referral fee. However, in the absence of such options, I must make the journey to the provincial capital. A motorcycle ticket costs no less than 100 yuan, and when factoring in round-trip travel expenses, food, and accommodation, I would require at least 230 yuan as a minimum. Yet, if I manage to acquire a ticket, what if Zheng Jiangnan no longer wants it? Although the ticket remains in my possession, such tickets are generally beyond the means of the average person, leading to significant pressure if I am left holding it." Zheng Jiangnan countered, stating that while the deposit posed no issue, what grounds did he have to trust me? After all, what if I absconded with his deposit? The ticket seller merely chuckled at this remark, displaying no signs of anger. The more Zheng Jiangnan expressed doubt, the more it indicated his genuine need. The ticket seller, with an air of pride, pointed to a salesperson within the supply and marketing cooperative, disclosing, "To be candid, the very individual who just recommended you is my wife. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her shortly." Zheng Jiangnan found no cause for suspicion, nodding in agreement. "All right, you go find out, and once you have news, let your wife know. I shall return here in a few days. The ticket seller affirmed, assuring Zheng Jiangnan that he usually lingered in the vicinity. Upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, Zheng Jiangnan presented the various tickets he had just procured. Greetings, comrade. Could you verify if these are sufficient? The salesperson's face lit up with joy upon seeing the stack of tickets Zheng Jiangnan offered. She instantly recognized that they originated from her husband's hands. Estimating that these tickets could yield a minimum profit of 3 yuan. Today, she resolved to bring home a pound of pork belly to celebrate. Wearing a broad smile, the salesperson accepted the tickets, counting them with precision. Just right. Please wait a moment. I will organize the goods you require. Zheng Jiangnan glanced around, noting that no one was paying attention, and quietly inquired, "Is it true that the person outside claimed you are his spouse?" The salesperson's expression shifted dramatically, her first instinct being to vehemently deny it. However, she soon remembered her husband's explicit instructions. If a customer inquired about their relationship, it indicated that the individual was a significant client, and she must ensure a good rapport. Realizing that this unremarkable youth before her was indeed the esteemed customer her husband had mentioned, she cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was observing them before she subtly nodded in affirmation. With the salesperson's confirmation, Zheng Jiangnan felt reassured. Should the ticket seller request a deposit, he no longer needed to fear potential deception. After all, with his wife present, one could not run away from the temple if the monk fled. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangdong regarded Zheng Jiangnan and the salesperson with suspicion, curious as to how Zheng Jiangnan had managed to acquire tickets after merely stepping out. Sensing Zheng Jiangdong's bewilderment, Zheng Jiangnan explained using political terminology, prompting Zheng Jiangdong to exclaim that the ticket seller was indeed audacious, engaging in true speculation. Zheng Jiangnan, however, did not view speculation as inherently wrong. It was merely a means of survival, and besides, he suspected his brother had never heard the adage, "The bold thrive while the timid perish." In this era, many people looked down upon speculation, deeming it unworthy of proper occupation. Do not underestimate those who engage in speculative ventures. It is quite possible that their monthly earnings surpass the annual labor of an ordinary farmer. Before long, the sales clerk had neatly packaged the items requested by Zheng Jiangnan and his companion, cheerfully escorting them out the door. This spree of shopping left Zheng Jiangdong feeling both elated and pained. He had spent a modest sum of 71 yuan, while Zheng Jiangnan had extravagantly spent a staggering 153 yuan. Not to mention, those tickets had yet to be accounted for. Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, Zheng Jiangdong inquired of Jiangnan, "Do you think we are being too reckless with our spending? Are we becoming frivolous now that we have some money?" Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, responding, "Brother, do you see anything among our purchases that is unnecessary? Everything is essential for our home. Moreover, the essence of earning is to enhance our lives. If we are reluctant to spend, then what is the purpose of earning?" Zheng Jiangdong nodded in agreement, yet he remained apprehensive, noting, in just this brief moment, "We have already spent over 200 yuan, nearly matching our entire family's income from last year." When Zheng Jiangdong referred to family, he meant not only himself and Wu Xiangmei, but also included Zheng Jiangnan and their parents, encompassing their entire household. Zheng Jiangnan found it amusing, as he secured their items and advised, "Brother, do you know what the most excruciating aspect of life is?" "What?" Zheng Jiangdong queried. "It is becoming a slave to money. Spending one's life in frugality, only to depart this world with unspent wealth." Zheng Jiangdong retorted, "But do you know what could be even more torturous?" "What?" "To exhaust all one's funds while still being alive." Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, have you perhaps experienced a rebirth? How else would you know such a classic saying from Uncle Benchon? Surely not, right?" He pondered. "Ha ha ha, you do make a point, brother. Thus, we must strive harder to earn, ensuring we always have money to spend." Zheng Jiangdong nodded in profound agreement. "Since we've been shopping since morning, you must be hungry. Brother, let us go and savor some meat buns. One must be well fed to have the strength to return home," Zheng Jiangnan suggested. "Are you referring to that bun shop you brought us to a few days ago?" Zheng Jiangdong's eyes brightened. "Yes, it's near the Guxiao bus station. And if we go now, we can enjoy them fresh. They will be far tastier than those we brought back," Zheng Jiangnan replied. Having passed by the Guxiao bus station the previous day, Zheng Jiangdong knew precisely where to head. He swiftly mounted his bicycle, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? I want 5. Zheng Jiangnan laughed heartily, pedaling vigorously to catch up. Having a bicycle certainly made things quicker, even if it was pedal-powered. In less than 5 minutes, The brothers arrived at the Guxiao bus station. The area was bustling with people, and Zheng Jiangnan instructed Zheng Jiangnan to wait there while he kept an eye on the bicycle and their newly acquired goods. He then made his way to the spot where he had previously bought the buns. He recalled the beautiful and clever proprietress and wondered if they had soy milk available today. Where are the buns? He pondered, gazing at the now vacant stall where the buns had once been, perplexed by its emptiness. Alas, it appears that my elder brother has no fortune to savor the fresh delights. Perhaps we could take him to the state-run restaurant for a bowl of beef noodles instead. Zheng Jiangnan turned to approach Zheng Jiangnan. At that moment, not far ahead, a cacophony of raucous sounds emanated from behind a colossal banyan tree, intermingled with faint cries for help. Zheng Jiangnan, ever the compassionate soul, despite his own hunger, hurried forward to investigate, wondering if someone might be in need of assistance. Upon rounding the great banyan, he discovered a group of ruffians, clad in a manner befitting mischief, engaged in a scuffle with the proprietress of a steamed bun stall. The cries for help were indeed from her, explaining why Zheng Jiangnan had not spotted her earlier. "What are you doing? Is there no law?" the trembling proprietress demanded, glaring at the rowdy youths. Scattered across the ground lay a multitude of buns and soy milk, clear evidence of their recent violent confrontation. A considerable distance away, a throng of onlookers strained to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Zheng Jiangnan observed the four ruffians, each clad in flamboyant shirts and bell-bottom trousers, exuding an air of arrogance as if they were the rulers of the universe. The leader, with his nose held high, bore an ostentatious dragon tattoo on his right forearm. Though Zheng Jiangnan could not discern whether it represented a mythical azure dragon or merely a caterpillar, he proclaimed, "I told you, if you wish to sell buns here, you must pay protection fees to the four heavenly kings. Otherwise, you shall not sell a single bun." "Ah, they are the four heavenly kings?" A voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. "For heavenly kings? What on earth is that?" inquired another. The first speaker regarded the questioner with a bemused expression. "You don't know the four heavenly kings? What about Zheng Jiangnan? Isn't that obvious? I certainly know of Zheng Jiangnan. He is a notorious figure in the underworld of Guxia," responded the questioner, giving a thumbs up. The speaker continued, "That indicates you possess some worldly knowledge. In contemporary Guxia, Zheng Jiangnan wields immense power, dominating both the lawful and the unlawful. The original factions of Guxia included the Qinglong Society from the South Gate, the Gai Tai Bao from the East Gate, and the four heavenly kings from the bus station. These three forces were evenly matched, often clashing over territory, each refusing to yield to the others. However, with the emergence of Zheng Jiangnan, he subdued them all." The knowledgeable speaker delighted in elaborating on the subject. Amidst the eavesdropping crowd, one individual finally interjected, "Excuse me, but does this Zheng Jiangnan have any connection to the current situation? Are you foolish? The four heavenly kings at the bus station are indeed under Zheng Jianglan's command. These very youths before us." He replied, "Ah, then are they not mere thugs? Is the proprietress of the bun stall doomed? Hush, are you seeking death? Do you dare label them as thugs?" To understand these individuals is to recognize their ruthless nature. Should they overhear you, it would not bode well for you. Upon hearing this, the man turned pale, lowered his head, and hurriedly departed. Zheng Jiangnan, who was listening intently nearby, couldn't help but smirk coldly. What was this so-called Qinglong gang and the four kings of the Gestapo? By this time next year, they would be reduced to mere peanuts. However, prior to the severe crackdown in '83, these ruffians indeed instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens, for they were audaciously engaged in every vice imaginable, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. At that moment, the proprietor of the bun stall indignantly exclaimed, "Are you bandits? You won't allow me to set up shop at the bus station entrance? I've even taken refuge over here, yet you still haunt me. This land belongs to the public, not to you. Why should I pay you for protection? Is it amusing to bully a woman like this?" The four kings seemed to find her plight entertaining, erupting into sinister laughter. After a brief pause, the leader stepped forward and, with a resounding slap, struck the proprietor across the face, his expression menacing as he scornfully remarked, "Have you inquired who among those wishing to conduct business here does not pay us for protection? We have been quite lenient, having warned you numerous times. Your refusal to comply leaves us no choice. Today, you can either pay your dues, or, well, let us just say my brothers could use some entertainment." Upon hearing his words, the thugs behind him chuckled lewdly, their predatory gazes roving over the bun seller. "Do you even have a sense of justice?" she cried, clutching her reddened face and weeping in despair. Justice? Let me tell you, in this bus station area the four kings, embody justice. We are law, the leader declared, stepping closer, reaching out to seize the proprietor. Zheng Jiangnan sighed deeply, having thought that after living 2 lives, he had outgrown the impetuousness of youth. Yet this scene was undeniably challenging the very limits of his humanity. Though the bun seller was a stranger, remaining a mere bystander would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. No, please, help. Is there anyone who can call the police? The proprietor screamed in desperation. The other 3 thugs, reveling in the sight of their leader capturing the seemingly defenseless bun seller, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the onlookers, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word. Occasionally, someone would glance away in pity, but the fear of crossing the 4 kings rendered them silent, heads bowed like ostriches. Zheng Jiangnan, unable to endure any longer, seized a hoe from a nearby individual and stealthily approached the 3 thugs, targeting one with a powerful swing. Crafted from sturdy hardwood for agricultural use, the hoe's shaft struck with furious intent. The force of the blow was palpable. The thug hit fell silent, collapsing instantly. The 2 remaining thugs gaped in shock at their fallen comrade, never having anticipated that someone would dare to launch a surprise attack against them. In the moment of their stunned distraction, Zheng Jiangnan seized the opportunity with decisive action. He swung his spade with force, striking one of the thugs, who fell silently to the ground. The remaining thug, realizing the peril, hastily retreated a few steps, calling out for their leader to come quickly. Zheng Jiangnan lamented silently, wishing he could incapacitate one more. The leader, who had been holding the proprietress captive, immediately shoved her aside upon hearing his subordinate's cry. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he brandished it menacingly at Zheng Jiangnan, declaring that he would teach this insolent brat the meaning of life and death. Yet, the leader failed to grasp the wisdom in the adage that villains often perish through their own verbosity. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangnan rushed toward the leader and swung his spade with precision. The adage "an inch of length is an inch of strength" rang true as the leader's dagger appeared trivial before the spade's imposing length. As Zheng Jiangnan's blow descended, it promised to cause grave injury. In a reflexive attempt to protect himself, the leader instinctively crossed his hands over his head, but with a resounding crack. He let out a harrowing scream, his dagger clattering to the ground. Indeed, the might of the spade was formidable, though the leader had attempted to mitigate its force. It still struck true, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, another thug turned to flee, shouting that he would summon reinforcements for revenge. With 3 of the 4 thugs incapacitated and 1 fleeing, Zheng Jiangnan exhaled in relief, though his grip on the spade trembled uncontrollably. In both this life and the last, he was no adept fighter. His earlier advantage stemmed from an adrenaline surge and the element of surprise. In a fair fight against seasoned thugs, he doubted he could hold his own, let alone against 4 armed opponents. Approaching the fallen proprietress, he offered his hand to help her up, asking if she was unharmed. With disheveled hair and a dazed expression, she managed to murmur a thank you before collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Why must people be so cruel? Why is life so difficult? Zheng Jiangnan sighed, urging her to cease her tears. We must flee quickly. If they return with reinforcements, we will be in grave danger. The proprietress, seemingly in a state of emotional collapse, appeared not to hear him, continuing her wailing. Zheng Jiangnan, feeling helpless, stepped forward to lift her once more. While he held a deep disdain for such bullies, he understood the precariousness of their situation. In this era, lawlessness was rampant, and thugs were not to be trifled with. If they did not leave promptly, the thug who had fled would surely return with allies, spelling doom for both him and the proprietress. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, there were indeed some kind-hearted souls who urged Zheng Jiangnan and the proprietress to flee swiftly. Several elderly women even joined in to help gather the scattered goods. What a pity to see such delightful meat buns thrown to the ground. Observing the proprietress still wailing in despair, Zheng Jiangnan felt a sense of helplessness. Dear sister, please stop crying for now. If we do not escape quickly, it will truly be a matter of life and death. Zheng Jiangnan was at a loss. While he wished to flee alone, he understood that if he abandoned her, the gangster's reinforcements would surely make the situation far worse for the proprietress. One must not overestimate the so-called chivalry of those who roam the underworld. A truly honorable person would never bully a woman selling buns. Moreover, having suffered such a significant loss, if they could not find Zheng Jiangnan, Their retaliation would inevitably fall upon the proprietress. Just as Zheng Jiangnan finished speaking, the thug who had fled earlier reappeared, as this bus station was their territory, and summoning others was remarkably swift. Following him were about 10 men, all adorned with tattoos and menacing expressions, clearly no angels. They're still here. Brothers, let us go. The boss wants that man knocked out. The thug's shout startled everyone. Zheng Jiangnan's expression shifted, and disregarding the stall's contents, he hastily pulled the proprietress to run. Upon seeing Zheng Jiangnan's escape, the thugs immediately pursued them. A dozen or so of them with a fierce demeanor, truly intimidating. In the distance, Zheng Jiangnan, unable to see the faces clearly, did not recognize his brother. He merely watched the frantic scene unfold, muttering to himself about the chaos in the city and how, in the early hours, people were brawling. Unlike in their village where conflicts were usually between individuals. What could be taking Jiangnan so long to buy a bun? The proprietress, now being dragged along, finally grasped the gravity of their predicament as she glanced back at the thugs in pursuit. Ignoring Zheng Jiangnan's grip, she began to run madly herself. Thus, in the ancient town of Guxia County, a remarkable scene unfolded, a man and a woman racing desperately ahead, with a dozen thugs hot on their heels. They attracted countless gazes, and as they passed, people quickly stepped aside, fearing to be caught in the fray. After approximately 10 minutes, faced with a dead end, the pair came to a halt, panting heavily. Damn it, a dead end? Is fate conspiring against me? Zheng Jiangnan cursed under his breath. The pursuing thugs, equally out of breath, closed in step by step. Run, why aren't you running anymore? With enemies ahead and no escape behind, the proprietress realized their dire situation. She took a step forward, positioning herself before Zheng Jiangnan, arms outstretched to block the assailants, and gasped, "You truly are lawless. Since death awaits us on either side, come at me. This turmoil arose from my stall, and this young man has no part in it. Spare him, and let your wrath be directed at me." One thug leered, "Little lady, none of you are getting away today. You just stay put while we deal with this bastard, and then you can enjoy yourself." Observing the resolute figure of the proprietress standing defiantly before him, Zheng Jiangnan found himself quite astonished. Such courage is not possessed by everyone. Yet, it is futile, dear lady. The individuals before us are nothing more than societal miscreants, devoid of reason and compassion. As the saying goes, I am the fish, and they are the knives. It is evident that the two of us are fated to be unable to escape this ordeal, with death looming as a distinct possibility. Alas, I never anticipated that mere days into my rebirth, I would meet my demise. I cannot help but ponder how Youwei, my parents, and our unborn child will manage in the future. Damn it, had I known I should have been more ruthless, why should I care? Yet, despite such thoughts, to turn a blind eye to suffering is not befitting of humanity, and countless thoughts swirled in Zheng Jiangnan's mind. As the throngs of ruffians closed in, Zheng Jiangnan prepared to abandon all hope of resistance. With no weapon in hand, fighting back was an impossibility. Nevertheless, he resolved that even in death, he could not allow a woman to stand in front of him. He grasped the proprietress and pulled her behind him. No need to reason with them, sister. We must acknowledge our shortcomings and brace ourselves for the blows. With so many of them, escape is futile. We shall await our fate. With that, he clasped his hands atop his head, adopting a posture of resignation. After some contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan concluded that survival was unlikely today. Facing a dozen ruthless thugs, even without weapons, their fists and feet alone could easily bring about his end. The thugs had now encircled him entirely, and one of them sneered, "You've got some awareness. Huh, today, we'll pound you for half an hour. If you still have breath left, consider yourself fortunate." With that, they lunged forward. A relentless barrage of fists and kicks raining down upon Zheng Jiangnan. True to their word, they focused solely on him, not laying a finger on the proprietress. However, these brutes would not spare her. Once they finished with Zheng Jiangnan, her fate would likely be far worse. Seeing the assault on Zheng Jiangnan unfold, the proprietress rushed forward, attempting to pry the thugs apart. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming force, her efforts proved futile, as two of the thugs firmly held her, one on each side, rendering her voice powerless against their grip. "Stop! Is there no justice left in this world?" Just as Zheng Jiangnan felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, several voices rang out simultaneously. With a fleeting glance through his swollen eyes, he caught sight of three figures clad in military green. Upon seeing them, a wave of relief washed over Zheng Jiangnan. Salvation had arrived. The newcomers were soldiers of the People's Liberation Army. Despite their small number, he knew he was no longer alone. This trust had been cultivated over decades through the actions and words of the soldiers, instilling a profound sense of security in the hearts of the people. For most of the children of Huaxia, regardless of the peril they faced, the sight of that military green brings forth an overwhelming sense of safety. As the world around him darkened, Zheng Jiangnan succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. Chun Pingyan. When Zheng Jiangnan awakened once more, an entire day had passed. Zheng Jiangnan felt his throat parched, rendering him speechless, and his eyes seemed so swollen that he could hardly open them. However, the acrid scent of disinfectant assured him he was in a hospital. Gradually, he managed to pry his eyes open, albeit with a painful sting. Turning his head, he noticed his elder brother, Zheng Jiangnan, engaged in a hushed conversation with a doctor clad in a white coat, standing by the bedside. Not far away stood a resolute soldier, silent and upright. "Doctor, have the examination results come in? How is my brother?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired anxiously. "From all diagnostic assessments, the patient appears to have no serious issues. Though it seems grave, most injuries are superficial, with only a mild concussion to the brain," the doctor replied. "A concussion? Doctor, will my brother become foolish because of this? Please, I implore you, save him. His child is about to be born. He cannot become foolish." At this moment, Zheng Jiangnan no longer bore the imposing demeanor he had when confronting Qin Jinshan and the others. He spoke fervently to the doctor, his desperation palpable. The doctor, understanding Zheng Jiangdan's distress, calmly reassured him, "Please remain calm. I fully comprehend your emotions. The mild concussion your brother has sustained is not a grave concern. As long as he receives adequate rest and nutrition, he should recover to his normal state in approximately 2 weeks, with no lasting effects." Zheng Jiangnan exhaled a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the doctor. The doctor waved dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. I must attend to my rounds. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit my office." Once the doctor departed, Zheng Jiangnan softly called out, "Elder brother, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's voice, the soldier, standing rigidly, swiftly approached the bedside, arriving before Zheng Jiangnan could. Clearly, Zheng Jiangnan had conversed with this soldier during Zheng Jiangnan's unconscious state. Seeing the soldier advance, Zheng Jiangnan stepped back to yield his position. The soldier diligently conducted a brief examination of Zheng Jiangnan, concluding there were no significant issues. He then stepped back, adjusted his uniform, and rendered a crisp salute. "Comrade, I am Xia Longxiu, a medic from a certain unit. I sincerely thank you." Zheng Jiangnan was bewildered. Was it not the People's Liberation Army that had saved him? Shouldn't he be the one expressing gratitude? Noticing Zheng Jiangnan's confusion, Zheng Jiangnan elaborated. "This comrade Xia Longxiu was dispatched along with our company commander and another soldier to Guxia. The woman who you saved, the bun vendor, is named Chun Pingyan. She is a military wife, and her husband, Lin Youwei, is a company commander in the People's Liberation Army. In recent years, the Vietnamese have repeatedly harassed and even invaded our borders, leading the people to a breaking point. Consequently, the Central Military Commission decided to send troops to teach these unruly Vietnamese a lesson. The Huaxia military displayed unparalleled valor, achieving complete victory within a month and bringing this retaliatory war to a close. Perhaps the bananas in Vietnam have ripened again, having feasted. Those Vietnamese seem increasingly unwilling to relent, as they have recently resumed their incursions into our border regions. It appears they are eager to reignite hostilities, or one might say, the war has yet to cease, in pursuit of national defense and to engage in military training. The troops of the People's Liberation Army have been rotating at the southwestern border of the motherland. The unit to which Lin Youwei belonged was one of those recently deployed to the front lines. War signifies death and sacrifice. Tragically, 5 days ago, during a skirmish, comrade Lin Youwei lost his life. The army promptly notified Lin Youwei's bereaved family, specifically his wife, Qin Pingyan, informing her of the circumstances and hoping she could arrive at the front to receive her husband's second-class merit medal. Upon receiving the devastating news, Qin Pingyan, feeling as though the sky had fallen, gazed at her partially paralyzed mother-in-law and her 3-year-old son, who cried for nourishment, and could only suppress her sorrow while conveying to the army her inability to travel to the border. Though her heart was heavy with grief at the thought of seeing her deceased husband one last time, the distance to Guxiao was a daunting 1,000 miles. Requiring at least 10 days for a round trip, and her elderly mother-in-law and young child were utterly dependent on her. Upon learning of her situation, the army swiftly expressed their understanding. They dispatched the unit's instructor along with 2 soldiers, carrying the remains of martyr Liang Liuxi, along with 500 yuan in compensation for his death and a second-class merit medal, to Guxia. When the instructor and his companions finally reached Liang Liuxi's home after their long journey, they found only the martyr's ailing mother caring for her 3-year-old grandson. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitors, as Chen Pingyan had refrained from informing her about her son's sacrifice to spare her feelings. Upon witnessing the army's arrival and the instructor holding the urn, the old woman instantly grasped the situation and fainted. The instructor and his companions hurriedly tended to her, and once she regained consciousness, they provided her with comfort. Once she had calmed down, the instructor inquired about the whereabouts of Liang Liuxi's spouse. The elderly woman wiped her tears and informed them that her daughter-in-law, Chen Pingyan, was selling buns at the Guxia bus station. She lamented how hard her daughter-in-law had it. Liang Liuxi's father had passed away early on, and now with her son in the army serving the nation, the weight of the household fell solely on her shoulders. As their family had an urban household registration and no land or employment, they faced significant hardships. Fortunately, Chen Pingyan had the skill to make buns and set up a stall at the bus station. Every day, after selling buns, she would return to care for her disabled mother-in-law and her 3-year-old son, busily spinning like a top without a moment's respite. When the instructor and his companions arrived at the bus station, they found no sign of Chen Pingyan, only scattered buns and steamers strewn across the ground. A sense of foreboding washed over them, prompting them to inquire with the locals. Upon learning that Chen Pingyan had been bullied by a group of delinquents, their anger surged. Following the trail and the guidance of passers-by, they pursued the ruffians. Upon reaching the scene, they witnessed a dozen or so thugs surrounding Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Pingyan, assaulting them, igniting the fury of the valiant soldiers. As the group removed their military caps and tore off their epaulets, they swiftly subdued the ruffians. Upon learning that Chen Pingyan was a martyr's widow, Zheng Jiangnan slammed his fist onto the bed in fury, causing the 4-needle to dislodge and blood to spurt forth. Staining his hands, ignoring the pain, he cursed vehemently at the despicable creatures, incredulous at their audacity. He had initially thought that the thugs were merely bullying an ordinary small business owner, a grievous act indeed, yet not one that incited such profound anger. However, when that small business owner turned out to be a martyr's widow, the situation took on an entirely different gravity. Who had her family fought for on the front lines? How could her loved ones, while defending the nation, endure harassment from petty criminals? What might have transpired had he not intervened, had the 3 soldiers not arrived in time? Xiao Longshu promptly stepped forward, deftly tending to Zheng Jiangnan's wound. "Comrade Jiangnan, please try to remain calm. The instructor has already reported this incident to the commanding officers. Surely, a just resolution will follow. I am genuinely grateful for your protection of sister-in-law. Otherwise, we would feel deeply ashamed before the company commander." Zheng Jiangdong stood silently nearby, a heavy sense of distress weighing on him since the previous night. Chapter 54. The True Identity of Chen Pingyan. Upon discovering Chen Pingyan's true identity, Zheng Jiangnan felt a deep ache in his heart. Beneath the serene glow of countless lights and the passage of tranquil days lies the burden borne by those who silently strive for our welfare. Yet, the very individuals who have dedicated their youth and even sacrificed their lives for our protection often find their families lacking in the respect and treatment they rightfully deserve. The fact that even something as simple as selling buns could lead to harassment by thugs is utterly infuriating. After a moment of reflection, Zheng Jiangnan turned to Xiao Longshu and inquired, "Comrade, where is the proprietress now? Is she unharmed?" Xiao Longshu reassured him that, thanks to their timely arrival, Chen Pingyan had not suffered further harm. However, having witnessed the ashes of her husband, her emotional state remained fragile. Zheng Jiangnan sighed, fully empathizing with Chen Pingyan's sorrow. After all, she had lost her husband. Time alone could soothe such profound grief. Thankfully, she had escaped the clutches of those thugs. And Zheng Jiangnan could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful that he had not turned a blind eye, and that the soldiers had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences for Chen Pingyan could have been dire. If anything were to happen to her, how could they face the martyr, Liang Liuxi? Would that not render the blood of the martyrs spilled in vain? Xiao Longshu further informed Zheng Jiangnan that after the instructor briefed the commanding officers on the situation, they were incensed. They vowed to impose severe punishment on the culprits, ensuring they would pay the utmost price. Upon hearing that the military leaders had taken a stand, Zheng Jiangnan nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Personally, he believed that executing these thugs would not be excessive, not only for Chen Pingyan's sake, but these ruffians had long terrorized the community, bullying both men and women, significantly undermining societal well-being. To label them as societal scum would not be an exaggeration. Xiao Longshu simultaneously expressed that his presence here was due to the directive of the instructor, who, in an effort to prevent those ruffians and their accomplices from causing further harm, had commanded him to remain and protect Zheng Jiangnan, urging him to focus on his recovery. Zheng Jiangnan conveyed his gratitude to Xiao Longshu. By the way, how did you manage to find me? Zheng Jiangnan inquired of Zheng Jiangdong. Zheng Jiangdong replied, I waited for you yesterday, but after a considerable time without any sign of you, I sensed something was amiss. Thus, I took a bicycle and set out to look for you. Upon reaching the large banyan tree, I noticed 3 soldiers from the People's Liberation Army inquiring about a situation. The moment I heard their description, I instinctively knew it was you, so I followed the soldiers all the way here, and indeed, it was you. What about the bicycle and the items you bought? Zheng Jiangnan asked hastily. The items are lost, Zheng Jiangnan remarked without concern, but those 2 bicycles are what truly matter. Losing Chen Wenwu's bicycle is manageable. I could simply replace it for him. However, if Su Yaojuan's bicycle were lost, it would be a different matter entirely. After all, it was borrowed with Chen Wenwu's assistance, and even if I were to compensate, it could still cause him unnecessary trouble. Zheng Jiangdong chuckled. In that urgent moment, I just grabbed a passerby and asked him to keep an eye on the bicycles and goods. He didn't run away? Zheng Jiangnan queried. No. Originally, I thought it was a lost cause. Yet, when I returned to the bus station, that person was still there, waiting for me for several hours, Zheng Jiangdong recounted, expressing his surprise at the kindness of strangers. Zheng Jiangnan paused, reflecting on the worth of those bicycles and goods, which amounted to several hundred yuan, a significant sum in this era. It was astonishing that the individual had shown no temptation to abscond with them, given the absence of surveillance. Even if he had taken the items, law enforcement would likely have been unable to track him down. It was a testament to the man's exceptional moral character. Zheng Jiangnan asked his elder brother, Did you express your gratitude to him? I intended to, but upon my arrival, he merely pushed the items towards me, stated he had urgent matters to attend to, and left before I could utter a word of thanks, Zheng Jiangdong replied. How selfless of him. Zheng Jiangnan remarked with a sense of admiration. At that moment, Chen Pingyan and 2 other comrades from the unit entered the room, and upon seeing that Zheng Jiangnan had regained consciousness, everyone was filled with joy. Chen Pingyan's eyes were red and swollen, her face weary. Approaching Zheng Jiangnan's bedside, she choked out, Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, Let me address you as sister-in-law. My small actions pale in comparison to your sacrifices. Please do not thank me. He felt a pang of self-reproach, recalling how, upon first meeting Chen Pingyan, he had been distracted by her figure. Hearing this, Chen Pingyan covered her face and wept once more. The others were at a loss for words. Realizing that true empathy is an elusive experience, sometimes, words of comfort can feel hollow. Meanwhile, the instructor and the others were deeply moved by Zheng Jiangnan's heartfelt sentiments. It is essential to recognize that the situation is not as trivial as Zheng Jiangnan portrays. Confronting such a multitude of fierce ruffians alone would have posed a grave danger to him had it not been for the timely arrival of his comrades. He risked his life to save others. The instructor exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 comrades, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, demonstrating remarkable synergy. The trio instantly formed a line. Though only 3 in number, they exuded the formidable presence of a mighty army. In unison, they rendered a military salute to Zheng Jiangnan. Soldiers are not given to verbose expressions. This gesture represented their highest form of respect, conveying everything without uttering a word. It was he who upheld Chen Pingyan's dignity. It was he who preserved the honor of the martyrs' families. As fellow soldiers and comrades in arms alongside the heroic martyr Liang Liushi, their gratitude towards Zheng Jiangnan was heartfelt. Zheng Jiangnan, too, felt a surge of emotion, struggling to raise his upper body to return a somewhat awkward salute to the 3 soldiers. In that moment, the bond between the military and the civilians materialized. At that instant, it seemed as though a seed of purpose was planted within Zheng Jiangnan, growing ever larger. By the way, instructor, how How will we deal with those ruffians? Zheng Jiangnan inquired. The instructor took a seat on the stool beside Zheng Jiangnan's bed and replied, My sister-in-law and I just visited the Armed Forces office in Guxia. Our unit's leadership was deeply incensed upon hearing of this incident yesterday. They promptly issued an official letter to the local authorities, demanding that the perpetrators be dealt with severely. The local leadership has taken this matter seriously. It is said they convened an emergency meeting last night and have brought all those miscreants to justice, promising to impose the maximum penalties and to conduct a thorough crackdown throughout Guxia County. Excellent, Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed, clapping his hands. Chapter 55, Su Tianliang. Ever since yesterday's events unfolded, he has been plagued by a sense of unease. One reason is his concern for his injured brother, while another stems from his sympathy for Chen Pingyan, a widow of a martyr. What an incredibly resilient woman. Zheng Jiangnan was profoundly moved by Chen Pingyan's spirit. Despite the heart-wrenching news of her husband's sacrifice, she endured her sorrow for the sake of her paralyzed mother-in-law, her young child, and her livelihood, selling steamed buns. One can only imagine the emotional turmoil she experienced. To make matters worse, she was repeatedly victimized by those good-for-nothing ruffians. Had the troops not intervened yesterday, what fate would have befallen Chen Pingyan and his brother? Zheng Jiangnan shuddered at the thought, consumed by anger. The family of a recently fallen hero being bullied. Where's the justice in that? Now, with the instructor delivering this encouraging news, Zheng Jiangnan felt the cloud of his grievances dissipate. The instructor then addressed Zheng Jiangnan. Upon learning of your sister-in-law's situation, the Guxia government convened to discuss providing her with a job. However, she declined the offer. Perhaps you could persuade her otherwise? Zheng Jiangnan looked at Chen Pingyan, puzzled. Why would she refuse such an opportunity? With a furrowed brow, he asked, Sister-in-law, if the government is willing to step in and arrange something. It must be a stable job, a boon indeed. Why would you turn it down? Chen Pingyan composed herself and earnestly addressed her comrades, the Jiangnan brothers. As mentioned by Zheng Jiangnan yesterday, along with the instructor and the two comrades of Lu Shi, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. I appreciate your good intentions. However, Lu Shi always insisted that one should not take advantage of the state. Now that Lu Shi has departed, I wish to honor his wishes. I firmly believe that I can sustain my mother-in-law and children by selling buns. I do not wish to bask in Lu Shi's accomplishments or burden the government. I trust that Lu Shi's spirit will support my choice from beyond. The room fell silent, as everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. The instructor, weighing his words carefully, finally spoke softly, Sister-in-law, I understand your feelings, but selling buns exposes you to the elements and entails certain risks. Although we have dealt with the local ruffians, we cannot guarantee that there won't be others in the future. We must ultimately return to the army and the front lines. Who knows, we might meet the same fate as the company commander one day. Who will protect you then? The others nodded, hoping Chen Pingyan would reconsider, for the instructor's words were heartfelt and sincere. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from outside the ward. Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, you may rest assured. We shall protect her from now on. We sincerely apologize for our shortcomings that led to this unfortunate incident. Everyone turned toward the ward's entrance, where two imposing men entered, one following the other. The foremost figure, a young man in his early 30s wearing black-framed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Zheng Jiangnan was struck by a fleeting resemblance, though he could not be certain. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man clad in military attire, radiating integrity and appearing to be in his 40s. This man was Yidang, the Armed Forces Minister of Guxia County. It was evident that even a county's Armed Forces Minister had, perhaps unconsciously, taken a step back, subtly placing the young man in the spotlight. This demeanor suggested that the young man was no ordinary individual, while the young man was unfamiliar to everyone. Upon seeing Yidang, the instructor and the two soldiers promptly turned to stand at attention, saluting. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. The military emphasizes absolute obedience, and subordinates must salute those of higher rank in the absence of exceptional circumstances. Although the instructor and Xiao Longshu were frontline combat soldiers and not Yidang's subordinates, the county's Armed Forces Minister was an active duty officer of a higher rank, necessitating their salute. Yidang returned the salute and introduced, This is our county party secretary, Su Tianliang. He returned late from a district meeting yesterday. Upon hearing about Comrade Chen Pingyan's situation, he was quite concerned and agitated. He also wishes to express gratitude to the brave citizen who acted heroically. Hence his visit today. It seems we have all gathered here fortuitously. Su Tianliang greeted everyone with warmth, and the crowd responded in kind. For he was indeed the highest authority in Guxia, akin to a county magistrate in ancient times. It could be said that he was the most prominent man in the entire county of Guxia. Upon hearing the name Su Tianliang, Zheng Jiangnan revealed a knowing smile, confirming his suspicions that this was indeed the man he had in mind. Su Tianliang scanned the room and approached Chen Pingyan, bowing deeply before her. "You must be Comrade Chen Pingyan," he said, his tone sincere and serious. "It is my failure that has allowed these societal miscreants to emerge within our jurisdiction, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you." His demeanor was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Jiangnan observed the face that would later appear in the news, marked by remorse, yet at this moment, it radiated vitality and vigor. Reflecting on Su Tianliang's eventual fate, Zheng Jiangnan could not help but sigh internally at the tragedy of it all. It must be said that, aside from his penchant for indulgence, he had managed to evade discovery of any truly grievous misconduct until his arrest. Indeed, he had accomplished many commendable deeds and demonstrated considerable capability and talent. Zheng Jiangnan contemplated that he should endeavor to save Su Tianliang if given the chance, for such an official, by stringent standards, could be deemed a good one. Faced with the county magistrate's humble demeanor, Chen Pingyan hastily extended her hands to forestall him. "Leader, you need not be so modest. This is not your fault." Su Tianliang replied solemnly. "Regardless, this indicates that our work has been lacking. However, rest assured, with the assistance of these comrades from the People's Liberation Army, all criminals have been brought to justice." Following a night of intense interrogation, we uncovered additional criminal activities. Based on feedback from our police colleagues, the county committee has conducted a thorough review. We have decided to make an exceptional case of it. All 4 criminals led by Lin Youwei will face execution. The others will receive sentences ranging from 38 years and beyond. The police are currently processing this with the higher authorities, and a rigorous crackdown lasting 80 days will be implemented countywide. We shall demonstrate our commitment through genuine action, providing accountability to you and the 500,000 citizens of Guxia, ensuring that such incidents do not recur. Su Tianliang's declaration astonished the crowd. They had not anticipated that the notorious so-called 4 kings of the bus station would face execution. Chapter 56. Su Tianliang's arrangements. Zheng Jiangnan, confined to his hospital bed, was utterly shocked. He had not foreseen Su Tianliang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Initially, Zheng Jiangnan had thought that merely imposing severe penalties on the small-time thugs would be a success. Yet Su Tianliang had acted with iron resolve, delivering death sentences where warranted. It was no wonder that he ascended to such heights in the future. He was truly exceptional. What Zheng Jiangnan was unaware of was that this was not solely Su Tianliang's iron will. Significant pressure had also been exerted from higher up in the military. Furthermore, the police's overnight investigations had revealed that the so-called 4 kings led by Lin Youwei were indeed notorious for their heinous crimes. Not only had they dined and dashed and extorted protection money, but they had also committed gang rapes and engaged in theft and organized robbery of passing vehicles. According to current criminal law, any one of these charges would suffice for a death sentence. Su Tianliang was inherently a person who despised evil with fervent passion. As the public security officers reported clue after clue and piece of evidence, he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He never anticipated that the ancient summer county under his jurisdiction had descended into such chaos. According to the interrogation reports, it was not merely the so-called 4 kings, but also a myriad of other disreputable factions, including the infamous Gestapo and the Qinglong Gang, which had entrenched themselves within the city of Guxia. The audacity of these malevolent forces often stemmed from the protective umbrellas that shielded them. One must ponder, with such criminal entities in their backing, how could the people of Guxia find happiness? Yesterday, Chen Pingyan garnered widespread attention due to her status as a martyr's bereaved family member. But what of the other victims? Were they to remain voiceless? As the governor of Guxia, he felt it imperative to restore a clear and serene sky for the 500,000 citizens of Guxia. Thus, Su Tianliang resolved to launch a vigorous crackdown on the brazen arrogance of these criminal syndicates throughout the county. The incident involving Chen Pingyan provided him with the most opportune moment to act. After making his declaration, Su Tianliang turned to Chen Pingyan and said, Comrade Chen Pingyan. I believe the remarks made by the soldier just now were indeed accurate. Rest assured, the Guxia government will offer you the most suitable position. Despite the frantic gestures of those around her, Chen Pingyan shook her head and responded, I am grateful for the kindness of the leadership and the government. But my personality and family circumstances render me unsuitable for government work. I hope you can understand. Observing Chen Pingyan's resolute demeanor, Su Tianliang fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere grew awkwardly quiet for a moment. After a while, Su Tianliang called out towards the door, Shaoli, please come in. A young man, donning the attire of a standard secretary and carrying a briefcase, promptly rushed in and asked, Secretary, did you call for me? Su Tianliang nodded, instructing, please take note. The secretary swiftly retrieved a pen and paper from his briefcase. Su Tianliang continued, upon your return, coordinate the following. Arrange for the mother of martyr Liang Liuxi to undergo a comprehensive health examination at the county hospital. Facilitate the enrollment of Liang Liuxi's child at the Jiguang kindergarten. Finally, locate a suitable storefront near the Guxia bus station, rented in the name of the county government, and provide it to Comrade Chen Pingyan for her use, preferably for as long as possible, ideally for 30 years. Upon hearing Su Tianliang's arrangements, everyone, including Zheng Jiangnan, was left in astonishment. It must be said that Su Tianliang's plans were remarkably thorough. He had considered every detail, addressing the three most pressing issues faced by Chen Pingyan. The ability to formulate such an excellent plan in such a short time indicated that this county party secretary had indeed prepared diligently prior to his arrival. The instructors and others looked at Su Tianliang with great excitement, as if the pure-hearted men were at a loss for how to express their inner exhilaration. They decided to salute him. Su Tianliang waved his hand, saying, Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, please do not stand on ceremony. To be honest, this reflects the shortcomings of our party and government. Addressing these matters now is indeed belated. Under the subtle indication of Zheng Jiangnan, Chen Pingyan expressed her gratitude towards Su Tianliang. Noticing that Chen Pingyan did not refuse his arrangements, Su Tianliang nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the injured Zheng Jiangnan lying on the hospital bed and extended his hands to grasp Zheng Jiangnan's, saying, Comrade Jiangnan, you are truly commendable. Thank you for your brave deeds. You have not only protected Comrade Chen Pingyan, but also preserved the last shred of dignity for our Guxia County Committee and government. Su Tianliang spoke candidly, addressing the issues of the government without reservation, displaying a remarkable generosity. This left Zheng Jiangnan deeply moved. He finally comprehended the sentiments of those online who opposed the arrest of Su Tianliang. Such a person, despite having minor flaws, cannot be deemed a villain. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, replying, Leader Su, you are overly gracious. I believe that not just myself, but any individual with a sense of justice would not stand idly by in such a situation. My actions are insignificant. It is your arrangements and care for the families of the martyrs that truly earn my admiration. Hearing this, Su Tianliang could not help but regard Zheng Jiangnan with newfound respect. He was quite articulate. Comrade Jiangnan, rest assured during your recovery, all medical expenses will be covered by the government. Should you have any other needs, please contact Shaoli. Secretary Shaoli promptly stepped forward, providing both Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Pingyan with a telephone number. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Tianliang departed the hospital accompanied by Yi Dang and other aides. Zheng Jiangdong, who had remained silent, marveled, this person appears to be about my age, yet he is a leader? However, watching him in action, he is indeed a commendable leader. Zheng Jiangnan smiled. One cannot solely judge a person by their age. Su Tianliang's youthfulness as a leader is a testament to his abilities. But primarily, it is due to the education he has received from a young age, while others had the opportunity to study diligently. My elder brother was left to catch fish barefoot in Heping-Tu village. The platforms are vastly different. There is no basis for comparison. By the way, Jiangnan, what position does the county party secretary hold? Is he of higher rank than the county magistrate? It seems as though everyone in the public security system must heed his words, Zheng Jiangdong inquired. He lacked a clear understanding of these hierarchies, knowing only that the village chief was the highest authority in the village, assuming the county magistrate would hold the same status at the county level. Yet, the manner in which this individual spoke suggested he wielded greater authority than the magistrate. Laughter erupted among the group as the instructor earnestly explained the distinctions between the county party secretary and the county magistrate to Zheng Jiangdong. The following day, Aside from the pain, Zheng Jiangnan felt considerably better, though his face remained bruised and swollen. Thus, he hurriedly instructed his elder brother to return home. They had been away for 3 days, and he feared that Youwei and their parents would be exceedingly worried. As for himself, he also wished to return. But looking at his reflection in the mirror, Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but smile wryly. In his current state, returning home would likely cause even greater worry for his family. Chapter 57. The Deep Bond Between Sisters-in-Law. Zheng Jiangnan resolved to patiently remain in the hospital for his recovery. He also instructed his elder brother to tell any necessary white lies upon his return, avoiding the complete truth to prevent unnecessary concern. Zheng Jiangnan and his elder brother agreed that after 3 days, his brother would contact him via telephone from Chunwonwu at Hongqi Commune. After all, the pursuit of wealth cannot be neglected. By that time, it is likely that Lin Youwei will have returned from the provincial city. Once it is confirmed that assistance is needed there, both the elder brother and the younger uncle can promptly set off to capture snakes. Zheng Jiangnan's arrangement is undoubtedly astute. Zheng Jiangnan is not one to be overly sentimental. The hospital does have a canteen, and he is capable of moving about, so there is little cause for concern. Consequently, Zheng Jiangnan mounted Su Yaojuan's bicycle, diligently pedaling home while carrying the goods procured from the Guxia supply and marketing cooperative by the two brothers the day before. In Hepingta village, at Zheng Jiangnan's residence, Wu Xiangmei has been staying with Zheng Xiaojun at Lin Youwei's house for the past few days. This is primarily because Lin Youwei, being heavily pregnant, finds movement cumbersome, and Wu Xiangmei is there to lend a helping hand. Given that this is not the busy farming season, there is little to occupy their time. They merely need to tend to the vegetables in the field. Sister-in-law, do you think something has happened to elder brother and Jiangnan? It's the 3rd day, and they haven't returned yet, Lin Youwei said, perched on a stool, her chin resting in her hands, filled with concern. Wu Xiangmei reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, Youwei, nothing is amiss. I suspect they might have missed the bus, which is why they haven't come back yet. Perhaps they are already on their way home. Lin Youwei nodded in agreement. Yes, that seems plausible. With the transportation being inconvenient, if they miss the bus, they would have to wait another day. At that moment, Zheng Jiangxi entered from outside, teasingly saying, I can see that sister-in-law is missing my second brother. It seems that not seeing him for a few days has put her in particularly good spirits. Sister-in-law, why are you so fond of him? Wu Xiangmei burst into laughter at the sight. Lin Youwei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully poked Zheng Jiangxi. Stop your nonsense. Zheng Jiangxi chuckled heartily, boldly jesting about the relationship between Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei. Third sister, why are you back so early today? Aren't you supposed to be gathering pig feed? Wu Xiangmei inquired. Zheng Jiangxi dodged Lin Youwei's playful attack and gulped down a large sip of the cool tea on the table. There was nothing much to do at home today, so mother went with me to collect floating weeds, which is why we returned earlier than usual. Oh, have you eaten? Wu Xiangmei asked. Zheng Jiangxi nodded. I have eaten, sister-in-law. Jiangxi, go wash your hands thoroughly, then take this fabric back for mother to make you a couple of outfits. Lin Youwei said, emerging from the room with the fabric Zheng Jiangnan had bought for her previously. Sister-in-law, isn't this the floral fabric my brother bought for you last time? Zheng Jiangxi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the beautiful fabric. Lin Youwei nodded, indeed. But since I am currently large with child and have no immediate need for it, I intend to give it all to you. So mother can make you a couple of skirts. However, she immediately shook her head. No, 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 I don't want it. This was given to you by my brother. I will take it back for mother to make you clothes. Lin Youwei chuckled. Oh, are you feeling a bit jealous, little girl? Zheng Jiangxi shook her head vigorously. It's not jealousy. I just feel that sister-in-law deserves better from second brother. Now that he has finally begun to treat you well, how could I possibly take the fabric he gifted you and use it for my own garments? Although Zheng Jiangxi shook her head in refusal, the yearning in her eyes was unmistakable, clearly observed by Wu Xiangmei and Lin Youwei nearby. After all, at this tender age, girls are particularly enamored with beauty. How could one possibly resist the allure of new garments? Yet, Zheng Jiangxi was far too mature for her age, suppressing her desires. Lin Youwei continued, do not be so polite with me. You are at the prime age for dressing up. This floral fabric dress would surely look splendid on you. It pains me to see you in patched clothes, a reflection of the hardships your family has faced. Zheng Jiangxi lowered her gaze to her own attire, which, although relatively tidy, was indeed a patchwork of various fabrics, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. But this was bought for me by my second brother. Zheng Jiangxi timidly replied. Lin Youwei gently reassured her. Your second sister-in-law brought a considerable number of clothes from her family that are still in good condition. Do not worry. I am not lacking in garments, so feel free to take what you need. Lin Youwei spoke the truth, despite her estrangement from her parents. She had brought a wealth of clothing when she married Zheng Jiangnan. Although there had been times of hardship in the past 2 years, Lin Youwei's wardrobe had remained ample, albeit slightly outdated. However, the pace of fashion change was slow, and the difference from 2 years prior was negligible. Seeing Lin Youwei's affectionate concern, Zheng Jiangxi's eyes glistened with tears, her little lips quivering as she fought to hold back her emotions. Wu Xiangmei, observing the considerate demeanor of her sister-in-law, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly jested, Jiangxi, do you want it? If not, your sister-in-law might just take it back to make herself a dress. Zheng Xiaojun chimed in with a childish voice. Auntie, Annie is crying. So shy? In a rush, Zheng Jiangxi seized the floral fabric, exclaiming, I'm no fool to refuse it. Sister-in-law, there's enough fabric here for 2 dresses. May I share one set with my sister-in-law? Lin Youwei nodded, of course. In the future, let your brother earn more money to make new clothes for everyone. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangmei blushed deeply, realizing her previous jest had been taken seriously by both her sister-in-law and Zheng Jiangxi. No, I was just joking. Besides, your sister-in-law is already a married woman. This floral fabric is meant for young girls. I would feel too bashful wearing it. At that moment, a hearty voice resonated from the doorway. Why would you feel bashful? My wife looks beautiful in anything she wears. Do not hesitate. I have also bought fabric for all of you. Zheng Jiangnan, unaware of the change in his demeanor after spending time with Zheng Jiangnan, found himself expressing kind words effortlessly. Jiangdong, what nonsense are you spouting? Brother, you're back. Where's Jiangnan? Upon seeing Zheng Jiangdong enter with a burden of goods, the 3 women inquired in unison. Zheng Jiangdong set his load down and said, Xiangmei, quickly bring me a cup of tea. I am parched. We can talk later. He then scooped up Zheng Xiaojun and planted a kiss on his cheek. My big boy, have you missed your father? Receiving the herbal tea handed to him by Wu Xiangmei, Zheng Jiangdong drank it in one gulp. Chapter 58. The pleased Zheng Jiangdong, noticing the eager gazes of those around him, particularly the concerned expression on Lin Youwei's face, Zheng Jiangdong felt compelled to cease the suspense. He quickly reassured her, you need not worry. Jiangnan has gone to the provincial capital. Ah, his second uncle has gone to the provincial capital? That is quite far, isn't it? Wu Xiangmei inquired, astonished. Lin Youwei, with a puzzled look, asked, Elder brother, what is Jiangnan going to the provincial capital for? It is like this. While we were in Guxia, we encountered a merchant from the provincial capital who remarked on the quality of our snakes and suggested we might explore that market. Consequently, Jiangnan asked me to return first while he investigates the market there. This explanation was the result of much deliberation between the 2 brothers, deemed the best course of action. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Youwei exhaled a sigh of relief. What does investigate mean, elder brother? Zheng Jiangxi queried from the side, confused. Zheng Jiangdong scratched his head, admitting, I am not entirely sure what investigate means. It is simply what Jiangnan said. Beside him, Lin Youwei chuckled and clarified, to investigate is a verb. Its fundamental meaning involves a thorough observation, study, and analysis of a particular matter, phenomenon, or issue. However, her explanation only deepened the group's confusion, as terms like study and analysis left them bewildered. Before anyone could pose further questions, Zheng Jiangdong eagerly began to unveil the contents of the basket. Let me show you what wonderful things Jiangnan and I have brought back. With a flourish, he displayed the items purchased from the Guxia Supply and Marketing Cooperative, laying them out before everyone. Except for the watch in Zheng Jiangnan's possession, Zheng Jiangdong had brought back everything else. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Zheng Jiangdong beamed with pride, resembling a 3-year-old child. Utterly devoid of the composure one would expect from an older brother. His demeanor truly validated the saying, a man remains a boy until death. As Zheng Jiangdong presented item after item, Lin Youwei maintained her composure, having witnessed a similar display from Zheng Jiangnan just days prior. Wu Xiangmei, however, had never encountered such a spectacle. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Good heavens! How much must all this be worth? Have you 2 robbed the cooperative? Zheng Jiangxi, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Zheng Jiangdong made a shushing gesture, stepping outside to glance around, confirming no one was in sight. He then admonished Wu Xiangmei. What are you shouting about? How could we possibly resort to robbery? Have you forgotten why we went? Wu Xiangmei quickly covered her mouth. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of items Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan had brought back, her excitement causing her to exclaim without thinking, "Elder brother, weren't you supposed to sell snakes? But how much can selling snakes possibly yield to buy all these things?" Zheng Jiangxi asked. Zheng Jiangnan grinned. "This is nothing. Can you guess how much Jiangnan and I made in total? 300? Guess again. Is that more or less? Be bold in your guesses. Do not be so conservative. 5,500. Keep guessing. Goodness, Zheng Jiangnan, just tell me already." Wu Xiangmei, losing her composure, angrily shouted at him in a hushed tone. After being reprimanded by his wife, Zheng Jiangnan refrained from boasting. He extended his left hand, displaying one finger, and his right hand, showing 4 fingers. 1,400? Wu Xiangmei and Zheng Jiangxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Youwei also exhibited a hint of surprise. This figure exceeded her earlier estimation before Zheng Jiangnan's departure. 1,437. Impressive, isn't it? Observing the astonished crowd, Zheng Jiangnan feigned composure, entirely omitting his earlier astonishment. "So, does this mean our family has struck gold?" Zheng Jiangxi stammered. 1,437 yuan. What does that signify? After tirelessly toiling from dawn till dusk, working hard to gather pig fodder, by the time the new year arrives, selling a hefty 250-pound pig would only yield about 100 yuan. But 1,437 yuan, that would be sufficient to sustain pigs for over a decade. Zheng Jiangnan promptly gestured for silence, urging discretion. Jiangnan had explicitly instructed them to keep their wealth discreet. "Remember, do not speak to anyone except our parents, not even Jiangbei, as he is still young and might inadvertently disclose it to others." Wu Xiangmei and Zheng Jiangxi fervently nodded. Such lucrative matters must be handled discreetly. Lin Youwei, too, shared in the joy, smiling as she asked, "Elder brother, have you eaten yet? There is some leftover rice on the table. Would you like to have a bite?" Zheng Jiangdong nodded, accepting the chopsticks Lin Youwei offered, and began to eat. "Xiangmei, Jiangnan will be away in the provincial city for several days. Please bring some rice back home later. You and Xiao Jun should stay here for the time being, to keep Youwei company. And I will come over to eat as well." Lin Youwei responded, slightly exasperated, "Elder brother, what are you saying? How could I bring rice from your house?" Zheng Jiangdong shook his head. "Youwei, with the 3 of us dining at your place, your rice store will not suffice." Zheng Jiangdong's mindset still reflected his previous circumstances. Lin Youwei pretended to be annoyed, approaching the rice jar and lifting the lid, revealing a substantial quantity of rice inside. There was at least 560 pounds, all acquired from trading wild boar meat. This was after Zheng Jiangnan insisted that they must eat only pure rice from now on, which had consumed some of their stock in recent days. Otherwise, there would have been even more. "Elder brother, look, how could my family's rice jar not hold enough? Previously, when Jiangnan was immature, it was indeed challenging to host you all, but now he is more understanding, and our family is gradually becoming prosperous. As long as you are willing to come, feel free to eat as much as you like." Lin Youwei exclaimed excitedly. She was not one to indulge in today without regard for tomorrow. In her heart, she thought about how, when Zheng Jiangnan was less mature, her elder brother and sister-in-law had taken care of her. Now that her family was in a better position, what was wrong with her elder brother and sister-in-law enjoying a few meals? Moreover, they were there to keep her company. How could she let them bring their own food? Furthermore, she genuinely believed that Zheng Jiangnan had truly changed, and their family's future would only improve. A little rice was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just from this trip, each person had received hundreds, and they would continue to have a steady income. Even with Jiangnan's standard of eating rice at every meal, it would not impoverish them. Wu Xiangmei remarked to Youwei, "Elder sister knows you are generous, but your elder brother has a point. We eat from your family every day, and it feels awkward for us. You must consider our feelings." Lin Youwei, sincerely regarding her brother and sister-in-law as family, childishly retorted, "Humph, I don't care. If you go fetch the rations, then I won't need you, sister-in-law, to keep me company." Observing Lin Youwei's resolute demeanor, Zheng Jiangdong could only helplessly concede, "All right, let's heed Youwei." Wu Xiangmei shyly disagreed. "How can that be?" Zheng Jiangdong waved his hand dismissively. "There is no issue. She is my brother's wife, after all." Chapter 59. The disheartened Zheng Jiangdong had come to realize that his brother had indeed changed. He was no longer the Jiangnan of the past. Moreover, it was undeniable that selling snakes had brought in a considerable profit, not to mention the potential market opening up in the provincial city. The demand from Lin Youwei alone was a staggering sum. With this newfound condition, there was truly no need for excessive politeness among family. After dining, Zheng Jiangnan began distributing the items he had brought back. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangxi, watching eagerly, noticed that his elder brother and second brother had brought small gifts for everyone. Yet he and his younger brother received nothing. Instantly, he felt a wave of disappointment, his little mouth pouting as if to hang a soy sauce jar. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled and pulled out a 5 yuan note from his pocket. After a moment's thought, he exchanged it for a 10 yuan bill and handed it to Zheng Jiangxi. Here. How could your elder brother forget you now that he has money? Take this. Ah, so much. Zheng Jiangxi stared at the 10 yuan note but hesitated to reach out for it, subconsciously glancing at Wu Xiangmei beside him. Wu Xiangmei playfully pinched Zheng Jiangxi's nose, saying, "What are you looking at? Don't make your sister-in-law seem stingy. Hurry and take what your brother has given you, lest he change his mind later." Zheng Jiangnan was well aware of his wife's character. She was always generous to her family. He continued, "Indeed, third sister, we have overlooked you for too long. I didn't realize you had grown into a young lady. In the past, when your elder brother and sister-in-law had little money, we never bought you anything. This time, with your second brother's earnings, we can finally gift you something. It's not that we didn't want to buy you gifts. It's just that I wouldn't know what to get for a girl. Keep this 10 yuan for yourself. Don't give it to our parents. Spend it on whatever you desire at the Hongqi commune, but do be cautious. Big brother, I feel like today is the happiest day of my life." Zheng Jiangxi exclaimed. "Sister-in-law just made me a dress from floral fabric, and now you both have given me money. I'm just so thrilled." The little girl's nose turned red, and she burst into tears. It is worth noting that in Hepingta village, 10 yuan was an absolute fortune. From birth until now, she had never possessed more than 20 cents, and now, before her lay an entire 10 yuan, an amount she had never dared to dream of before. Lin Youwei affectionately patted Zheng Jiangxi's head and exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Xiangmei. Though their little sister-in-law was usually very sensible, she was, after all, just a 16-year-old girl. Under the comforting words of her two sisters-in-law, Zheng Jiangxi finally ceased her sobbing. She cautiously accepted the generous sum, tucking it into her pocket. Zheng Jiangxi resolved to visit the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative that afternoon to purchase the butterfly hairpin she had long coveted. On a previous occasion, while accompanying Arya from the village to the cooperative, she had spotted a beautifully vibrant butterfly-shaped hairpin that captivated her heart. Unfortunately, it cost 50 cents, a sum she could scarcely dream of affording. Instead, she had spent countless nights fantasizing about possessing it. To her surprise, such a luxurious wish was set to be fulfilled today. Zheng Jiangxi also decided that she must buy a pack of White Rabbit creamy candy. Having heard delightful tales of its taste, yet she, along with her brother and nephew Zheng Xiaojun, had never experienced it. She was determined to find out just how delicious it truly was. Zheng Jiangnan teased her, calling her lack of ambition into question. "All right, you two can chat. I shall first deliver the items to Grandma, Grandpa, and my parents, and don't forget the money for my uncle as well." "Very well, take your time." Wu Xiangmei replied dismissively, immediately engaging in conversation with Zheng Jiangxi and Lin Youwei about the fabric Zheng Jiangnan had purchased. Zheng Jiangnan first visited his parents' home, leaving the items before engaging in conversation for a while. Then he headed to his uncle's house. Upon entering, he found them still enjoying their lunch. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, why are you having lunch so late?" "Dong Gu, Brother Dong," Zheng Jiangchun and Zheng Jiangxiu exclaimed, rising to greet him as soon as they recognized him. "Brother Dong is far better than Brother Jiangnan. He doesn't hit us, and sometimes even picks wild fruits for us to eat." Aunt Wu Geiling promptly stood to pour tea, while his uncle looked at Zheng Jiangdong with surprise and asked, "Jiangdong, when did you return? Where's Jiangnan?" Meanwhile, Grandpa and Grandma beamed at their eldest grandson. As Zheng Jiangdong approached the dining table, he noticed that there was merely a large plate of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of vegetable soup, with the staple food being brownish sweet potato rice. He took the tea offered by his aunt and said, "Uncle, Jiangnan is delayed due to some matters and will return in a few days. I brought a can of malted milk powder for my grandparents." "Good grandson, Jiangnan brought us a can last time, and we haven't finished it yet. You needn't bring another. Just take it back for my great-grandchild," Grandma said kindly. Zheng Jiangdong placed the malted milk powder into his grandmother's arms, saying, "Grandma, what do you mean you haven't finished it? I see you simply can't bear to eat it. Jiangnan is for Jiangnan. This is for you. If you don't like it, Just mix it for Chunzi and Qiuji to eat. He understood, well, that who could possibly dislike malted milk powder? It was merely that Grandma and Grandpa were reluctant to indulge themselves, often saving it to secretly share with the younger ones. He remembered how, in his own childhood, they would discreetly offer him treats, whether it be little crabs from the mountains or beetles from the pines. Such was the love the elders had for their grandchildren. Indeed, Grandma and Grandpa were affectionate towards each grandchild, but with so many grandchildren of varying ages, it was sometimes quite challenging for them to treat each one equally. The two little ones, upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan mention the offer of malt milk, were instantly captivated. Zheng Jiangnan and Wu Gailing, on the other hand, were filled with delight. Being family, they were well aware of each other's circumstances. Although Zheng Jiangdong's life was considerably better than that of Zheng Jiangnan, it still had its limitations. Now, witnessing Zheng Jiangdong's ability to purchase malt milk for their grandparents, the only plausible conclusion was that Zheng Jiangnan had not deceived them. The snakes they had caught had indeed brought in some money. Zheng Jiangdong exchanged a knowing glance with his uncle and aunt, signaling that Chunzi and Qiuji were still nearby. Wu Gailing promptly understood, realizing that Zheng Jiangdong had something significant to convey, yet concerned that the children might inadvertently speak out of turn, she sought to send them away. Thus, she immediately addressed them, asking if they had finished their meal, urging them to leave the table once they had. Chunzi and Qiuji quickly set down their sweet potato rice, gazing eagerly at their grandmother. The sweet potato rice was rather hard to stomach, far inferior to the delectable malt milk. Were it not for Wu Guimei's usual insistence, they would have consumed the entire jar of malt milk meant for their grandmother. Though their grandparents were aging, they were not oblivious, and they discerned Zheng Jiangdong's intent. In Chapter 60, Lin Youwei returned early. Their grandmother smiled warmly at Chunzi and Qiuji, saying, "You little gluttons, come, let's go to Grandma's room where she will prepare some malt milk for you." The two children, overjoyed, took their grandmother by the arms, chattering, "Grandma, take your time, be careful of slipping," though their eagerness nearly pulled her along at a run. This amusing contrast drew laughter from those present, while Wu Gailing looked on with mild exasperation at her two spirited sons. As soon as Chunzi and Qiuji had been led away by their grandmother, Zheng Jiangdong retrieved a plastic bag from the inner pocket of his clothing. Grandfather and his uncle and aunt stared at him, eyes wide with anticipation. Zheng Jiangdong shifted the bowls on the table slightly and cautiously opened the plastic bag, revealing a substantial stack of cash neatly arranged. "Uncle and aunt, here is 660 yuan. All for you. Please count it," he said. "How much?" Wu Gailing gasped in disbelief. Grandfather and Uncle Zheng Jiangnan also regarded Zheng Jiangdong with incredulity, as this amount exceeded what Zheng Jiangnan had previously mentioned, doubling it even. Taking a sip of tea, Zheng Jiangdong spoke slowly. "You see, uncle and aunt, we made a total of 1,437 yuan from the sales. According to our previous agreement, my uncle and I will each receive 359.25 yuan. Jiangnan, in his generosity, rounded it up to 360 for us each." Zheng Jianwang interjected, "But how can you give me 660 yuan? That's a full 300 more. Please, uncle, let me finish." Zheng Jiangdong said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Wu Gailing shot a disapproving look at Zheng Jianwang, urging him to remain silent. "Uncle, Jiangnan mentioned that when you were unmarried, all your earnings went towards helping Grandma and Grandpa with my father's wedding. Yet when you married my aunt, my father was unable to assist you, leaving you with debts to the credit union. Now that we have the means to earn, Jiangnan has decided he will repay the debts you owe to the credit union." Zheng Jianwang abruptly stood up, exclaiming that it was absolutely unacceptable. How could an uncle marry and expect his nephew to foot the bill? "Take this 300 back and give it to Jiangnan when he returns," he insisted. Zheng Jiangdong urged, "Uncle, you should heed Jiangnan's advice. You know his temperament all too well. Besides, we mustn't speak of this outside. There are still opportunities in the snake-catching business, and we will have chances to earn in the future. Then we certainly cannot accept it. Furthermore, didn't you just receive 360 yuan? That should suffice for us to repay the loan. You could also give some to Youwei, as she is about to give birth and will need money for various expenses," Wu Gailing chimed in. Zheng Jiangdong shook his head, pushing back against his uncle and aunt's insistence. At that moment, the grandfather, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Hold on, don't pass it back and forth. Jiangdong, I have a few questions for you." The three fell silent, turning their attention to the elder. Zheng Jiangdong nodded. "Grandfather, please proceed." "First, Is this money truly earned from selling the snakes? It wasn't he acquired through other means? The old man inquired with some concern. I assure you, it is all from snake sales, he replied. The grandfather nodded, then asked, will there be future prospects in this business? Yes, conservatively speaking, based on our current methods. It should be possible to earn several hundred yuan a month, he answered. All right then, does your father and Youwei know about this 300 yuan? Both Youwei and my parents are aware, Zheng Jiangnan confirmed. The grandfather nodded again, and what is their attitude? Since I returned from Guxiao, I have informed Youwei. She said that everything should depend on Jiangnan's decisions. My father remained silent for a long time after learning of it, and it was my mother who eventually spoke, stating that it was only right. She remarked that this money was not merely Jiangnan aiding my uncle, but rather Jiangnan fulfilling his obligations to my father. The grandfather fell silent for a moment, taking a large sip from his ceramic cup before finally saying, Jinwang, how much do you still owe the credit cooperative? After a brief contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan replied, excluding the interest already paid, I still owe a total of 307.53 yuan. The grandfather nodded, saying, then take this 300 yuan. Tomorrow, you and Geiling should go to the commune and repay the loan at the credit cooperative. Father, that doesn't seem appropriate. Zheng Jiangnan replied. The grandfather chuckled, there is nothing inappropriate about it. Family should support one another, and you should not disregard your nephew's goodwill. This matter of your marriage should have been my responsibility, but I am too old to be of use. Thankfully, Jiangnan is now making a name for himself, and your sister-in-law and daughter-in-law are sensible. Take this money and repay the loan quickly. This way, should I pass away one day, I can do so with peace of mind. Father, what are you saying? Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Jiangnan has assured us that our family will enjoy good days ahead, and you and my grandmother must live long and enjoy life. Zheng Jiangnan interjected. The grandfather laughed heartily, and for a moment, he seemed to regain some youth. Perhaps he had been burdened by Zheng Jianwang's debts for too long. At the Guxiao County People's Hospital, Zheng Jiangnan idly stared at the newspaper in his hands, having flipped through it several times without discovering any worthwhile news. The injuries he sustained a few days prior had nearly healed, with only superficial bruises remaining. The present time is starkly different from the future. There are no mobile phones, no computers, and not even a television. Lying in bed day after day is indeed a most uncomfortable experience. Zheng Jiangnan calculated that his agreed meeting with Li Youwei was set for tomorrow, so he decided to pay a visit to Li Youwei a day early. Perhaps he had returned ahead of schedule? Even if he hadn't, it would serve as a pleasant diversion. Without further ado, Zheng Jiangnan mounted his bicycle and soon arrived at his destination. He secured his bike and walked through the charmingly antiquated entrance of the club. Upon entering, he spotted Li Youwei, drenched in sweat, sipping on iced tea. You're Xiaozhen? Li Youwei exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Zheng Jiangnan touched the bruised area on his face and replied with a wry smile, Manager Li, it is I. Good heavens, brother, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Having interacted a few times, Li Youwei felt at ease with Zheng Jiangnan and spoke more casually. Zheng Jiangnan gestured toward Li's tea cup. Shouldn't you pour me a cup of tea first? Ah, right. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. I must admit, your appearance has taken me aback. Did you steal someone else's wife and get caught by her husband? Li Youwei poured Zheng Jiangnan a cup of iced tea, teasing him. Get lost. Do I seem like that kind of person? Zheng Jiangnan recounted the events of that day in a few minutes. Chapter 61, 200 yuan. It was indeed the boredom of his days in the hospital that prompted him to seek out someone to converse with and share his thoughts candidly. Li Youwei raised his thumb in admiration. Bravo, brother. I consider myself a decent person, but I truly lack the courage to rescue someone in front of so many thugs. Zheng Jiangnan drained his cup of iced tea, recalling the urgency of the situation. At that moment, I acted on impulse without thinking. If faced with the same scenario again, I might not have the courage. Li Youwei refilled his empty cup with iced tea, expressing his admiration. Regardless, you truly are impressive. By the way, you mentioned that Secretary Su Tianli came to see you personally? Indeed. Is that something to boast about? Secretary Su warmly shook my hand and praised me as a model citizen, the cornerstone of socialism. Noticing the envy in Li Youwei's gaze and finding himself bored, Zheng Jiangnan embellished Secretary Su's praises slightly. Look at you, shaking hands with our county secretary. How many people envy that? You're quite remarkable, Li Youwei remarked. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, skeptical of Li Youwei's genuine envy of his handshake with Su Tianli. Quite frankly, Su Tianli was likely a frequent visitor, and Li Youwei was simply astute enough to know what not to say. Zheng Jiangnan chose not to dwell on the matter and shifted the topic, asking, "Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? Why are you back early?" With a proud smile, Li Youwei replied, "Things went smoothly, so I returned ahead of schedule. I was just wondering when you would call me tomorrow, and here you are today." Hearing this, Zheng Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. "Oh? What do you mean by smoothly? Do tell." It is not surprising that Zheng Jiangnan lacks subtlety, for Li Youwei's successful journey to the provincial capital is undoubtedly most advantageous for himself. Li Youwei, not one to keep secrets, candidly stated that he had exhausted all his connections during this trip and finally secured 3 clients who confirmed their long-term needs. "By the way, I sold that hawkbill turtle at a price of 50 per pound, totaling 13 pounds and 8 ounces, which amounts to 690 yuan. Please check it." Zheng Jiangnan took the money and counted out 20 large bills, handing them to Li Youwei. "What is this?" Li Youwei asked, puzzled. Zheng Jiangnan smiled and replied, "Managerly, this back-and-forth journey has been arduous for you. Please accept this 200 yuan as my treat for tea." Li Youwei hesitated to accept it at first, instead scrutinizing Zheng Jiangnan as if seeing him for the first time. After a moment, he remarked, "Xiao Zheng, you truly surprise me. You're not handing over 2 or 20 yuan, but 200. That's equivalent to a hefty pig. Are you really so generous?" Zheng Jiangnan tucked the rest of the money into his pocket and poured himself a cup of tea from the pot beside him. "Managerly, collaboration is mutually beneficial. Without your effort and connections, I would only be stewing this hawkbill turtle to share a meal with you. This 200 yuan is rightfully yours. If you find it lacking, that is not my concern." "Lacking? Certainly not. After all, such a large hawkbill turtle is rare. And I only sold it for 690 yuan, while keeping 200 for myself." Li Youwei nodded inwardly, realizing for the first time how grand and astute Zheng Jiangnan's vision is. Given time, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Establishing connections with those before they rise to prominence is Li Youwei's greatest skill, and he genuinely wished to forge a true friendship with Zheng Jiangnan. Thus, he accepted the 20 bills Zheng Jiangnan offered once more without further formality. "Xiao Zheng, I've decided to befriend you. In the future, I assure you that any snakes you catch will be handled properly, and I will guarantee you the same prices we agreed upon previously." Noticing that Li Youwei did not take advantage of his control over the sales channels to lower the price, Zheng Jiangnan found this individual to be commendable. He felt that the 200 yuan was indeed well spent, signifying a fair deal. The underlying message was clear: "If you allow me to benefit, I shall not partake alone." In truth, the 200 yuan was not the crux of the matter, but it established a new breakthrough in their relationship. "All right, this all relies on you, managerly," Zheng Jiangnan said sincerely, clasping his hands together. "In the future, you need not call me managerly, if you don't mind. Just refer to me as brotherly." Li Youwei waved his hand. "Look at you, how could I? Brotherly, you may call me Jiangnan." Zheng Jiangnan adeptly followed suit. The two raised their cups in a toast, exchanging pleasantries over tea instead of wine, and burst into laughter in unison. It is often said that the best relationships are built on shared interests, and indeed, their bond had grown significantly stronger. At that moment, Zheng Jiangnan felt confident that, with or without the assistance of his uncle, Director Wang, Li Youwei would still collaborate with him. "By the way, Jiangnan, the quantities needed by these 3 clients for snakes vary. The smallest one is about the same as mine, estimating around 200 pounds per month should suffice. Additionally, 2 other establishments have reported their consumption rates. One claims they can procure 300 pounds in a month, while the other asserts they can handle anywhere from 300 to 400 pounds. However, they also mentioned that regardless of the species of snake, it is preferable for each to weigh over 28 pounds. Are you able to manage that on your end?" Li Youwei harbored concerns that Zheng Jiangnan might struggle to provide such a substantial quantity, a worry not without merit, as Zheng Jiangnan primarily captures snakes from the wild rather than engaging in farming. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Jiangnan calculated that the 3 establishments in the provincial capital, combined with Li Youwei's, would require approximately 1,000 pounds monthly, all necessitating snakes weighing at least 28 pounds. This amounts to roughly 330 snakes, averaging about 11 per day, with each establishment needing 23 daily. This figure does not seem outrageous and may even rise. However, to be candid, relying solely on the words of himself and his nephew, Even a monthly demand of 1,000 pounds appears quite challenging. After all, manpower is limited, as are the locales they can access, and snakes do possess territorial instincts. A given area can only support a finite number of snakes, regardless of how abundant the resources might be. Once a threshold is reached, availability diminishes, sometimes to the point of scarcity. The replenishment of these resources naturally requires time. Of course, if there were sufficient manpower and expertise in snake catching, traversing the primordial forests could yield results. Given the vastness and richness of the terrain, it would not be unreasonable to capture 100 snakes in a single day, let alone 10. Lin Youwei had already secured the market in the provincial capital. Therefore, Zheng Jiangnan had no reason to relinquish this lucrative opportunity. Naturally, he devised corresponding strategies in his mind. Brotherly, I foresee no issues on my end. However, I must clarify that this business will falter in winter. As you well know, snakes require hibernation. Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's affirmation, Lin Youwei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As for the scarcity of snakes in winter, that concern was several months away. Why dwell on it now? Lin Youwei made a rough estimation based on the agreed-upon pricing with the provincial capital. Should Zheng Jiangnan consistently meet the quality and quantity requirements, even after deducting certain costs, he could augment his income by at least 1,000 yuan each month. It is worth noting that this amount represented over 3 years of pure income for an ordinary worker in 1982. Despite his extensive experience, Lin Youwei could not help but exclaim inwardly in astonishment. This additional revenue could surpass his earnings from a month of arduous work at his establishment. Lin Youwei even contemplated whether a career change might be in order, though it was merely a fleeting thought, as the two ventures were not directly comparable. Operating the establishment might yield less profit than reselling snakes for the price differential, yet the club offered stability, as long as it remained open. Income would flow consistently throughout the year, and his network would expand. The most significant challenge in the snake trade, however, lies in resource availability. For the average person, catching 3 to 5 snakes poses little difficulty. Yet, procuring dozens or even hundreds becomes exceedingly arduous. Even for Zheng Jiangnan, without the support of the vast primitive forest of 36 run, he would not have been able to capture such a significant number of snakes. This raises the question: the primitive forest does not belong to Zheng Jiangnan, so could not the other villagers near 36 run also catch snakes? The answer is affirmative. They certainly could. However, they face two critical issues. Firstly, they lack a sales channel, and secondly, and more importantly, they do not possess the antidote for snake venom. Whether it be the 5-step snake, the king cobra, or even the common cobra, a single bite would likely send one to another realm. One must ask, how many would dare to risk their lives for such a pursuit? The 1980s were indeed a time of poverty, yet for Zheng Jiangnan, the myriad ways to earn a living were far more accessible than in later years, not limited to snake catching alone. Lin Youwei glanced at the clock and invited Zheng Jiangnan. Brother, it's almost mealtime. You shouldn't leave today. I'll have the kitchen prepare some delightful dishes. Let us toast to our successful collaboration and your heroic act of saving lives. Zheng Jiangnan did not decline Lin Youwei's invitation. Relationships are forged through shared experiences, and feasting together is undoubtedly the quickest way. He nodded and replied, Then I shall trouble you, brotherly. I'm happy to share a drink, though my tolerance is rather low. Ah, brother, we drink for joy. I have no intention of forcing you to intoxication. Besides, your face is quite swollen. A bit of alcohol will help invigorate the blood. Lin Youwei chuckled heartily. Brotherly, your reasoning is sound. The prospect of sharing a few drinks excited Zheng Jiangnan. Since his rebirth, he had not indulged in alcohol. In his previous life, he often turned to drink to drown his sorrows, developing a decent tolerance and a slight penchant for it. Nevertheless, Zheng Jiangnan maintained good drinking etiquette. Let's agree on this. Then, you sit here and enjoy some tea while I make arrangements in the back. Lin Youwei was visibly pleased, clearly someone who relished good company. Shortly after he entered the kitchen, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly echoed from outside, followed by its abrupt silence. Cousin, are you there? Hurry and prepare some food. I'm starving. A voice, unmistakably with a Minnan accent, announced the arrival of a man around Zheng Jiangnan's age, approximately 1.7 meters tall. The man was gaunt, with sunken eyes, a clear indication of sleep deprivation. However, he was dressed sharply, sporting large leather shoes, tailored trousers, and a checkered shirt, topped off with a pair of sunglasses on his forehead, quite fashionable for the era. Seeing the man's emaciated frame, Zheng Jiangnan could not help but speculate. Goodness, has this person succumbed to substance abuse? The gaunt man nodded at Zheng Jiangnan, acknowledging him with a greeting. Hello, are you a worker in my cousin's shop? Where is he? Before Zheng Jiangnan could respond, Lin Youwei's voice resonated with surprise. Cousin? Am I not mistaken? When did you arrive? Come, come. Sit down and have some tea. Tea? I'd rather have food. I'm starving. Lin Youwei offered an awkward smile to Zheng Jiangnan before turning to the emaciated man beside him. Look at you, still so impatient. Come, come, Jiangnan. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear cousin, Xiaokui. Cousin, meet my brother, Zheng Jiangnan. Xiaokui greeted warmly, extending his hands toward Zheng Jiangnan. Hello, hello? Since you are my brother's friend, that makes you my brother too. Just call me Xiaokui. Zheng Jiangnan nearly choked on his tea. Xiaokui? In the dialect of their region, Kui means pig, making Xiaokui equivalent to Guo little pig. Who would bear such a name? Nevertheless, Zheng Jiangnan maintained his composure, promptly setting down his teacup and shaking hands with Xiaokui. A pleasure to meet you. Lin Youwei remarked. Brother Jiangnan, such a rare connection calls for a shared meal. Let my cousin join us. What do you think? Zheng Jiangnan quickly replied. I am truly honored. Just don't mind that I am of humble origins, Xiaokui. Of course, since Lin Youwei is treating us, we shall follow his lead, he thought, especially considering the cordiality displayed by his newfound companions left him no reason to decline. Once seated, before they could finish their first cup of tea, Xiaokui was already expressing his hunger. Observing his younger cousin's evident starvation, Lin Youwei, with a resigned smile, instructed the kitchen to serve the dishes immediately. They then proceeded to a well-decorated private room. Cousin, what dishes are we having? And hurry. Tell the chef to whip me up some fried rice. I haven't eaten all day, Xiaokui exclaimed. Lin Youwei had no choice but to summon a waiter to arrange a serving of egg fried rice for Xiaokui, teasing him for being a famished ghost reincarnated. Xiaokui, undeterred by decorum, dove into his meal as soon as the fried rice was presented. Meanwhile, Lin Youwei and Zheng Jiangnan observed him in amusement while engaging in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, Zheng Jiangnan learned that Lin Youwei hailed from Ludo Island, the first area in the province to embrace the winds of reform. It was no wonder he spoke with such a thick Minnan accent. It was not until Xiaokui finished the last morsel of fried rice that he leisurely pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe his mouth. Looking up to explain to Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei. As it turned out, since the establishment of the Special Economic Zone 2 years prior, many in Luda Island had abandoned their fishing boats, which they had manned for most of their lives, to venture into business. Seeing his friends and family prospering, Xiaokui felt compelled to follow suit. After discussing with his parents, he resigned from his stable job and plunged into the sea of commerce. Chapter 63. A fine wine Luda Island may lack in many areas, but it is abundant in seafood. Thus, Xiaokui naturally chose to engage in the seafood trade. He began by wholesaling various seafood products from the docks to sell in the more inland region of Minshi. Initially, business thrived, and with his eloquence and high-quality, affordable seafood, Xiaokui earned far more than his previous salary. However, as more residents of Luda Island ventured into commerce, along with an influx of individuals from neighboring cities, competition intensified, making it increasingly difficult for Xiaokui to sustain his business. Xiaokui chose an unconventional path, opting not to follow the bustling routes of Minshi. Instead, he headed north, journeying from the beautiful L Island in southern Fujian to the provincial capital. The provincial capital, indeed, exudes a different level of purchasing power. Within just 2 days, the goods he brought were sold out completely. Realizing he had arrived in the provincial capital, and with the Dining region closely adjacent to it, Xiaokui pondered that he ought to visit his long-lost cousin, Lin Youwei, in Guxia. Without further ado, he set off this morning on his motorcycle toward Guxia. His last visit to Guxia had been several years prior, and upon entering the Dining area, he found himself lost due to his unfamiliarity with the mountainous roads. The private economy in Dining was starkly inferior to that of the provincial capital and L Island. Along the way, he could scarcely find a place to eat, let alone a restaurant. This left Xiaokui bewildered, as he had not anticipated getting lost. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal can lead to desperation, especially considering he had set off from the provincial capital at 7 a.m. and had not consumed a single morsel in the 9 hours since. How could one not feel utterly famished? Please don't mock me, my brothers. I was so hungry that I almost resorted to gnawing on my belt. Guo Xiaokuei remarked with an embarrassed belch. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, saying, "What is there to mock? When one is out in the world, circumstances often dictate one's actions. I completely understand your plight. However, I do have a suggestion. Since you engage in this business of traveling far and wide, it is prudent to always carry some provisions and water for unexpected situations." Guo Xiaokuei nodded. "My father had advised me similarly before, but as I typically sell in areas close to L Island, I never encountered such a situation and thus did not take it to heart. After this experience, I will certainly be better prepared in the future. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is to be hungry." During their conversation, it was revealed that both Zheng Jiangnan and Guo Xiaokuei were born in 1960, with Zheng being the elder, which is why Guo addressed him as brother. This subtly indicated Guo Xiaokuei's high emotional intelligence. Zheng Jiangnan remained noncommittal, noting that no one could speak of hunger more authoritatively than the people of Hepingta village in Fujian. Little did they know that the tail end of Fujian province lies in the Pingnan area, and the farthest point of Pingnan is Hejing County, where the poorest village is Hepingtu, essentially making it the most impoverished village in Fujian. Enduring hunger? That was an everyday affair for them. At this moment, the chef had prepared the dishes, and dedicated servers began to present them one by one. The spread included distinctly fatty, richly sauced braised pork, translucent and crystal-like cold meat, a nourishing duck soup, and fragrant deep-fried snake seasoned with garlic. Accompanied by a selection of seasonal vegetables and 2 jugs of strong liquor, the feast was undoubtedly lavish. In this era, whether in Hejing County or Guxia County, it would be considered a first-rate banquet. Zheng Jiangnan cast a grateful glance at Lin Youwei. Upon noticing that Guo Xiaokuei had arrived, Lin Youwei remained present, indicating that the sumptuous feast had been meticulously prepared to honor Zheng Jiangnan. One could say it was a gesture brimming with sincerity, characteristic of the ancient Xia people's warm hospitality, unpretentious and genuine. Once the dishes were arranged, Lin Youwei filled everyone's cups to the brim with 8 qian of wine. He raised his glass, exclaiming, "Today, from my perspective, I not only acknowledge Jiangnan as a brother, but also welcome my long-lost cousin as a guest. Truly, it is a moment of great joy. Come, Jiangnan, cousin, let us share a toast. Cheers." Guo Xiaokuei and Zheng Jiangnan lifted their cups and downed their drinks in one gulp. As the wine slid down his throat, Zheng Jiangnan was enveloped by a lingering fragrance, a warmth spreading throughout his body. Unable to contain his delight, he exclaimed, "What a fine wine." Observing Zheng Jiangnan's expression of enjoyment, Lin Youwei felt a swell of pride, for this fiery spirit was crafted by his own hands, using ancestral techniques, and had been aging for several years. This detail revealed that Lin Youwei's original family circumstances were indeed quite favorable, especially considering that many people struggled to secure enough food, let alone the means to brew wine. For the average person, even obtaining sweet potato liquor was a challenge, let alone this pure grain spirit. "Ah, cousin, it is you who have mastered the essence of brewing. My mother's concoction pales in comparison," Guo Xiaokuei remarked. Lin Youwei chuckled. Concealing a truth he dared not reveal before his cousin. The Li family's brewing expertise is passed down to males only, and his aunt had only grasped the surface of the craft, making her brews incomparable to his own. Friendships among men often form swiftly, perhaps over a cup of tea, a few jugs of wine, or a shared cigarette, leading to candid conversations. As the wine circulated and the dishes were savored, a pleasant inebriation enveloped them. Zheng Jiangnan burped and said, "Xiaokuei, you brought seafood from Luda Island to our mountainous region. Have you considered bringing our local delicacies back to your shores?" Lin Youwei pondered Zheng Jiangnan's suggestion and suddenly saw the light. "Cousin, that is an excellent idea. Each time you transport seafood for sale, you could return with mountain goods to sell at Luda Island, yielding profits from both sides at the same cost." Guo Xiaokuei, possessing the audacity to resign and venture into the business world, was not foolish. He had contemplated this idea before. "Cousin, Jiangnan, what you propose is indeed reasonable and piques my interest, but unlike seafood, I genuinely lack the channels for sourcing mountain goods." On their journey, he had noticed several supply cooperatives offering mountain products, but the quality was such that even if he took them back to Luda Island, their prices would be far from ideal. Lin Youwei laughed heartily, pointing at Zheng Jiangnan, and said, "Cousin, you may not realize it, but if I am not mistaken, Jiangnan, you must be from Hejing County, specifically the Hongqi commune." Lin Youwei's certainty in pinpointing the Hongqi commune stemmed from his analytical approach to understanding circumstances. Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback. He had never disclosed his specific origins, so how could Li Youwei have guessed so accurately? Chapter 64. A Bond of Brotherhood. It seems that in these times, those capable of conducting business are not ordinary individuals. The Hongqi Commune? Guo Xiaokuei shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never heard of this place. Li Youwei chuckled and remarked that it was understandable. After all, someone from Luda Island would not be familiar with the Hongqi Commune. Allow me to tell you, this Hongqi Commune is quite extraordinary, although it is relatively impoverished and underdeveloped. The entire commune is situated at a high altitude, creating a unique microclimate. I have heard from your grandfather that there are many primeval forests in the Hongqi Commune, filled with bamboo shoots, wood ears, and shiitake mushrooms, which are truly delectable. Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Gu was not mistaken. Indeed, he hailed from the Hongqi Commune, where transportation is inconvenient and poverty is somewhat prevalent, yet the quality of the mountain delicacies is undeniably excellent. Once Zheng Jiangnan finished speaking, Li Youwei took a small cup, filled it generously with strong liquor, and pushed it toward Zheng Jiangnan. Li Gu, what is this? Zheng Jiangnan inquired, puzzled. Li Youwei smiled at him, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Guo Xiaokuei, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Cousin, what are you doing? Isn't this bullying Jiangnan Gu? Zheng Jiangnan gazed into Li Youwei's eyes and suddenly laughed, realizing that as someone from Hejin County, he could not possibly have a cousin in Guxia. Li Youwei recognized that he had indeed been misleading him from the start. Without further ado, he took the small cup and downed it in one gulp. Li Youwei erupted in laughter and then remarked, Jiangnan, am I really bullying you? Zheng Jiangnan managed a wry smile, poured himself another full cup, and said to Li Youwei, Brother, this is certainly not bullying. I toast to you. With that, he drained his cup once more. Li Youwei quickly poured a bowl of duck soup and handed it to Zheng Jiangnan. Are you foolish? I was merely jesting. 1 cup is sufficient. Quickly, drink some duck soup to settle your stomach. Subsequently, Li Youwei filled his own cup with liquor and gulped it down in a single swig. Li Gu, you are impressive. Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Guo Xiaokuei, perplexed, asked, Cousin, Jiangnan Gu, what riddle are you two playing at? I completely fail to understand your meaning. Li Youwei and Zheng Jiangnan exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Li Youwei teased, Your Jiangnan Gu is quite cunning. You should learn from him, and you will surely benefit immensely. Guo Xiaokuei scratched his head, still not comprehending. As the atmosphere grew even more lively, the three engaged in animated conversation, feeling as though they had known each other for ages. When they reached the pinnacle of their revelry, the trio unexpectedly found themselves bowing in front of the statues of the Bodhisattva and the God of Wealth, performing a ritual of brotherhood. In Fujian, it is customary for businesses to honor the Bodhisattva and the God of Wealth with their statues. The 3 men, intoxicated, including Zheng Jiangnan, were unaware that this ritual of brotherhood, conducted in their inebriation, would forge a new era of camaraderie akin to the legendary Peach Blossom Garden. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at Li Youwei's residence, Zheng Jiangnan returned to the hospital. The previous night, everyone had indulged quite a bit, and Li Youwei insisted on not letting Zheng Jiangnan return to the hospital, urging him to stay over, claiming there were plenty of rooms. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Zheng Jiangnan decided to remain. The primary concern is that many have indulged in drink. If Zheng Jiangnan must return to the hospital, should Li Youwei and the others come to see him off? The constant Tenji and Froenji would only serve to complicate matters. However, one must admit that Li Youwei's fiery liquor is truly remarkable, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. It is rich and flavorful without causing the debilitating headaches that many modern spirits do after a few too many. Last night, Zheng Jiangnan and Guo Xiaokuei agreed that 10 days hence, when Zheng Jiangnan brings snakes to Li Youwei, he would also bring samples of mountain goods from the Hongqi Commune, allowing him to take them back to Luda Island for market price comparison. Reclining on the hospital bed, Zheng Jiangnan gently closed his eyes, reflecting on whether he had acted inappropriately while drinking last night. This was a habit from his past life, often contemplating in silence, striving for improvement where necessary. At that moment, a young nurse entered Zheng Jiangnan's room. Bed 5, Zheng Jiangnan, there's a call for you. Please follow me. Ah, thank you, Zheng Jiangnan replied, promptly rising to follow the nurse. He knew the call was undoubtedly from his brother at the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sure enough, upon answering the phone, Zheng Jiangnan immediately recognized Zheng Jiangdong's voice. Jiangnan, are you feeling better? Zheng Jiangnan subconsciously touched his face. It seemed Li Qirui's liquor could not alleviate the swelling. I'm mostly fine, brother, though I still have some bruising on my face. How is everything at home? All is well at home, rest assured. By the way, Jiangnan, has Manager Li returned? Zheng Jiangnan inquired anxiously. Li Qiruei returned from the provincial capital yesterday and even treated me to dinner, Zheng Jiangnan replied. And what did they say about the provincial capital? Zheng Jiangdong's tone revealed his nervousness. Zheng Jiangnan smiled. It's good news, brother. Li Qirui's contacts there require a substantial quantity of snakes. That's wonderful. I was worried they wouldn't want any. Zheng Jiangdong tightened his grip on the phone. In recent days, the cheerful smiles of his parents, the gentle demeanor of his wife, and the joyful munching of his siblings and son on white rabbit candy have all made him acutely aware of the advantages that money can bring. Life had been quite different before. Thankfully, the people of Guangdong were not averse to Fujianese. Otherwise, they might have found it hard to swallow. The plight of the Fujianese was indeed dire. Brother, let us not celebrate too soon. Given the large quantity they require, our current concern is whether we can catch enough. Zheng Jiangnan cautioned. Zheng Jiangdong replied excitedly. That is not a problem. I'll head back shortly and enlist uncle to immediately go to the 36 peaks and work overtime to set more traps. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. Brother, do you know how much they need? At least 1,000 pounds each month, and they insist that each snake weigh at least 2.8 pounds. Zheng Jiangdong was momentarily speechless. Many things are easier said than done. While 1,000 pounds of snake meat may not sound like much, he was all too aware of how challenging it is to catch snakes in the 36 peaks. This is not merely a matter of capturing one or two. It requires hundreds each month. The prospect of catching eels in the fields seems rather bleak, especially with the venomous snakes lurking around. What can we do in Jiangnan? We cannot afford to forego this opportunity for profit, Zheng Jiangdong inquired. Chapter 65. 1 yuan per piece. Zheng Jiangnan nodded, acknowledging that profit was indeed necessary. After all, who would refuse a feast laid before them? Our most pressing concern now is the shortage of manpower. The saying goes, a swift hand is no match for a helping hand. If only we had enough hands. I am confident in our ability to exploit the resources of the 36 ravines. That is quite simple then, Zheng Jiangdong replied. Upon our return, we can offer wages to the villagers to assist us in catching them. Zheng Jiangnan, taken aback, exclaimed, well, brother, your mind is quite sharp. You even thought of hiring help. Unfortunately, that approach is not feasible. Why isn't it feasible? We would be paying them, not asking for charity. Surely many would be willing to take on the task, Zheng Jiangdong countered. Zheng Jiangnan sighed. The issue lies with the current policies of our county. If we were to hire people to catch snakes, they would seize the opportunity to accuse us of capitalism. This was what Chen Wenwu had conveyed to him. On the other end of the line, Zheng Jiangdong felt disheartened. If this route was blocked, and that one was also closed, what were they to do? Unlike Zheng Jiangdong's frustrations, Zheng Jiangnan, having promised Li Qiruei, had already devised a countermeasure. There are indeed alternative solutions. Here is the plan. Brother, you should visit Yangwei village shortly and inform Jiang Li and Jiang Zhen about the situation. Let us see if they would be willing to assist me. Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiang, their cousins, were the children of their late uncle. Due to certain circumstances, possibly disillusionment with Yipingtu village, they had moved away after starting their families. As children, the brothers had grown up together, sharing a bond that was unbreakable. Zheng Jiangdong, puzzled, asked, didn't you say we can't hire anyone? Wouldn't calling on Jiang Li and the others also be problematic? Zheng Jiangnan smiled. Inviting our cousins to lend a hand allows us to involve our grandparents as well. Zheng Jiangdong was even more perplexed. What do our grandparents have to do with catching snakes? Unbeknownst to him, there was an old adage, when a grandson runs a company, the grandfather serves as the legal representative. The profits are kept by the grandson, while any legal troubles fall upon the grandfather. It appeared to be a scheme against the elder, yet it was a clever stratagem. Zheng Jiangnan elucidated, consider this. If anyone attempts to use this situation against us, we can simply have our grandparents assert their role. They could say, I merely wish to enjoy some snake meat, and my grandsons went to the mountains to procure it for me. What is wrong with that? I see my grandsons working hard to provide for me. It pains me. So as a grandparent, I might give them a little red envelope to buy some meat. Is that not acceptable? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiangdong's eyes brightened. Previously, he might have worried that Zheng Jiangnan's cunning approach could lead to accusations of speculation. However, now that they had tasted success, He found Zheng Jiangnan's plan to be quite viable. To further alleviate his brother's lingering concerns, Zheng Jiangnan added, "You may not be aware, brother, but policies are often malleable, subject to interpretation. It all depends on how one perceives them." There was one more thing Zheng Jiangnan chose not to mention. At this juncture, the authority to interpret policies ultimately resides in the hands of those officials. They possess the power to declare your capabilities, rendering you competent or incompetent at will. Conversely, they can deem you inadequate, regardless of your actual abilities. In this era, the ambiguous stance of the authorities towards individual entrepreneurs has left Zheng Jiangnan feeling exceedingly frustrated. The esteemed elder has unequivocally advocated for reform and openness, and the central leadership has shown unwavering support. However, even the most well-intentioned policies often undergo significant transformation upon implementation. Numerous officials remain entrenched in their ways, reluctant to embrace innovative thinking, resulting in a fade of compliance while subtly undermining progress. Consequently, when policies reach local levels, they are often laden with various unreasonable restrictions. Engaging in any activity during such times feels akin to walking on thin ice, as a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. After listening to Zheng Jiangnan's elucidation, Zheng Jiangdong felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be struck by another thought. "Jiangnan, I am utterly certain that both Brother Jiangli and Brother Jiangjin would not refuse such a fortunate opportunity. The question remains, how shall we divide the proceeds?" Zheng Jiangnan paused for a moment. While money is undoubtedly a valuable asset, it can also be a double-edged sword. Without equitable distribution, it may ultimately give rise to significant discord. From a familial perspective, the three of them, along with their two cousins, could simply share the profits equally, as they are indeed one family, and what is shared should remain within the household. However, he was uncertain how the two cousins would feel about such a division, and he knew that both his elder brother and uncle would vehemently oppose it. Moreover, for the two cousins, who had always lived in poverty, an abrupt windfall might not necessarily be a blessing. Noticing Zheng Jiangnan's prolonged silence, Zheng Jiangdong wondered if the signal had faltered. "Hello, Jiangnan, are you there?" Zheng Jiangnan snapped back to reality. "Yes, I'm here. I was just contemplating how best to allocate the funds." Here's a thought. If Brother Jiangli and the others are willing to collaborate, let us form two groups, yourself and Brother Jiangli together, while Uncle teams up with Brother Jiangjin. This way, we can enhance our efficiency, regardless of which group captures the snakes, whether they be the water snakes or the mountain snakes, provided they are of suitable size. I shall reward each of them $1. As for your and Uncle's share, we shall maintain the original agreement." Zheng Jiangdong pondered briefly and felt that this arrangement might be inequitable for Zheng Jiangnan. He expressed his willingness to forego a portion of his share. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled softly, recognizing that he was already receiving the lion's share, rendering any notion of unfairness moot. Without the assistance of his uncle and elder brother, capturing 30 qualified snakes in a month would be a commendable feat now. With the inclusion of the two cousins, efficiency would undoubtedly soar. Although it appeared that Zheng Jiangnan's share had diminished, in reality, it would result in greater overall earnings. Additionally, both uncle and elder brother would benefit from the increased profits brought about by the cousins' involvement, as more hands would yield a larger catch. The principle is simple. 90% of $10 pales in comparison to 20% of $100, a concept that many fail to grasp. Based on their current sales projections, the remuneration Zheng Jiangnan proposed would likely allow the two cousins to earn at least $300 to $400 a month. In this region, such earnings would undoubtedly place them among the elite. The income of just 1 month may rival that of a formal technician's annual salary at a state-owned factory. With a stroke of good fortune, working for 3 to 5 months could potentially match what they earn from a decade of farming. In this era, anyone with a sharp mind can live quite freely, while those who adhere strictly to stability may find themselves perpetually impoverished. As for whether the two cousins might feel discontented about their uncle and Zheng Jiangdong earning more for the same work, Zheng Jiangnan chooses not to dwell on such thoughts. For if they were to think that way, there would be little he could do. Although Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiangjin are indeed blood relatives, they cannot be compared to his uncle and elder brother. Chapter 66. Farewell to the ticket scalper among the four. Zheng Jiangdong is his own brother, which needs no elaboration. His uncle, along with his entire family, has taken great care of him throughout his past and present lives. Thus, he feels an inherent obligation to reciprocate their kindness. Simply put, the bonds between individuals differ. His support for Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangnan stems from a sense of brotherly assistance, whereas for his uncle and elder brother, it is rooted in heartfelt gratitude. There exists no basis for comparison. As for whether the two brothers' phone conversations might inadvertently reveal sensitive information to those nearby, they harbor no concerns. Zheng Jiangnan speaks in the ancient Xia dialect, and apart from Chen Wenwu, none of his colleagues at the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative would understand a word. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangnan, at the Guxia County Hospital, communicates in political jargon, rendering it even more incomprehensible to anyone in Guxia. They employ a language of encryption. Subsequently, Zheng Jiangnan instructed his elder brother to procure supplies necessary for their mountain excursion, emphasizing the need for vigilance regarding fire safety while cooking. After ending the call, Zheng Jiangnan reflected on the fact that he wouldn't need to receive intravenous fluids that afternoon, prompting him to consider visiting the supply cooperative to purchase a couple of sets of clean clothing. After days of donning the tattered hospital gown, he found his attire almost unbearable following a drinking session with Lin Youwei the previous day. Hence, he informed the nurse and prepared to set off. Given his remarkable recovery, the doctor had no objections to his occasional outings. After all, this was a hospital, not a prison, and as the saying goes, life thrives on movement. Moderate activity is beneficial for his convalescence. The journey from the Guxia County Hospital to the Guxia Supply and Marketing Cooperative is not long. Zheng Jiangnan arrived at his destination shortly after mounting his bicycle, just as he caught sight of the cooperative's entrance. Before he could even come to a full stop, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the husband of the cooperative sales clerk, a ticket scalper. "Hey, brother, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for several days." The scalper immediately noticed the injuries on Zheng Jiangnan's face, but refrained from asking further questions. Those who navigate the world understand that some matters are best left unexamined. Feigning ignorance is often the wisest course. Observing the scalper's enthusiastic demeanor, Zheng Jiangnan cheerfully inquired, "You seem quite pleased. Have you managed to acquire the motorcycle industrial tickets?" Upon hearing this, the scalper's once jovial expression faltered, revealing a hint of awkwardness. "Apologies, my friend, for seeking you for so long. I wish to inform you that, regrettably, the motorcycle tickets are currently unavailable." Zheng Jiangnan comprehended the situation. Since there were none to be found in Guxia, the only recourse was to venture to the provincial capital. He then retrieved 10 large notes from his pocket and handed them to the ticket vendor, stating that this was their agreed-upon deposit of 100 yuan for the trip to the provincial capital. The vendor, however, hesitated and, with a sheepish grin, explained, "My friend, I must clarify. I inquired among my peers and learned that due to production capacity issues, it is not only Guxiao that is devoid of motorcycle tickets. The provincial capital is facing the same predicament. Recently, there has been a complete lack of circulation for such tickets there as well." Seeing that the vendor was not requesting additional funds, Zheng Jiangnan recognized the truth. Acquiring tickets was indeed impossible. This was not entirely surprising, for despite the proclamations of reform and opening up that began several years ago, the deep-seated issues from years of hardship were not easily remedied. Presently, various industries could be described as being in a state of disrepair, and most factories remain state-owned, with all goods produced and required being procured and distributed by the government. Consequently, many factories struggled to keep pace with market demands, leading to a natural scarcity of motorcycle tickets. One cannot simply issue tickets without corresponding products available for sale, as that would undermine national credibility. Zheng Jiangnan could not help but reflect on how times had changed. In the future, the land of Huaxiao would be renowned as the world's factory. With sufficient funds, one could procure not just motorcycles, but even rockets. Having grasped the reasons behind the situation, Zheng Jiangnan felt little regret. Perhaps he could ask Xiaokuei next time and see if there were any leads from their side in Ludo Island. However, casting a sidelong glance at the awkwardly smiling ticket vendor, he couldn't suppress a look of disdain. "Why the excitement when you have no tickets to offer? You've led me to anticipate for nothing." The vendor, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "I was merely keeping your request in mind, thinking that even if there were none, I should let you know." His tone was earnest. In later years, it is often said that sincerity is a potent weapon, and now it was Zheng Jiangnan's turn to feel a bit sheepish. He had allowed his emotions to surface. "No tickets? No matter. I must admit, I didn't realize you were quite a decent fellow, and you seem to uphold your word." The vendor patted his chest, declaring, "Of course. We gentlemen are all about keeping our word, his accent thick with a hint of Northeast dialect. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. How come you speak with a Northeast accent? Are you from there? The vendor replied, I'm sort of half from there. My mother is from the Northeast, so I sometimes unconsciously slip into that accent. Zheng Jiangnan, surprised, exclaimed, Oh, how did your mother end up marrying into Guxia? Given the poor transportation at this time, traveling over 2,000 kilometers from the Northeast to Fujian is no small feat, spanning the breadth of our nation. If she had married in the provincial capital or Luda Island, it would be understandable, as those places are economically thriving. But to marry in a place as impoverished as Guxia County, what could have been the allure? The ticket scalper sighed, a hint of regret in his voice as he recounted, My mother cannot truly be said to have married into the family. Back in the day, my grandfather could not endure the frigid winters of the Northeast, so the entire family fled south. Initially, my grandfather aimed for the island of Galangiu, but upon reaching the city of Guxia, he found himself unable to continue. Captivated by the scenery here, he decided to settle and establish a home. My mother was very young at that time, thus she grew up in Guxia and later married my father. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, Your grandfather must be regretting his decision immensely. In later times, Fujian's economic conditions may have surpassed those of the Northeast, but in this era, the situation is entirely reversed. Fujian is famously characterized by 8 mountains, 1 river, and a mere fraction of farmland, less than 1 mu per person, with the soil being quite barren. It is a challenge to find enough to eat. Moreover, being on the front lines with Taiwan, the state has not developed any significant industry here. Agriculture falters, and industry struggles as well. One could say that modern-day Fujian epitomizes a state of poverty and lack. In contrast, the vast expanse of the Northeast tells a different story. Not only is there several mu of arable land per capita, but the region is also home to the nation's heavy industries, resulting in a multitude of factories. Almost every household boasts formal employment. Presently, the Northeast can be regarded as one of the wealthiest areas in the country. Aside from the slightly colder winters, it truly has no significant flaws. Your grandfather's actions are akin to the people of Huaxia in later generations, who, feeling dissatisfied with their homeland, abandoned everything to relocate to Indonesia. Haha, brother, do not lament. Were it not for your grandfather's astute decision back then, where would you be today? Zheng Jiangnan remarked. The ticket scalper's eyes brightened, realizing the truth in this. Indeed, why was I lamenting? If my grandfather had not journeyed south, how could my mother have married my father? Without that, I would not even exist. It all makes sense now. Why did I ever feel I had lost out? He joyfully exclaimed, Brother, you have lifted a burden that has weighed on my heart for many years. I have always heard my mother speak of how prosperous the Northeast is, with its black soil so fertile it seems to ooze oil. Everyone could eat their fill of rice, and I was envious, thinking my grandfather had made a wrong choice, never considering that if he had tea, I wouldn't be here at all. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled in response. The ticket scalper was quite amusing. Desiring to forge connections, he proactively asked, Brother, what is your surname? My humble surname is Zhang. You may call me Chaozi. And you? Zheng Jiangnan extended his right hand, saying, Do not say humble. The Zhang family is indeed a distinguished lineage. You must be my senior, so I shall call you Brother Chao. You may refer to me as Xiao Zheng or Jiangnan. Zhang Chao grasped Zheng Jiangnan's hand and shook it up and down. I have not pursued much education, so I am unfamiliar with such distinctions. To speak from the heart, I am genuinely pleased to make a friend like you. Zhang Chao spoke sincerely, for at this time, one wishing to purchase a motorcycle was certainly not an ordinary individual. By the way, Jiangnan brother, what brings you here? What are you intending to buy? Zheng Jiangnan nodded in response. In addition to purchasing 2 sets of clothing for himself, he also intended to acquire some nutritional supplements and visit Chen Pingyan's home to pay his respects to her mother-in-law. During his hospitalization, Chen Pingyan had been visiting him daily, occasionally bringing a pot of delectable and nutritious pork rib and tianchi soup to aid his recovery. In the initial 2 days, his instructor accompanied him along with Xiao Longxiu, but later, after the instructor returned to the army, Chen Pingyan came with her child in tow. The child, about the same age as Zheng Xiaojun, had large, sparkling eyes and was exceedingly adorable. It must be said that Chen Pingyan was a woman of great loyalty and intelligence, cleverly bringing her child along to avoid any misunderstandings. Chen Pingyan's visits left Zheng Jiangnan feeling quite anxious. After all, he was aware of the circumstances surrounding her family. For Chen Pingyan, This period was particularly arduous. Behind the heavy medals she bore were countless memories and tears. Each day, she forced herself to maintain her spirits while attending to the needs of her mother-in-law and child. Frankly speaking, visiting him, whether mentally or physically, only intensified Chen Pingyan's burdens. Zheng Jiangnan advised her that her intentions were enough and that she need not come every day, yet no matter how he pleaded, Chen Pingyan remained undeterred. A few days prior, Zheng Jiangnan had heard that Su Tianliang's secretary had arranged for the elderly lady to be examined at the county hospital. Regrettably, he had been unaware at the time and had missed the opportunity to visit her. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of his free time today to visit Chen Pingyan's home, to see both the elderly lady and the child. This was partly out of respect for the martyr Liang Liuxi and partly to ascertain whether her family faced any additional hardships. Although Su Tianliang had already assisted in resolving most of Chen Pingyan's issues, it was impossible for him to address every concern. It was fortuitous that he could check in. If Chen Pingyan's family encountered any financial difficulties, Zheng Jiangnan was confident he could offer some assistance. Nodding at Zhang Chao, Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "Yes, Brother Chao, I do indeed need to purchase some items today. Do you have any meat and sugar coupons? Please hand me 5 pounds of each." Zhang Chao reached into his waist bag, retrieving a stack of coupons, and selected 5 pounds of meat and 5 pounds of sugar coupons to give to Zheng Jiangnan. "Here you go." "Thank you, Brother Chao. How much do I owe you in total?" Zheng Jiangnan asked as he prepared to retrieve money from his clothing pocket. Zhang Chao waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, you have eased a long-standing concern of mine today. If you value our friendship, do not mention money. These coupons are a gift to you." Zheng Jiangnan firmly rejected this offer, stating, "Brother Chao, that is not acceptable. Business is business. I cannot accept them without payment." He understood that while opportunities were plentiful at this moment, the trade of coupons was not an easy endeavor. Despite their nominal value, for Zhang Chao, they were likely significant. "Brother Jiangnan, do not be so polite. This is a trivial matter. I can afford it," Zhang Chao insisted earnestly. However, Zheng Jiangnan was not one to take advantage of others, and thus, the two engaged in a spirited back and forth, one adamantly refusing to accept, while the other persistently insisted on giving. In the end, Zhang Chao remarked, "You're being indecisive, my brother. Let us not dwell on other matters. Just think of what you took from me last time. I profited far more than that. Stop hesitating." With that, Zhang Chao hastened towards Zheng Jiangnan, thrusting the ticket into his hands before disappearing into the alley like a slippery eel. Zheng Jiangnan, holding the ticket, could do nothing but smile wryly, realizing that a mere utterance had resulted in a gift worth over a yuan. Zhang Chao truly possessed vision and decisiveness, not to mention his remarkable integrity. The mere fact that he would wait several days just to inform Zheng Jiangnan of the ticket's availability was commendable. Most individuals would simply seize the opportunity for profit or abandon it without a second thought, never taking the time to arrange a meeting. As Zhang Chao's figure faded completely from sight, Zheng Jiangnan turned and entered the supply and marketing cooperative to procure the items he required. At the checkout, he encountered Zhang Chao's wife, Li Ruxiang. "Comrade, are you here to shop again?" It was evident that Li Ruxiang recognized Zheng Jiangnan, given his status as a valued customer, and her demeanor was notably warm. "Hello, sister-in-law. I must trouble you to tally the bill." "Sister-in-law?" Li Ruxiang wondered, but gave it little thought, responding with the customary acknowledgement as she picked up the abacus and began calculating with a rhythmic clatter. In a short while, she addressed Zheng Jiangnan, "Comrade, your total is 39 yuan and 50 cents, along with 5 meat tickets and 5 sugar tickets. Did you bring enough tickets today?" Zheng Jiangnan produced the meat and sugar tickets from his pocket, quietly stating, "I just received these from Brother Chao." Li Ruxiang was momentarily taken aback. Had he already referred to Zhang Chao as Brother Chao? No wonder he had called her sister-in-law. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, assuming it was due to their frequent transactions that they had developed such camaraderie. "All right, your items are all packed. Thank you for your patronage," she said with a double entendre. Zheng Jiangnan, not in a hurry to leave, opened the already packaged bag under Li Ruxiang's puzzled gaze and retrieved a can of malt milk, extending it towards her. "Sister-in-law, could you please take this can of malt milk home for my nephew?" He had learned from a casual conversation with Zhang Chao that they had a child in elementary school. Li Ruxiang glanced around and then pointed to herself with her right index finger, timidly asking, "Me?" Zheng Jiangnan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, ask Brother Chao when you return. He will understand." "What does this mean?" Li Ruxiang was bewildered. This unassuming comrade had unexpectedly gifted her family a can of malt milk? One must recognize that this malt milk was not inexpensive. It cost a full 5 yuan. Ignoring Li Ruxiang's astonishment, Zheng Jiangnan busily retied the bag and waved goodbye. Unbeknownst to Zheng Jiangnan, this simple act of kindness regarding the can of malt milk would ultimately lead him to an unexpectedly formidable ally in the future. With the pork and the gift in tow, he made his way to the parking lot, paying 5 cents for the parking fee before cycling off to the location Chen Pingyan had mentioned. Along the way, he inquired of many passers-by before finally locating Chen Pingyan's residence. Before his eyes stood a wooden house, less than 3 meters high, starkly out of place in its surroundings. Leaning against the wall beside a window was a handcart, presumably left there by Secretary Li, indicating that the shop next to the bus station had been secured. Thus, Chen Pingyan no longer needed to push her cart to sell her goods. As the saying goes, one should pay respects upon entering a temple and greet the inhabitants before entering a home. To do otherwise would be impolite. Therefore, Zheng Jiangnan called out from the entrance. "Sister Chen, are you at home?" At the sound of his voice, a woman with tired eyes emerged. It was indeed Chen Pingyan. Upon recognizing Zheng Jiangnan, her expression shifted from surprise to joy, and she reproached him. "Oh, Jiangnan, why aren't you resting properly at the hospital? What brings you to my home?" Zheng Jiangnan chuckled and replied, "Sister, you know I'm not seriously ill. Lying in the hospital was unbearably dull. So I thought I would come by to visit you and also to express my gratitude for your care these past few days." Feigning irritation, Chen Pingyan retorted, "You have it all wrong. You saved me. I should be the one thanking you. How can you turn the tables like this?" Zheng Jiangnan smiled wryly and said, "Sister, let us not dwell on gratitude for now. May I trouble you for a cup of tea? I am quite parched." Now, strictly speaking, it was already summer, and the altitude of Gushao was not as high as that of Hongqi Commune, resulting in a notably warmer climate. Though he had a bicycle to ride from the hospital to the supply and marketing cooperative, and then here, Zheng Jiangnan was utterly thirsty. Realizing she had left her guest standing at the door, Chen Pingyan quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear, please come in. I don't know what has gotten into my head lately." As she ushered him inside, she added, "You really must take care of yourself. If your health fails, that would be quite troublesome." As they spoke, Zheng Jiangnan handed her a gift. Upon receiving it, Chen Pingyan was taken aback to find it filled with meat, sweets, and even malted milk powder. "Brother Jiangnan, this is far too generous. You must take it back," she protested. Zheng Jiangnan gently interrupted, "Sister, please don't be so formal. I brought these gifts with no intention of taking them back. Now, could you kindly fetch me some tea?" Noticing the sweat on his brow, Chen Pingyan immediately sensed his genuine thirst and said, "Please have a seat. I'll prepare the tea right away." Zheng Jiangnan took the opportunity to observe her humble abode. The wooden house was modest, resembling his own small earthen dwelling. 3 rooms were aligned in a row, 2 bedrooms on either side, and a larger central room, divided by wooden boards into a living area and a kitchen. On the left wall of the living room hung a portrait of the great leader, Chairman Mao, while the central wall featured a Buddhist altar dedicated to Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of compassion. In the living room, aside from an 8 immortals table and a few bamboo stools, there was little in the way of furniture, yet both the floor and walls were impeccably clean, indicating that Chen Pingyan was a diligent woman. "Forgive me for the humble state of my home, Brother Jiangnan," she continued. "Years ago, my husband suffered from lung disease, leaving us in considerable debt. So we Haven Tea had the means to acquire more furniture." Chen Pingyan presented tea to Zheng Jiangnan, feeling a touch of embarrassment. As her savior visited the elderly with precious gifts, she couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority at the poverty of her own home. "Sister, you needn't say such things. The fact that you have incurred debts for your elder's medical treatment speaks volumes about your filial piety," Zheng Jiangnan reassured her. With a sigh, Chen Pingyan moved toward the adjacent room, announcing the arrival of guests. However, there was no response. Zheng Jiangnan hastily set down his teacup and followed her inside. Upon entering the modest dwelling, he beheld an elderly woman, approximately in her 70s, with a head full of silver hair, clad in tattered garments, sitting vacantly on the edge of the bed, her gaze distant. On the bed lay a small boy, roughly the same age as Zheng Xiaojun, peacefully asleep, his tiny soul unaware of what he had lost. The elderly woman gently caressed a yellowed photograph with her left hand, while her right hand rested tightly against her chest. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Jiangnan discerned that the image was a black-and-white portrait of a middle-aged man in military attire, standing tall with a resolute expression directed ahead, radiating an aura of righteousness. It was evident that the individual captured in the photograph was none other than the martyr, Lin Youwei. "Grandma, I have come to see you," Zheng Jiangnan softly called out. Yet, his voice failed to rouse the elderly woman's reverie. She seemed lost in memories of her son's childhood. Noticing her silence, Qin Pingyan wiped her tears and stepped forward, reiterating, "Mother, we have guests." Only then did the elderly woman turn her gaze toward them, revealing two streams of murky tears at the corners of her eyes. "Yana, who is this?" the elderly woman inquired of Qin Pingyan. "Mother, this is the comrade I told you about, the one who saved me at the bus station, Zheng Jiangnan." Although Qin Pingyan had previously addressed him as Brother Jiangnan, she opted for the more formal term comrade while introducing him to her mother-in-law, adding an air of solemnity to the moment. Chapter 69. The hefty 10 yuan. The elderly woman quickly wiped away her tears, her voice trembling with gratitude as she addressed Zheng Jiangnan. "So you are the kind-hearted young man. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Benefactor, I am unable to stand. Please forgive me." She continued, "I am genuinely grateful to you. Without your assistance, our family would have been at a loss. Grandma, you flatter me. I cannot accept the title of benefactor. Simply call me Jiangnan. Moreover, this was merely a small act of kindness. Please do not dwell on it." As he gazed upon the elderly woman's face, Zheng Jiangnan felt a bittersweet ache in his heart. She turned back, groping for the pillow on the bed, and after a moment, retrieved a small fabric pouch sewn from various scraps. With trembling hands, she untied the pouch, revealing a white plastic bag secured with an elastic band. She then loosened the band, unveiling an object wrapped in newspaper. Zheng Jiangnan and Qin Pingyan exchanged puzzled glances, and just as Qin Pingyan was about to ask for clarification, the elderly woman began to unwrap the newspaper. Within the confines of a newspaper lay a somewhat worn 10 yuan bill, a symbol of unity. This was all the elderly lady possessed. She handed the bill to Qin Pingyan, her daughter-in-law, saying, "Our benefactor has come to visit. We must treat them well. I am aware that you are out of money, so please take this and purchase a chicken from the cooperative for our guest." Zheng Jiangnan vehemently protested, insisting that he had pressing matters to attend to and could not stay for a meal. However, the elderly lady earnestly implored him to remain, for it would bring her solace. Otherwise, her heart would remain burdened. Faced with such heartfelt insistence, Zheng Jiangnan found himself unable to refuse and nodded in agreement. Qin Pingyan was swift in her actions. When mealtime arrived, a large pot of chicken stew with shiitake mushrooms was ready, its aroma wafting through the air. Accompanying it were braised pork and several delectable side dishes, making for an undeniably sumptuous dinner, and the hosts were exceedingly gracious. Yet, Zheng Jiangnan found it difficult to swallow. Throughout the afternoon, he had engaged in lengthy conversations with the elderly lady and learned much about the circumstances of Qin Pingyan's family. Bitterness, sympathy, and discomfort swirled within him, creating a heavy sense of oppression. The villagers of Heading 2 could be considered impoverished, yet compared to Qin Pingyan's household, their situation seemed almost enviable. From his discussions with the elderly lady, he discovered that during the earlier years, when martyr Lin Youwei's father was alive, he was frequently ill. To afford his medical care, the family sold what little they had and borrowed extensively. Consequently, they now possessed scarcely any decent furniture. Lin Youwei had an older brother who suffered from polio, rendering him incapable of self-care, and the family was solely responsible for his upkeep. In recent years, during times of food scarcity, they often endured hunger, making it a frequent occurrence to go without meals. Yet, despite the intermittent starvation, they managed to scrape by. However, the Liang family's plight was particularly dire. Lin Youwei's older brother, though afflicted, was cognizant of their meager circumstances and felt like a burden as the family struggled to save food for him. One frigid winter day, unnoticed by others, he took a stool to use as a crutch and limped towards the river. The son, despite his limitations, was still the apple of his parents' eyes. Upon learning the tragic news, Liang's father was struck with grief and passed away on the spot. Liang's mother, in a fit of anguish, plunged into the icy river, desperately seeking her son's body, unable to bear the thought of her child drifting away. As a result, she suffered severe frostbite, which rendered her unable to stand ever again. Had the tragedy concluded there, the elderly lady would still have her son, Lin Youwei. Alas, fate often targets the most vulnerable. and misfortune cruelly toys with the lives of the afflicted. Comrade Liang Liuqi has become a martyr. Some individuals live lives sweeter than sugar, while others endure bitterness akin to that of bitter herbs. The reason the elderly woman decided to hand over her soul, 10 yuan, to Chen Pingyan for purchasing a chicken to entertain Zheng Jiangnan is due to her daughter-in-law's remarkable resilience. During Liang Liuqi's lifetime, the monthly military allowance he sent home was often used by Chen Pingyan to repay her father's medical debts. Despite selling steamed buns, any spare 5 yuan she managed to accumulate was meticulously reserved for settling debts. Thus, the elderly woman was acutely aware that Chen Pingyan could hardly possess any money. A few days prior, after Liang Liuqi's sacrifice, the army entrusted a compensation of 500 yuan to the family. Yet Chen Pingyan selflessly allocated every single cent to clear the debts of the Liang family. Zheng Jiangnan was profoundly impressed by Chen Pingyan's unwavering integrity. The elderly woman lamented that while one could endure poverty, losing her husband and 2 sons within a mere few years felt like the collapse of her world. She even believed it was her ill fate that led to the demise of her husband and children. Had it not been for the grandson Liang Liuqi left her, offering a glimmer of hope, she would have long desired to depart from this world of suffering. Zheng Jiangnan urged her vehemently against such thoughts. Although her legs were weak and unable to support her, she could still assist in caring for her grandson, thereby alleviating some burdens from Chen Pingyan. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman sighed deeply. She felt a mixture of gratitude and sorrow for Chen Pingyan's steadfastness in supporting their family, recognizing that without her, their household would undoubtedly have crumbled. Thus, she sincerely regarded Zheng Jiangnan as a benefactor to the Liang family. For the thought of what might occur if Chen Pingyan were to encounter misfortune herself left her in despair regarding how she, an ailing old woman, could possibly care for her grandson. After absorbing all this, Zheng Jiangnan found himself in tears. Previously, he had pondered whether Su Tianliang had been too harsh on the young ruffians. But now he felt that Su Tianliang had not been harsh enough and should eliminate all such delinquents. Before departing, Zheng Jiangnan discreetly placed the remaining 490 yuan from the sale of the turtle, along with the 10 yuan reward from the Gudian County government, under the elderly woman's pillow. He hoped that this 500 yuan would alleviate some of the difficulties faced by Chen Pingyan's family, enabling both her and the elderly woman to live with a little less hardship. Upon returning to the hospital after visiting Chen Pingyan, Zheng Jiangnan experienced his first sleepless night since his rebirth. That night, he tossed and turned, consumed by myriad thoughts. Early the next morning, just as he was beginning to feel drowsy, Chen Pingyan arrived. This time, she did not carry the child, perhaps because it was too early and the little one was still asleep. In her hand, she clutched the 500 yuan and extended it toward Zheng Jiangnan. Jiangnan, my dear brother, I truly appreciate your goodwill, yet we have already incurred too much debt to you. This money is something I cannot accept under any circumstances. Zheng Jiangnan, with great difficulty, opened his eyes. If you do not mind, I shall refer to you as sister from now on. What are you saying? I fear you may find it burdensome. Very well, sister, let us refrain from such formalities. Although the government has provided you with a storefront, allowing you to sell buns with less hardship, I firmly believe that your strength will lead to better days ahead. Nonetheless, you are still in dire need of financial support. Consider this. My nephew is still quite young. Does he not require nutritious food? He has just begun attending kindergarten. Will he not need funds? The elderly matriarch's mobility is limited. Does she not require medication? With the absence of Brother Liu, the entire Liang family relies solely on you. In what aspect do you not need money? Tears welled in Chen Pingyan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks like unrestrained jewels. Jiangnan, I understand that your words are all true, but I simply cannot accept this money, sister, no matter the circumstances. Realizing she had said so much, Chen Pingyan still refused, prompting Zheng Jiangnan to feign anger, his expression darkening. Sister, do you think I am unworthy of being your brother? Chen Pingyan shook her head vehemently, saying, No, it is not that. I would be overjoyed if you did not find it burdensome to call me sister. However, this money, I truly cannot accept. Zheng Jiangnan nodded in understanding, saying, Since you acknowledge me as your brother, I am now your son's uncle. It is only natural for an uncle to provide some financial support to ensure his nephew receives a good education, is it not? However, Chen Pingyan found herself at a loss for words. Zheng Jiangnan realized that unless he devised a plan, this strong and proud woman would certainly refuse the money. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Let us do it this way, sister. Consider this money a loan. When my nephew eventually enters college and secures a job, he can repay me. How does that sound?" Chen Pingyan remained silent for a long while, tears streaming down her face as she wrestled with her thoughts. Suddenly, she fell to her knees with a thud. "Oh dear, sister, what are you doing? You are not going to shorten my life, are you?" Zheng Jiangnan was alarmed and quickly pulled Chen Pingyan back up. "Jiangnan, I am truly grateful to you. I shall regard you as my brother for a lifetime." Chen Pingyan sobbed. Fearing that he too might succumb to tears, Zheng Jiangnan feigned impatience and waved his hand. All right, sister, hurry and sell your buns. I am quite tired and need some rest." Chen Pingyan wiped her tears, saying, "Very well, you rest well. I shall come by at noon to bring you lunch. There is still plenty of chicken soup left from yesterday." No, really, it is unnecessary. The hospital has a cafeteria, and you know that. Didn't Director Su mention that all my expenses here are covered by the government? Save the chicken soup for home, for the elderly matriarch and the child. Let them nourish their bodies." Chen Pingyan did not respond, reminding Zheng Jiangnan to rest well before departing. 3 days swiftly passed, and the bruises on Zheng Jiangnan's face had finally faded. Thus, he applied for his discharge from the hospital. One was feeling restless, while the other was worried about his heavily pregnant wife. He had been away for so many days. Lin Youwei must be quite anxious. Had it not been for his previously battered appearance upon returning, which would undoubtedly cause Lin Youwei concern, Zheng Jiangnan would have longed to return home. The days spent away from Lin Youwei felt like an eternity to him. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Zheng Jiangnan was indeed in good health and proceeded to arrange for the nursing staff to facilitate his discharge. Furthermore, it was assured that all expenses would be covered by the government. Zheng Jiangnan expressed his gratitude and returned to his hospital room to gather his belongings. In truth, he possessed little, merely 2 newly purchased outfits and a few small gifts he had acquired for Lin Youwei during his leisurely outings. As Zheng Jiangnan was tidying up, Chen Pingyan arrived, carrying a thermos filled with a nourishing dish of tianma and pig brain soup. "Sister, I told you I truly do not need this. Why have you brought me soup again?" Zheng Jiangnan remarked with a wry smile. Despite his earlier request for Chen Pingyan to refrain from sending chicken soup, she had insisted on delivering it. Moreover, she had continued to provide various restorative soups over the past few days. "Are you being discharged?" Chen Pingyan inquired. Zheng Jiangnan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I've been away for far too long. If I do not return soon, my sister-in-law will surely be worried sick." Feeling a bit guilty, Chen Pingyan responded, "It's my fault for causing you trouble. When my sister-in-law gives birth, I will definitely visit her." During her daily visits, Chen Pingyan had come to understand the general circumstances of Zheng Jiangnan's family. "All right, once Youwei has completed her confinement, I will take her to Guxia for a visit. We will come to see you, dear sister," Zheng Jiangnan stated. "It's a promise. Provided my sister-in-law doesn't mind, you must stay at our home." After bidding farewell to Chen Pingyan, Zheng Jiangnan set forth on his journey home. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence from his wife, he rode with remarkable speed, as if the chain of his bicycle might catch fire. Yet, he felt no fatigue. In fact, the wind on his return journey felt sweet. At the Hongqi commune, within the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Chen Wenwu sat at the counter, quietly listening as Zheng Jiangnan animatedly recounted the events of his trip to Guxia. Once Zheng Jiangnan finished his narrative, Chen Wenwu rose, joyfully clapping him on the shoulder, and said, "Jiangnan, you have not disappointed me. You are truly remarkable." Zheng Jiangnan exhaled a mouthful of tea leaves. "I thought you were going to tell me to run away if I encountered danger again." Adjusting his glasses, Chen Wenwu replied, "I was just about to mention that. Next time you find yourself in peril, you should opt to call the police first, rather than placing yourself in jeopardy." Zheng Jiangnan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Wenwu, do you believe that if it were not for the pressure from the military, Chen Pingyan would have received such favorable treatment?" Chen Wenwu pondered this for a while, ultimately letting out a deep sigh and shaking his head. Though he was principled, he was not naive. Without the intervention of the military, local officials might not have even been aware of the situation. Even if Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Pingyan had been killed on the spot by those thugs, it was uncertain whether justice would have prevailed. As long as the thugs escaped and their protectors smoothed things over with the police, it could easily have been dismissed as a mere accident. "Brother Chen, have you ever contemplated seriously pursuing a career in public service, eradicating the malignant elements that plague our society?" inquired Zheng Jiangnan. In Chapter 71, Chen Wenwu, feeling overwhelmed by Zheng Jiangnan's words, took a sip of tea and self-deprecatingly remarked, "How I wish I could. Yet, alas, a person of my ilk finds himself relegated to counting beans in a supply and marketing cooperative." The assignment to this cooperative filled Chen Wenwu with a profound sense of discontent. From a young age, the education he received and the books he studied instilled in him the values of acquiring skills to serve the people. After entering the workforce, he endeavored to uphold these ideals. He had once vowed to establish a heartfelt connection with the world, to uphold the destinies of the populace, to continue the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for lasting peace. Unfortunately, the harsh realities of the bureaucratic world dealt him a severe blow, revealing the stark contrast between aspiration and reality. While some leaders recognized his talents and hinted at opportunities for advancement, he found it impossible to align himself with the prevailing norms. Ultimately, he faced a fate of being assigned to a remote outpost. Forget about serving the people. Had he not held the title of university graduate, he might have lost even his position as a clerk at the cooperative. Chen Wenwu was, in essence, akin to a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to safeguard his own existence. Zheng Jiangnan believed that Chen Wenwu had fallen into a trap of rigid thinking. The world is rarely painted in black and white. Just because one is not a paragon of virtue does not mean they are irredeemably wicked. The same holds true in the realm of governance, where many judgments are based on actions rather than intentions, and no one is flawless. Zheng Jiangnan felt it was essential to enlighten Chen Wenwu. He gently articulated, "No endeavor is achieved overnight. A momentary setback does not signify perpetual failure. You must have faith that, whether in politics or any other field, there are individuals who share your aspirations. When our power is insufficient, yearning to alter established rules is but a folly. I understand your reluctance to associate with those of questionable integrity. But can it truly be said that in the entire political arena, you stand alone as the virtuous one? Remember the words of a great leader. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades must continue to strive. One cannot succumb to despair or wallow in self-pity at the first sign of adversity. As long as you retain your original intentions, one day, you shall witness the dawn." Chen Wenwu, taken aback by Zheng Jiangnan's eloquence, found himself utterly speechless. When had Zheng Jiangnan attained such profundity? Before Chen Wenwu could respond, Zheng Jiangnan continued, "Zhou Dunyi, one of the 5 masters of the northern Song dynasty, once uttered a timeless adage: lotus blooms unsullied from the mud, and emerges from clear waters without charm. Yet, have you considered that the noble and pure lotus must take root in the murky yet fertile mud to draw the nutrients necessary for its blossoming? The same principle applies in the political sphere. Many individuals and circumstances are not merely black or white. You cannot presume to be the sole enlightened one amidst a sea of inebriated souls, believing that everyone else is devoid of virtue." Zheng Jiangnan's impassioned words left Chen Wenwu in profound contemplation. Indeed, had his relegation to this corner of obscurity truly been solely the result of the leader's exclusion? Did he bear no responsibility for his current predicament? Observing Chen Wenwu deep in thought, Zheng Jiangnan refrained from interrupting him, recognizing that some realizations must come from within. Zheng Jiangnan picked up a pen and a list from the glass cabinet, muttering softly to himself as he jotted down the items he needed. The lard at home was surely running low. He needed to purchase some high-quality pork fat to render. Perhaps 10 pounds would suffice. He intended to prepare dumplings for Youwei to satisfy her cravings, so he should also buy 10 pounds of wheat flour. Speaking of dumplings, how could he forget the beef? 5 pounds should do. Youwei had a penchant for sour flavors, so he planned to get 2 pounds of preserved plums. No, wait. His little brother, that glutton, would certainly beg Youwei for some, so 3 pounds it would be. He also decided to buy 2 pounds of white rabbit candy to enjoy. Additionally, he needed a bottle of soy sauce and a jar of bean paste. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Jiangnan had compiled a comprehensive list of everything he could think of that was needed at home, a veritable cornucopia of items. Noticing Chen Wenwu lost in thought beside him, Zheng Jiangnan chose not to interrupt his contemplation. It was akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. If Chen Wenwu could come to an understanding, his future would undoubtedly be bright. The Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative had 3 clerks, but today, one of the sisters was on leave. When Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu were chatting, only Su Yaowan was busy attending to customers. Fortunately, there weren't many patrons, so it wasn't too hectic. "Sister-in-law, are you busy? If not, Could you help me with these items? Su Yaoan blushed slightly, casting an embarrassed glance at Zheng Jiangnan. Don't say that. We aren't married yet. So why call me sister-in-law? Though her words carried a hint of reproach, there was no real blame in her tone, and they sounded sweet to Zheng Jiangnan's ears. All right. Sister-in-law, please help me. I'm eager to get home, he replied. At the entrance of their modest home in Hepingta village, Zheng Jiangnan, carrying a heavy load of goods, joyfully called out, Wife, I'm back. The sheer volume of items was cumbersome to carry, so he borrowed a shoulder pole and a basket from Chen Wenwu. Inside the house, Lin Youwei, who was chatting with Zheng Jiangxi, immediately rushed out upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's voice. Seeing her long-awaited husband before her, tears sprang to her eyes before she could even let him finish speaking. Without regard for Zheng Jiangxi, who had followed her outside, she threw herself into Zheng Jiangnan's arms. He quickly set down his burden and embraced Lin Youwei, gently kissing her forehead. Be careful, my little darling. Can you guess what delicious treats I've brought you? He said, his words eliciting a playful grimace from Zheng Jiangxi. She found her second brother's sentimentality utterly nauseating, causing her to shudder in distaste. Lin Youwei, feeling a bit shy, reluctantly stepped out of Zheng Jiangnan's warm embrace. The three of them returned indoors, where Zheng Jiangnan filled a basin with water to wash his face. Jiangxi, be a little more nimble and pour your brother a cup of tea. I'm parched, he instructed. Okay. Zheng Jiangxi obediently went to pour the tea. Brother, I heard you went to the provincial capital. Why did you stay away for so long without any news? I was worried sick, Lin Youwei inquired. To avoid revealing too much, Zheng Jiangnan had to fabricate an elaborate tale, explaining that the provincial capital was vast, necessitating several days of travel to connect with various restaurants in hopes of selling more snakes. Is there anyone looking for work over in the provincial capital? Zheng Jiangxi inquired. Having caught wind of the elder brother's recent exploits in snake catching that could yield a profit. Of course. Who do you think I am? If I take the initiative, capturing them will be as easy as pie, Zheng Jiangnan boasted to his younger sister. Lin Youwei, without a hint of doubt, advised him to keep his travels brief, expressing concern for his well-being. Hanging a towel on the rack, Zheng Jiangnan replied softly, Indeed, I shall go nowhere else but stay by my beloved wife's side every day. Ugh, that's utterly nauseating. I'm leaving, Zheng Jiangxi retorted, shivering at her brother's display of affection. After sipping a cup of tea, Zheng Jiangnan felt unsatisfied. Observing Zheng Jiangxi's intent to leave, he casually remarked, We're having dumplings today. Are you sure you want to go? Chapter 72. The younger sister's desire for education, the mere mention of dumplings seemed to possess an enchanting allure, halting Zheng Jiangxi in her tracks, prompting her to perform a graceful turn and return to her brother's side. Brother, are you still thirsty? Shall I pour you another cup of tea? A touch thirsty, but not excessively so. It's just that someone called me nauseating, and it has left me rather unsettled, Zheng Jiangnan feigned, clutching his chest dramatically. Who dares to say my brother is nauseating? I shall deal with them, Zheng Jiangxi exclaimed. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head and sighed. I don't know. Some little pup said it. I'm not sure which one. In any case, it has left me feeling quite off, and I can't even enjoy the dumplings. Bark, bark, bark. Brother, do I resemble that little pup? Zheng Jiangxi said playfully. Zheng Jiangnan was at a loss for words, having not realized how fierce his younger sister had become. This is a battle I cannot win. Lin Youwei, watching the exchange, laughed until tears streamed down her face. Oh, Jiangnan, do not tease your younger sister so. She has been quite good while you've been away. It was she and the sister-in-law who kept me company. That's good to hear. By the way, where is the sister-in-law? Zheng Jiangnan asked. She has gone to visit our parents. Today, Teacher Dagong came to our home to report that Jiang Bei has been skipping school to catch loaches. Our father was furious and gave him a good thrashing. The sister-in-law is there now, trying to calm him down, Lin Youwei explained, a hint of exasperation in her tone. The teacher Dagong, as Lin Youwei referred to him, was an old, educated youth who had settled in the village after marrying a local girl. Being an intellectual, the village committee had appointed him as the sole teacher and principal of the village's primary school, educating the children of appropriate age. Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Bei dared to skip class? He certainly deserved that punishment. Lin Youwei gave him a disapproving look. You were no different. I heard from mother that when you were in school, you even hid your books beneath the chamber pot. To be honest, your family seems to lack the fortune of a scholarly inclination. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled, acknowledging her point. Lin Youwei was not wrong. Most children in the village, especially from his grandfather's lineage, had little interest in education. After all, studying meant confinement, whereas catching birds on the mountains or fishing in the rivers was far more exhilarating. Zheng Jiangnan, overhearing this, lowered her head in disappointment, her earlier vivacity fading away. Noticing her distress, Lin Youwei suddenly realized her misstep and sought Zheng Jiangnan's help with a silent glance. Lin Youwei's assertion that the Zheng family lacks an appreciation for education is not entirely unfounded, yet it does not apply to Zheng Jiangnan. Her decision to leave school stemmed from financial hardship, not a reluctance to learn. Zheng Jiangnan possesses remarkable academic talent and has consistently demonstrated diligence, achieving commendable results throughout her schooling. Regrettably, after graduating from junior high last year, she discontinued her education. The primary reason was the limitations of Hongqi Commune, which only offers junior high, leaving her with no option but to gain admission to a high school in the county to continue her studies. Given Zheng Jiangxin's outstanding academic performance, gaining entry into the high school in Hezhen County would undoubtedly pose no significant challenge. However, attending high school in the county entails considerable expenses for tuition, lodging, and transportation. Under the circumstances of the Zheng family, such financial burdens were insurmountable, leading Zheng Jiangnan to ultimately forego her opportunity for further education. Lin Youwei, who shares a close bond with her sister-in-law, is acutely aware of her regrets. Earlier, her intention was to address Zheng Jiangnan's brothers, but in a moment of impulsivity, she inadvertently stirred Zheng Jiangxin's emotions. Upon noticing his wife's pleading gaze, Zheng Jiangnan swiftly understood. He assisted Lin Youwei in taking a seat and brought over another chair, instructing his younger sister to sit down as he posed a few questions. Zheng Jiangxin complied. Sitting quietly, "Do you wish to pursue your studies?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired. He understood that his sister likely harbored a desire to continue her education, yet he felt it essential to gauge her genuine feelings. As her brother, he could not make decisions on her behalf. Communication and respect are paramount. Zheng Jiangxin fervently nodded her head, but a fleeting thought darkened her expression, leading her to shake her head and murmur that she did not want to. Zheng Jiangnan insisted. "Be honest." After a lengthy pause, Zheng Jiangxin finally nodded solemnly, acknowledging her wish, yet lamented that the opportunity had slipped away. She sighed, recognizing that their family circumstances had changed since last year. Since Zheng Jiangnan had matured, the family had gradually progressed in a positive direction. Both he and the eldest brother were now financially stable, and from an economic standpoint, they might be able to support her educational expenses. However, the issue of school enrollment remained a significant hurdle. Most high schools only admit current junior high graduates, and having missed the enrollment window, her chances of acceptance were slim. In this era, junior high graduates are considered quite educated, and those who complete high school often receive job placements arranged by the government. Thus, high school enrollment is exceedingly precious. Despite her commendable grades, it seemed unlikely that any high school would accept her now. Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "It's wonderful that you wish to study. The holidays are approaching, so let us not dwell on it. In the meantime, focus on reviewing your previous coursework. And come September, I will ensure you enroll in high school." "Really? Please don't deceive me, brother," Zheng Jiangxin exclaimed with excitement. Attending high school and subsequently entering university was her dream. Zheng Jiangnan sighed softly. He reflected that his sister's decision to leave school was partly influenced by his own past choices. In his previous life, his gambling tendencies had drained their parents' meager earnings, leaving little for anything beyond basic sustenance. The family's financial situation was indeed dire. After supporting Zheng Jiangxin through middle school, they could no longer afford to send her to high school. However, the blame cannot solely be placed on Zheng Jiangnan. Even if Zheng Jiangnan had refrained from gambling, the Zheng family still could not manage the expenses of sending her to the county high school. After all, it was not merely a matter of tuition fees. In the entire Heping-tu village, aside from the village head Chen Damon's household, no other family could confidently claim to have the means to support their children through high school, except for Chen Wenwu, who was exceptionally talented. And considering that Chen's parents were educated youth, their economic situation was far superior to that of ordinary villagers. What many did not realize was that Zheng Jiangnan would not have felt as distraught over Zheng Jiangxi's dropout if it were merely about her education. The true source of her heartache lay in the fact that, in her previous life, after her third sister dropped out, she spent only a few years at home before hastily marrying off to alleviate the family's financial burdens at a tender age. At 19, she married Huang Xindong, the son of the village head Huang Jianli. The mere mention of Huang Xindong filled Zheng Jiangnan with resentment, a hatred that rivaled her feelings towards the Chen brothers. Chapter 73. Making dumplings. After Zheng Jiangxi wed Huang Xindong, she bore 2 daughters in succession. Due to the stringent enforcement of family planning policies at the time, various propaganda campaigns proliferated, such as having one is good, the state will take care of you, fewer births for a happier life, and fewer children, more trees. For the sake of avoiding censorship, I shall refrain from mentioning more extreme slogans. Those who understand, understand. Alas, after the birth of her second daughter, Zheng Jiangxi was forcibly taken by the Hongqi Commune's planning office for sterilization, depriving her of the ability to bear more children. In rural society, the inability to have more children after already having 2 daughters was akin to a catastrophe. Initially, her in-laws, who treated her relatively well, began to exhibit disdain, frequently finding fault and subtly criticizing her. They attempted to vent all their dissatisfaction and frustration onto Zheng Jiangxi. Huang Xindong was even worse, often resorting to physical and verbal abuse, blaming her for not producing a son, accusing her of bringing shame to their family. His insults escalated to disparaging remarks about her entire maternal family, claiming they lacked good fortune, and that her family was either pushing their wives to suicide or riddled with disabilities and poverty. Had she not been sold to Huang Xindong, Zheng Jiangxi might have perished from hunger in Pingtu village. Yet, she repaid kindness with malice, causing the Huang family to suffer a lineage break. Zheng Jiangxi, already burdened by a series of issues from her maternal side, felt deeply insecure. Huang Xindong's frequent provocations, combined with her mother-in-law's relentless meddling, left her emotionally drained. Accumulating resentment led her to develop depression. She longed to return to her maternal home, yet found no support there. She wished for a peaceful life, but the Huang family made that impossible. In her 40s, she could no longer endure the torment and ultimately consumed a substantial portion of pesticide, departing from this world. Although in her previous life Zheng Jiangxi succumbed to suicide, it was inextricably linked to the Huang family, and one could assert that they were the architects of her despair. In contemporary terms, Huang Xindong's actions could be classified as psychological manipulation. Unable to father a son, he sought to torment Zheng Jiangxi. As these long-buried memories resurfaced, a fierce anger ignited within Zheng Jiangnan's heart. In her previous life, her immaturity had led to profound suffering for her family. This time around, Zheng Jiangnan was resolute in preventing her younger sister from repeating the same tragic fate. Once she dealt with the Chen brothers, she vowed to ensure that the Huang family would not know peace. Very well, focus on your studies. I assure you, I will not deceive you. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to consult your second sister-in-law. She is a university graduate and more than capable of assisting you. Zheng Jiangnan was not merely embellishing his wife's credentials. Lin Youwei was indeed a bona fide university graduate. Unlike Chen Wenwu, who had connections that facilitated his university admission, Lin Youwei was among the first cohort to take the reinstated college entrance examination in 1977. This was a verifiable achievement. Of course, it did not imply that Lin Youwei's academic performance surpassed that of Chen Wenwu. In that unique era, many factors could not be succinctly articulated. Nevertheless, in this day and age, university students were truly regarded as the elite. Their presence was exceptional, a rarity in any setting. Only Lin Youwei, in her naivety, could be so devoted as to marry Zheng Jiangnan, a man of humble origins, due to a debt of gratitude. Zheng Jiangxi's eyes instantly brightened with hope as she turned to Lin Youwei and asked, "Sister-in-law, is it really possible?" Lin Youwei affectionately pinched Zheng Jiangxi's nose, replying, "Of course, I have not forgotten my knowledge. That's wonderful. After I finish gathering pig fodder, I will come over to review my studies. You mustn't find me bothersome." Zheng Jiangxi was lost in delightful anticipation. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, saying, "I will speak to our parents shortly. We shall choose an auspicious day to slaughter the pig. Our family will no longer keep pigs, and you must concentrate on your studies." "Oh, surely our parents would never agree to that. Besides, without the pig, we would have no income at all during the new year," Zheng Jiangxi protested. Lin Youwei chuckled, understanding Zheng Jiangnan's intentions. Though it seemed trivial to raise a single pig, Zheng Jiangxi expended considerable effort daily, gathering fodder and foraging. When would she find time to study? Moreover, at the end of the year, a pig would fetch a mere 100 or so yuan. Lin Youwei was confident that this minor loss would be inconsequential for the now sensible Zheng Jiangnan. "Very well, it is settled then. I will communicate with our parents. Younger sister, You go ahead and tell father to pause his work for now. Everyone should come over to help prepare dumplings. Tonight we shall feast on beef and scallion dumplings. As Zheng Jiangnan washed his hands, he spoke to Zheng Jiangxi, then dried his hands and took out a bag of flour, pouring half into a basin to prepare the dough for the dumpling wrappers. Zheng Jiangxi felt her mouth watering. Beef dumplings were a rare treat, given that they seldom even encountered pork. Ultimately, she was still a child of only 167 months. After exclaiming her delight, she dashed away with the exuberance of youth, shedding her usual tranquility. Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Lin Youwei inquired of Jiangnan, "Do you possess any means to persuade Sanmei to attend high school? If you make a promise now and fail to fulfill it, would that not leave her even more despondent?" Just moments ago, Zheng Jiangxi had been present, and though Lin Youwei felt perplexed, she could not bring herself to dampen her spirits. "I am not in the business of selling snakes. The proprietor who purchases from me is named Li Youwei, a man of considerable prowess in Guxia. During a previous dinner invitation, he mentioned that he shares a close rapport with the director of the Education Bureau. I believe if we trouble him, it should not pose a significant issue." Zheng Jiangnan pondered. Should Li Youwei prove ineffective, he would seek out Su Tianliang. Surely, given their prior encounter, he would owe him a favor. "You wish to send Sanmei to Guxia for her education?" Lin Youwei asked in astonishment. Zheng Jiangnan nodded affirmatively. "There should be no legal stipulation preventing her from studying in Guxia County, even if we reside in Zheng County, correct?" Lin Youwei paused, taken aback. "Is that truly possible?" She then shook her head. "While the law does not explicitly prohibit it, the inter-county transition may present greater challenges. Regardless of the difficulties, we must give it a try." "Did you not see the longing in Sanmei's eyes? As her elder brother, it is simply unbearable for me." Lin Youwei nodded in agreement, extending her graceful neck to observe Zheng Jiangnan. "You must commit wholeheartedly to this endeavor regarding Sanmei. Do you require my assistance with the dough?" "Not at all. Simply lend your support from the sidelines," he replied playfully. With that, Zheng Jiangnan scooped a ladle of water, realizing it was slightly too cool for kneading, and added a touch of warm water, bringing the temperature to a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. Utilizing this warm water to knead the dough, he added a spoonful of salt to enhance the dough's elasticity, ensuring that the dumplings would not burst during boiling. As he poured the water and stirred, he continued until the flour transformed into a shaggy mass, then kneaded it by hand. In no time, the shaggy mixture became a smooth dough. Chapter 74. The whole family joins in. Zheng Jiangnan persisted in kneading the dough with vigor, aiming for an exceptionally smooth texture. Once the dough was well kneaded, he refrained from rolling it out immediately, placing it in a wooden bowl, covering it with a clean, damp cloth, allowing it to rest for a while. The purpose of this resting period was not to allow the dough to rise, but to relax it, thereby ensuring that the dumpling skins would possess greater elasticity. At that moment, Zheng Jiangwo, Zhang Gulan, his sister-in-law Wu Xiangmei, Zheng Jiangxi, and the tearful Zheng Jiangbei all arrived. Wu Xiangmei cradled the small Zheng Xiaojun in her arms. The small abode of Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei felt instantly filled to the brim. "Father, mother, you have come. Please, take a seat," Lin Youwei exclaimed, promptly retrieving a bamboo stool to offer. Zhang Gulan hurried into the room, accepting the stool while expressing both concern and reproach. "Youwei, do not fuss. We are not guests. There is no need for such formality." Lin Youwei smiled without speaking. The bamboo stool was quite light, yet her mother-in-law felt pity for her, so she certainly couldn't voice any complaints. Observing Zheng Jiangnan bustling about in the kitchen, Zhang Gulan inquired, "By the way, Jiangnan, what occasion is it today that you decided to make dumplings?" Zheng Jiangnan replied, "There's no special day. I just felt like having dumplings." "All right. As long as you're being considerate, and if you have the means to enjoy dumplings every day, that would please your mother even more," Zhang Gulan remarked while cleaning the outdoor 8 Immortals table. "We'll place this packet of dumplings here soon." "Haha, that has settled then, from now on. We'll have dumplings every day," Zheng Jiangnan answered with a smile. Zheng Jiangwo took a puff of his cigarette, watching Zheng Jiangnan chop meat with a kitchen knife. The vivid red marbling didn't he resemble pork very much. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zheng Jiangwo asked, "Is this beef?" "Yes, Dad. I'll go to the field later to pick some scallions, chop them up, and mix them with this beef. Dumplings filled with beef and scallions will be absolutely delicious." Zheng Jiangwo and Zhang Gulan were momentarily taken aback. Using beef for dumplings? They had just heard their daughter mention that Zheng Jiangnan was treating everyone to dumplings. Initially, They assumed it would be a simple affair of buying flour, wrapping some cabbage, and perhaps adding a bit of pork lard, which they thought would be quite extravagant. But now it seemed that Zheng Jiangnan intended to use beef, in such large chunks at that. Zhang Guilin felt as if she had given birth to a spendthrift. She exchanged a glance with Zheng Jiangnan, and before she could voice her concerns, Zheng Jiangnan interjected, "All right, Mom and Dad, please don't wear such perplexed expressions. I assure you, our family will not lack for money in the future. You can eat boldly without restraint." Zhang Guilin still felt that even if they weren't short on money, they shouldn't be so lavish with the beef. She wanted to resist, hoping to curb Zheng Jiangnan's extravagant behavior. "Perhaps we could set aside half the beef to make soup for Youwei?" Lin Youwei sweetly chimed in, "Mom, you needn't worry about me going hungry. Jiangnan has bought me malted milk essence." Zhang Guilin shook her head, saying, "Malted milk essence has its own nutrition, and beef soup has its own benefits. Enough, a child who is capable will buy. If there's food, just enjoy it without fussing." Zheng Jiangnan interrupted Zhang Guilin, admitting, "To be honest, I'm tempted too. Speaking of beef, the last time I had it was back in 1969. After a large water buffalo from the brigade passed away and was slaughtered, each family received about 2 pounds. The flavor and texture were incomparable to pork." Zheng Jiangnan secretly gave his father a thumbs up, appreciating his perspective. The two most unjust situations in the world are when parents endure hardship while their children indulge without merit. Sometimes, if one can live a better life, why should they settle for less? Zheng Jiangnan quickly finished chopping the beef and, calculating the time, realized it was nearly time to roll out the dumpling wrappers. However, since Hu Jian's family rarely made dough-based foods, they typically didn't have a rolling pin at home. Zheng Jiangnan began searching for a substitute. Nearby, Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "What's the big deal?" He then picked up a hatchet and went to the entrance to find a suitable piece of wood, fashioning 2 makeshift rolling pins right there on the spot. It must be said that Zheng Jiangnan possesses a remarkable skill. The small wooden stick he crafted is exquisitely rounded. Although newly made, it boasts minimal splinters, making it perfect for rolling out dumpling wrappers. Zhang Guilin called upon Wu Xiangmei and Zheng Jiangxi to join her, and the 3 of them washed their hands thoroughly, methodically rolling out the dumpling skins, their cooperation seamless. Lin Youwei also wished to lend a hand but was sternly refused by Zhang Guilin, who insisted that she, with her burgeoning belly, should rest nearby. Wu Xiangmei smiled silently, recalling how her own mother-in-law had treated her similarly during her pregnancy. So there was no jealousy on her part. Zheng Jiangnan wielded 2 kitchen knives, vigorously chopping the freshly cut beef with a swift, elegant motion that showcased his exceptional skill. Under Zheng Jiangnan's guidance, Zheng Jiangnan returned to their field, pulling up a considerable amount of scallions to wash. When asked why he didn't simply pull them up from the second brother's plot, the answer was clear: the second brother had been too lazy, resulting in a garden overrun with weeds and sparse seedlings. Zheng Shibei observed as everyone busied themselves, their attention no longer on him, and thus stealthily approached Lin Youwei, who was playfully engaging with Xing Xiaojun. He gently tugged at the hem of Lin Youwei's garment, addressing her as second sister-in-law. "What is it, Jiangbei?" Lin Youwei replied. With a serious expression, Zheng Jiangbei said, "Well, second sister-in-law, don't you think that the last time my second brother bought you those preserved plums, they tasted a bit off?" "Not at all. Preserved plums have that distinct flavor." Lin Youwei shook her head. Zheng Jiangbei's face displayed a hint of urgency. "But I genuinely think they taste wrong. Do you have any left? If so, could you spare me a couple to try? They might be toxic." Lin Youwei, realizing his playful intent, was amused. "You little glutton, if you want to eat, just say so without being so sneaky." Zheng Jiangbei glanced around anxiously, fearing that their father or second brother might suddenly appear. He urged, "Hurry, second sister-in-law, I'm absolutely craving them." The entire family was present except for the eldest brother, who had gone to the mountains. Each person had a distinct role, engaging in conversation while working, reminiscing about hardships with a sense of warmth in the atmosphere. After Zheng Jiangnan had finally chopped the scallions and prepared the beef filling, Zhang Guilin and the others had also completed rolling out the dumpling skins. At this point, everyone gathered around the table to begin wrapping dumplings. 2 bowls brimmed with the seasoned beef and scallions, accompanied by a small dish of water for sealing the dumplings. With so many hands at work, efficiency soared. After just over an hour, the dumplings were nearly all wrapped. "Jiangnan, will we really be able to finish all of this?" Zhang Guilin inquired, glancing at the 5 bamboo trays before her, each holding nearly 100 dumplings, her concern evident. considering the 5 pounds of beef and numerous scallions alone. Not to mention the dumpling skins. Zheng Jiangnan had used nearly 5 pounds of flour. In this weather, if the dumplings were not consumed promptly, they would surely spoil. What would happen then to those pristine white dumpling skins and the vibrant red beef? We will finish them, he reassured her. I've done the math, excluding little June. We have 7 people here. You, father, and the eldest sister-in-law, along with Jiangxi, Jiangbei, Youwei, and myself. Then I will send some over to my grandparents. I cannot forget about my little aunt and her family, right? As long as everyone can eat freely, that should suffice. According to Zheng Jiangnan's calculations, it amounts to just over a pound per person, which is not unreasonable. Many friends from the north mistakenly believe that southerners consume dumplings in small handfuls. This is a significant misconception. A typical adult in the south can easily devour 17 or 18 dumplings in one sitting without any issue. At this moment, everyone is feeling a bit deprived of oil and meat, and this number could certainly be increased. Although it's true that my grandparents and Lin Youwei may not eat that much, let us not forget about Chunzi, Qiuji, and Jiangbei, those 3 young rascals. The saying goes that half-grown boys can devour more than their fathers. What my grandparents and Lin Youwei cannot finish will perfectly fill their void. If we disregard overeating and let them indulge, the situation would be even more remarkable. Zheng Jiangnan chimed in, suggesting, why not just call your grandparents over directly? It would save the trouble of delivering it while it's still warm. Zheng Jiangnan smiled wryly. Father, do you see how small our place is? Can it accommodate so many people? Zheng Jiangnan grinned, realizing he had only considered the excitement and overlooked this issue. The rural south is not comparable to the north. The north is vast and fertile, with flat terrain, and most families have yards. Houses are built grandly within their means. In contrast, in the south, especially in Fujian, flatland is scarce. Any slightly leveled ground is used for growing food, leaving no room for building houses, let alone ones with yards. How ridiculous! In the entirety of Xinjiang County, aside from a few flatter areas, most villages have houses built along the foot of the mountains. Therefore, even in rural areas, the living spaces of ordinary families are generally quite limited. Zheng Jiangnan recalled how some friends from the north had curiously asked him if stepping outside in Fujian meant encountering mountains. He wished to clarify, brothers, you misunderstand. We don't just step out to find mountains. We actually live on the mountains. Father, speaking of this, I have a proposal. Once my elder brother and I earn some money, we could build a large house together or perhaps construct a row of new homes. What do you think? Zheng Jiangnan inquired. Zheng Jiangnan paused, taking a few puffs of his dry tobacco, and responded, how much would that cost? Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. I haven't calculated the specifics, but consider it a dream. With a goal in mind, we can strive for it. Who knows? It might become a reality sooner than we think. The group remained non-committal, neither supporting nor opposing the idea. They refrained from dismissing it because every Fujianese harbors a dream of owning a home. Regardless of where they are, once they earn money, they must return to build a house in the village. The more impressive, the better. However, they did not support it because it indeed requires a considerable amount of money, far beyond their current means. Zhang Guilin interjected, saying, while it would certainly be lively for the family to live together, have you considered the potential issues? Zheng Jiangnan gestured for his mother to continue. Zhang Guilin paused. Your elder brother and the wife you choose, both are certainly exceptional in every aspect thus far. Living together, I have no concerns about the harmonious relationship between the 2 sisters-in-law. However, I wonder if Jiangbei's future wife will be equally amiable. Before Zheng Jiangnan could respond, Zheng Jiangbei shouted, does she dare to speak disrespectfully? I could easily take her down. His expression was quite serious. Yet the dried plum in his mouth rendered his speech somewhat unclear, adding an element of absurdity. Zheng Jiangnan shot him a glare, remarking, I suppose I was too gentle earlier. Are wives meant to be struck? Besides, how old are you to be contemplating marriage? Zheng Jiangbei shrank his head back and pouted, too intimidated to respond. The others, who were preparing to wrap things up, burst into laughter. Lin Youwei quietly inquired of her sister-in-law, Wu Xiangmei, what do you think of Jiangnan's proposal? Wu Xiangmei, firmly pinching the last dumpling, replied with a smile, to speak candidly, I find Jiangnan's idea quite appealing. If our family could truly live together, it would not only be lively, but also more convenient in many respects. Moreover, as our parents age, it would be easier for us to care for them. Lin Youwei nodded in agreement, feeling delighted that her sister-in-law shared her sentiments. The greatest fear is to be joyfully enthusiastic while others are indifferent. Zheng Jiangnan interjected, that is only possible if our family has good fortune, allowing us to marry two such sensible sisters-in-law, just like a Xia's family. Zheng Jiangnan was referring to a fierce woman in the village who lived with her sister-in-law, and the two were constantly embroiled in arguments or brawls, often over trivial matters. Wu Xiangmei playfully smeared some flour from her hand on Zheng Jiangxin's face, saying, "Let us not sweet-talk just yet. You need to deliver these dumplings to Grandpa and Grandma." Zheng Jiangnan counted out 180 dumplings, placing them on a bamboo tray to hand over to Zheng Jiangxin. Instead of cooking them beforehand, it was better to send them raw, ensuring that his aunt and grandparents could enjoy them freshly cooked. Zheng Jiangxin, now completely obedient to his elder brother, sighed and prepared to leave. "Wait." Zheng Jiangwo called out to him, placing a piece of cloth over the bamboo tray filled with dumplings, advising him to maintain a low profile on the way. Zheng Jiangnan understood his father's reasoning. At this moment, while others dared not indulge in rice, relying instead on sweet potatoes to stave off hunger, the Zheng family was feasting on such a precious delicacy as dumplings. Surely, envy would ensue. It's an age-old truth that one fears not scarcity, but inequality. Zhang Gulan boiled a pot full of water, and when it reached a rolling boil, she began to drop in the dumplings one by one. She planned to cook them in 2 batches, as there were simply too many, even though over 100 had been sent to her in-laws. The remaining batch would likely not fit in a single pot. Fortunately, this was a rural wood-burning stove, and the iron pot was sufficiently large. Otherwise, even 2 batches might not suffice. "Is it ready yet, Mother? I'm about to drool." Zheng Jiangbei had suddenly appeared, leaning over the stove, his eyes gleaming like a wolf's, fixated on the boiling dumplings. Chapter 76. A bustling family you're so reluctant to read, yet you excel at eating, Zhang Gulan scolded. "What are you in such a hurry for? Are you a starving ghost come back to life?" Zheng Jiangbei sighed, displaying a weariness beyond his years. "Why must you be as unreasonable as your father? What do you know about the concerns of a scholar?" "Oh, so I'm unreasonable, am I? A scholar, you say? Let me enlighten you," Zhang Gulan retorted, seizing Zheng Jiangbei's ear and twisting it sharply. Today, teacher Dagong had visited their home, incensed by Zheng Jiangbei's absence from school. He had been seething with frustration, almost compelled to punish him. However, upon witnessing the already considerable thrashing he had received from his father, she restrained her urge to join in. Yet this rascal, unashamed and audacious, dared to claim she was the unreasonable one. Zhang Gulan resolved to no longer tolerate his insolence. Hey, Mother, be gentle. I am your own flesh and blood. Surely you are not my stepmother?" Zheng Jiangbei exclaimed, his voice tinged with mock despair. This remark elicited laughter from Wu Xiangmei and Lin Youwei, who were nearby. "Jiangbei, dumplings only float to the surface when they are fully cooked. Otherwise, they cannot be eaten," Lin Youwei explained with a gentle smile. Freed from Zhang Gulan's grasp, Zheng Jiangbei approached her eagerly. "Why, second sister-in-law? Why do the dumplings float?" "This involves the principles of volume and density," Lin Youwei elaborated. "Thus, you must study diligently to uncover many wondrous secrets." Zheng Jiangbei nodded, somewhat understanding. Soon, the first pot of dumplings was ready. Zhang Gulan retrieved them with a bamboo colander, placing them into a clean bowl. The dumplings sparkled like translucent gems, steaming and enticing, reminiscent of an 18-year-old maiden. Zheng Jiangbei, unable to contain his eagerness, grabbed a small bowl and stood by, yearning to indulge, though the authority of his parents held him back. Zhang Gulan ladled 2 scoops of the dumpling broth into a smaller pot, ensuring that everyone could enjoy the flavorful soup, while also preventing any digestive discomfort. Zheng Jiangnan took a bowl, along with a pair of clean chopsticks, and filled it with over 20 dumplings. After instructing everyone to start eating, he carried the dumplings outside. "Where are you going?" Zhang Gulan inquired. Zheng Jiangwo pondered for a moment. It was obvious he was headed to deliver them to Uncle Gotti. "But these are beef dumplings," Zhang Gulan lamented, a hint of concern in her voice. "You know Uncle Gotti's situation. Don't dwell on those trivial matters." "The boy is doing nothing wrong," Zheng Jiangwo replied. Noticing Zhang Gulan's lingering concern, Lin Youwei interjected, "Mother, father is right. I've heard Jiangnan speak of Uncle Gotti's plight. It's truly tragic. Besides, do you not have faith in the Bodhisattva? It is said that good deeds will surely be rewarded, wouldn't you agree?" With Lin Youwei voicing her support, Zhang Gulan felt compelled to concede. Indeed. The Bodhisattva will bless our family with peace and health. In truth, her reluctance wasn't born of stinginess. They had, on various occasions, assisted Uncle Gotti whenever possible. After all, these are dumplings filled with beef, and Zheng Jiangnan felt a pang of regret for a moment. However, since her daughter-in-law had spoken up, Zheng Jiangnan lost her irritation and proceeded to boil a second batch of dumplings. Not long after they were ready, Zheng Jiangxi and Zheng Jiangnan returned home. The Zheng family had good upbringing. Until their mother had served the meal, no one dared to eat. Including Zheng Jiangnan, everyone gazed eagerly at Zheng Jiangnan. And once she declared the dumplings ready, everyone quickly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks to feast with great delight. This meal of beef and scallion dumplings was nothing short of a culinary delight, a true source of happiness. In an era where even a simple steamed bun made from white flour was considered a luxury, dumplings were a staple of home cooking. Moreover, these were dumplings filled with beef, a true indulgence. At this moment, the joy was not confined to the Zheng family alone. On the other side, Andy, along with Grandpa, Grandma, and the children Chunzi and Xiuzai, were equally elated. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated little house in Hepingta village, the hunchbacked Gotti Gong gazed at a bowl brimming with dumplings, tears streaming down his face. Zheng Jiangwo let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming how delicious it was. Alas, your uncle and several of your brothers had gone up the mountain and missed out on such a feast. Zheng Jiangnan smiled and replied, "What does it matter? We can always have another meal once they return." The they Zheng Jiangwo referred to included Zheng Jiangnan's uncle, Zheng Jianwang, along with two cousins, and Zheng Jiangdong. That day, after finishing a phone call from the Hongqi commune, Zheng Jiangdong had gone to Yangwei village to find them. After briefly explaining the situation, both cousins readily agreed and immediately packed their bags to accompany Zheng Jiangdong. There was no discrepancy from Zheng Jiangdong's expectations. What could they do? They were genuinely afraid of poverty. Upon hearing about the opportunity to earn money, how could they refuse? When Zheng Jiangbei heard that there would be dumplings to eat in a few days, his eyes lit up, and he silently began calculating the time for his elder brother's return. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Zhang Guilin and Wu Xiangmei began to clear the dining table, while Zheng Jiangnan took the opportunity to neatly organize the items he had purchased that day. The things meant for his parents were set aside, so they could easily take them home later. Sitting at the door enjoying a post-meal cigarette, the father spoke, "Jiangxi," with Jiangnan back. "You needn't keep your second sister-in-law company tonight, since your elder brother isn't home. You should go to your elder sister-in-law's house to keep her company." Zheng Jiangxi nodded and replied, "Yes, we discussed it earlier, so you needn't worry, father." Zheng Jiangwo's arrangement was not without reason. It could be daunting for a woman to be home alone with a child in the dark, and having Zheng Jiangxi there would provide much-needed courage. Once Zhang Guilin and Wu Xiangmei finished tidying up, and after everyone chatted for a while, it was getting late, and preparations were made to return home for the night. After the others departed, Zheng Jiangnan filled a basin with warm water and gently washed Lin Youwei's face and feet. Lin Youwei closed her eyes in comfort. "Jiangnan, this is the first time since our marriage that everyone has eaten at our home. I am so happy." Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback. "Is it the first time? I am afraid you might find it noisy," Zheng Jiangnan jested. Lin Youwei opened her large eyes, adorably rolling them at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I truly enjoy the lively atmosphere of family gathered together. How could I possibly find it bothersome? Besides, my parents are family, not guests." Zheng Jiangnan took a foot towel and dried Lin Youwei's freshly washed feet, saying, all right, I misspoke. Since my Youwei enjoys it, I shall invite them over every day to create a bustling environment." Chapter 77. Lin Youwei's sleep talk. "Then you must work hard to earn money. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford it," Lin Youwei playfully remarked. Speaking of money, Zheng Jiangnan nearly forgot and quickly pulled out 10 bills from his pocket, handing them to Lin Youwei. "Darling, although I earned quite a bit this time, I also spent a fair amount. I nearly forgot to tell you that I helped my uncle pay off 300 yuan of his loan, and after purchasing so many things today, there isn't much left." Lin Youwei happily accepted the money, extending her delicate hand to count it. "I know, my brother told me about it when he returned that day. Aren't you angry?" Zheng Jiangnan felt a bit anxious, as he had made the decision to assist his uncle without discussing it with Lin Youwei first. Lin Youwei put away the money and said earnestly, "Jiangnan, I am exceedingly satisfied with you now. Your ability to act this way is the greatest blessing from heaven for me. I do not seek wealth or fame. I trust in everything you do and believe you will provide for me and our child. With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire?" Zheng Jiangnan was deeply moved, a flame of desire igniting in his eyes. Lin Youwei's cheeks flushed as she interjected, Jiangnan, this isn't the right moment. Please, be gentle. That one tea do. By the way, you haven't rendered the lard yet. Be careful that it doesn't spoil by tomorrow, Lin Youwei thought quickly. Upon hearing that the lard was still unprepared, Zheng Jiangnan gradually regained his composure and helped Lin Youwei into the room to rest. He lit the stove, cleaned the pork fat he had purchased today, and cut it into small pieces. He splashed cold water on his face to freshen up. All right. Focusing on the task at hand is imperative. He placed the chopped fat into the pot, added clean water, and began to render it. Although it could be done without water, that would require constant stirring to prevent burning. As the fat began to release oil, Zheng Jiangnan lowered the heat slightly, occasionally flipping the mixture to avoid it sticking to the bottom. As time passed, the pot gradually filled with lard, the water becoming invisible. The occasional crackling sound could be heard. It must be said that rendering lard is undeniably aromatic, despite having eaten to his fill with dumplings earlier that evening. Zheng Jiangnan could not suppress the rumbling in his throat, yearning to take a bite of the cracklings. Even Lin Youwei, who remained in the room, was no exception, urging Zheng Jiangnan to ensure that the lard was not overcooked and that the cracklings were well prepared for her to enjoy in the morning. The neighboring households, catching the scent of the rendered lard, were left salivating. Who on earth is rendering lard at midnight? How can anyone endure this? Zheng Jiangnan grasped a bamboo sieve in his left hand, pressing it against the rendered pork fat, while with his right hand he wielded a gourd ladle to scoop out the lard, pouring it into a uniformly yellow enamel basin. Observing the lard's bright hue, though slightly tinged with yellow, Zheng Jiangnan deemed it perfect, for an overly yellow color would indicate it had been scorched. Once he had extracted the lard thoroughly, he also gathered the pork cracklings, knowing their value without needing Lin Youwei to remind him, for he couldn't bear to discard them. The pork belly he had rendered came from pigs raised by local farmers, nourished for nearly a year on natural feed of pigweed and duckweed. Unlike the feedlot pigs of later times, after cleansing the iron pot, Zheng Jiangnan tended to his personal hygiene and prepared to retire for the night, feeling quite fatigued from the day's labors. Should anyone else have witnessed such a method of cleaning the pot, they would surely denounce him as wasteful, for it was a rare occasion for anyone to render lard. The remnants adhering to the pot were typically sautéed or boiled, with one inclined to lick them clean. How could he simply wash it away? Was there no sense of propriety left? What a prodigal! When all was in order and Zheng Jiangnan returned to his room, he found Lin Youwei already asleep. It was customary for pregnant women to experience such somnolence. He gently covered her with a blanket. Though it was summer in Hepingta village, the high altitude rendered the nights cool, even a bit chilly. He pressed a tender kiss upon Lin Youwei's lovely face and closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Just as he was on the verge of sleep, Lin Youwei murmured in a dreamy haze, "Mom, I miss you so much." Is Dad still angry? Zheng Jiangnan's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He struck a match, using its faint light to gaze at Lin Youwei, who remained in slumber, her brow slightly furrowed and a look of sadness upon her face. It seemed she was lost in a dream. He extinguished the match with a flick of his hand, placing the burnt matchstick on a nearby stool, and gently embraced Lin Youwei. "My dear, in due time, I shall take you to the city to see your parents." The night passed in silence, the fields alive with the chorus of frogs. The pristine sky was dotted with stars, and the moon widened its gaze, as if eager to witness the intriguing events of the mortal realm. The following morning, Lin Youwei awoke to see Zheng Jiangnan bustling in the kitchen. "Jiangnan, why are you up so early?" She yawned, stretching. "I've only just risen. You're awake now? Take your time. I'm almost done with breakfast." Zheng Jiangnan replied softly. "I slept so soundly, no need to take it slow." "Jiangnan, is it too much trouble for you to make breakfast this early?" "Not at all. Treating my wife brings me immense joy." Lin Youwei nodded in agreement. "Those who treat their wives kindly shall prosper." Zheng Jiangnan smiled, filling a basin with warm water and testing its temperature, finding it just right. He wrung out a towel and offered it to Lin Youwei for her face. Lin Youwei shook her head, happily stating, "I want to brush my teeth first, then wash my face." Zheng Jiangnan had brought home a toothbrush and toothpaste previously, which Lin Youwei adored. "All right then. In the enchanting Jiangnan, you are spoiling me," remarked Zheng Jiangnan, taken aback. "Is it not the duty of a husband to cherish his wife? Did you not just say that those who love their wives will prosper?" Lin Youwei sighed. "Yet there is a stark contrast between you and the past. I am frightened, terrified that this may all be a mere dream, and upon awakening, you will revert to the former Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangnan approached Lin Youwei from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her, calling her a fool. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sound of Lin Youwei brushing her teeth. After spitting out the foam, Lin Youwei turned to Zheng Jiangnan, who held her closely, and inquired, "Are you going to Sanshi Lufun today to meet with the elder brother and the others?" Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. "No. I spent so many days in the provincial city. Now I merely wish to accompany you. Besides, there are 4 of them, so my absence will not matter." In truth, Zheng Jiangnan was uncertain whether his uncle and the others could capture the required quantity. Initially, he had planned to head to Sanshi Lufun today to join them. For more hands would mean greater strength. Although he might not be as skilled as his uncle in snake catching, he could at least manage the logistics. However, Lin Youwei's unintentional murmurs from the previous night deeply moved Zheng Jiangnan. Chapter 78. Zheng Jiangnan Goes Fishing. Lin Youwei had severed ties with her parents, who had raised her, to marry him, leaving her with no one to rely on but himself. Yet he had been so inconsiderate before. With a long sigh, Zheng Jiangnan realized that while it was indeed important to earn a living, he must not lose sight of what truly mattered. The most precious aspect of his life was Lin Youwei. Having been reborn, he found himself either catching snakes on the mountain or recovering in the ancient hospital, and he had scarcely spent 3 days truly with Lin Youwei. The saying goes that deep affection does not compare to enduring companionship. So he resolved to spend as much time with her as possible, especially since Lin Youwei was already over 7 months pregnant and found movement challenging. After all, one can never earn enough money. Lin Youwei, filled with joy, responded, "Then could you prepare a delicious meal for me today?" Ever since Zheng Jiangnan's transformation, Lin Youwei had become increasingly cheerful. Innocent and unpretentious, she now dared to express her little thoughts freely. Zheng Jiangnan nodded. "Of course, my dear. What would you like to eat? If we lack ingredients at home, I shall go buy some from Hongqi Commune right away." Lin Youwei shook her head, stating that she did not truly desire anything specific. It was merely that she dreamt of her mother making her a fish soup last night, which made her crave it upon waking. Lin Youwei's mother was renowned for her exceptional fish soup, and since marrying Zheng Jiangnan, she had not had it again. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. If you desire something else, the village may not have it, but if it's fish soup you crave, that is quite simple. There are plenty of crucian carp in the small creek of our village," Zheng Jiangnan assured her. "I promise you shall have a delightful bowl of fresh fish soup before tonight. Now, let us have breakfast." Zheng Jiangnan pushed a bowl of congee towards Lin Youwei. Within the congee lay 2 fried eggs, crispy on the outside and tender within, an enticing sight. On the table, there was also a plate of golden, translucent pork cracklings sprinkled with fine salt. Lin Youwei placed a fried egg into Zheng Jiangnan's bowl, urging him to eat. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangnan devoured the egg in one bite. Lin Youwei took a sip of porridge and mentioned, "I heard from my sister-in-law that our village's stream is home to numerous small crucian carp, but those little creatures are quite clever and difficult to catch." Zheng Jiangnan turned and retrieved a small box from the corner, presenting it to Lin Youwei. "Take a look at this." It was a fishhook. "Jiangnan, did you purchase fishhooks?" At this time, very few people fished, as the energy spent would be better utilized for foraging wild vegetables in the mountains, which at least could stave off hunger. The only ones who fished were some of the village's younger children, who typically fashioned their hooks from large safety pins. Hardly anyone possessed such specialized hooks. They neither had the money nor the willingness to buy them. "Well, once we finish eating, you should head over to your sister-in-law's. My mission today is to catch crucian carp for you." "All right, I shall await your return." Lin Youwei smiled sweetly, not concerned whether Zheng Jiangnan would succeed in his endeavor. It was his earnestness that brought her joy. After tidying up the table, Zheng Jiangnan escorted Lin Youwei to her sister-in-law's house before heading to his father's home to gather his fishing gear. In his youth, he had spent considerable time fishing. While he might not have had a hoe or a machete, he possessed an array of fishing rods and slingshots. Each fishing rod was meticulously selected from the fine bamboo groves on the mountain, straight and resilient. Zheng Jiangnan took a small hoe to the vegetable garden and dug up some worms. These wriggling, vibrant red worms were the favorite bait for wild crucian carp. Arriving by the stream, he found a small pool about 2 or 3 meters deep to set up his fishing spot and sat down. The entire Hongqi commune lacked large rivers, lakes, or seas, yet it was abundant with small streams, with nearly every village boasting more than one. Due to the elevation changes, These streams cascaded down to form numerous small waterfalls and pools. While these waters did not harbor large fish, they were home to various smaller species, such as brook trout, peach blossom fish, and crucian carp, alongside little river shrimp and mountain crabs. When children occasionally caught a bowlful, it was considered a delightful enhancement to the family's meals. However, attempting to catch a significant quantity for sale was utterly impossible. Zheng Jiangnan patiently adjusted his fishing rod. Using a quill float crafted from goose feathers and a sinker fashioned from a cutout of a toothpaste box. Speaking of the quill float, those who raised geese in the village harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zheng Jiangnan, for he had pilfered their goose feathers, leaving their once splendid birds resembling drowned rats. After baiting the hook with worms, Zheng Jiangnan sat quietly, awaiting a bite. Countless recipes for crucian carp danced through his mind. Half an hour passed without so much as a tremor from the float, and Zheng Jiangnan reassured himself to remain patient. The fish had yet to take the bait. An hour slipped by, and a hint of frustration began to creep in, yet he continued to console himself, deeming it a normal occurrence. 2 hours had elapsed when Zheng Jiangnan, grumbling under his breath, finally baited his hook with a worm. After another half hour, he furiously cursed at the pond, threatening that if the fish did not bite, he would return to fetch explosives to obliterate them. This was not mere profanity. It was a fisherman's anguished lament regarding an unyielding catch. Who among the family understands the plight of waiting 2 hours without a single nibble? It was utterly exasperating. Perhaps the fish comprehended Zheng Jiangnan's dire words, fearing their abode would be discovered, or perhaps it was simply a turn of fortune. At last, the float of his 7-star rig began to stir. He observed as the float dipped gently, then surged upwards with a forceful thrust. Quick as lightning, Zheng Jiangnan flicked his wrist, and the fishing line snapped taut. In an instant, the rod bent into a crescent shape. A catch was imminent. As the fish spun in the water, Zheng Jiangnan delightedly maneuvered it. Although it had yet to breach the surface, the unique sensation confirmed it was indeed his target. When the fish's strength waned, he yanked with force, and sure enough, a palm-sized golden crucian carp landed in his grasp, at least half a kilogram in weight. With a triumphant grin, Zheng Jiangnan placed the carp into his basket, rebaited with another worm, and resumed fishing. Perhaps a school of crucian carp had arrived. For within 2 minutes, he had hooked another. Then came the third, the fourth, until he decided to reel in his line. With a total of 9 crucian carp in his basket. They varied in size, the largest being the first catch, while the others weighed around 1.5 pounds. During this time, he also caught some smaller crucian carp and other miscellaneous fish, all of which he released. It is always the case of catching the big ones and letting the small ones go, burdened with his bounty. Zheng Jiangnan took a slight detour to fetch Lin Youwei from Wu Xiangmei's home, and together they returned to their own abode. Jiangnan, did you truly catch crucian carp? Lin Youwei inquired, her face alight with surprise. Zheng Jiangnan patted his chest with pride, replying, of course. Initially, the fish were quite elusive, but after a little negotiation with them, I mentioned that my wife was eager to feast on them, and they were all too eager to oblige. They simply couldn't resist the allure of providing for such a beautiful lady. Lin Youwei stifled a giggle. It was this very silver tongue of Zheng Jiangnan that had once lured her onto his ship of fools. Upon arriving home, Zheng Jiangnan emptied the fish from the basket into a wooden tub, while Lin Youwei squatted nearby, watching the fish swim about curiously. With such a large belly, you shouldn't squat. Sit on a stool, he suggested, and after moving a stool for her, he proceeded to the kitchen. He ignited the stove, measured out 2 scoops of rice, rinsed them thoroughly, and placed them into a large pot filled with water to boil. While the rice was cooking, Zheng Jiangnan skillfully cleaned 4 of the larger crucian carp, preparing them for the meal. The 9 fish weighed nearly 3 kilograms, enough for 2 meals, considering they were quite resilient. Just as he finished preparing the fish, the rice in the pot was nearly done. Zheng Jiangnan used a bamboo strainer to lift the rice, transferring it into the wooden tub, where he covered it with a lid to steam. The rice soup in the pot has been ladled out, serving as an excellent base for the broth. The iron pot is heated, and a generous spoonful of lard is added. Once the oil reaches the right temperature, the prepared crucian carp is placed into sear. After a while, it is flipped to continue cooking. When both sides of the fish are lightly golden and crusted, Zheng Jiangnan adds a few slices of fresh ginger and a few drops of cooking wine. With a sizzle, the wine evaporates into steam, releasing a delightful aroma of fresh fish mingled with the rich fragrance of the wine. complemented by the enticing scent of lard that fills the kitchen. Zheng Jiangnan pours in spring water and covers the pot. He adds more firewood, remembering the secret to making soup: a vigorous flame for a rich broth, and a gentle simmer for a clear one. If the heat is insufficient, the fish soup will lack clarity and depth. After bubbling for about 10 minutes, Zheng Jiangnan estimates it is nearly ready, lifts the lid, and adds a pinch of fine salt. At his insistence, his grandparents, parents, and elder brother have also switched to iodized salt. He sprinkles in a touch of finely chopped scallions, completing a bowl of milky white crucian carp soup. Lin Youwei, already salivating, swiftly fills her small bowl and eagerly begins to sip, cautioning herself against the heat. "Be careful, it's hot," Zheng Jiangnan says indulgently, noticing the rice is cooked. He proceeds to stir-fry a dish of green pepper and scrambled eggs, as well as some stir-fried greens with crispy pork bits. The translucent grains of rice, the fragrant crucian carp soup, the spicy, appetizing green pepper and egg dish, and the vibrant greens adorned with golden pork bits create a sumptuous lunch for the couple, one that even leaders would hesitate to indulge in. As Zheng Jiangnan sets the dishes on the table, he notices Lin Youwei is silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Concerned, he asks, "What's wrong, my dear? Is the fish soup not to your liking?" Lin Youwei shakes her head, her lips pressed tightly together. He approaches her, makes a silly face, and teases, "What's the matter, sweetheart? Are you about to cry?" Lin Youwei looks up at him, her lips even tighter. Suddenly, she embraces Zheng Jiangnan and begins to cry uncontrollably. "Is something wrong? Are you unwell?" he asks, feeling a surge of anxiety. Through her sobs, she says, "Jiangnan, your fish soup tastes just like my mother's. I miss her." Zheng Jiangnan breathes a sigh of relief, having thought she was unwell. He wraps his arms around her, gently patting her back with his right hand in comfort. "In half a month, I will accompany you back to your family. Soon, we will have our own baby, and I believe they will be thrilled." Lin Youwei, tear-stained and resembling a rain-soaked pear flower, shakes her head, saying, "No, Jiangnan, my father is very fierce. He would harm you. Then what can I do? After all, I have taken away his precious daughter. If I were in his shoes, I would be angry too. If he truly wishes to confront me, I will stand there to face him, never retaliating or fleeing." Zheng Jiangnan responds. "Really?" Lin Youwei asks, disbelief evident in her voice. Previously, she had expressed to Zheng Jiangnan her desire for him to accompany her back home, hoping to mend the rift between him and her father. However, Zheng Jiangnan had resolutely declined. Lin Youwei could hardly blame him, for when Zheng Jiangnan had first visited, her father had unceremoniously expelled him. Zheng Jiangnan, harboring resentment from that incident, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the universal truth that no parents are without fault. After a moment of reflection, he conceded that he had overstepped. After all, he had uprooted the carefully tended plants, and receiving a few harsh words was a small price to pay. "Rest assured, this time I shall not retaliate nor speak back," he vowed. Lin Youwei, her spirits lifted, planted a kiss on Zheng Jiangnan's cheek and exclaimed, "You are truly wonderful." The term husband melted Zheng Jiangnan's heart more than the fish bones laid upon the table. The last time he had heard her refer to him as husband was over a year ago during their wedding, and counting the 40-plus years of their previous lives. It was only the second time Lin Youwei had addressed him thus. Perhaps the burdens weighing on their hearts had been lifted. For seeing Zheng Jiangnan beam with joy like a simpleton made Lin Youwei burst into laughter. It was not that Lin Youwei was capricious, oscillating between tears and laughter. Rather, the emotional fluctuations of pregnancy were quite pronounced. She felt a divine presence watching over them. For how else could Zheng Jiangnan be so extraordinary? She was enveloped in bliss. This meal was particularly delightful for Lin Youwei. After lunch, Zheng Jiangnan accompanied her for a nap, albeit a light one. Thus, the days passed, each one blending into the next. Zheng Jiangnan prepared an array of delectable dishes for Lin Youwei, occasionally regaling her with fresh tales she had never heard before. It was evident that her complexion improved remarkably. One day, as Zheng Jiangnan busied himself in the kitchen, a raucous noise erupted at the door. Upon stepping outside, he was pleasantly surprised to find his uncle and brothers returning. "Uncle, Brother Jiangli, Brother Jiangjin, you're back." Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei greeted them eagerly. His uncle chuckled heartily, saying, "As soon as we returned, your aunt mentioned that you had made dumplings a few days ago. You didn't think of us at all, did you?" Zheng Jianwan's playful tone was unmistakable. He was not truly craving the food. Zheng Jiangnan served everyone a cup of tea. "Uncle, You mustn't say that I didn't wait for you. You can ask my father if I didn't just discuss with him that upon your return, we would slaughter a pig for a feast. Dumplings are nothing compared to that. But the new year is still half a year away. Why would we slaughter a pig now? Zheng Jiangnan inquired, puzzled. Well, uncle, Lin Youwei interjected, Jiangnan intends for Jiangxi to continue her studies. Given that my in-laws are aging, he worries about their health and has decided against raising pigs. Zheng Jiangnan, confused, replied, but didn't Jiangxi stop studying last year? Why is she going back? Besides, what is the point of a girl studying so much? Isn't it better for her to stay at home and help with chores? Uncle, that line of thinking is misguided. Chairman Mao once said that women can hold up half the sky. What is wrong with girls? They too can serve the people after attending university. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head and spoke, aware that his uncle did not harbor ill intentions, merely held differing views. Zheng Jianwang remained silent, contemplating the validity of Zheng Jiangnan's statement. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangli took a sip of tea, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, Jiangnan. Have you sweetened this tea? Zheng Jiangdong chuckled beside him. This fellow is now a wealthy man. What's wrong with adding a bit of sugar? Zheng Jianwang, lost in thought, shot a glare at Zheng Jiangdong, admonishing him not to speak foolishly. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Zheng Jiangdong quickly silenced himself, glancing around nervously. Zheng Jiangnan smiled reassuringly at his uncle. It's fine, uncle. By the way, have you all eaten yet? Zheng Jiangxin, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. We have. We dined at uncle's house. Uncle nodded and began. Jiangnan, I initially thought Jiangxin and Jiangli would need a few days to learn how to catch snakes. I never expected them to surpass me. Can you guess how many snakes we caught in the past few days? How many? Zheng Jiangnan instinctively inquired. Uncle shook his head. We don't know the exact weight, but according to your standards, we caught over 320 snakes. Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback. So many? He quickly realized that the bountiful resources were likely due to the untouched nature of the 36 peaks. Furthermore, with the 4 of them being adept snake catchers, it was no wonder they amassed such a considerable haul in less than 10 days. Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed with delight. It seems I worried for nothing. I was concerned about whether we could catch that many in a month, and you managed it in under 10 days. Zheng Jianwang chuckled. Don't celebrate too soon. As we catch more, it will undoubtedly become more challenging. Zheng Jiangnan nodded in understanding. Zheng Jianwang continued. All right, enough of idle chatter. We 4 have just returned, and we only brought back half of the snakes. The other half is still at the camp. We need to make another trip to the 36 peaks to retrieve the rest. We came to inform you that we are preparing to sell the goods. Zheng Jiangnan nodded. All right, then please be careful on the road. After finishing their tea, Zheng Jianwang and his 3 nephews assured him with a gesture of confidence. Wait a moment, everyone. Lin Youwei called out to them. What is it, daughter-in-law? Zheng Jianwang asked, puzzled. Lin Youwei turned back to her room and reappeared, cradling a large handful of white rabbit milk candies. Uncle, take these candies with you and the brothers. They will provide energy during the journey. Made from full-fat milk powder and maltose, the white rabbit candies are indeed effective for replenishing energy. Zheng Jianwang nodded appreciatively, accepting the candies from Lin Youwei without hesitation. And the 4 shared them among themselves. Seizing the moment while Lin Youwei was inside, Zheng Jiangnan quietly informed his elder brother and uncle. The money from the last eagle-nosed turtle has come in, but I've used it. Once I sell the next batch, I'll reimburse you. Both uncle and elder brother shook their heads in disapproval, indicating it was unnecessary, as long as he wasn't using the money for gambling. Zheng Jiangnan barely had the chance to explain when Lin Youwei emerged, cradling a giant white rabbit. The conversation between the uncle and nephew did not linger on this topic. After the departure of his uncle and the others, Lin Youwei turned to Zheng Jiangnan and inquired, Jiangnan, if all 4 of them are to make 2 trips, how much would that amount to? How will you transport it to Guxia? Zheng Jiangnan pondered this question as well. Initially, he had been concerned about catching enough, but now he was troubled by the logistics of transportation. With 4 robust men each needing to make 2 trips, the minimum would be 200 pounds. Such a substantial quantity made relying on bicycles to reach Guxia County impractical. Even if one were not prone to motion sickness, taking a bus was out of the question. Transporting so many snakes, who would pay the 3 yuan fare for that? Even if Zheng Jiangnan covered the transportation costs, other passengers would surely object. After all, these were venomous snakes. What if one escaped? Not only was the journey to Guxiao a dilemma, but even getting to Hongqi Commune posed a challenge. The uncle and nephew could manage to carry them, but that would attract too much attention. Unfortunately, their household lacked any suitable transportation, such as a handcart. What could they do? Zheng Jiangnan paced back and forth, when suddenly, the thought of a tractor struck him. However, that too presented a challenge since there was only one tractor in Heping-tu village, owned collectively by the village committee. The committee's decisions were primarily dictated by Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangnan contemplated this, deciding he would attempt to borrow the tractor and deal with the outcome later. After preparing and finishing his lunch, he waited for Lin Youwei to take her afternoon nap before hastily donning a somewhat worn yet tidy outfit and making his way to the village committee office. Zheng Jiangnan was well aware that Zheng Jiangnan was unlikely to lend it to him due to their past grievances, but he felt it was worth a try. After all, one never knows until they ask. Upon arriving at the committee office, Zheng Jiangnan knocked on the door, only to hear Zheng Jiangnan's impatient voice from within. "Who is it at this hour?" Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside. "Hello, Director Chen. Why the foul mood?" Zheng Jiangnan greeted with a smile. Zheng Jiangnan lifted his head, recognizing Zheng Jiangnan, and with a scowl, asked, "What do you want, Jiangnan?" Zheng Jiangnan clarified his purpose. "Director Chen, I have an urgent matter that requires me to travel to Hejing County tomorrow, but I have no vehicle at home. I was hoping to borrow the tractor from the village." Zheng Jiangnan frowned, replying, "Jiangnan, it's not that I don't want to lend it. The tractor is needed for various tasks around the village, and their SAQ." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiangnan suspected that Zheng Jiangnan might be deliberately complicating matters for him. Nonetheless, he refused to give up, stating, "Director Chen, I only need it for one day and promise it won't interfere with village activities. I am even willing to pay the committee 10 yuan for the rental, and I will cover the fuel costs myself. What do you think?" Chapter 81. A plan formulated. Zheng Jiangnan fell silent for a moment before shaking his head, feigning difficulty as he said, "I'm afraid that's not possible, Jiangnan. This is a tricky situation. The village has regulations that must be followed." Although disappointment filled Zheng Jiangnan's heart, it was not entirely unexpected. He cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Jiangnan before taking his leave. Zheng Jiangnan was unwilling to lend, and there was nothing he could do about it. One cannot constantly resort to threats regarding that matter, can they? After Zheng Jiangnan departed, Zheng Jiangnan spat towards the door, expressing his disdain. "That wretched creature dares to ask for my assistance? As long as I am the village head, the Zheng family shall not expect any convenience from the village committee." Upon returning home, Zheng Jiangnan furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating how to resolve the transportation dilemma. He longed for modern times. In that era, such concerns would be trivial. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He could seek Chen Wenwu's assistance at the Hongqi commune. Though he was employed at the supply and marketing cooperative, he held a formal position, which ought to afford him a modicum of influence. Moreover, in a small place like the Hongqi commune, the status of a cooperative clerk was not inferior to that of an ordinary commune worker. Surely, borrowing a tractor would pose no significant challenge. The more Zheng Jiangnan considered this solution, the more feasible it appeared, prompting him to act without hesitation. After a brief tidy-up, he left a note for Lin Youwei and hastened towards the Hongqi commune. "You wish to borrow a tractor?" Chen Wenwu inquired, his brow furrowed. Zheng Jiangnan nodded, explaining the necessity of the vehicle and detailing Chen Damon's refusal. "Please wait here for a moment. I have a good relationship with the grain station's director. Let me see if he can accommodate us," Chen Wenwu said before swiftly turning to leave. It was the lunch break, and the supply and marketing cooperative was closed, allowing Chen Wenwu to skip work. "Wait, Wenwu," Zheng Jiangnan called out. "What is it?" Chen Wenwu asked, puzzled. Zheng Jiangnan handed him 2 large bills, urging him to take this with him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wenwu sighed and accepted the money before departing. Zheng Jiangnan remained, engaging in light conversation with Su Yaowan, a kind-hearted individual who, instead of returning to rest after work, chose to keep him company during the wait. Now, everything hinged on Chen Wenwu. Yet Zheng Jiangnan felt a twinge of anxiety. Chen Wenwu was an upright man. Would the director truly be willing to extend him a favor? Zheng Jiangnan even contemplated whether he could hire a vehicle from the bus driver if the tractor fell through, though he suspected that too would be a long shot. Time trickled by as Zheng Jiangnan awaited, each moment stretching into eternity. After what felt like an age, he finally spotted Chen Wenwu approaching from afar. With a stoic expression, Chen Wenwu entered and silently poured himself a cup of tea. Upon seeing him return, Su Yaowan exchanged greetings before taking her leave, granting space to the 2 brothers. One must commend her intelligence. Zheng Jiangnan anxiously scrutinized Chen Wenwu's expression, hoping to glean some early indication of the outcome. Under his intense gaze, Chen Wenwu could no longer contain himself. "Let us cut to the chase. No more pretense," Chen Wenwu exclaimed with a joyful countenance. "Jiangnan, Director Liang has agreed to lend us the tractor from the grain station for a day. However, we must go first thing tomorrow morning, as it would be inappropriate once others are at work." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiangnan was nearly propelled from his seat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Holding Chen Wenwu's hand tightly, Zheng Jiangnan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Wenwu, I cannot thank you enough. You have truly been a tremendous help. Without you, I would have been at a loss." Chen Wenwu smiled and patted Zheng Jiangnan on the shoulder, saying, "Given our relationship, there is no need for thanks. Depart early tomorrow morning. Director Liang will assign a tractor driver to accompany you." Deep down, Chen Wenwu understood that his influence was not so significant. The fact that Director Liang himself would arrange for a tractor driver was likely due to the two substantial bonds of unity. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, insisting, "There is no need for a driver. I can operate the tractor myself." Chen Wenwu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. He nodded and replied, "All right. I understand your intention. Since I have the day off tomorrow, I will rise early to accompany you to the grain station." Zheng Jiangnan inquired, "Since you have the day off, why not join me for a leisurely visit to Guxia?" Chen Wenwu pondered for a moment and agreed, "Yes, I will go with you." He harbored concerns about Zheng Jiangnan's safety while driving the tractor alone. His presence would surely provide reassurance. After the brothers made their plans, Zheng Jiangnan bid farewell to Chen Wenwu. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he noticed someone selling fruit. So he decided to purchase some before heading back to Hepingta village. Upon arriving home, dusk was settling in. Lin Youwei had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed in surprise, "Why didn't you wait for me to return before cooking? Let me see if my darling is exhausted." Lin Youwei gazed at him with affection and retorted, "Stop teasing. I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. Cooking a meal is hardly tiring. Go wash your hands and prepare to eat. My wife is simply wonderful. By the way, I bought some fruit for you. See if you like it," Zheng Jiangnan said, lifting the cloth bag in his hand. Previously, he had wanted to buy fruit to satisfy Lin Youwei's cravings, but due to the limited area and inconvenient transportation, the Hongqi Supply and Marketing Cooperative hardly sold any fruit. Occasionally, local farmers would bring a few peaches or plums to sell at the cooperative's entrance, hoping to make a little money for daily necessities. This was not speculative trading. However, for people of that era, aside from workers or those employed by the state, most individuals would not bother purchasing fruit, as securing enough food was already a challenge, let alone indulging in fruit. The very term fruit was synonymous with luxury. Lin Youwei, delighted, accepted the fruit, exclaiming, "I love everything my husband buys for me. Tomorrow, I will take some to share with Grandpa and Grandma." Zheng Jiangnan nodded, feeling grateful for such a wonderful wife. Without a vehicle, it's truly inconvenient. A round trip to the Hongqi commune consumes an entire afternoon, making time feel so precious, Zheng Jiangnan lamented. Lin Youwei responded, "There's nothing to be done. It's a pity that we live in such mountainous terrain. If only we had a bicycle, it would make things much more convenient. Let us not dwell on that. I want to savor my wife's culinary skills now. Wow, this is delicious. Oh, this is even more delightful." Lin Youwei watched Zheng Jiangnan's exaggerated performance, her eyes brimming with sweetness. Surely, she was aware of her own culinary skills, yet this man provided her with an abundance of emotional value. Not long after the couple finished their dinner, a sudden commotion erupted at the door. Chapter 82. The issue with the uncle. When Zheng Jiangnan stepped outside, he was taken aback to see his uncle and the others arriving together. "Wow, uncle, your stamina is impressive. You've returned so quickly?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired, astonished. It was noteworthy that his uncle and the others had left around noon, and within a mere 6 or 7 hours, they had managed to make a round trip from Hepingta village to the 36th camp. If they had returned empty-handed, it would not have been surprising, but they were carrying burdens exceeding 100 pounds upon their return. "Initially, we were a bit fatigued, but the thought of those crisp banknotes filled us with boundless motivation," Zheng Jiangdong replied with a smile. Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but marvel at their stamina, remarking that today's youth were remarkably fit. In 30 years, it would be unlikely that most young people could manage such a journey without exhaustion. Lin Youwei poured everyone a cup of tea, adhering to the customary practice of adding rock sugar. "Uncle, have you all eaten?" she inquired. "Yes, before we left, I instructed your aunt to prepare our meal, so we could dine as soon as we arrived home, his uncle replied, slightly weary. The three nephews were faring well, being young and robust. However, the intensity of today's labor was somewhat taxing for him. Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the passage of time. Lin Youwei expressed her concern for their well-being, then turned to fetch some malted milk powder from the room, preparing 4 bowls in the kitchen to present to Zheng Jiangnan. Uncle, brothers, please drink this to replenish your strength, she urged. Zheng Jiangli immediately stood up, saying, "Oh, no, that's unnecessary. You need nourishment, but we are just rough men. We shouldn't indulge in such delicacies." Lin Youwei gently reassured him, "I consume this daily, so you need not worry, Jiangli. Enjoy it while it's warm, it's quite fragrant." Zheng Jiangli was well aware of its nutritional benefits and delightful aroma, yet it felt inappropriate for them to partake in what was meant for a pregnant woman. "All right, why are you being so finicky? Since Youwei has prepared it, it would be a shame not to drink it," Zheng Jiangnan remarked, somewhat exasperated. From his perspective, it was merely malted milk powder, nothing of great significance. Anyone could easily earn enough to treat it as a meal. Encouraged by Zheng Jiangnan's words, Zheng Jiangdong took the lead, stating, "Indeed, let us not be polite," as he lifted a bowl and began to drink. With the atmosphere set, everyone felt more at ease. Uncle, Zheng Jiangli, and Zheng Jiangzhen eagerly picked up their bowls, unable to resist the enticing aroma of the malted milk that made their mouths water. Without a care for its temperature, they quickly finished their servings. Ah, truly delightful. Once everyone had finished, Zheng Jiangnan was about to collect the bowls and take them to the kitchen for washing when his uncle stopped him. "Hey, Jiangnan, could you pour us some hot water to rinse these? We shouldn't waste anything," he said. Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiangzhen nodded vigorously in agreement. With a sense of helplessness, Zheng Jiangnan poured boiling water into a bowl for each of them, filling them to the brim. The 4 were reluctant to waste a single drop, and once the water had cooled slightly, they eagerly drank it all. This sight tugged at the heartstrings of both Zheng Jiangnan and Lin Youwei. After some idle chatter, Zheng Jianwang spoke up, addressing Jiangnan, "There are no outsiders here. Your uncle wishes to inquire about the distribution of the proceeds from the sales." Zheng Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Yet he understood that his uncle was not complaining about a meager share. Thus, he candidly shared the plan he had meticulously devised with everyone, leaving nothing concealed from Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiangzhen. Everyone listened intently, and eventually, Zheng Jianwang remarked, "To be frank, without your astute mind, your uncle and your brothers would have no means of earning. You possess a commendable spirit, never fixating on monetary gains. While we were on the mountain, we discussed and devised a plan. I hope you find it acceptable." Zheng Jiangnan nodded. "Please, uncle, go ahead." After taking a sip of tea, Zheng Jianwang asserted, "Regardless of how many snakes you catch, you must receive at least 50%. This is non-negotiable." Just as Zheng Jiangnan was about to respond, his uncle raised a hand, insisting, "Allow me to finish." Thus, Zheng Jiangnan fell silent. Zheng Jianwang continued, "The remaining portion will be divided among the 4 of us. Jiangdong and I will each take 15%, while Jiangzhen and Jiangli will each receive 10%. Zheng Jiangdong, with a wry smile, interjected, "Originally, I suggested that uncle take 20%, with the 3 brothers sharing the rest equally. However, uncle staunchly disagreed, insisting that the 4 of us should evenly split the 50%. Jiangzhen and Jiangli were equally opposed, arguing they could not take that much. After prolonged negotiations, we finally settled on uncle's proposed distribution." Zheng Jiangnan exchanged a glance with Lin Youwei, truly at a loss for words. Throughout history, there have been countless tales of brothers turning against each other over money. Yet, within their family, each member seemed more magnanimous than the last. Was it that they held no love for money? Certainly not. They were acutely aware that these snakes could fetch a handsome price, and even a modest share would amount to a fortune for rural folk. Yet, they were willing to concede to one another. In his helplessness, Zheng Jiangnan felt a deep admiration. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have such family. How could one doubt the future strength of their clan? Unlike some brothers in the village who would quarrel over a mere egg, the Zheng family seemed blessed by fate. Zheng Jiangnan found himself increasingly appreciative of his grandfather. If it weren't for his grandfather's wise guidance, how could this large family be so united? Of course, Zheng Jiangnan considered his 3rd uncle's family an exception. "As long as you don't feel shortchanged, I wouldn't let go of my share even if I had the means," he said with a smile. In his heart, he silently vowed, Uncle and my brothers, rest assured, I will never allow you to worry about money in this lifetime." With the matters settled, Zheng Jiangnan was quite pleased. He stood up, laughing heartily. "Then it's settled. Jiangnan, let us retire early tonight. With so many snakes to manage tomorrow, you surely cannot handle it alone. We will rise early. Would you prefer we accompany you, or would you like to arrange something else?" Zheng Jiangli and Zheng Jiangnan also stood up to bid farewell. They no longer had a home in Hepingta village, thus residing at their uncle's house, where their grandparents lived and the space was ample. Zheng Jiangnan smiled and said, "You have been weary for so many days. Rest assured and sleep well. Tomorrow, I have a solution for this snake issue." Zheng Jiangnan was acutely aware of the hardships of mountain life, as it was evident on the faces of his uncle and several brothers, who had visibly lost weight. These past days had undoubtedly been exhausting. Just as they were about to depart, Zheng Jiangnan's uncle returned. "Ah, Jiangnan, there is something I forgot to mention," Zheng Jianwang said. "Do you remember how to start the tractor?" While collecting the cups, Zheng Jiangnan replied, "Uncle, what do you mean?" "It's about that snake medicine. When you have time, could you check with Shunjing if he has any left?" Zheng Jiangnan, feeling anxious, inquired, "What is the matter? Has anyone needed the medicine recently?" Zheng Jianwang replied, "Not really. But now that your two cousins have joined in, I thought it prudent to prepare more. It's better to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances." Zheng Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "All right, once Guxia returns, I'll go see Uncle Shunjing." Zheng Jianwang nodded and departed. Once assured that everyone had left, Zheng Jiangnan propped the door shut with a wooden stick. As per tradition, he heated water first to wash Lin Youwei's face and feet, then took a shower himself, having worked up quite a sweat from his trip to Hongqi Commune. Once all chores were completed, the couple nestled into bed and began to exchange whispers. That night, they conversed about various topics, speculating on how much they could sell the snakes for. Zheng Jiangnan also expressed his desire to purchase a motorcycle. However, Lin Youwei persistently disagreed. Before dawn the following day, Zheng Jiangnan, armed with the flashlight he had bought previously, set off toward Hongqi Commune. Upon arriving at Chen Wenwu's residence, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Chen Wenwu was already awake, seeing Zheng Jiangnan. He handed him 2 boiled sweet potatoes and invited him to the grain station. Unlike Guxia County, there were no breakfast vendors in Hongqi Commune, so these 2 sweet potatoes served as their morning meal. As they approached the grain station, Chen Wenwu instructed Zheng Jiangnan to wait for him briefly while he entered alone. Moments later, Chen Wenwu emerged holding the tractor keys and led Zheng Jiangnan to the tractor as described by Director Liang. The tractor was not far from where they stood, and they reached it in less than 2 minutes. Turning a corner, Zheng Jiangnan beheld a hand-operated tractor, a relic of bygone years, quietly standing there. Its robust body was constructed from heavy steel, and the paint, weathered by time, revealed patches of rust beneath. The large black rubber wheels at the front stood out prominently, their tread long worn away, caked with mud and weeds. The tractor's engine was exposed, with intricate mechanical components interconnected, emanating a blend of oil and metal scents. Zheng Jiangnan recalled that when this tractor was started, the engine emitted a cacophonous thud-thud-thud sound, a noise that could be described as deafening. As it moved, plumes of black smoke would waft from the exhaust pipe. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the driver's seat was merely a simple iron plate, bespeckled with rust and scratches. Sitting on this iron surface was an uncomfortable affair, devoid of any semblance of comfort. The handle, polished smooth by countless hands, was complemented by rudimentary control levers and buttons that, while simple, required a certain finesse and strength to operate. At this juncture, operating a tractor necessitated a license, albeit not one issued by the traffic police, but rather from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Zheng Jiangnan's prowess in driving tractors was undoubtedly commendable. Following the unfortunate incident involving Lin Youwei in his past life, he had spent several years working in northeast China, where a substantial part of his labor involved plowing fields with such hand tractors. Thus, from a technical standpoint, he was more than capable, though he currently lacked the requisite license. Fortunately, in small locales like Guxia County and Hezheng County, there were no traffic police to scrutinize vehicles. When Chen Wenwu inquired how he had acquired such skills, Zheng Jiangnan fabricated a tale, claiming he had learned from his uncle during visits to his maternal grandfather's home. Chen Wenwu, not overly skeptical, accepted this explanation. Many people had only brushed against such tractors, yet those who had the opportunity to do so would find learning to operate them not particularly arduous. A bold heart and meticulous attention to detail were all that was required. Zheng Jiangnan estimated it had been nearly 3 decades since he had last driven one of these hand tractors. Thus, he bent down to examine the tractor with earnestness, partly out of nostalgia and partly to ensure he did not overlook any crucial details. After all, though there were no traffic police to inspect vehicles, one's life was their own, and it was wise to exercise caution. The brakes, among other components, needed thorough inspection. The tractor's water tank resembled a colossal bucket, topped with a rudimentary lid. Zheng Jiangnan recalled that during operation, steam would often rise from the crevices of the water tank. The fuel tank, a square iron box, bore greasy stains around the refueling opening, dark and grimy. At the rear of the tractor hung a massive trailer, its wooden boards deformed from the weight of heavy loads, with edges uneven and jagged. The connection of the trailer was secured by rusted iron chains and hooks, yet remained steadfast and durable. Despite its rough and simplistic exterior, this hand tractor was, in the eyes of farmers in this era, an invaluable treasure. Zheng Jiangnan's keen eye discerned a 20-liter barrel of diesel fuel nestled within the trailer, clearly prepared in advance for their use. He nodded, appreciating that Station Master Liang was a commendable individual. That barrel of diesel was worth at least 12 to 13 yuan. However, he was well aware that this was public fuel, not something Station Master Liang had personally financed. Approaching the hand tractor, Zheng Jiangnan grasped the key and readied himself to ignite the engine. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the lever firmly, his gaze focused and resolute, as though he were preparing for an important battle. The surrounding grass was alive with the harmonious symphony of chirping insects, as if rallying to cheer him on. Zheng Jiangnan began to vigorously turn the crank, his arm muscles taut, each motion accompanied by his labored breaths. Initially, the tractor emitted only a few muffled grunts, its body quivering slightly, as if still reluctant to awaken from slumber. Yet, Zheng Jiangnan persevered, gritting his teeth and exerting greater force, causing the crank to whirl rapidly in his grasp. With each turn, 1, 2, 3, his arms gradually grew sore. At last, through his relentless efforts, the tractor roared to life, belching forth a plume of black smoke. The sound resonated through the empty morning air, echoing like a triumphant trumpet. Zheng Jiangnan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. He leaped into the driver's seat, beckoning Chen Wenwu to join him, and steered the tractor towards Hepingta village. Seated firmly at the helm, Zheng Jiangnan grasped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. As the tractor rumbled forward, a surge of excitement welled within him. He felt the subtle vibrations of the vehicle, the engine's roar filling his ears, and a profound sense of accomplishment swelled in his heart. It had been a long time since he had operated a motor vehicle. Though it was merely a tractor, the sensation was invigorating. The road to Hepingta village was somewhat rugged, the tractor jolting along as Zheng Jiangnan diligently maneuvered the steering wheel, striving to maintain stability. Chen Wenwu, seated beside him, clutched the handrail tightly, his face paling slightly. The engine of the tractor sputtered and echoed through the valley. Zheng Jiangnan continuously shifted gears, the clutch beneath his foot creaking with each press. The mountain path was narrow, with a steep slope on one side and an unfathomable cliff on the other. Zheng Jiangnan confidently piloted the tractor, skillfully avoiding the deep potholes and sharp rocks scattered along the way. Dust kicked up by the wheels clouded the air, obscuring his vision. Fortunately, Zheng Jiangnan's adept driving allowed them to arrive at Hepingta village without incident. The tractor's thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of Hepingta village. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a large crowd gathered, curiously eyeing this unusual metallic contraption. In truth, hand tractors were nearly identical in design, differing only in color. When the villagers recognized that the driver was none other than Zheng Jiangnan, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Good heavens! The lad from Jiangwo can drive a tractor? Am I still dreaming? It's Zheng Jiangnan behind the wheel? Oh, isn't that Wenwu? What's he doing back here? Well, just look at Zheng Jiangnan driving that tractor. He must have lost a bet and is here to haul grain from Jiangwo to sell. Oh, you make a valid point. It's a pity, really. Jiangwo seems like a decent fellow, yet he ended up with such a disappointing son. Who can argue with that? I feel most sorry for that college student. What could have possessed her to marry him? The crowd buzzed with chatter, their discussions veering away from Zheng Jiangnan's recent transformation. As rural gossip often does, Zheng Jiangnan paid them little heed, merely nodding in acknowledgement to a few courteous speakers before he and Chen Wenwu made their way directly to his uncle's residence. Good morning, Uncle Jinwan. Jiangdong, oh, And Jiangli, you are here as well. Chen Wenwu greeted everyone with enthusiasm. Although he shared the same birth year as Zheng Jiangnan, he had always referred to him as brother Jiangdong due to the latter's slight seniority. Wenwu, what brings you back today? Quickly, let the child's mother serve tea. Zheng Jiangwo joyfully beckoned. Technically, Chen Wenwu was not a native of Hepingta village, yet he had been born and raised here. His parents, known for their kindness, were well regarded by the Zheng family, who treated him as one of their own. Wenwu has arrived. Have you had breakfast yet? At this moment, Zheng Jiangnan's grandparents emerged, smiling warmly in greeting. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Chen Wenwu exchanged pleasantries with them. Zheng Jiangnan approached his uncle, succinctly conveying the matter at hand. Before anyone could be astonished by Zheng Jiangnan's acquisition of a tractor, the group sprang into action, retrieving the snakes stored in the cellar of the backyard. Each snake was placed into the mesh bags purchased by Zheng Jiangnan and Zheng Jiangdong, making it relatively convenient to carry. Each bag was easily lifted. Zheng Jianwang took a moment to observe, and indeed, as his father had stated, the snakes exhibited remarkable vitality. Not a single one had perished in the current temperature. Zheng Jianwang brought out all the baskets from home, estimating that they might not suffice. After all, transporting live snakes could not be done as one would with grains. Packed tightly, he then called over Chen Wenwu and dashed to his father Zheng Jiangwo's home, intending to borrow additional baskets. Burlap sacks and baskets were essentials for rural life, particularly during the rice harvest. Thus most households possessed them, except for Zheng Jiangnan. Zheng Jiangnan and his two cousins meticulously categorized the snakes into the available baskets, with Chen Wenwu and Wu Guiling also lending a hand. Halfway through their labor, Zheng Jiangnan's uncle returned with Zheng Jiangwo and Zheng Jiangdong, and their presence significantly boosted efficiency. In no time, everyone had placed the snakes into the baskets. Zheng Jiangwo brought urine bags and burlap sacks to cover each basket, preventing prying eyes from seeing their contents. Chen Wenwu instructed the group that if anyone inquired about their haul, they should respond that he was acting on behalf of his father to purchase rice from Zheng Jianwang for their meal. The group nodded in understanding. With a greater number of hands, the workload became lighter. Each person barely made 2 trips before they had loaded the baskets onto the tractor. Amidst the curious gazes of children, the tractor emitted a plume of black smoke and rumbled away into the distance. Just as Chen Daiman was preparing to head to the village committee, he chanced upon this scene, his expression dark as thunder. Frowning in contemplation, he abruptly altered his course, making his way to the home of his nephew, Chen Kaixing. Upon arrival, he discovered that Chen Caixing's son had already left for school, leaving only his daughter-in-law, Song Jia, at home, who was yet unaware of his arrival. I observed Song Jia, her perfect figure akin to a ripe peach, and Chen Damon's wicked thoughts burgeon within him like rampant weeds. Ensuring no one else is present, he swiftly closes the door, the sound startling Song Jia. She turns to see Chen Daiman, her face instantly filled with terror. Ignoring her fear, Chen Damon's gaze fixates on her voluptuous form, his eyes gradually brimming with illicit intent. Recalling his previous forced advances upon her, a wave of exhilaration washes over him. He inches closer to Song Jia, each step laden with nauseating desire. Terrified, Song Jia gazes at him, her eyes reflecting shock and dread. She attempts to flee, but Chen Daiman blocks her path. You are my blood relative. How dare you act in such a manner? Leave now, and I shall remain silent about what transpired last time, she pleads in a hushed, pained voice. However, the mention of their previous encounter ignites Chen Damon's anger, reminding him of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Zheng Jiangnan. The more he reflects, the more incensed he becomes, leading him to strike Song Jia across the face. With a twisted expression, he snarls, "You little wretch. I wish to inquire about this matter. How did Zheng Jiangnan come to know of our previous encounter? Speak. Is it true that you, this shameless woman, have entangled yourself with him?" Song Jia shakes her head vigorously, her disbelief evident. For her, this was an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Had it not been for the child, she would have long since wished for her own end, let alone confide in anyone. The accusation of her colluding with Zheng Jiangnan is utterly absurd. Chen Daiman dismisses her attempts at explanation, seizing her in his grasp, uttering vile words. The water of my family shall not flow to outsiders, if you desire. And my nephew is away, as your uncle, I shall oblige. Song Jia struggles fiercely, yet refrains from crying out, for the shame of such an ordeal is unbearable. Should it be discovered, She believes death would be her only escape. Yet, the more she resists, the more exhilarated Zheng Jiangnan becomes. Despite his age of 50, he is a man, and Song Jia, a frail woman, cannot possibly match his strength. Ultimately, exhausted, Song Jia resigns to her fate. Witnessing her capitulation, Zheng Jiangnan becomes increasingly brazen, like a beast devoid of reason, disregarding all moral constraints, consumed solely by the desire to fulfill his grotesque cravings. Trampling upon kinship and humanity alike, silent tears stream down Song Jia's face. On the way back, Zheng Jiangnan exhales a puff of smoke, his brow furrowed. Zheng Jiangnan inquires, "What troubles you, brother?" "Something feels amiss. When did Jiangnan take to driving a tractor?" As Zheng Jiangnan arrives at Li Qirui's location, accompanied by Chen Wenwu, it is already midday. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the tractor overflowing with baskets filled with snakes, Li Qiru is rendered speechless, utterly taken aback. "You are impressive." Li Qiru found himself at a loss for words and could only give Zheng Jiangnan a thumbs up. Are snakes truly so easy to catch? Perhaps he should consider a career change and join Zheng Jiangnan in snake catching. Zheng Jiangnan cheerfully introduced Chen Wenwu and Li Qiru to each other, prompting them to shake hands promptly. Zheng Jiangnan then said, "Brother, let us ask the master to prepare some food for us. We're starving." Since their last drinking session, the bond between the two had grown much closer, allowing Zheng Jiangnan to speak more casually. Li Qiru slapped his forehead with his right hand, quickly leading the two into a small private room. "I got so caught up in dealing with this tractor full of snakes that I forgot to ask if you've eaten." He added, "You guys wait here. I'll arrange it right away." Chen Wenwu felt a bit embarrassed, while Zheng Jiangnan, with his thick skin, said, "It's not a bother. Just whip up about 17 or 18 dishes." Li Qiru chuckled but chose not to respond. Before long, Li Qiru returned to the small room after making the arrangements. "Jiangnan, Wenwu brothers, the food will be here shortly, so don't be polite. I need to hurry and contact a vehicle to transport these snakes to the provincial capital today." "All right, brother, you go ahead. Don't mind us," both Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu replied in unison. Li Qiru nodded to them, then cheerfully rode his bicycle out to arrange for the vehicle. It was no wonder he was in such high spirits, as this venture would undoubtedly be profitable for both him and Zheng Jiangnan. Once Li Qiru departed, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu disregarded their manners and quickly filled their bowls with steaming rice. They had only consumed 2 sweet potatoes since morning, leaving their stomachs growling with hunger. At that moment, their eyes were solely fixated on the fragrant bowl of rice. Li Qiru had arranged a delightful selection of dishes: a bowl of home-style stir-fried pork, a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic bitter greens, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. With a balance of meat, vegetables, and soup, the sensation of filling their stomachs with carbohydrates brought immense satisfaction to the two. As they finished their meal, when Zheng Jiangnan approached the front desk to settle the bill, Li Qirui's wife adamantly refused to accept payment, stating that Li Qiru had specifically instructed her not to charge them. Seeing her unwavering stance, Zheng Jiangnan had no choice but to relent. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and after serving the two a cup of tea, Li Qirui's wife greeted them and went about her business. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, feeling no need for formality, sipped their tea and chatted while waiting for Li Qirui's return. Before long, Li Qirui's voice echoed from outside. "Jiangnan, have you finished eating? If so, hurry out. We need to weigh the load, and I'll take it directly to the provincial capital." As this was his first transaction in the provincial capital, Li Qiru wanted to avoid any mistakes, so he decided to go personally. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu promptly set down their teacups, and as they stepped out of the courtyard, they spotted a blue Isuzu light truck parked beside the tractor. Li Qiru, sweating profusely, was busy unloading baskets from the tractor. Zheng Jiangnan waved his hand, saying, "Let's not fuss over that. Let us load the baskets onto the truck directly. We can settle up when you return." "How can that be?" Before Li Qiru could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zheng Jiangnan. "I trust you. Let us not waste time. Just load the Isuzu onto the truck," he said. Li Qiru cast a heavy glance at Zheng Jiangnan, nodded, and replied, "All right." At that moment, it was mealtime, and the staff at Li Qirui's restaurant were busy, so the three of them had no choice but to start loading the truck themselves. The Isuzu driver was quite amiable. Noticing their efforts, he also got out to lend a hand, with 2 men carrying 1 basket each. It didn't take long before all the baskets were loaded onto the truck bed. "This basket is not for you." Zheng Jiangnan stopped Li Qiru and the truck driver. Seeing Li Qirui's puzzled expression, he explained, "This is the sample I mentioned last time for Xiao Kuei. I brought it along today. Let us store it with you for now." Li Qiruei suddenly understood. He nodded and said, "According to our agreed schedule, my cousin should arrive the day after tomorrow. If all goes well, I should be back by tomorrow. You can stay here. I have a bed. Let us drink together when I return with Xiao Kuei and Wenwu," he added. Zheng Jiangnan shook his head. "We need to head back today. We can only use this tractor for a day. How about we come back the day after tomorrow?" Li Qiruei nodded. "All right. Then we'll settle the accounts when I return the day after tomorrow." Zheng Jiangnan made a gesture indicating no problem. Li Qiruei went inside to speak with his wife, then waved goodbye to Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu. With a stylish leap, he climbed into the passenger seat of the Isuzu and headed towards the provincial city. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu also entered to greet Li Qirui's wife, then drove off with the tractor. "Wenwu, now that we're in Guxiao, shall we explore the county town?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired. Chen Wenwu shook his head. "Let us skip it. I've been to Guxiao before, and there's nothing much to see. This tractor doesn't drive fast. We should just head back early." "Fair enough," Zheng Jiangnan nodded. "Once we reach an open area outside the city, can you teach me how to operate the tractor?" Chen Wenwu said excitedly. Zheng Jiangnan was taken aback. "You want to learn how to drive a tractor? What's the purpose of that?" Chen Wenwu adjusted his glasses and insisted, "Just tell me if you'll teach me or not." "Of course, I'll teach you, but I believe it's somewhat unnecessary." "How could it be unnecessary? Just like now, you can drive a tractor to Guxia, while I wouldn't even know what to do," Chen Wenwu argued. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. "All right then, when we reach a less crowded road, I'll let you take over." "Great." The tractor sputtered and released a plume of black smoke as it headed towards the Hongqi commune in Hezhen County. Upon reaching an open stretch of road, Zheng Jiangnan brought the tractor to a halt. Chapter 86. The wild Chen Wenwu also disembarked, standing beside the hand tractor. Zheng Jiangnan earnestly addressed him. "Wenwu, with your intelligence, learning to drive this hand tractor will be exceedingly simple. First, familiarize yourself with the various components of the tractor." As he spoke, Zheng Jiangnan pointed out the steering handle, gear shift, clutch, and other parts, explaining their functions and operational methods one by one. Chen Wenwu listened intently, nodding occasionally. Zheng Jiangnan continued. "First, you must stand in the correct position, grip the handle firmly, and maintain your balance." He personally demonstrated the standing posture. When igniting the engine, one must vigorously shake the handle, but with attention to rhythm and force. Zheng Jiangnan skillfully shook the handle a few times, and the tractor roared to life. "Now, it's your turn," he said, extinguishing the engine and yielding the position to Chen Wenwu. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wenwu grasped the handle according to Zheng Jiangnan's instructions and began to shake it. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, and he failed to start the engine after several attempts. Zheng Jiangnan patiently guided him. "Do not rush. Exert a bit more force and increase your speed slightly." After several tries, the tractor finally roared to life under Chen Wenwu's efforts, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Next came the gear shifting. Depress the clutch and slowly push the gear lever. Zheng Jiangnan continued to explain. Chen Wenwu operated cautiously, gradually mastering the gear shifting technique under Zheng Jiangnan's guidance. Controlling the direction was equally vital. One must keep both hands steady and adjust according to the road conditions. Zheng Jiangnan demonstrated as he spoke. Following his lead, Chen Wenwu cautiously attempted to maneuver the tractor. Though a bit unsteady, he finally took that first step. Zheng Jiangnan remained close by, constantly reminding and correcting Chen Wenwu's actions. Being a top student, it wasn't long before Chen Wenwu could adeptly handle the walking tractor. "This is quite impressive, Jiangnan," he exclaimed in excitement. Zheng Jiangnan was surprised by Chen Wenwu's enthusiasm for driving the tractor and quipped, "Why not apply to your superiors for a position at the agricultural machinery station? You could drive tractors every day." "What did you say? I can't hear you," Chen Wenwu replied as he accelerated. The rush of wind and the tractor's roar drowning out Zheng Jiangnan's voice. Zheng Jiangnan repeated himself, but Chen Wenwu could only respond with confusion. "Never mind. Tomorrow will be sunny," Zheng Jiangnan said resignedly. With a grin, Chen Wenwu resembled a spirited rider galloping across the plains, racing along the highway. As they traversed the winding mountain roads, the wind whipped past them, a wild symphony that enveloped Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu. Chen Wenwu relished the exhilaration and freedom brought by speed, while Zheng Jiangnan's complexion paled, gripping the handrail tightly. In a sense, He and Chen Wenwu shared a common fear. Both were wary of death. However, Zheng Jiangnan had never anticipated that the typically refined Chen Wenwu harbored such a wild side. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, as if laying a golden carpet along the path home. The two brothers shared heartfelt laughter. Just as they entered the territory of Hongqi Commune, Zheng Jiangnan suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. He instructed Chen Wenwu to slow down, uneasy feelings swelling within him. When they finally discerned the scene before them, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. A car had collided with a large tree, overturned, and shattered glass lay strewn across the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. Not far from the vehicle, two individuals lay on the ground. Chen Wenwu hastily halted the tractor, and Zheng Jiangnan leaped down, hastening towards the scene. As the two approached, they discovered a young couple lying on the ground, their faces contorted in agony and their bodies marred by numerous abrasions. The young man's arm appeared severely injured, hanging limply by his side, while the young woman lay with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion ashen. Their striking resemblance suggested they were siblings. At that moment, the car they had emerged from suddenly ignited. A wave of dread washed over Zheng Jiangnan. With no time to assess the extent of their injuries and disregarding the potential for secondary harm, he and Chen Wenwu, in perfect synchrony, each scooped up one of the injured and hastily retreated from the burning vehicle. Just as the four had moved less than 200 meters away, a thunderous explosion erupted as the car was consumed by flames. Had Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu not fortuitously appeared, the fate of the young couple would have been grim. The deafening blast caused the young man's body to tremble involuntarily. He had not fully succumbed to unconsciousness and was acutely aware of everything transpiring. Without Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, they surely would have perished. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the young man weakly uttered his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Before losing consciousness, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu exchanged a glance of resignation, deliberating their next course of action. They understood that on this remote mountain road, summoning help was futile. Even if one of them were to drive a tractor to the nearest clinic to fetch assistance, the round trip would consume valuable time. The two individuals were evidently gravely injured, and without prompt medical intervention, their lives would be at stake. Time was of the essence. After a brief discussion, they reached a surprising consensus. They would drive the tractor directly to the hospital with the injured. Thus, they cautiously lifted the two onto the tractor's bed, with Zheng Jiangnan at the helm and Chen Wenwu tending to the injured. As Zheng Jiangnan started the tractor and navigated a turn toward Guxia County, they noted that the local clinic in Hongqi Commune would be ill-equipped to provide the necessary care, rendering a visit there pointless. The county hospital was their only viable option, and although they were within the jurisdiction of Hezheng County, the route to Guxia County was evidently shorter and more accessible. Naturally, they opted for the superior path. Throughout the journey, Zheng Jiangnan exercised utmost caution, striving to minimize jostling to avoid exacerbating the injuries. Chen Wenwu tore his shirt to staunch the bleeding wounds as best as he could. Their singular focus was to expedite the young couple's arrival at a hospital for urgent medical attention. The wind, as it had been on their way, continued to blow. Yet Zheng Jiangnan was too consumed by concern for these strangers to appreciate its liberating embrace. Finally, through their concerted efforts, they arrived at the People's Hospital of Guxia County. At that moment, the hospital still upheld a commendable spirit of humanitarianism. No one urged them for payment, and the doctors promptly attended to the two injured individuals. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu watched as the injured were wheeled into the emergency room, exchanging glances before taking a seat, silently offering their prayers. Chapter 87. Successful Surgery. Time passed slowly, the lights in the operating room still shining brightly. To save a life is to save it thoroughly. To deliver a soul is to see it through to the end. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu did not rush to leave, sitting on a bench and engaging in casual conversation. However, Chen Wenwu's bare torso was less than presentable, as his white vest had been torn apart to staunch the blood flow of the two injured. At that moment, a nurse approached, handing Chen Wenwu a hospital gown, saying, "Please be mindful of your appearance. This gown is new, and I kindly ask you to put it on." After some hesitation, Chen Wenwu complied. Once he had donned the garment, the nurse instructed them to complete the necessary paperwork. Yet, the two were at a loss regarding the names of the injured. Zheng Jiangnan scratched his head and said, "Nurse, we encountered them in an accident on the mountain road, and we truly do not know their names. What are we to do?" The nurse furrowed her brow and replied, Please try to think of a way to find something on them that could confirm their identities. Otherwise, we can wait until they regain consciousness to inquire. The paperwork must be processed swiftly, or it will affect subsequent treatment." With that, she hurried away. The two men felt helpless. The victim's vehicle had exploded and likely reduced to ashes. Even if they returned now, they would undoubtedly find no means of identification. They could only wait for the two to awaken after surgery, to seek their identity information or contact their families. Chen Wenwu and Zheng Jiangnan understood that this was not the hospital's fault. After all, it was commendable that the hospital had managed to provide timely aid to the injured. Zheng Jiangnan sighed deeply. In truth, this situation held no direct connection to them. Even the act of saving lives carried certain risks, yet neither of them regretted their actions. This mutual admiration was what bound them. Even in a past life where Zheng Jiangnan was far from perfect, Chen Wenwu still treated him well. For Chen Wenwu understood that Zheng Jiangnan, like himself, possessed an intrinsic kindness, albeit misled. Another 2 hours passed, and the lights in the operating room dimmed. The two injured were wheeled out. The doctor removed his mask, his expression slightly fatigued as he addressed Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, saying, "Fortunately, they were brought in promptly. Both injuries have been properly managed. The young man has sustained severe injuries, with multiple fractures in his leg and arm. However, after surgery, they have been realigned and stabilized. With proper rest, his chances of recovery are quite high. The young woman is in a better condition. She has merely suffered some bruises and fainted from shock. It is expected she will regain consciousness soon." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on their hearts finally lifted. Though they were strangers, they genuinely wished for the safety of the injured. The medical staff wheeled the two victims into a ward, where they remained unconscious. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu gazed upon the two individuals in the hospital bed, their hearts brimming with compassion. Zheng Jiangnan remarked, "Once they regain consciousness, let us assist in contacting their families. Until then, we shall remain here to care for them." Chen Wenwu offered no dissent. Observing the two who, despite their injuries, retained an air of elegance, Chen Wenwu furrowed his brow contemplatively and mused, "These individuals must be extraordinary." He continued, "Just look at their attire and that automobile." Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, in this day and age, those who can afford a car undoubtedly possess an uncommon status. In this remote corner of the mountains, even owning a bicycle is considered fortunate, yet they traverse the roads in a vehicle. Perhaps they are affluent individuals from the city. Chen Wenwu stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is certainly plausible. However, regardless of their identity, we must extend our help. Our motives for aiding them are not rooted in their status. Zheng Jiangnan smiled. "Certainly, we are not so superficial. I am merely curious about their true backgrounds." Both men harbored a profound curiosity regarding the identities of the young pair, yet their immediate priority remained to care for them and facilitate their swift recovery. Before long, the female companion stirred and awakened first. Her gaze reflected confusion and a hint of fear, yet her beauty remained unmistakable. Looking at Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, she weakly inquired, "Who are you? Where am I?" Zheng Jiangnan quickly responded in a gentle tone, "Do not be afraid, young lady. We encountered your accident on the mountain road and brought you to the hospital. You are safe here." The young woman exhaled a slight sigh of relief, only to become anxious again as she asked, "What about my brother? How is he?" Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu exchanged glances, confirming their sibling bond, which explained their striking resemblance. Seeing their expressions, the girl presumed something dire had befallen her brother, and she burst into tears. At that moment, a weak voice emerged from the adjacent bed. It was the young man. "Do not cry. I am fine. Just promise me you will not worry so much." Everyone turned to find the young man awake. "Oh, brother, you are all right. You scared me to death. I thought you were gone." The girl sobbed. The young man attempted to soothe his sister's distress and then turned his gaze towards Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of wariness. He parted his lips slightly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Thank you for saving us. However, I am curious as to why you chose to help us, as we are strangers." Zheng Jiangnan laughed heartily. "What is there to be curious about? Encountering you on this mountain road, we could not simply stand by and do nothing." Chen Wenwu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Focus on your recovery and do not concern yourselves with anything else." The young man fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. I, Gu Yuanjin, will remember your kindness. Once I am well, I shall repay you. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu exchanged glances and broke into laughter, simultaneously declaring, there is no need for any repayment. Your safety is all that matters. After a brief exchange, they learned that the man was named Gu Yuanjin, and the delicate young woman was his twin sister, Gu Yuanya. The duo had come to Hejing County half a month ago in search of an old acquaintance, but upon failing to locate him, they found themselves in a car accident on a treacherous mountain road. Gu Yuanjin expressed his gratitude once more to Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu, providing a phone number and requesting that they contact his family. Naturally, Zheng Jiangnan agreed, even if Gu Yuanjin had not mentioned it. He had intended to inquire how to reach their relatives. After all, while Gu Yuanya seemed to be in relatively good condition, Gu Yuanjin's injuries were more concerning. As the saying goes, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. If they could not reach their family for assistance, it would indeed pose a problem. Zheng Jiangnan, having spent some time in the hospital, was well acquainted with many of the nurses, who held a favorable impression of the charming young man. When he requested to borrow a phone, the head nurse readily obliged. After 3 beeps, the call connected. Hello, this is Shen Guozhong, came the resonant voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. Shen? Surely, I have not dialed the wrong number, Zheng Jiangnan murmured. The man on the line furrowed his brow, pondering how anyone could mistakenly call this number. Zheng Jiangnan dismissed the thought and inquired, Good day. Are you a relative of Gu Yuanjin? Yes, I am his uncle. What has happened to Yuanjin? Zheng Jiangnan detected a note of urgency in the man's voice. Oh, so you are his uncle. I have not misdialed. Here is the situation. Zheng Jiangnan recounted the events following their encounter with the Gu siblings in meticulous detail. Upon hearing that the two had been involved in an accident that nearly cost them their lives, Shen Guozhong abruptly stood, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. When he learned that the siblings were no longer in imminent danger, he sighed with relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Once Zheng Jiangnan finished his account, Shen Guozhong regained his composure and excitedly expressed, Thank you, young man. I must trouble you to keep an eye on them at the hospital. I will be there shortly. There was a tremor in his voice. Zheng Jiangnan, not thinking much of it, assumed the man was merely anxious as a concerned relative. No problem, you can rest assured. Since we have taken them to the hospital, we will certainly see to their needs, he reassured. Thank you, thank you. After hanging up, Zheng Jiangnan returned to the ward. Noticing the time, he realized it was already 7 in the evening, well past dinner time. He asked, Are you hungry? Chen Wenwu and the Gu siblings nodded in unison. All right, I will see what food is available outside. But Gu brother, you must not eat, Zheng Jiangnan cautioned. The doctor had specifically instructed that Gu Yuanjin, having undergone major surgery, must not eat for 12 hours. The hospital would provide him with nutritional fluids. After a brief conversation with Chen Wenwu, Zheng Jiangnan proceeded to the cafeteria located on the first floor of the hospital, only to find it regrettably closed. He couldn't help but exclaim, Just a couple of days ago, meals were free. Now that I wish to pay for one, the place is shut. With no other option, Zheng Jiangnan hurried to the state-run restaurant, fervently praying that it had not yet closed. In these times, it was truly disheartening to have money, yet no place to procure food. By the time Zheng Jiangnan arrived at the state-run restaurant, it was already past 7 o'clock, and, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn awaited him. Although a few diners were leisurely enjoying their meals inside the restaurant, when Zheng Jiangnan walked in with high hopes, the server, with an indifferent demeanor, informed him, Comrade, we will be closing in 5 minutes and cannot accept any more orders. I apologize. The smile on Zheng Jiangnan's face instantly faded, and he anxiously pleaded, Comrade, could you please make an exception? My friend is unwell, and she must eat. The server, visibly conflicted, glanced at the clock and then back at Zheng Jiangnan, shaking her head resolutely. I'm afraid not, comrade. We have set closing hours and must prepare to close up. With a resigned sigh, Zheng Jiangnan turned to leave, his stomach growling in protest. He gazed at the dimly lit street, filled with disappointment. During the day, there might have been street vendors selling food, but now, not a soul was in sight. At that moment, he felt a pang of resentment towards the server at the state-run restaurant. However, having worked in kitchens for so long, he could empathize with her predicament. After a long day, you come in just before closing to eat? Would you even enjoy the nutrient-rich meals? Moreover, as closing time approached, the kitchen likely had already completed most of its cleanup, leaving scant ingredients to serve any more customers. Yet, understanding did not quell his frustration. Zheng Jiangnan muttered under his breath, "With such service quality, you'll all be out of a job in a few years." The only recourse now was to walk to Lin Youwei's place. Although he had gone to the provincial capital, it seemed his master still resided at the restaurant. So he should be fine there. If worst came to worst, he could ask Lin Youwei's wife for some of their ingredients and cook for himself. After all, while he and Chen Wenwu could manage a meal's absence, Gu Yuanyao could not. Already injured and shaken, she needed sustenance to recover. As Zheng Jiangnan made his way toward Lin Youwei's establishment, a voice uncertainly called out, "Jiangnan?" Turning around, he saw none other than the honest ticket scalper, Zhang Chao. Dressed in a somewhat worn jacket with disheveled hair, his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Zhang Chao's face perpetually bore a friendly smile that made him quite approachable. Upon hearing Zheng Jiangnan's response, he quickly stepped forward, greeting him warmly. "It's really you, Jiangnan. What brings you here?" Zheng Jiangnan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired after he rescued the Gu siblings. Zhang Chao, upon hearing this, sighed. "The state-run restaurant is just like that. They can be quite unreasonable. Come, let us go to my home. I shall have your sister-in-law prepare a feast for you to take back." Zheng Jiangnan's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he hesitated, questioning, "Is that appropriate?" Zhang Chao, draping an arm over Zheng Jiangnan's shoulder, dismissed the concern. "What do you mean by appropriate? Who do you look down upon?" With the matter laid bare, Zheng Jiangnan ceased to be polite and accompanied Zhang Chao to his residence. Zhang Chao's home was just a stone's throw away, a quintessential Soviet-style apartment building from the 1950s and 60s. Residing on the 5th floor, the space measured around 65 square meters. Although modest in size, it was immaculately kept, a testament to the industrious nature of his wife. The interior was simply yet warmly arranged, adorned with several photographs of Zhang Chao and his wife, showcasing their beaming smiles. The images clearly reflected a life well lived. In the living room, an old sofa was covered with a clean cushion. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Chao's wife, Li Rushuang, emerged from the kitchen, her apron tied around her waist, hands still damp from washing dishes. Upon recognizing Zheng Jiangnan as the guest, she greeted him with warmth. "What a surprise to see you. Please, take a seat." Zheng Jiangnan smiled and returned the greeting. "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhang Chao guided Zheng Jiangnan to the sofa, saying, "Brother, have a seat for a moment. I'll help my wife prepare something." He then ushered Li Rushuang back into the kitchen, engaging her in conversation. Li Rushuang, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, I can handle it. You go pour a cup of tea for our dear friend." Zhang Chao smacked his forehead, realizing, "How could I forget to serve tea to brother Jiangnan?" He quickly turned to fetch the teapot and cups, deftly preparing a steaming cup of tea and presenting it before Zheng Jiangnan. "Here, brother, enjoy this tea. I truly apologize for the oversight," he said. Zheng Jiangnan graciously accepted the cup, smiling. "You need not apologize, Chao." At that moment, a little boy of about 5 or 6 years, with a round face and bright eyes, approached, curiously inquiring, "Daddy, who is this?" Zhang Chao affectionately ruffled his son's hair, replying, "This is Daddy's friend, Uncle Zheng. Go ahead and greet him." The little one obediently called out, "Hello, Uncle Zheng." Zheng Jiangnan returned the greeting, "Hello, young man." Zhang Chao looked at his son with fondness, encouraging, "Go play now, and don't cause any trouble here." The child stuck out his tongue and was about to scamper away when Zheng Jiangnan called out, "Come here, little one." The boy hesitated, glancing at Zheng Jiangnan and then back at Zhang Chao, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt, appearing somewhat bewildered. Observing this, Zhang Chao knelt down, gently reassuring, "Do not be afraid. Uncle Zheng is a good friend of your father." The little boy bit his lip, still hesitant, choosing to hide behind Zhang Chao while secretly observing Zheng Jiangnan. With a warm smile, Zheng Jiangnan reached into his pocket and withdrew a red envelope, saying, "Here, Uncle has a little gift for you." The boy's eyes lit up, yet he hesitated to reach out, glancing back at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao quickly interjected, "Jiangnan, what is this?" Zheng Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively. "The child is delightful. This is just a small token from Uncle. In Hujian, it is customary for friends to present red envelopes upon first encountering a child. While this tradition is not without merit, the typical amount is merely 50 cents to 1 yuan. However, Zheng Jiangnan generously offered 10 yuan, startling Zhang Chao with the extravagance. Zhang Chao, of course, declined the offer. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled and remarked that the money was not intended for him, urging him not to refuse on the child's behalf. After repeated refusals, the two nearly found themselves in a quarrel until Zhang Chao finally instructed his son, "Quickly thank Uncle Zheng." The little one eagerly accepted the crisp note and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." He then returned to stand behind Zhang Chao, wide-eyed as he observed the jovial exchange between his father and the generous uncle. After a brief period of idle conversation, Li Rushuang emerged from the kitchen, a few beads of sweat glistening on her brow, her apron speckled with grease. "Dinner is ready. Zhang Chao, please fetch and wash our thermal container," she said with a smile. Zheng Jiangnan promptly rose and replied, "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness." Li Rushuang waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. It's merely fate. Please eat first. We can pack it up afterward." With that, she turned back to her busy tasks in the kitchen. Before long, Li Rushuang returned, bearing a bowl of porridge accompanied by 2 perfectly fried eggs and a small dish of pickled vegetables, which were indeed a delightful treat. Apologetically, she explained, "Brother, at this hour, there's nowhere to purchase ingredients. Fortunately, our workplace distributed a pound of eggs today. I could only prepare some porridge and fry a couple of eggs for a simple meal." Zheng Jiangnan promptly rose to accept the offering, smiling as he responded, "Sister-in-law, you are far too gracious. This is already splendid." He spoke sincerely. At this hour, having a bowl of fragrant rice porridge, fried eggs, and pickles was nothing short of a luxury. To suggest it was merely a simple affair would be an understatement. Upon Li Rushuang's gesture, he took his seat at the dining table, watching the steaming bowl of porridge, releasing a gentle aroma of rice, and the golden-hued eggs with their crisp edges. He felt a surge of warmth within him. Little did he expect to encounter such kindness while away from home. Zhang Chao chimed in, "Brother, do not be dismissive. My wife's culinary skills are quite commendable." Zheng Jiangnan nodded, gently stirring the porridge with his spoon, and remarked, "To have such a meal at this time is already a source of great contentment." He then began to savor the simple, yet exquisite fare. The porridge was warm and tender, while the fried eggs were crispy on the outside and soft within. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, this flavor is truly delightful." Hearing the praise, Li Rushuang blushed with modesty and called for Zhang Chao to join her in the kitchen to pack up the remaining food. Zheng Jiangnan continued to relish the warmth of this humble yet comforting meal. Each spoonful of porridge and each bite of egg was imbued with the host's heartfelt hospitality. His heart brimmed with gratitude. Once he had finished his meal, Zhang Chao and his wife emerged from the kitchen, carrying the packed thermal container. "Brother Jiangnan, we have everything packed. Do you think it's enough?" Zhang Chao inquired, handing over the food container to Zheng Jiangnan. Yes, it is quite sufficient. Absolutely enough." "My dear sister-in-law," Zheng Jiangnan expressed his gratitude once more. Li Rushuang smiled and replied, "Oh, big brother, there's no need to be so polite. It's all fate." Zheng Jiangnan took the thermos, its heavy weight seemingly laden with their abundant enthusiasm. After mentioning he would return the thermos tomorrow, he hurriedly turned and rushed towards the hospital. The streets were somewhat desolate at night, the dim streetlights casting a long shadow of his figure. Zheng Jiangnan paid no heed to the surrounding stillness and chill. His only thought was to reach the hospital swiftly, lest Chen Wenwu and Gu Yuanyao suffer from hunger. Upon arriving at the hospital, however, he was taken aback. A large crowd gathered at the entrance of the ward where the Gu siblings were situated. Despite their numbers, an eerie silence enveloped them, and everyone wore a serious expression. Among them, he recognized one person, Li Hang, the secretary to the county party secretary, Su Tianliang. The personal secretary of a county party secretary was waiting outside the ward at this hour, suggesting that his superior must be inside. Zheng Jiangnan had speculated with Chen Wenwu that the siblings were no ordinary individuals, but judging by the scene before him, their significance might exceed even their expectations. "What is going on here?" Zheng Jiangnan pondered. Li's secretary noticed Zheng Jiangnan, and his eyes brightened. "Comrade Jiangnan, didn't you already get discharged? What brings you here?" "Hello." Li's secretary, "I've been discharged for several days. I happened to encounter 2 injured individuals today and brought them to the hospital," Zheng Jiangnan explained with a resigned shrug. Li's secretary exclaimed in shock, "What? You saved the Gu siblings?" Zheng Jiangnan was somewhat bewildered by Li's secretary's intense reaction. Well, it was a coincidence. One cannot simply stand by and watch someone in peril, can they? A flicker of surprise crossed Li's secretary's face, but it was quickly replaced by seriousness. He pulled Zheng Jiangnan aside and lowered his voice. "Brother, do you know their identities?" Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, indicating he was unaware. He and Chen Wenwu had acted out of genuine concern, indifferent to the sibling status. Li's secretary, speaking in a mysterious tone, remarked, "These siblings are significant figures. You and your friend are destined for greatness." Zheng Jiangnan chuckled lightly. "Li's secretary, our intention in saving them was not for personal gain, regardless of their status. We only wish for their safe recovery." Li's secretary nodded eagerly. Yes, your noble qualities are truly admirable. However, I must congratulate you in advance, should opportunities arise. Do not forget to lend a hand to your brothers." As the personal secretary of a county party secretary, Li Hang's words were a significant concession. Yet Zheng Jiangnan felt a tinge of distaste. Li Hang's demeanor struck him as overly pragmatic, perhaps reflective of the reality faced by many in the political arena. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Zheng Jiangnan nodded and entered the ward, leaving Li Hang and the crowd to continue their vigil outside. As Zheng Jiangnan entered the room, he observed Su Tianliang, Yi Dang, and a middle-aged man he did not recognize, engaging in cordial conversation with the Gu siblings and Chen Wenwu. Notably, Chen Wenwu had changed out of his hospital gown into a pristine white shirt, presumably provided by Su Tianliang and his companions. Upon seeing Zheng Jiangnan, Su Tianliang and Yi Dang exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, as the young man appeared somewhat familiar to them. Their inquisitive gazes scrutinized Zheng Jiangnan from head to toe. Chen Wenwu promptly introduced him. "Jiangnan, you're back. Allow me to introduce you to these three esteemed leaders: Secretary Su of Guxia County, Mayor Li of the county government, and Minister Yi from the armed forces." Upon hearing Chen Wenwu's introduction, a courteous smile graced Zheng Jiangnan's face as he greeted, "Good day to you, esteemed leaders." Chen Wenwu continued, "This young man here is my brother, Zheng Jiangnan, the one who assisted in the rescue." His voice brimmed with pride. With the realization of who Zheng Jiangnan was, Su Tianliang and Yi Dang's expression softened, and even Mayor Li, although unfamiliar with Zheng Jiangnan, recalled the commendable citizen who had recently aided the martyr's widow, Chen Pingyan. Su Tianliang's face brightened with a warm smile as he approached Zheng Jiangnan, extending both hands to clasp his firmly. "Ah, so it is you, young man. Truly, heroes are often found among the youth." Flattered by Su Tianliang's praise, Zheng Jiangnan felt a touch of embarrassment. He smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you, leader, but it was merely an instinctive response during a critical moment. I hardly consider it heroic." Yi Dang then stepped forward, affectionately patting Zheng Jiangnan on the shoulder. "Such instinctual bravery speaks volumes of your character and kindness." Before Zheng Jiangnan could respond, Mayor Li Wenjian interjected, "Your actions are commendable and serve as an exemplary model for our socialist populace." His gaze was filled with admiration. Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu felt a sense of gratification from the generous praise of these three influential figures representing the highest echelons of power in Guxia County. After all, who does not relish compliments? However, both men were acutely aware that the leaders' humility and kindness likely stemmed not merely from their brave act of saving lives, but rather from the extraordinary individuals they had rescued. Otherwise, it was unlikely they would be present in such a significant manner at the hospital at this hour. Indeed, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu's intuition was correct. The two individuals lying in the hospital bed were far from ordinary. The siblings were none other than Gu Yuanzhong and Gu Yuanyao, the direct grandchildren of Gu Jian Province's current provincial secretary, Gu Changchun, an identity of exceptional significance. For Su Tianliang and Mayor Li, although the incident did not occur in Guxia, it unfolded in the Guxia hospital where they were being treated. Should they perform admirably, this could very well lead to a significant political opportunity. Hence, it was understandable that they would treat Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu with such regard. However, all three leaders tacitly refrained from disclosing the specific identities of the Gu siblings to Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their praise, Zheng Jiangnan quickly lifted the dishes in his hands and said, "Wenwu, Yuanyao, would you like to have something to eat first?" Chen Wenwu informed Zheng Jiangnan that, just before he left, Secretary Su had already arranged for the hospital cafeteria to prepare meals, and they had served the food remarkably swiftly. This made Zheng Jiangnan marvel at the privileges of being an official in Huaxia, where one could secure meals with a mere word, while he had to spend his own money and still find it challenging to procure food. At this moment, Gu Yuanjin spoke up with great enthusiasm. "If it weren't for you, my sister and I cannot fathom what might have happened. We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance." Beside him, Gu Yuanyao's eyes glistened with tears as she added, "Indeed, the more I think about it, the more fearful I become. Thank you for granting us a second chance at life. Once I recover, I will ensure that my grandfather expresses our gratitude properly." Upon hearing Gu Yuanyao's words, Su Tianliang, Li Wenjian, and Yi Dang exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as a sense of joy washed over them. They silently communicated their shared sentiments. While Gu Yuanjin furrowed his brow slightly, then seemed to grasp something, allowing his features to relax once more. The group continued to converse, discussing the siblings' plight for quite some time. Meanwhile, while the three leaders engaged with Gu Yuanjin, Chen Wenwu, and Zheng Jiangnan quietly conferred. Given the presence of several significant figures from Guxia County, they realized their purpose for remaining was minimal, and it would be wiser to depart sooner rather than later. After all, the tractor was borrowed only for a day, and they needed to return it promptly to Director Liang at the grain station. Thus, Chen Wenwu spoke up. "Esteemed leaders, since you have arrived, we can rest easy. However, we have other matters to attend to and must take our leave." Su Tianliang quickly responded, "Please, do not be in such a hurry to leave. You are the saviors of these two siblings. It would be better to wait until the elders of the Gu family arrive before you depart." Initially, Su Tianliang intended to say that the Gu family's elders would surely express their gratitude, but reconsidering, he altered his words. Chen Wenwu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Leaders, we truly cannot delay. We borrowed our friends' belongings and must return them promptly." Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Seeing their insistence on leaving, Gu Yuanjin could only ask Su Tianliang and the others to see them off. Su Tianliang promptly arranged for his driver to escort Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu home. However, they hurriedly declined. "What a joke. If we let the driver take us back, what will happen to the tractor? We primarily need to return the tractor." Chapter 91. Quite uncommon with a sigh, Su Tianliang relented. "Very well then. Should you encounter any difficulties in Guxia in the future, feel free to seek our assistance." Chen Wenwu and Zheng Jiangnan nodded in appreciation. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed leaders. We shall take our leave now." After expressing their farewells, the two departed from the hospital and headed towards the open space where the tractor was parked. Once the lights of the hospital faded from view, Chen Wenwu exhaled deeply. As a public servant, he felt a degree of pressure in the presence of such numerous leaders. "Jiangnan, the fact that the esteemed secretary and county head are here with us so late suggests that these siblings must have significant connections." Zheng Jiangnan deeply resonated with the sentiment expressed. Indeed, it appears that they are no ordinary individuals. Chen Wenwu chuckled, suggesting they ought to return home, as their mission to save lives is not contingent upon one's identity. Zheng Jiangnan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Chen Wenwu's words. Would they have turned a blind eye to the plight of the Gu siblings had they been mere commoners? The answer was a resounding no. Simultaneously, Zheng Jiangnan found himself inwardly amused. Since his rebirth, had he awakened to the sacred duty of saving lives? Strictly speaking, this marked his second act of salvation. As Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu navigated the darkened road home, one wielding a flashlight while the other operated the tractor, several Beijing 212 jeeps bearing provincial license plates, along with two ambulances from the provincial hospital, arrived at the courtyard of the Guxia County People's Hospital. Su Tianliang, Li Wenjian, and the entire leadership team of Guxia County stood at attention on either side. From the central vehicle emerged a composed middle-aged man. "Good day, Secretary General." "Greetings, leaders," exclaimed the officials, their voices rising as if to convey their sincerity to the leaders. The middle-aged man was none other than Shen Guozhong, the personal secretary to the provincial secretary Gu Changchun, with whom Zheng Jiangnan had previously communicated. Shen Guozhong frowned, questioning the commotion. What is the meaning of this? Only the secretary and the county head should remain. Everyone else may disperse. Su Tianliang and Li Wenjian promptly signaled for the other officials to leave, accompanying Shen Guozhong with haste. "Secretary, your journey must have been arduous." Shen Guozhong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for pleasantries. Let us discuss matters as we walk. Where are the individuals in question, and what is their condition?" His tone was direct and efficient. Noting Shen Guozhong's palpable anxiety, Su Tianliang refrained from idle chatter, guiding the leader alongside Li Wenjian. "They are on the upper floor. The current situation is." Upon entering the hospital room of the Gu siblings, they discovered that the pair had already succumbed to slumber. Shen Guozhong gestured for Su Tianliang and Li Wenjian to exit. His gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Gu Yuanjin and Gu Yuanyao, brimming with concern, worry, and affection, as if he wished to absorb every nuanced expression of the siblings. Standing quietly by the bedside, Shen Guozhong gazed at them for an extended period, murmuring, "It is fortunate you are safe. Otherwise, how could we face your parents?" After a considerable while, he let out a soft sigh, seemingly reluctant to disturb their rest, and quietly withdrew from the room. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu returned to Hongqi Commune, where the clock struck 2 in the morning. Given the dismal road conditions and the inky darkness of the night, Zheng Jiangnan refrained from speeding. The night was profound, enveloped in silence. It was evidently inappropriate to visit Director Liang at such an hour with the tractor. Thus, Zheng Jiangnan and Chen Wenwu decided to leave the tractor in its original spot, planning to rise early the next day to return the keys. After securing the tractor, they returned to Chen Wenwu's home for a brief wash before collapsing into bed, utterly exhausted. The following day, as Zheng Jiangnan awoke from his slumber, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 9 in the morning. Noticing that Zheng Jiangnan was awake, Chen Wenwu handed him a new toothbrush and a cup. Zheng Jiangnan accepted the toiletries and, after pouring a glass of water, began to brush his teeth with a gurgle. "Why are you up so early?" he mumbled, foam filling his mouth. In the kitchen, Chen Wenwu skillfully prepared porridge while responding, "I'm accustomed to it. My biological clock naturally awakens me around 6. After waking, I quickly returned the key to Director Liang." "Oh, Director Liang didn't say anything, did he?" Zheng Jiangnan inquired, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as he had borrowed the key for a day but had, in truth, overstayed. Chen Wenwu reassured him, "Director Liang is quite amiable. He didn't mention a word about it. He just invited us to have tea with him whenever we have time." Zheng Jiangnan nodded, relieved. "That's good. By the way, it's already 9. Aren't you supposed to go to work?" Chen Wenwu shot him an exasperated glance. "Of course I'm supposed to work. But I'm utterly exhausted, so I took a day off. Once I finish my porridge, I plan to catch up on some sleep." He yawned, his fatigue evident. Zheng Jiangnan splashed cold water on his face. "I can see you hardly slept last night. By the way, where are my uncle and aunt?" It dawned on him that Chen Wenwu's parents were conspicuously absent, which piqued his curiosity. Holding a pair of long chopsticks, Chen Wenwu gently stirred the porridge. "My father took my mother back to his hometown to visit relatives. They haven't been back in a long while, and since there's nothing pressing at the moment, they decided to stay for a few days." Zheng Jiangnan nodded in understanding. "I see. I hope their journey is smooth." With a smile, Chen Wenwu replied, "I made all the arrangements before they left, and besides, my parents are well educated. There's nothing to worry about. The porridge is almost ready. Have you washed up? Let us eat," he urged. "I'm all set, coming." After their breakfast, Chen Wenwu returned to bed for some much-needed rest, hoping to go to work in the afternoon. Zheng Jiangnan, having slept well the previous night, felt no need for a nap. Bidding farewell to Chen Wenwu, Zheng Jiangnan made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased over 10 pounds of pork belly. His decision to buy such a quantity stemmed from 2 intentions. Firstly, his younger uncle was currently in the primitive forest and likely had limited provisions. He planned to prepare a pot of braised pork as a treat for everyone. Secondly, he intended to bring 2 pounds of meat to Uncle Shunjing's home, hoping to procure some snake medicine in the process. Initially, Zheng Jiangnan contemplated slaughtering the pig raised at his father's house, but upon reflection, he decided to wait until the funds from Lin Youwei arrived the following day before doing so. After all, the pig at his father's home shouldn't be killed without reason. He felt it was only fair to contribute some money to his mother. This wasn't due to any avarice on her part. Rather, it was important for family members to be mindful of each other's financial burdens. After all, his parents faced significant pressure, with Zheng Xiang and Zheng Beiyang needing funds for their education, medical expenses arising throughout the year, social obligations, and the everyday costs of living. In a place like Hepingta village, the cultivated grains and sweet potatoes barely suffice for sustenance, while a single pig can almost be regarded as the sole source of a family's expenditures. Chapter 92. Zheng Jiangbei's mission since his rebirth. Zheng Jiangnan has earned a considerable amount and spent it liberally. Although he has not skimped on provisions for his parents, he has yet to provide them with any cash. He anticipates that this time he will make a substantial profit, and plans to offer a bit more support to his father and mother. Surely, with a virtuous person like Youwei, there will be no objections. The elderly often say that money instills courage in a person. If his parents had cash in hand, they would undoubtedly feel more confident. As he pondered while walking, the sweat on Zheng Jiangnan's clothing continued to flow unabated. It was already late May in the lunar calendar, and the weather had begun to turn hot. Although the altitude of Hongqi Commune is relatively high, making it cooler compared to the county town of Huzheng, summer is summer, and its heat has begun to assert itself. After a long-awaited return home and a brief greeting with Lin Youwei, Zheng Jiangnan hurried to the dining table, gulping down 2 bowls of cool tea, which offered him some relief. I feel revitalized. Zheng Jiangnan released a small burp. Lin Youwei admonished him that he should not drink so hastily next time. He should wait until his body temperature has lowered before indulging. Zheng Jiangnan paused, recalling a particularly sweltering summer during his previous life when a colleague, after frying dishes, downed a bottle of icy beverage in one go. It was indeed refreshing and thirst-quenching. But that colleague fainted on the spot, succumbing before he could even reach the hospital. Snapping back to the present, he noticed the concern in Lin Youwei's eyes, and a warm feeling surged within him. I understand, he said. I was just too thirsty, and I worried you. Lin Youwei sighed softly, replying, It's good that you understand. But you must be careful. Your health is paramount. If anything were to go awry, it would be you who suffers. Zheng Jiangnan nodded, smiling as he reassured her. Do not worry. With your care for me, I will certainly take good care of myself. Lin Youwei shot him a playful glance, saying, Less flattery. Just remember what I've said. Afterward, she turned to fetch a basin of water for him to wash up, while she went to get him some clothes. Zheng Jiangnan enjoyed a refreshing wash, shedding the uncomfortable stickiness. Drying himself with a towel and donning the sun-kissed clothes Lin Youwei had brought, he felt immensely comfortable. By the way, my dear, when you studied in Shenzhen, did you ever try the local version of braised pork? Lin Youwei, who attended Shenzhen Normal University, a prestigious institution in this small county, brightened at the question. Of course I have, she exclaimed. Let me tell you, Jiangnan. Before I had it for the first time, I thought the people of Shenzhen did not understand cuisine. How could they make dishes sweet? But after tasting their braised pork, I realized how naive I was. My goodness, it was absolutely delicious. The texture was perfectly fatty yet not greasy, tender without falling apart. Simply exquisite. Zheng Jiangnan chuckled. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Watch as your husband showcases his culinary skills today. Wait, Jiangnan, you can actually make Shenzhen's braised pork? Lin Youwei asked in disbelief. What is so difficult about it? It's merely braised pork, something I can handle with ease, Zheng Jiangnan replied confidently. Lin Youwei softly retorted, You're just boasting. Then, my dear wife, let us wait and see. He joked, having spent over a decade in the culinary industry in his past life. How could a simple dish of braised pork pose a challenge? In the present day, it was not just professional chefs who could master it. Even a casual housewife could find dozens of recipes for braised pork on Douyin. What are you up to? At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in. Upon hearing it, Lin Youwei, without waiting to meet, turned and entered her room, pulling out the remaining dried plums. It was needless to say that it could only be Zheng Jiangnan. He tossed his small backpack onto a chair and, with a hint of servility, thanked his beautiful sister-in-law. He took the plums from Lin Youwei's hand, selecting the largest one to pop into his mouth. He had grown accustomed to skipping going home after school, heading straight to his sister-in-law's place, where he was assured of tasty treats. Most importantly, she was generous with him. Zheng Jiangnan frowned. Jiangbei, have you skipped class again? Zheng Jiangbei, feeling exasperated, replied. School us out, my brother. What were you saying you were going to make? All right, since you didn't skip, I won't scold you. I'm preparing to make braised pork in the flavor of Shenzhen, Zheng Jiangnan stated. Zheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up with confusion. He was familiar with braised pork, but puzzled about what Shenzhen flavor entailed. Shenzhen-style braised pork is still braised pork, just prepared differently than we do here. Lin Youwei explained gently. Braised pork? Zheng Jiangbei's eyes brightened. Regardless of whether it was Shenzhen or Jingxing flavor, he adored braised pork. Brother, sister-in-law, I want to eat dinner at your place tonight. No problem. By the way, Jiangbei, I have a task for you, Zheng Jiangnan said. What is it, brother? Zheng Jiangnan scooped about 20 pounds of rice from the rice jar and handed it to Zheng Jiangbei. Take this rice to Uncle S' house and have Aunt steam it all, then go notify our parents, as well as big brother and sister-in-law, that we're all going to Uncle S for dinner tonight. Lin Youwei had mentioned previously that she enjoyed the liveliness of dining with many people. But today their small home would surely not accommodate everyone. Thus, it was better to go to Uncle's house, which offered ample space and where their grandparents resided. Absolutely. Zheng Jiangbei responded, immediately taking the rice and struggling to hoist it onto his back. After a few unsteady steps, he could barely move. It was evident that he was overwhelmed by the burden. Lin Youwei shot a reproachful glance at Zheng Jiangnan, a mix of annoyance and concern in her expression. "You fool. He is only 9. How could he possibly carry something so heavy?" Zheng Jiangnan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "I just didn't think it through." Lin Youwei quickly approached Zheng Jiangnan, softly saying, "Little brother, quickly put it down. Your sister-in-law will go with you." However, Zheng Jiangnan stubbornly shook his head. "Sister-in-law, I can manage." Lin Youwei, feeling helpless, directly removed the sack of rice from Zheng Jiangnan's shoulder. Although she was pregnant, being an adult enabled her to lift the 20-pound burden with relative ease. Zheng Jiangnan, with a hint of grievance, expressed his desire to assist, his competitive spirit ignited. Lin Youwei, exasperated yet accommodating, fetched another bag and poured a portion of rice into it, handing the smaller sack to Zheng Jiangnan. "Let us each carry a bag and go together," she proposed. "Hooray!" Zheng Jiangnan exclaimed, excitedly dashing off with the rice. "Slow down. Wait for your second sister-in-law. She is carrying a big belly," Zheng Jiangnan called out in resignation. Chapter 93. Why are you covered in grass? After the two departed, Zheng Jiangnan selected a piece of marbled pork belly, a prime cut with distinct layers of fat and lean meat, its tender hue inviting. He placed the pork on the cutting board and meticulously diced it into uniformly sized cubes. Subsequently, he added the chunks to a pot, covering them with cold water, and included a few slices of ginger and a splash of cooking wine to eliminate any fishy odor. As the fire crackled to life, the cold water began to boil, causing the meat to tumble and release blood and impurities. After several minutes, Zheng Jiangnan skillfully retrieved the meat with a bamboo skimmer, draining the water for later use. He swiftly cleaned the iron pot and poured in a modest amount of pristine lard, lacking peanut oil, which would have been ideal for sought the meat. He awaited the oil to reach the right temperature. Once ready, he swiftly added the drained pork belly, which immediately sizzled in the pan. This crucial step allowed the lard to render from the meat, ensuring it would not taste greasy. Moreover, once the surface of the meat formed a crust, it would remain intact during stewing. As the oil rendered from the pork belly neared completion, Zheng Jiangnan again used the skimmer to lift the meat from the pan, reserving the excess lard until only a small amount remained. The pork had yielded a substantial quantity of lard, approximately 2 to 3 pounds. With the oil gently heating, Zheng Jiangnan added several pieces of rock sugar, stirring gently with a spatula. The sugar gradually melted, transforming from a pale yellow to an alluring caramel hue, with bubbles emerging rhythmically. At this juncture, Zheng Jiangnan quickly introduced the meat back into the pan, tossing it until each piece was joyfully coated in the rich caramel color. He then added 2 tablespoons each of dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and cooking wine, stirring rapidly to ensure the meat absorbed the essence of the seasonings. Following this, he incorporated scallions, ginger slices, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, spices that had been absent from the household until Zheng Jiangnan procured them during his previous shopping trips. Raising the kettle, he slowly poured boiling water over the meat until it was submerged, then covered the pot. All that remained was to tend to the fire and patiently await the outcome. The process requires at least 45 minutes to stew the meat to a tender yet intact perfection. Zheng Jiangnan planned to take advantage of this interval to visit Uncle Xuanjing's home. Alas, where is the meat? Zheng Jiangnan suddenly realized that he had forgotten to set aside 2.5 pounds of pork belly for Uncle Xuanjing's house. He had cooked it all. Well, it seems he could only take a bowl of braised pork over later. At that moment, Zheng Jiangnan returned. "Why are you back? Have you notified everyone?" Zheng Jiangnan asked with curiosity. Zheng Jiangnan nodded vigorously, confirming that he had indeed informed everyone, but both uncle and big brother were not at home. Zheng Jiangnan couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly his little brother, with his short legs, could run. "What about second sister-in-law?" he inquired. "She is over at Nes' house, chatting with grandpa and grandma. By the way, second brother, is the braised pork ready?" "Not so fast, just be patient," Zheng Jiangnan replied. Zheng Jiangnan fell silent, leaning against the stove, eagerly watching the steam rise from the pot's lid. "Stay back. Don't get burned," Zheng Jiangnan advised helplessly. Reluctantly, Zheng Jiangnan moved to the firewood position. "Hurry up." Zheng Jiangnan shook his head, speechless at this little glutton. At that moment, the aroma of the braised pork began to waft through the air. It must be said that this dish held immense allure for the villagers of Hepingtu. Waves of meaty fragrance drifted towards the neighboring houses, stimulating their senses and provoking salivation. Good heavens, whose meat is being stewed? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. How could this happen? Some speculated that the delectable aroma originated from Zheng Jiangnan's home. Did he win at gambling? Who knows? Just yesterday, someone saw him driving a tractor into the village. Perhaps he sold his father's grain to buy meat. Don't talk nonsense. I've heard that Zheng Jiangnan has already turned over a new leaf. Have you ever seen a dog change its ways? Zheng Jiangnan, oblivious to these murmurs, felt no corresponding worries. Seeing that the time was right, he picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifted the pot lid with one hand, and inserted the chopsticks into a piece of braised pork. The chopsticks easily penetrated the meat, perfectly cooked. With just a reduction of the sauce, the task would be complete. Zheng Jiangbai immediately inquired, "Is it done, second brother?" "Almost," Zheng Jiangnan replied, asking Zheng Jiangbai to step aside as he added a few sticks of firewood to intensify the heat for the sauce reduction. Just then, voices from outside announced the arrival of Uncle and the others. What smells so delightful? Soon after, Uncle, Zheng Jiangli, Zheng Jiangzhen, and Zheng Jiangdong walked in, all perspiring, with bits of grass and leaves tangled in their hair. Zheng Jiangnan quickly poured several cups of iced tea. "Uncle, what have you all been up to?" Zheng Jianwang gulped his drink and, feeling unsatisfied, poured himself another cup. "After you left yesterday, we initially planned to go to San Shirley to catch snakes. But we weren't sure if you could sell them, so we decided to wait for your return to discuss it. Uncle, your actions are justified. Besides, you all need to take a break. Otherwise, constantly watching the old forest for catches will surely take a toll on your health." Zheng Jianwang remained non-committal. Who would fear exhaustion when there is money to be made? The primary concern was indeed the abundance of catches this time, as there was apprehension that Zheng Jiangnan might not be able to sell them all at once. Zheng Jiangli took a sip of cool tea, as if instantly revitalized, and then spoke. "Originally, I had planned to return to Yangwei village with Jiang yesterday. However, Uncle suggested it would be better to wait here for you. If you returned and needed to catch snakes, it would be quite cumbersome to run back to Yangwei to notify us." Zheng Jiangnan nodded, acknowledging that his uncle's arrangement was indeed sensible. "However, you all will need to wait another day. After I arrived in Guxia yesterday, my friend promptly transported the snakes to the provincial city. I have arranged to settle accounts with him tomorrow, so you must bear with me." Zheng Jianwang chuckled. "Waiting is no issue. It's as if you think we came here merely for money." Laughter erupted among the group. "But uncle, you still haven't explained. Why are you all covered in grass?" Zheng Jiangnan pointed at them, indicating their disheveled appearance.